Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 1 to Chapter 79. In the music cafe of X City, the sound of the piano flowed like water. Yunxing looked at the check in front of her. Opposite her sat a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was young and fashionable. In contrast, Yunxing, who exuded the smell of herbs, was very abrupt. Yunxing, let's break up. Here is a check of 100,000 yuan to repay the tuition you paid for me in the past few years. The man was well-dressed and had an elegant scholar's temperament. He was Lu Minglang, a medical doctor from M country, who was hired by the First People's Hospital of X City with a high salary. Looking at Lu Minglang's style, no one would have guessed that a few years ago, he was just a poor student who had just graduated from a medical university. He had neither a high nor a low job. It was only with the support of his girlfriend, Yunxing, that he could study abroad. After several years of separation, he thought that his university romance would last forever. In exchange, he only received a check of 100,000 yuan. A sarcastic smile appeared on Yunxing's delicate face. As if stung by Yunxing's smile, Lu Minglang did not wait for her to refuse and said first, "It's not that I abandoned you. It's that you are too disappointing. Look at you now. In any case, you are a top student from a famous clinical university, but you don't want to make progress and inherit some ancestral Chinese medicine clinic. Our classmates in university are doing better than you now. You don't know how to put on makeup and look sloppy." There was a slap. Yunxing picked up the check and threw it in Lu Minglang's face. "If you want to break up, don't beat around the bush, and don't discredit Chinese medicine. I have no future. I can't compare with Qian Weiwei, the daughter of the director of the sanitary bureau sitting next to you. She can help you buy a house and a car, and find a high-paying job. Lu Minglang, you are a high-level gigolo." She had already learned from others that Lu Minglang had a new lover. Yunxing's voice was strong and her words were clear. Everyone in the music cafe could hear her clearly. This kind of melodramatic scene that only appeared in TV series was rare. People in the cafe looked over curiously and pointed at Lu Minglang and the young woman beside him. Lu Minglang's expression was ugly. He hurriedly pulled his new girlfriend who was about to flare up and left. He had only taken a few steps when Lu Minglang suddenly fell to the ground. He held his abdomen in pain and cried out, "It's acute appendicitis. Weiwei, call 120. Qian Weiwei was so scared that her face turned pale. She had never seen such a situation. She couldn't even use her phone properly. The manager of the cafe was quick-witted. After checking, he called the emergency number. It was the rush hour and it would take at least 20 minutes for the ambulance to reach the music cafe. But Lu Minglang was already rolling on the ground in pain. Yunxing looked on coldly from the side. "Is there a doctor here who can help with the emergency treatment?" After waiting for 5 minutes, Lu Minglang was in so much pain that he almost fainted. The foreman had no choice but to ask in the coffee shop. She is a doctor. She and Minglang used to be classmates. I heard that her surgical skills are the best in the university." Qian Weiwei, the daughter of the government official, finally came back to her senses and pointed at Yunxing. Lu Minglang also remembered this. He was sweating profusely and struggled to crawl to Yunxing's feet. "Yunxing, you have a way to relieve my pain. For the sake of our past, for the sake of money, I can let you hold on until the ambulance arrives. But my medical fees are not low. One price, 500,000. It's up to you whether you want to treat me or not." Yunxing looked at the man who was crawling on the ground like a dog. This was the man she used to love so much. "Are you crazy? 500,000? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Qian Weiwei cursed. "Weiwei, give it to her. If this goes on, my intestines will perforate." Lu Minglang couldn't hold on any longer. He was a Western doctor and knew very well that if he didn't handle this situation well, the consequences would be very serious. Yunxing's words were always accurate. If she said she could do it, she would definitely do it. Qian Weiwei hesitated for a moment, wrote a check and handed it to Yunxing. Yunxing squatted down and took out a needle bag from her jacket pocket. The needles were long and thin, millimeter thick, and were golden. Only a master of acupuncture could use these golden needles. She placed her palm on the acupoints on Lu Minglang's feet. Her movements were smooth and she had the style of a master. Lu Minglang was in so much pain that he started to lose consciousness. He could only see the side of his ex-girlfriend's fair face. Yunxing's palm was placed on his body and he felt a cold and warm breath rush into his body. His whole body instantly felt much better. After Yunxing withdrew her hand, she suddenly pulled down Lu Minglang's pants. "What are you doing?" Qian Weiwei was displeased. "Acupuncture," Yunxing said casually. She inserted a needle into Lu Minglang's first and second lumbar vertebrae. It was just one needle. "It doesn't hurt anymore?" Lu Minglang sat up. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked around in surprise. "The surgery still needs to be done." "It's just temporary pain relief." Yunxing put away the check and the golden needles. Her expression was calm. One needle could make a patient with acute appendicitis recover to his original state, 500,000 yuan in medical expenses. Among the onlookers, someone suddenly shouted, "You are the famous Jade Hand Divine Needle in X City, Needle Yin." In the past few years, the most famous person in the Chinese medical field was Needle Yin. It was rumored that her gender was unpredictable. She was elusive and when she treated patients, she could control their life and death with just one needle. She did not act easily. Every time she acted, the medical expenses would be 500,000 yuan. Yunxing did not answer. She left the music cafe, leaving Lu Minglang and Qian Weiwei dumbfounded. Lu Minglang, a needle worth 500,000 yuan is the breakup fee. At Yunxing's level of acupuncture, to relieve the pain of acute appendicitis, she only needed to use her internal qi to open the acupoints. There was no need to use the open needle. Her last needle was a needle that hurt the kidney. Even if Lu Minglang paid 500,000 yuan, it could not change the fact that he could not be a man in the future. Walking out of the cafe, Yunxing anonymously sent the check to the discipline inspection office. She believed that the headlines of tomorrow's newspaper would be very interesting. People who offended Yunxing, regardless of whether they were men or women, would not have a good ending. Coincidentally, a taxi stopped. A man wearing a cap and a black jacket got out of the car. He got out of the car in a hurry and bumped into Yunxing. The man ran away without apologizing. Yunxing got into the taxi. She could not help but cry. She did not notice that the man left a black plastic bag when he got out of the car. After nearly 10 years of love and waiting, this was the result she had been waiting for. She unconsciously rubbed the jade bracelet on her arm. She said to herself, "Grandpa, is it like what you said? Our Yan family went against the heavens and saved too many people. We are destined to die young or die alone." Yunxing, who was immersed in her memories, did not notice that the taxi's radio was broadcasting a piece of news. Emergency notice: there have been many vicious explosions in X City recently. Suspected terrorists have placed explosive devices on public transportation and crowded places. If citizens find suspicious people or unknown black plastic bags, please call the police. About 5 minutes later, a taxi driving on the road exploded with a boom. Black smoke billowed. A female passenger and the taxi driver were determined to be dead on the spot. At the moment when the taxi exploded, Yunxing didn't lose consciousness. She only felt that her body was torn apart in an instant, and her consciousness flew out like a leaf. Then, she fell heavily on the ground. Her body felt like it had been crushed, and it was extremely painful. She heard unbridled laughter, "Smash this vile spawn to death." "Yun Songhai, so what if you are a rare genius magician? You can't save your wife and child." Dozens of masked men in black laughed wantonly. The moment her body fell to the ground, her body was in great pain. Yunxing found that she had turned into a baby, and a baby who had been thrown to death? This was the time travel that was often mentioned in novels. Not long after the baby was born, it was thrown to the ground and immediately stopped breathing. Yunxing's soul took this opportunity to enter the baby's body. The baby's body was very weak. If it wasn't treated, even if it survived, it would only be a cripple. Yunxing noticed that the baby was wearing a bracelet that was exactly the same as the one she had in modern times. It was worn together with the family heirloom jade bracelet. Fortunately, there was the jade bracelet. Yunxing's consciousness turned, and the bracelet emitted a weak light, which went into the baby's body. The remaining trace of divine power in the bracelet quickly repaired the baby's heart meridians. The dozens of masked men in black didn't notice the changes in the baby's body. "Let go of my child." An angry man descended from the sky, waving a strange bone staff in his hand. Yunxing had never seen such a bone staff. On the scepter, 5 pieces of jade the size of cat's eyes lit up at the same time. In an instant, the gloomy sky turned fiery red. It was like a huge furnace that was smelting steel. Countless flames were like boiling molten iron. The man waved the bone staff, and there was fire everywhere. Countless fireballs fell like a rainstorm. Heaven and earth turned into a sea of hell, and the fire was raging. The rolling fireballs fell on the bodies of the perpetrators, and dozens of people turned into burning corpses at the same time. The fire was incomparably powerful. The masked men in black didn't even have time to cry out and beg for mercy before they turned into a pile of scorched earth. The man with the bone staff knelt on the ground in pain, wailing like a trapped beast. His eyes were empty. He raised the bone staff high, aimed at the top of his head, and struck it down with all his might. His wife and daughter were already dead. What was the point of him living? The faint sound of breathing interrupted the man's movements. He turned around stiffly and picked up the dying child with trembling hands. Yunxing's eyes widened, and the man's face was reflected in her dark eyes. It was a young man who had just become a father. He should have been happy, but the man in front of him had disheveled hair and his face was covered in wounds. Even so, it could not hide the man's once handsome silhouette and sharp edge. The man must have gone through a lot. There was only despair and sorrow in his dim eyes, just like a patient with a terminal illness. That kind of sorrow deeply stabbed Yunxing, who was a doctor. He had already lost the desire to live. She wanted to save him and let him find the will to live again. Yunxing waved her hands, held back the last bit of strength in her body, and cried out. Wah! Hearing the cry, a strange light flashed across the man's dead eyes. His eyes gradually recovered their brightness. He picked up the baby and staggered toward a small village in front of him. Behind the man, the dark dawn quietly ended, and the newly risen sun illuminated the entire land. Time flew by. 6 years had passed. When the fiery red hemostatic flowers bloomed all over the medicine fields of Banana Leaf Village, a magic initiation ceremony was being held in the temple of Banana Leaf Village. Magic element perception, none. The white-haired sorcerer looked at the pitch-black magic crystal and shook his head. This was already the 3rd time. Yunxing, this child, had participated in the magic initiation ceremony of Banana Leaf Village since she was 3 years old. Not once had she been able to sense magic elements. Thank you, Grandpa Sorcerer. I will try again next year. Yunxing raised her head. She was only 5 or 6 years old, with an oval face and big eyes. Although her clothes were shabby, they were very clean. Due to her poor family background and lack of nutrition, she was thinner and shorter than her peers. After learning the results of the magic initiation ceremony, Yunxing's young face showed an indifference that did not match her age. Shameless fellow, the daughter of a fake sorcerer still dares to come to the temple. Isn't she afraid of being punished by the Lord Sorcerer? When leaving the temple, a few children who had also participated in the magic initiation ceremony spat at her. Yunxing nimbly dodged and avoided it. Her eyes were as cold as a wild cat as she glared at the child who was causing trouble. Yunxing's eyes seemed to have magic. When she stared at the child who spat at her, a pair of seductive eyes appeared in his mind. The pitch-black eyes were like a bottomless starry sky, as if they could completely swallow a person's consciousness. The child suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. His legs turned to jelly, and he sat on the ground and fainted. The child's strange behavior alarmed the surrounding villagers, who immediately surrounded him. Yunxing retracted her gaze and took the opportunity to sneak out of the temple. Following the small path, she walked all the way to the highest hill in the village. The scenery in Banana Leaf Village was very beautiful. The spring sun was shining brightly, and the warm spring breeze blew across the bristlegrass on the hill. A few red-tailed dragonflies landed on the sharp blades of grass. At the bottom of the hill, a jade-like river flowed. Yunxing lay down with the bristlegrass in her mouth and looked at the blue sky. She, Yan Yunxing, was a female doctor with a modern soul. It had been 6 years since she transmigrated to the boundless land, where magic and martial arts were respected. From an orphan to a young village girl who depended on her alcoholic father for survival. They had the same name but only differed by a surname. Yet, their talents were worlds apart. The calamity when she was born caused Yunxing's veins to be weak since young. She could not practice martial arts, could not sense the magical elements, and could not practice magic. From a female doctor who was feared by both the good and the bad, to a good-for-nothing who could not practice magic and martial arts, Yunxing sat up, and a confident smile appeared on her face. Good-for-nothing, ridiculous, she was definitely not a good-for-nothing. As long as she had the Shenong medical bangle, she would one day return to the top of the continent. Yunxing touched the jade bangle on her wrist. This jade bangle was the one that transmigrated with her. Since birth, it had been worn on Yunxing's wrist. It was also the only thing left on her that was related to her previous life. Yunxing's alcoholic father was also puzzled for a while. After many attempts, he was unable to take it off from his daughter's hand. Only then did the jade bangle escape the fate of being pawned by the alcoholic father in exchange for wine. Noon, the time of the day when the yang qi in the world was the most abundant. Yunxing sat cross-legged and formed a seal with her fingers, making a standard Taoist meditation posture. The jade bangle emitted a lustrous light. The sunlight seemed to be separated, and a large amount of multicolored light was absorbed into the bangle. As the jade bangle absorbed more and more light, a layer of mother-of-pearl floated on the surface of Yunxing's body. In the light, her facial features became more exquisite, and her figure was also like a willow, stretching out a little. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The damaged tendons and meridians in her early years were like a gurgling stream, filling up. More and more water accumulated in the stream, converging together to form a golden vein. With a boom, the internal strength that she had cultivated for 6 years was like a flood bursting through a dam. One of the 8 meridians of the human body, the Yang meridian, had been opened. Since Yunxing began cultivating the jade marrow method at the age of 3, she finally used the internal strength in her body to open the first meridian. Yunxing was immersed in cultivation. What she didn't know was that at this time, on a lush ancient banyan tree on the hillside, a pair of deep eyes saw this scene. The young man was lying on the trunk casually. It was a young man who didn't fit in with the simple atmosphere of Banana Leaf Village. The young man was not old, only about 10 years old. Although he was wearing ordinary coarse clothes, his wheat-colored skin and robust body showed a domineering aura that was not inferior to that of a veteran on the battlefield. Absorbing sun essence? Interesting, I didn't think that in such a small mountain village, there would be someone who knows such a profound method. The young man looked at Yunxing with interest. Suddenly, Yunxing opened her eyes. Magician level, magic apprentice, magic warrior, great magician, great magician, great magician, saint magician, sky magician, saint magician, saint magician, divine magician. Summoner level, beast speaker, battle beast summoner, scepter summoner, wizard beast master, saint beast master, 13 great summoner, the emperor Zhao in red. Warrior level, martial student, martial warrior, martial master, martial honored, martial marquis, martial ancestor, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god. With the new book, everyone's support is the driving force for Diffusi to write. Remember to buy tickets and bookmark the book. Official fan group, 304625216, enter group slogan, any character name. At the bottom of the hill, a few children around the age of 10 quickly ran up. Trash, it's this trash that caused me to faint and lose the chance to participate in the magic initiation. The child who had insulted Yunxing in the temple earlier pointed at Yunxing with a red face. You're the little trash Yunxing, the daughter of that fake magician? Grandpa Village Chief kindly let you stay in Banana Leaf Village, but you actually dared to bully my brother. Kneel down, kowtow to him, apologize, and hand over a silver coin. Then, I'll let you go. The one who spoke was an arrogant youth. Behind him stood a few other youths of the same age. Unlike the ordinary children in Banana Leaf Village, the youth who spoke was wearing a brown training uniform. This indicated that he was a martial arts student from the town's martial arts center. The temple and martial arts center were the most basic facilities on the boundless continent. Every country had a branch temple from the village to the capital, and a martial arts center at the city level. When the children in the country reached the age of 3, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, they could sign up for the magic initiation at the temple and the physical fitness test at the martial arts center. Those who passed the test could enjoy a living allowance from the country, which was equivalent to a modern-day public expense student. However, these two had nothing to do with Xianxia. This was because Xianxia was trash. She was born unable to practice martial arts and had failed 3 magic initiation tests. Because of this, she was often ridiculed by the children in the village. Those who ridiculed her would always mysteriously faint or feel unwell, so no one dared to bully her directly. The elder brother of the boy who had provoked Xianxia in the temple was called Lei Hu. He was one of the few youths in the village who had been sent to the town's martial arts center to practice martial arts. He was also the leader of the children in the village. He had left home last year to practice martial arts and had just returned home a few days ago. This morning, when he found out that his brother had missed this year's magic initiation test because of Xianxia, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He brought a few of his close friends to find Xianxia. The martial arts students from the town-level martial arts dojo had all practiced martial arts. This little girl had only practiced the basic absorption and expiration method, so she was unable to protect herself. She was afraid that she would be at a disadvantage. Under the tree, the young man's beautiful lips pursed. He lazily raised his hand and a few emerald leaves fell into his hand. Xianxia's eyelids drooped, and her eyelashes covered the light in her eyes. Her cherry-colored lips burst out with a single word, "Get lost." As she spoke, she exerted strength in her legs. Her petite body was like a taut spring as she suddenly leaped towards Lei Hu. Her fist landed solidly on Lei Hu's face. Lei Hu did not expect her to hit him so easily. He also did not expect that a trash who could not practice martial arts would have such skills. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. His mouth was filled with a fishy liquid. Martial arts students were indeed martial arts students. They had undergone specialized combat training. Although he was hit unexpectedly, Lei Hu immediately regained his senses. He roared, and a brownish-yellow battle aura surged out of his body. His back arched high, and his eyes flashed with a green light. He had transformed into a hungry dog. His strong limbs pulled back in midair, forcibly stopping his momentum of landing. His movements sped up several times, and like a hungry dog, he pounced towards Xianxia with the force of crushing rocks. This is a martial arts student who has learned basic martial arts. His strength is enough to crush rocks. She's probably at a disadvantage. In the young man's hand, a few green leaves were injected with a gust of gang qi. The leaves immediately became taut like flying knives. Just as he was about to throw them, the young man's ears twitched slightly, and his hand stopped moving. On the hillside, Xianxia also sensed the change in Lei Hu's body. Her pupils constricted, and a faint golden light floated out. In her eyes, Lei Hu's lightning-fast movements were broken down into a few slow movements like a slow-motion movie. Xianxia's mind moved slightly, and a beast bone needle appeared at her fingertips. She had repeated the same mistake again, and there was a limit to her patience. Just as Xianxia and Lei Hu were about to collide head-on, there was a loud splash of water. In the small river below the hillside, 2 streams of water vapor rose up like spiritual snakes. The water vapor condensed into water droplets in the air, and the water droplets quickly transformed into 2 water balls. The water balls were like 2 cannonballs, smashing onto Xianxia and Lei Hu. The 2 of them were instantly drenched by the water balls. "Both of you, stop." When the water balls landed, an old man with a wide mouth and a lion's face appeared on the hillside with a magic staff in his hand. Like an eagle catching chicks, he grabbed Xianxia and Lei Hu by their collars and separated them. The moment the old man appeared, the children on the hillside immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Grandpa Village Chief. When Lei Hu saw the old man, he immediately lost his earlier awe-inspiring aura and loosened his fist, admitting that he was unlucky. The village chief of Banana Leaf Village was an old man in his 60s. Everyone in the village respected him because he was not only the village chief, but also one of the few people in Banana Leaf Village who was proficient in 2 types of magic. He was a sorcerer. In the boundless land, people who knew how to use magic elements would be given various titles of sorcerer. Those who had received magic enlightenment and could sense at least one type of magic element were magic apprentices. Above magic apprentices were sorcerers. Sorcerers could store at least one type of magic element in their body and use beginner-level magic to attack or defend. In the boundless land, the number of people who could sense magic elements was about 1%. As for sorcerers, the ratio was even less than 1 in 1,000. Most sorcerers could only sense one type of magic element. There might not even be 1 in 10,000 people who could sense 2 types of magic elements. The village chief of Banana Leaf Village was a water and wind sorcerer who served in the army in his early years. After he retired and returned to his hometown to take up the position of village chief. Lei Hu, as a registered martial arts student, you actually bullied a little girl who is younger than you and doesn't know martial arts. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? The village chief happened to be looking for Yunxing. He had watched Yunxing grow up and knew that at this time every day, the little girl must have run to the hillside of the village to take an afternoon nap. Who knew that when he approached, he would hear the sound of fighting? I didn't bully her, Grandpa Village Chief. She is very powerful. Lei Hu had to admit that Yunxing's reaction was stronger than any of his peers in the martial arts hall. Lei Hu was indignant. He pointed at Yunxing, but when he saw Yunxing's expression, he was dumbfounded. Grandpa Village Chief. The little girl who had been glaring at him covetously a moment ago was now teary-eyed. She pouted and looked pitiful as if she had been severely bullied. Not only Lei Hu, but even the unfamiliar youth under the banyan tree couldn't help but smile after hearing Yunxing's complaint. Lei Hu, you're still quibbling. The village chief had a headache. He grabbed Lei Hu's hand and waved the magic bone staff in his hand. A light green wind elemental power turned into a rope and tied Lei Hu up. Lei Hu only felt his body lighten as he was thrown down the hillside. You only come home once every 3 months. If you don't want to be punished by confinement, go home immediately. The next time I see you bullying Yunxing, I will confiscate 1 month of your allowance. Lei Hu didn't dare to say anything else. He could only leave with a face full of resentment. Yunxing, if anyone bullies you again, come and tell Grandpa Village Chief. The village chief put down Yunxing lovingly and patted her head. As the village chief, he shouldn't be overly biased towards a child in the village. However, Yunxing was about the same age as his granddaughter, but she was far more obedient and sensible than the other children in the village. She learned how to do housework at the age of 3, and could read and write at the age of 4. She was also the one who took care of the Yun family's herbal field. Her father was mocked as a fake sorcerer, and the children in the village kept finding fault with her, but she never cried or made a fuss. How did such a child end up with such a father? The village chief's stern face couldn't help but show some pity. Grandpa Village Chief, are you looking for me? Yunxing shrunk her little head. She wasn't used to the village chief's overly affectionate behavior. 6 years had passed, but in her previous life, Yunxing had experienced Lu Minglang's betrayal and the premature death of her family, so she was very wary of people. Apart from the alcoholic man who had given birth to her and raised her, Yunxing had always deliberately kept a distance from others. The money from the last sale of the hemostatic flower has already been distributed. After your family's hemostatic flower was sent to the pharmacy in town, it was evaluated as a second-grade herb, and the price was 10% higher than the other farmers in the village. Here are 11 copper coins, keep it well. This money was originally supposed to be given to your father, but I was afraid that he would use it to buy wine again, so I gave it to you. The village chief was used to Yunxing's reaction, so his expression was normal. He took out 11 copper coins and gave them to Yunxing. Banana Leaf Village was located in Zhou State, which was a country with 4 seasons like spring. All kinds of crops grew luxuriantly here. The soil and water of Banana Leaf Village were especially suitable for growing herbs. Every family in the village had a medicinal field. Yunxing's family also had a few mu of medicinal fields. They grew a type of raw material used to refine the basic magic hemostatic medicine, the hemostatic flower. Every time the herbs matured, the village would organize people to purchase them and transport them to town to be sold to the pharmacy. Yunxing's medicinal field was always able to grow herbs of superior quality, even with the same water and soil. There were also villagers who secretly went to Yunxing's medicinal field to peek, hoping to find some secret, but they waited for several days and didn't see any special fertilizer. "Grandpa Village Chief, how can I become a magician?" Yunxing thought for a moment and asked. "To become a magician, you must first become a magic apprentice, and a magic apprentice must be able to feel any of the four major elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. Earth is yellow, water is blue, wind is green, and fire is red." The village chief paused. He thought of the scene when Yunxing was enlightened in magic and couldn't help but sigh. Then is there a way to let a person who can't feel magic elements feel magic elements? Yunxing didn't give up and asked. "This is very difficult, but if you can find the moonlight grass, you might be able to feel a little bit of the magical elements." The moonlight grass was a rare medicinal herb that could only be cultivated in the medicine shops in the city. Legend has it that a few decades ago, wild moonlight grass appeared in the mountains behind our village. However, that is only a legend. No one has ever seen it, the village chief recalled. Yunxing secretly remembered the name of the moonlight grass that could change one's magical constitution. Inadvertently, she glanced at the village head's face and saw that his face was yellow and his complexion was not very good. "Grandpa Village Head, do you feel that your abdomen is bloated these days and your body is not feeling well?" When the village chief heard this, he coughed a few times and thought to himself, "My stomach has been feeling uncomfortable for the past few days, but it's not a serious problem." Coincidentally, the magician in charge of medical treatment at the Temple of Magic had retired from his hometown, so I delayed it. I didn't expect Yunxing to find out about it. Yunxing gestured for the village chief to bend down. She held one of the village chief's palms with her small hand and pressed the corner of his index finger with her thumb. The village chief instantly felt his stomach squirming and he felt a surge of urination. "Grandpa Village Head, this is called the Xianxia acupoint. If your stomach is not feeling well, just press here twice a day and you will see the effect." Yunxing was a straightforward person. Although she did not say anything on the surface, she remembered how good the village chief was to the Yun family. When the village chief saw Yunxing's serious look, he was amused. "Yunxing, where did you learn these little tricks from? I think your father knows less than you. I read it from the medicine encyclopedia at home." Yunxing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Although the boundless world was slightly different from the modern world, the human body structure was the same. Yunxing's father came to Banana Leaf Village 6 years ago. When he came, he was carrying a baby girl and a few thick books. One of them was a medicine encyclopedia. Yunxing was smart since she was young. She self-learned many herbs and medical knowledge from the medicine encyclopedia. The village chief was also used to it and did not ask further. The village chief's stomach was in pain, so it was not good for him to stay any longer. Before he left, he even reminded her, "A new sorcerer came to Banana Leaf Temple. He wants to recruit a herb gatherer to help him. You don't need to know magic. You only need to know the basic collection and classification of herbs. You can get 20 copper coins a month. I think you are quite suitable. Go home and ask. If your father agrees, I will recommend you." After saying that, the village chief felt his stomach growling again. He hurriedly activated the wind and disappeared from the hillside. Not long after the village chief left, Yunxing turned around and said to the ancient banyan tree, "Have you seen enough? Come out." On top of the ancient banyan tree, a figure landed lightly. Yunxing's eyes and ears were sharper than ordinary people. She had already heard the faint breathing sound under the banyan tree. Seeing the person, Yunxing was slightly stunned. His black clothes were like the night. His high nose bridge was like a knife and hatchet. Just by standing there, he had a feeling that the sun was overshadowed. Although he was still young, his elegance and aura were already beginning to show signs of him. Who was he? Yunxing was sure that he was not from Banana Leaf Village. Dangerous. This person was very dangerous. Yunxing was alert. The bone needles that were hidden in her sleeves came out again. Yunxing's movements were very light, but when she made her move, her sleeves could not help but make a sound in the air. The strange youth's ears twitched slightly. Yunxing keenly noticed that something was wrong with him. The youth's appearance and figure were almost perfect. His facial features were exquisite but did not make people feel feminine. His figure was tall but did not lose his masculine aura. Among his facial features, his pair of soul-sucking eyes were the most eye-catching. His eyes were like a phoenix, but for some reason, his eyes were covered with a layer of mist, making people unable to see the color of his eyes. As a doctor in her previous life, Xianxia could immediately confirm that he was blind. Seeing that the other party was blind, Xianxia was relieved. She was about to put away the bone needles in her hands. Who knew that in a flash, her wrist was firmly grasped. The difference in physical strength between a youth and a child caused Xianxia to be caught off guard and embraced. A pleasant smell of banyan leaves accompanied by oppressing body heat assaulted Xianxia's senses. Xianxia's limbs were ingeniously restrained. "Put away your claws, little wildcat. Weapons are useless against me. My eyes are blind, but my heart is clear." The youth's voice was very pleasant to hear. When it fell into her ears, it was as soft as a swan feather. He held Xianxia's hand and rested his chin on Xianxia's head. Feeling the comfortable, furry feeling under his chin, and at the same time being surprised by the abnormally petite figure in his arms, a trace of displeasure flashed across the young man's face. Why was she so thin and small? Carrying her felt like hitting her bones. Just as the youth was frowning, he suddenly felt a pain in his throat. After the pain was like being bitten by a mosquito, the youth's body stiffened. Although he could not see, he knew that the hidden weapon that was pressed against his throat would pierce his throat with the unknown weapon in the girl's hand. Fuzi already finished her old book, The Genius Devil Concubine. If you haven't read it, you can read it. A weapon that could make him feel pain. Could it be that it was made from some rare metal or the bone of a 100-year-old beast? It seemed that he had underestimated the ferocity of this little wildcat. The young man's lips curled into a devilish smile. He was not a person who liked to smile, but when he smiled, it was like the spring breeze blowing on the surface of a lake. His gorgeous face dazzled people's eyes. The young man did not know that Xianxia was only holding an ordinary bone needle made from the bone of a 5-year-old beast. It was only because she was able to accurately identify the acupoints that she was able to hit him. At this moment, the bone needle in Xianxia's hand felt a strong suction force. The bone needle that was pressed against the young man's throat strangely sank into the young man's throat. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pull it out. Xianxia was shocked. She understood that even though the young man in front of her was blind, his ability to identify the location of sounds had already been trained to the point of perfection. Compared to the average person, his reaction was more sensitive. His cultivation was far beyond that of a martial arts student like Lei Hu. With her current trashy physique, she was definitely not his opponent. Xianxia's lips curled into a sly smile. What she knew was not just ordinary acupuncture. A certain acupoint on the young man's body suddenly felt numb, as if it was struck by lightning. Following that, an uncontrollable drowsiness attacked him. In the next second, he lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. Xianxia kicked the unconscious youth on the ground and made a face. "Consider yourself lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that this body is still young and has only opened the first meridian, this hidden needle would have been enough to cripple you." In her previous life, Xianxia was known as the Yen Needle. It was said that she could use a golden needle to bring the dead back to life. Very few people knew, including Lu Mingling, that Xianxia's real family heritage was unknown. Not to mention a mere city health bureau chief, even a few old leaders in the country who could not be named were once guests of the Yen clan. This was because the Yen family and their acupuncture techniques were from the most ancient and mysterious family of miracle doctors in Huaxia, the Yen family of Shennong. Xianxia's grandfather was the 380th and 90th generation descendant of the Shennong family in Huaxia. Several generations of the Yen family had passed away at an untimely age. Xianxia's parents had passed away in a traffic accident in her early years. Xianxia was raised by her grandfather alone. When she graduated from medical college, her grandfather passed away. Xianxia's jade bracelet was a family heirloom. She had been wearing it since she was a child. It was said that it was made of the ancient divine jade, Xianyuan Jiolong jade, which could prolong one's life. Wearing it, Xianxia was able to recover in a short time no matter how serious her injuries were. If it wasn't for the fatal car accident in her previous life, she wouldn't have died so young. Other than the Shennong medical bracelet, the Yen family also left behind 4 ancestral techniques. They were the Jade Marrow Technique, Shen No Lai, Trillium Hand, and the Spirit Healing Needle. In her previous life, Yunxing had been severely injured when she was a baby. In this life, she had relied on the Shenong medical bracelet to recover her internal organs. At the same time, she had also practiced the 4 techniques. Finally, she had gradually recovered about 10% of her previous life's strength. Today, she had opened up the Yangwei Meridian, which meant that she had officially removed the old injuries in her body. It also allowed her to use her internal energy to form the first needle of the Spirit Healing Needle, the Needle of Internal Energy. The Spirit Healing Needle was divided into Yin Needle and Yang Needle. The Yang Needle was a visible needle that was exerted by hand. The Yin Needle was an invisible needle that was exerted by internal energy. It was a pity that with Yunxing's current internal energy, she could only use the Yin Needle once a day. Today, she had opened up the Yangwei Meridian, and her internal energy had increased. The first dark needle of internal energy had been produced in her body. Just now, she had used her internal energy to break through the acupuncture point and hit the youth's sleeping acupuncture point. Yunxing was not a bloodthirsty person, and the youth did not do anything excessive to her. Moreover, he was blind. Yunxing guessed that even if he woke up, he might not be able to recognize her. Therefore, she decided to spare his life for the time being. It was getting late, and her father would be home soon. Yunxing did not stay any longer and went straight home. Yunxing originally thought that she would be able to make the youth sleep for at least 12 to 14 hours by using the hidden needle qi to attack the youth's sleeping acupoint. Who would have thought that after only 2 hours, the youth would wake up? It was not that Yunxing's spirit healing needle had failed. It was because she was still young in this life, and her jade marrow skill was insufficient. In addition, the youth was proficient in martial arts. The Yin needle was only 30% effective in breaking through the acupuncture point. After the young man woke up, he touched his sleeping acupoint that was faintly aching. "You're the only one who can make me suffer twice in one day. Little wildcat, the next time I meet you, I will definitely pull out all your claws and teeth." The youth resentfully walked down the hill and walked in the direction of the village temple. Yunxing hurriedly went down the hill and ran towards the northeast of Banana Leaf Village. There were a few thatched huts facing the sun, 3 to 4 mu of medicinal fields, and a row of uneven short fences. This was Yunxing's home in this life. Seeing that her father had not returned home, Yunxing washed the rice and vegetables. Soon, the smell of food floated out of the thatched hut. Yunxing took out the 11 copper coins and put 10 of them into the big broken porcelain bowl on the table. The hemostatic flowers earned her 1 copper coin more than she expected. She put away the copper coin and found a big wooden box under the bed. She opened the wooden box and put the copper coin into a small cloth bag. There were already 13 copper coins in the cloth bag. This was Yunxing's secret little treasury. Even her alcoholic relatives did not know about the existence of this little treasury. "As long as I save 15 copper coins, I can ask Grandpa Village Head to buy a hemostatic medicine. 100 hemostatic flowers can only be sold for 10 copper coins. 2 hemostatic flowers can make a hemostatic medicine. The worst hemostatic medicine can be sold for 15 copper coins. If I can research the composition of the hemostatic medicine, it can greatly improve the family's life." Yunxing counted the copper coins in the bag and her face lit up. When she put the cloth bag back into the wooden box, she noticed that there was a shabby bone ring at the bottom of the box. The ring was very simple and looked like it had been worn for a long time. Looking at the size of the ring, it did not seem to belong to her father. Yunxing took out the ring and put it on the table. Her father had not returned yet and the meal was almost ready. She remembered that because she had participated in the magic enlightenment today, she did not have time to weed and water the medicinal field. Yunxing carried the wooden bucket and walked out of the door. She was small and thin, and the wooden bucket was half her height. In the past, when she carried water, she would sway. But today, she had opened her first meridian, so when she carried the bucket, her steps were much steadier. Children from poor families took charge of the household early. Yunxing was already an adult in her 20s. These household chores were ordinary to her. In her previous life, when she was still a baby, her parents had already passed away. In this life, she did not want to experience the pain of a child wanting to take care of her but not waiting for her parents. No matter how the villagers looked at the drunken relatives, Yunxing would never forget the fire that filled the sky 6 years ago. Although she was not very clear about the magic system of this world, Yunxing vaguely knew that her father was not a fake magician. He was a magician much more powerful than Grandpa Village Head. Outside the short fence, a tall man was standing there unknowingly. The man saw Yunxing, who was like a little quail, but did not say anything. He just quietly watched from the side. "Ninth sister, our child is already 6 years old. She should be a proud daughter of heaven, but because of me." The man's thoughts were interrupted. On the other side of the fence, Yunxing's movement attracted the man's attention. What attracted Yun Songhai's attention was Yunxing's weeding action. At this time of the year, most of the medicine fields in Banana Leaf Village had just been planted not long ago. The Yun family's medicine fields were no exception. The tender shoots of the hemostatic flowers had just started to grow. The hemostasis flower was the main medicinal field crop in Banana Leaf Village. It was also the Yun family's only source of income. The hemostasis flower bloomed once every 3 months. After it bloomed, the stamens were collected and dried under the sun. It could be used as a raw material for hemostasis. However, the flowers were not easy to grow. Due to the hot and humid climate in Banana Leaf Village, the weeds reproduced easily. The weeds that were removed the next day would sprout again the next day. The weeds and the hemostatic flowers looked exactly the same during their budding period. When they were mixed together, it was difficult to distinguish them. The ordinary farmers in the village would wait until the hemostatic flowers grew a little before they started to remove the weeds. However, in this way, they would lose the best weeding period and affect the later planting of the hemostatic flowers. Yunxing came from a medical family. She knew that the planting of herbs in their infancy was the most important. She would not allow such a situation to occur. After watering them, the small Yunxing bent down and looked at the weeds in the flowers like a female leopard pouncing on its prey. A golden light flashed across her pitch-black eyes. The first level of the Shenong Eye, Minute Subtlety. Yunxing Shenong Eye was passed down from her ancestors. It was divided into 4 levels: Minute Subtlety, Insight, Inner Vision, and God's Trace. Not only did it increase one's visual acuity, but it also had a special hypnotic effect. It was said that when one cultivated it to the highest level, one could move before the enemy. However, the Shenong Eye was very difficult to cultivate. Even in Yunxing's previous life, she had only cultivated it to the insight level. She could see through the age of the medicine and the illness of the human body with just a glance. Even so, she was a rare genius in the Yen family. Most of the Yen family members could only cultivate it to minute subtlety. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Shenong Eye, Yen Di, had cultivated it to the 3rd level, inner vision. He could see through the organs and veins of all living things. Under the effect of Shenong's pupil, the features of the hemostatic flowers and weeds in front of Yunxing are magnified several times. If the tip of the leaf was hairless, it would be wild grass. If the leaf was round and hairy, it would be a hemostatic flower. Others might not be able to tell the difference between wild grass and hemostatic flower buds, but under her Shenong pupil, it was very clear. Yunxing's 5 slender fingers suddenly moved quickly. Like a torrential rain, she shuttled back and forth in the medicinal field. In just a moment, a pile of weeds had been completely uprooted by her. The first level of the Trillium Hand could increase a person's hand speed by 3 times. This was also the reason why the Yun family's hemostatic flower was rated as a 2nd-grade herb. Looking at the weeds on the ground with satisfaction, Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. 2 months later, the hemostatic flower would definitely usher in a big harvest. At that time, she would have enough money to buy the hemostatic medicine. A dark cloud covered the top of her head. Yunxing hurriedly stood up. When she saw the man behind her, 2 small dimples appeared at the side of her mouth. "Father, you're back." Yunxing's father in this life, Yun Songhai, glanced at the weeds on the ground. He grunted and walked into the straw hut. Yunxing was used to her father's indifference. In any case, her father still grunted today. It seemed like he was in a good mood. Perhaps she could ask the village chief about that matter later. As usual, the father and daughter ate some simple porridge and wild vegetables. Yun Songhai seemed to be hungry. He ate several bowls of porridge in one go. Yunxing only ate in small bites. In her mind, she was thinking about how to discuss with Yun Songhai about going to the Dharma temple to be an herb gatherer. I heard that you went to participate in the magic initiation again. I've told you many times that you're not allowed to participate. What's the use of learning magic? You can't even protect the most important person to you. It's all a trick to fool people. Yun Songhai put down his bowl, his gaze cold. Every time Yun Songhai revealed such a gaze, Yunxing would shudder for no reason. Although Yun Songhai was a decadent drunkard, Yunxing felt that he was much colder than the political bigwigs and mafia godfathers in her previous life. Yunxing's eyes were a little hot. She clenched her chopsticks tightly. Father, if you don't like it, Xing'er won't participate in the magic initiation anymore. Yunxing had failed the magic initiation 3 times. Unless she found the moonlight grass, she didn't plan to participate in the magic initiation anymore. However, this didn't mean that she had given up on learning magic. Seeing that his daughter's eyes were red like a rabbit's, Yun Songhai groaned again. He got up and took the copper coins from the big porcelain bowl. The medical system of the boundless world was slightly different from the modern Eastern and Western medical systems that Yunxing had mastered. If Yunxing wanted to completely recover the state of her previous life, she would have to learn the medical system of the boundless world again. Father, seeing that Yun Songhai was about to leave again, Yunxing hurriedly asked, Xing'er wants to go to the Dharma temple to help the new magicians take care of the herbs. Xing'er can't learn magic, but Xing'er wants to learn medicine. There's always a way out. Since Xing'er can't learn magic, Xing'er will definitely have other ways to protect herself and the people important to me. Use another way to protect herself and the people important to her? In Yun Songhai's eyes, there seemed to be a girl with a sweet smile. There was once a person who said the same thing in front of him. He recalled the scene of Yunxing weeding in the herb field, and the scene of her flipping open the pharmacopoeia under the oil lamp several times in the dead of the night. In the past 6 years, this child had never opened her mouth to beg him. This was the first time that she had dared to speak her mind. If you want to learn, then go and learn. Since you have decided to do something, you have to stick to it until the end. You can't give up halfway. After you become a herb gatherer, you can't delay the herb field and housework, Yun Songhai said sternly. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and put back the 5 copper coins. Take the money and buy a new pair of straw sandals. Yunxing lowered her head and looked at her feet. She realized that the straw sandal on her right foot was so worn that her big toe was exposed. After becoming a herb gatherer, she would definitely have to go up the mountain to gather herbs. The mountain roads were rugged, and without straw sandals, her feet would probably be worn out. Father, he still remembers me. Her heart warmed slightly, and Yunxing nodded heavily. She then remembered something. Father, when I was packing the box, I found a ring. Is that ring yours? Yun Songhai glanced at the ancient ring on the table. When he saw the ring, he was stunned for a moment. He said with a slight bitterness, that was left behind by your mother. It's an item from her tribe. It's called zoolingualism. If you like it, you can keep it. After saying that, Yun Songhai went out. He went to drink again. Yunxing knew that he wouldn't come back until it was dark. Although her father was against her learning magic, he had at least agreed to let her go to the temple to study medicine. She had also received one of her mother's relics. Yunxing was in a good mood. After cleaning up the dishes, she picked up the ring called zoolingualism. The ring seemed to have been around for a long time, and its surface was covered with dust. Yunxing took some water to wash the ring a few times. She realized that she could only wash away the dust on the surface. However, she couldn't wash away the layer of mud-like substance that covered the ring. This layer of mud blocked the original pattern on the ring. Yunxing didn't mind and put the ring on her finger. The ring was a little big, so Yunxing found a few strings and wrapped them around the ring a few times to adjust the ring to a suitable size. It's about time. I'll go find Grandpa Village Head and tell him that my father has agreed to let me become a herb gatherer. Yunxing shook her finger to make sure that the ring wouldn't fall off before leaving the house. The village chief's house was not far from the Yun family's house. She only needed to go around 2 hills to reach it. Yunxing's physical strength had improved recently. In less than 15 minutes, she could already see the village chief's stone house. When she arrived, the village chief was not at home. However, his wife, Granny Lu, was there. She told Yunxing that the village chief had gone to the temple to welcome the new magician. An archmage? Isn't there only magicians in Banana Leaf Village? Yunxing saw that Granny Lu was busy with farm work. She helped her with the farm work while asking about the new magician. Although she could not sense the magical elements, Yunxing had been in and out of the temple many times. She more or less knew about the magic system. In a remote village like Banana Leaf Village, most of the people stationed in the village temple were magicians. This time, the magician who came to the temple was an archmage. It was no wonder that Yunxing was curious. Granny Lu smiled kindly and said, "According to the country's rules, it's already good enough that our temple can invite a magician who knows basic medical skills. Our luck is not bad." The village's first-level magician just happened to be a Archmage Yang from Watershore City. He likes places with beautiful scenery, so he chose our village. It is said that he also knows light magic. Yunxing was shocked when she heard that. The magic in the boundless world was divided into the 4 major nature magic according to their attributes. They were earth, wind, fire, and water. However, above the 4 major nature magic, there were other secondary magic. Among them, light magic was one of the most obscure and difficult to learn mutated magic. It was also known as holy magic. It was a miraculous healing spell that was beyond the understanding of modern medicine. Light magic sounded contrary to modern medicine, but it was also the most attractive to Yunxing. It seemed that she had to think of a way to become a herbalist this time. After knowing that the other party was a powerful archmage, Yunxing was even more determined to become a herbalist. Yunxing wanted to ask more about the new archmage, but before she could ask, Granny Lu's face suddenly turned green. Her short and stout body fell forward. Fortunately, Yunxing reacted quickly and supported her. Granny Lu was only 60 years old. She was from the mountains and had a strong body. How could she faint for no reason? "Granny Lu, what's wrong?" Yunxing saw Granny Lu's face clearly. She was pale, sweating profusely, and her lips were slightly purple. She hurriedly helped Granny Lu to sit against a tree and checked her tongue and pupils. The coating on her tongue was normal, and her pupils were slightly dilated. Granny Lu was already a little delirious. It looked like poisoning, but it wasn't. Yunxing looked carefully and found that there was a small wound on Granny Lu's ankle. The blood on the wound hadn't dried yet, and the color of the blood was red. He placed Granny Lu under the cool shade of a tree. The wound was fresh, and the blood was bright red. It was not a wound caused by a poisonous snake or bee. He had to find out the cause of the wound before he could treat it. Yunxing lowered her head and looked around. In the direction where Granny Lu was standing earlier, Yunxing found the culprit that caused Granny Lu to be poisoned. It was a cluster of short wild flowers. The leaves were needle-shaped, and the stems were full of barbs. Every plant had small lotus-shaped flowers. 3-petal mandala lotus? When Yunxing found the poisonous flower, her face showed some joy. 3-petal mandala lotus was a rare medicinal herb. Most people in the boundless continent didn't recognize this kind of wild flower. However, Yunxing's medical knowledge from her previous life told her that this flower was an excellent raw material used by the nomads in ancient times to develop plant anesthetics like mefizin. Granny Lu must have been accidentally hooked by the thorny stem of the mandala lotus when she was clearing the weeds. The mandala lotus anesthetic entered her body, causing her to feel dizzy. It wasn't difficult to treat the mandala lotus anesthetic. Its petals contained anesthetic poison, but its leaves were the best antidote. Yunxing carefully plucked the leaves and squeezed the juice on Granny Lu's wound. After cleaning Granny Lu's wound, Yunxing dug up the mandala lotus by its roots. This medicinal herb was very useful to her. After a while, Granny Lu woke up. Yunxing knew some unorthodox medical knowledge. Sometimes, she was even more useful than the sorcerers in the temple. Ignoring Yunxing's repeated excuses, Granny Lu took out a pair of exquisitely made straw sandals from home. "Yunxing, this pair of straw sandals was originally made for your sister Xiaoxiao. It's a pity that it's too small. Granny thinks that it's suitable for you. Just keep it." Xianxia was the village head's youngest granddaughter. She was 3 to 4 years older than Yunxing. Yunxing looked at the pair of sandals. She didn't refuse and took the sandals. Coincidentally, the village head's grandfather had also returned home. When he heard Yunxing say that she was going to the temple, he didn't say anything else and told Yunxing to wait at the temple's entrance in 5 days. Yunxing thanked the village head and his wife. Then, she took the straw sandals and the mandala lotus that she had just dug up and walked to the other side of the village. Xianxia had left 5 copper coins for Yunxing to buy the straw sandals. Since Yunxing had gotten the straw sandals for free, she had saved 5 copper coins. The village's prices were low. 5 copper coins was not a small sum. With these 5 copper coins, Yunxing could start developing the hemostatic agent earlier. After Yunxing discovered that the small mandala lotus could paralyze the strong Granny Lu, an idea popped up in her mind. The appearance of the Thunder Tiger brothers and that unfamiliar youth made her realize that in this continent where magic and martial arts ran rampant, it was obviously unreliable for a useless person like her to rely on the bone needle to protect herself. She had to find a better way to protect herself. At the entrance of the village was a blacksmith shop. Just as she approached, she heard a series of clanking sounds. A blacksmith with muscles as big as a small hill, wearing a coarse cloth sack, was waving a large iron hammer and hammering away at the red-hot soldering iron. He was the only blacksmith in Banana Leaf Village, Tai Gang. Tai Gang from the blacksmith shop and Xianxia were drinking buddies. When he had nothing to do, he would go to Yunxing's house to drink a few cups. He only had a mischievous son. He had always been jealous of Xianxia for having such an obedient and sensible daughter. Seeing Yunxing come to the door alone, Tai Gang opened his big mouth and said loudly, "Yunxing, are you here to get the bone needles?" "Yes, Uncle Tai." "Have you finished the bone needles I asked you to make for me last time?" In Yunxing's previous life, she used gold and silver needles for acupuncture. However, after coming to the boundless continent, the smelting technology of this era was far behind the modern era, not to mention a small mountain village like Banana Leaf Village. Even the best blacksmith in the village, Tai Gang, would find it difficult to make acupuncture needles of such high purity. Fortunately, there was a type of bone needle in this era. This kind of needle was made from animal bones. Although it wasn't as nimble as gold or silver needles, it was very sturdy and durable. Most of the villagers used it to sew and mend clothes, but Yunxing used it for other purposes. Yunxing took the bone needles and examined them. There were a total of 10 needles of various sizes. Tai Gang's craftsmanship was very good. The bone needles were polished until they were smooth and durable. Yunxing was about to thank Tai Gang when she suddenly saw an inconspicuous knife on the blacksmith table beside Tai Gang. When she saw the shape of the knife, Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She almost blurted out, "Scalpel." Scalpel? The scalpel in the blacksmith's shop had a blade like a willow leaf, about 5 to 6 centimeters long. Its size and sharpness were about the same as the clinical scalpel Yunxing used in her previous life in the medical university. In her previous life, although Yunxing was born in the Eastern medical family, her grandfather was an open-minded person. He thought that Chinese medicine and Western medicine were equally profound, so when he taught Yunxing the essence of the Eastern medical system, he also encouraged Yunxing to join the formal Western medical system. With a few years of medical university education, coupled with Yunxing's Shenong eyes and trillium hands, Yunxing was famous in the medical university for her quick knife skills. In her dissection class, she even set a record for taking 1 minute to remove a cancerous organ from a rabbit and stitching it perfectly. Initially, she thought that she would never see a scalpel again after arriving at the boundless land. However, this willow leaf-like scalpel in front of her caught her attention. That is a scalpel made from the golden rhinoceros boar's tusk. A few days ago, a hunter from the village went into the mountains to hunt for a golden rhinoceros boar, but the cunning fellow slipped away and only managed to cut off half of the boar's tusk. Half of the boar's tusk was not worth much, so the hunter brought it to my shop to see if he could polish it into something useful. In the end, he only managed to polish it into this small scalpel. It is sharp enough, but it is too small, so no one can use it. Tai Gang shook his head when he saw the scalpel. The boundless land was a special land. The spiritual energy here was abundant, giving birth to countless magical species and many mysterious powers that could not be explained in the modern era. Not only were there mages and warriors on this land, the wild beasts that lived on this land were also very strong. Just their appearance alone was several times that of the wild beasts in the modern era. Other than a small number of domesticated wild beasts, there were many highly dangerous wild beasts living in the unknown deep mountains and forests. According to the different danger levels of the wild beasts, they were divided into wild beasts, magical beasts, and war beasts. The golden rhinoceros boar that Tai Gang mentioned was a magical beast, a rank 2 or 3 magical beast. It looked like a pig, with a pair of barbed fangs. The golden rhinoceros boar was ferocious and had great destructive power to crops and livestock. Fortunately, it lived deep in the mountains and forests and rarely appeared in the villages. The golden rhino boar's tusks were very hard, comparable to refined metal. In a small mountain village where resources were scarce, the golden rhino boar's tusks were a rare tool for making daggers. If it was a complete golden rhino boar's tusk, it could be sold for 1 silver coin in a village's blacksmith shop. The currency system of the boundless world was 10 copper coins for 1 silver coin, 10 silver coins for 1 gold coin, and 10 gold coins for 1 pure gold coin. 1 silver coin was enough for an ordinary farmer to live for a month. Unfortunately, when this golden rhino boar's tusk was delivered, it was already broken, so it was worthless. "Uncle Tai, can you sell this small knife to me? But I only have 2 copper coins left." Yunxing spent 1 copper coin to buy 10 bone needles. She wanted to save 2 copper coins to buy hemostatic medicine, so she only had 2 copper coins left. "It's just a worthless knife." "What kind of money is it?" "It can't be used as a kitchen knife, nor can it be used as a chopper. Take it as a gift from Uncle Tai for Xiaoxing to play with." Tai Gang smiled and passed the knife to Yunxing. "Uncle Tai, can you make a small groove here and help me make a hemlock handle?" Yunxing imitated the style of a modern scalpel and explained to Tai Gang in detail. Tai Gang also couldn't figure out why Yunxing wanted to make this strange knife, but he still followed her instructions and made a scalpel according to what she said. After receiving the modified scalpel, Yunxing's face revealed a bright smile. She thanked Uncle Tai and left the blacksmith shop. Yunxing went to the grocery store in Banana Leaf Village to buy a rice grinder and a rice grinder. She had a complete set of simple medicine-making tools. When she returned home, the sun was still early. Yunxing's newly obtained 3-petal mandala lotus was split. Part of it was transplanted to the medicine field, and the other part was left for the first anesthetic experiment. After all, 3-petal mandala lotus was rare in Banana Leaf Village. Planting it properly would be beneficial for long-term use. The development of anesthetic medicine seemed simple, but it needed to be done carefully. Otherwise, one would be anesthetized like Granny Lu. Yunxing used beast skin to simply sew a mask and a pair of gloves. After tying up her hair, she then began to grind the medicine. After busying herself for 2 hours, she finally managed to refine the first batch of anesthetic liquid before Yun Songhai returned home for dinner. Yun Songhai was drunk again. After returning home, he didn't even eat dinner. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, Yun Songhai woke up dizzily and found that the stove had heated porridge. Porridge was the best for sobering up. There was a piece of paper on the stove that said, "Father, I went to the village head's house to help with the farm work. I might not be back at noon. Remember to drink the porridge while it's hot." Yun Songhai put down the paper and drank a few mouthfuls of porridge. As soon as the porridge entered his mouth, he felt a clear energy invade his body, and the hangover disappeared. He made a sound of surprise and took a closer look at the bowl. He found that it was actually medicinal porridge. "Jiuxing, it seems like our daughter has inherited your talent in the field of medicine. That's fine, let her develop towards medicine. Perhaps completely giving up on becoming a magician would instead be a happy thing for her." Yun Songhai strolled to the door. He raised his head to look at the sky and couldn't help but furrow his brows. In the sky, the sun seemed a little dim. An unusual red cloud shrouded the sun. "That's..." Yun Songhai's face was covered with a layer of haze, but then he smiled bitterly. "Yun Songhai, you can't even protect yourself now. Why are you meddling in other people's business?" He lowered his shoulders and walked to the tavern at the entrance of the village. In the rolling hills, on a mountain that was about 1,000 meters high, Yunxing carried a medicine basket and walked towards the mountainside. The Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain was the name of the mountain. It wasn't because there were many wild beasts in the mountain. It was only some low-level magical beasts and wild beasts that appeared here. It was called the Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain because a long time ago, legend said that there was a large beast graveyard in this mountain. No one knew the location and origin of the beast graveyard. The villagers who entered the mountain never found any large beast graveyard in the mountain. It was just that after a long time, the villagers who didn't know many words habitually called this mountain the Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain. Yunxing's purpose in coming to the Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain today was to find some herbs that could strengthen one's body. It would be best if she could find the moonlight grass that the village head said could improve one's magical constitution. Secondly, she wanted to try out the anesthetic that she had just made yesterday. The forest around the Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain was lush and the smell of vegetation was very strong. Looking at it, it was so green that it was almost dripping. There were also a few low-level magical beasts in this area. Compared to Banana Leaf Village, there were more wild herbs in this area. Yunxing looked around and found some ordinary herbs. She didn't find the moonlight grass that Grandpa Village had mentioned at all. After Yunxing dug up some herbs, she suddenly heard a commotion in the grass behind her. A sense of danger surged. A level 1 magical beast, willow green snake, as thick as a thumb, crawled out of the grass. The snake raised its head high. When it discovered Yunxing, it spat out an emerald green wind blade with a puff from its mouth. Yunxing had heard from the hunters in the village that the jade wind snake wasn't poisonous, but it could spit out a sharp willow wind blade from its mouth. This was Yunxing's first time facing a magical beast directly. Even though she was quite old in her previous life, she didn't have magical beasts in her previous life. Fortunately, Yunxing was used to seeing life and death, so her mental fortitude was strong. She only panicked for a moment and immediately regained her calmness. As a doctor, no matter what the situation was, they must remain absolutely calm. Between her fingers, there were a few more bone needles. These bone needles were different from the ones she had used before. These bone needles had been tempered with datura lotus juice and the end of the bone needles was tied with a small finger-thick beast tendon. Narrowing her eyes, Yunxing saw the direction of the wind blade and her body nimbly jumped between the bushes, dodging the wind blade. After the first stage willow green snake spat out a wind blade, if it wanted to spit out a second wind blade, it would need to accumulate wind elements again. Taking advantage of the time when the willow green snake's eyes turned green and it was accumulating wind elements, Yunxing aimed the bone needles at the snake's 7 inches. With a chi sound, the beast tendon tightened like a steel bar and the bone needles flashed with a cold light. The willow green snake, who was originally holding its head high, was nailed to the ground by the bone needles. When the needles entered its body, the anesthetic immediately took effect. It struggled a few times, but the anesthetic on the needles had already taken effect. After a while, the willow green snake fainted. Yunxing's wrist shook and she picked up the unconscious snake and put away the bone needles. She aimed at the snake's gallbladder and with a shake of the scalpel, the sharp blade cut open and an intact snake gallbladder was dug out. Yunxing washed the snake gallbladder with water from the water bag she carried with her and directly swallowed it into her stomach. When the snake gallbladder entered her body, a hot and cold feeling rose from her abdomen. The snake gallbladder nourished the yin and solidified the vitality. For Yunxing, who was now weak and lacked nutrition, it could be considered a tonic. After digging out the snake's gallbladder, Yunxing peeled off the snake's skin. The snake's stomach was empty. It seems that this is just a 1-year-old willow green. It's a pity that it doesn't have the soul stone that Uncle Hunter mentioned. Yunxing's small face fell. In Banana Leaf Village, the hunters were much wealthier than the farmers. Most of the hunters lived in tiled houses made of stone. The reason was that hunters could enter the mountains to hunt wild beasts and even low-level magical beasts. Every part of a magical beast was a treasure. Apart from the magical beast's skin, which could be used to make all kinds of armors, and the magical beast's meat could be sold, the most valuable parts of the magical beast's body were the magical beast's bones and magical beast's soul stones. Magical beast bones were the best materials for crafting magical bone staffs and weapons. As for magical beast soul stones, they had even more uses. It could be embedded into a magical bone staff to increase the condensation and usage of magical elements. It could also be used to replenish the magical elements used by spellcasters. It was even said that if one was lucky, the soul stones of some magical beasts could even carry magical techniques or martial techniques. The price of these soul stones was very high. It was a pity that magical beast bones and magical beast soul stones were hard to come by. Only magical beasts that were more than 10 years old could grow into bones that could be used to craft magical staffs and weapons. 10-year-old magical beast bones could be used to craft the lowest level of magical staffs and weapons. As for magical beast soul stones, it required magical beasts that were more than 10 years old to have a chance of obtaining them. Level 1 magical beasts were mostly 5 years old. Level 2 or even Level 3 magical beasts could reach 10 years or even a few dozen years old. With Xianxia's current strength, killing a Level 1 magical beast was not a problem. If she encountered a group of Level 1 or Level 2 magical beasts, she would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia did the same thing and searched around the Thousand Beasts tomb. She killed a few willow green snakes and found some commonly used herbs to strengthen the body. Unfortunately, she did not find the legendary moonlight grass that could change the magical constitution. It's almost noon. Let's go home first. If father can't find you at the village chief's house, it will be troublesome. Xianxia walked down the mountain. At this time, the sky darkened. Xianxia looked up at the sky and saw a colorful red cloud floating in the sky. That red cloud was entrenched in the Thousand Beasts tomb area and refused to disperse for a long time. The sky seemed to be collapsing as the clouds kept rolling in the sky. Like a storm on the surface of the sea, the air became very oppressive. It was a kind of oppressive feeling before a summer storm. Could it be that the weather was changing? Xianxia could not help but quicken her pace. The sky was getting darker and darker, and it was dusky in front of her. Even with the Xianxia pupil in the minute subtlety realm, Xianxia could only barely see the road ahead. A black shadow appeared on the sun. The shadow expanded bit by bit, as if something was swallowing the sun. Just as the sun was being swallowed, the red cloud in the sky strangely moved towards the horizon, as if it was hiding from something. In Banana Leaf Village, when the villagers saw such a phenomenon, they were so scared that they all hid in their homes. The heavenly dog swallows the sun. It's the heavenly dog swallowing the sun. Quickly hide. If you are discovered by the heavenly dog, you will be eaten. In Banana Leaf Village, every family hid in their houses. Xianxia walked in the mountains. She also witnessed the strange scene of the heavenly dog swallowing the sun. It was just a total solar eclipse. Xianxia, who had modern scientific knowledge, did not panic when she saw this scene. She could barely recognize the road and jogged down the mountain. Suddenly, she staggered as if she had stepped on a stumbling tree root. Xianxia rolled down the mountain with her medicine basket. She deviated from the mountain path and rolled all the way. She did not know which corner of the mountain she landed in, but she heard a loud bang. Xianxia's head hit something hard. After a moment of dizziness, Xianxia opened her eyes again. When she saw her surroundings clearly, she realized that there was a sparkling light in front of her. This is moonlight grass. Not far away, a patch of tender grass that was as soft as moonlight emitted a firefly light in the darkness. This patch of moonlight grass was growing on a raised slope. The shape of a tomb could be faintly seen on the slope. Xianxia's head hit the tombstone of an unknown tomb. The entire tombstone was cracked. A trace of blood appeared on Xianxia's head. This must be the nameless tribe's beast tomb. The beast tomb was desolate, as if no one had been here for a long time. Xianxia was a doctor in her previous life. She had dealt with the dead countless times, so she did not avoid tombs. No wonder the villagers had never found moonlight grass in the mountains. The moonlight grass would only show its appearance at night when there was no light. With moonlight grass, it could improve one's magical constitution. Xianxia was secretly delighted. With the protection of the Xianxia medical bracelet, she did not have to worry about the wound on her forehead. She carelessly touched it with her hand. After confirming that it was fine, she began to collect mature moonlight grass and moonlight grass seedlings. She only stopped when she had collected most of the moonlight grass in this area and filled her medicine basket. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The Tengu sun swallowing celestial phenomenon ended. The sun appeared in the sky again. Yunxing noticed that the beast language ring on her hand was also stained with blood. It must have been stained when she tested the blood on her forehead. Eh? Why is the mud on the ring suddenly clean? Is this a totem? Yunxing looked at the ring on her hand in astonishment. The color of the ring was simple and unadorned. It was very clean. There was a carving of a beast's head on it, but she could not see what kind of beast it was. Whatever, let's go down the mountain first. Yunxing's harvest today was not small. She happily went down the mountain. Not long after Yunxing left, the tombstone in front of the nameless beast tomb on the slope of the graveyard where she had collected moonlight grass earlier collapsed with a loud bang. From the slope of the graveyard, there was a weak roar. A small black shadow swayed and struggled to climb out of the beast tomb. After coming down from the Thousand Beasts tomb, Yunxing returned home. After the Tiango eclipse, the sun was even more dazzling than usual. The villagers who were hiding in their houses walked out of their houses, and the village regained its former tranquility. Yun Songhai was not at home. He must be at the pub at the entrance of the village again. Yunxing changed out of her clothes that were torn by the tree branches. The small wound on her hand had already healed. The beast language ring was still on her finger. However, due to the blood, the color of the ring had changed to a dark red. Yunxing did not mind. She took out a thick pharmacopoeia that was hidden in a wooden box under the bed at home and tried to find information about the moonlight grass. The pharmacopoeia that the Yun family kept was much bigger than the average pharmacopoeia. It was thick but not heavy, and it gave off an ancient vibe. The pharmacopoeia had close to 1,000 pages. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was well preserved. Yunxing was sure that even the pharmacopoeia in the Temple of Banana Leaf Village could not be compared to the one at home. According to what Yunxing knew, Yun Songhai was not familiar with medicine. She guessed that this pharmacopoeia was left behind by his mother who passed away early. For some reason, Yun Songhai did not mention his late wife often. This pharmacopoeia had long been covered in dust. The medical system of the Boundless Land was very complicated. It was divided into two major categories, ancient medicine and magical treatment. Magical treatment was related to magic. It was rumored that only the great magicians of the Temple of Magic at the town level and above knew how to use it. It was known as sacred magic. Only the royals and nobles, as well as the disciples of some sects and aristocratic families, as well as some talented geniuses, had the opportunity to learn it. Yunxing could not feel the magical elements, and as a commoner, she could not come into contact with magical treatment. Fortunately, she had a good foundation of medical knowledge from her previous life. Even if she could not learn magical treatment, she could still learn ancient medicine. Ancient medicine was divided into two categories. One was basic herbalism, and the other was medicine refining. The pharmacopoeia in the Yun family was a pharmacopoeia that recorded a large number of basic herbs. The compendium of 10,000 herbs was similar to a traditional Chinese herbal medicine compendium. It mainly introduced various common and rare herbs, and also described the names, characteristics, effects, and appearances of various herbs. When she was 2 or 3 years old, she had already familiarized herself with the language of the boundless world and started to dabble in basic herbology. After flipping through more than 10 pages, she found a record of moonlight grass. Moonlight grass. It's non-toxic and has a pungent taste. Its appearance is no different from ordinary grass. It's a type of herb that's beneficial to the cultivation of magic. It grows in damp places with densing qi and can be eaten raw. Its leaves can also be dried and made into moonlight grass tea. The effect is also very good. After Yunxing looked at it, she took out several moonlight grass that she had picked. Under the sunlight, the moonlight grass was transparent. Yunxing swallowed a green leaf and felt as if a mouthful of chilly water had been poured into her throat. It was very spicy. She sat down cross-legged and began to meditate according to the teachings of the Jiaya Temple. Meditation was the most common method used by magicians in the Boundless Land to accumulate magical elements. Ever since she was 3 years old and participated in her first magic initiation, she was like the other children in Jiaya village and learned the way of meditation. For most children, due to their young age, they needed to rely on magic crystals to concentrate their mental strength and enter a state of meditation. However, Yunxing was an exception. She had only participated in one magic initiation and had already learned the way of meditation. Her meditation time was several times faster than ordinary people. She did not need to rely on magic crystals to enter a state of meditation. Yunxing attributed the specific reason to her need to maintain a high level of concentration as a doctor in her previous life. In the Yun family's small straw hut, Yunxing sat alone on the bed. The bright sunlight outside the window and the chirping of the birds had all disappeared. It was as if she was in a pitch-black place. Yunxing meditated while recalling the concepts of magic that Grandpa Village Chief had told her. There were 4 natural elements in the continent: wind, earth, water, and fire. They corresponded to the 4 colors: green, yellow, blue, and red. Depending on one's meditation state and elemental affinity, the natural elements one could perceive would be different as well. Generally speaking, the perception of magic elements was related to a person's personality. For example, people with a fiery temper had the best ability to capture the red fire element. People with a flexible personality had a unique advantage in perceiving the blue water element. People who were fickle and sensitive could keenly sense the green wind element. People who were honest were born to be favored by the earth element. However, perception was not necessarily related to one's personality. In some cases, there would be exceptions. For example, Grandpa Village Chief could perceive the power of wind and water elements at the same time. In the past 3 years, Yunxing could only see pitch-black darkness. However, after eating the moonlight grass today, she noticed that there was a change in the darkness. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless light spots in the darkness. They were sparkling like stars. Those stars were increasing in number and gradually occupied Yunxing's entire meditation space. Red, like a burning cloud, jumped in Yunxing's meditation space. Grandpa Village Chief once said that the more elemental energy one had, the higher one's magical talent would be. From pitch-black darkness to a large amount of fire element, such a big change made the usually calm Yunxing ecstatic. Fire element was the fiercest among the 4 natural elements. At the same time, it was also the most aggressive. Yunxing still remembered that when she first came to the boundless land, her father, Yun Songhai, released a sea of fire. Perhaps it was because of her father that she inherited the magical physique of the fire element. After the ecstasy, Yunxing continued with the next step of meditation. Perceiving the magical elements was the first step. This meant that Yunxing had just become a magic apprentice. Just perceiving the magical elements was not enough to use magic. She had to condense the fire element into a magical flame seed and store it in her body. As long as she could store a magical element of one color in her body, she could be promoted from a magic apprentice to a mage and learn the most basic magic. She carefully used the power of meditation to guide the red magical elements and continuously condensed them. Just as Yunxing successfully attracted a large amount of fire elemental magic, the red fire elemental magic suddenly disappeared. It was as if an invisible hand had swept away all the fire elemental magic. Yunxing's brain felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Her consciousness instantly shattered like glass. Her small body shook violently, and her face instantly turned pale. She opened her eyes, which were filled with unwillingness and pain. Interrupted meditation. Failed. The most important step in the transition from a magic apprentice to a mage was the step of accumulating magical elements after perceiving the magical elements. She had failed. Yunxing did not understand where she went wrong. Why could she not accumulate the magical elements in her body? The side effects of interrupted meditation were terrifying. This meant that she would not be able to meditate a second time for the next day. She did not notice that just now, the beast's speech ring on her hand flashed red and then returned to its original color. With a heavy heart, Yunxing swallowed another moonlight grass. She washed the remaining moonlight grass and dried it. In the next few days, Yunxing took advantage of Yun Songhai's absence to meditate a few times. Every time she meditated, she could see more and more fire element. But without exception, all the magical elements would disappear at the last moment. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Yunxing was still unable to accumulate magical elements, but the day of the herb gatherer selection at the Jiaya temple was approaching. Banana Leaf Village was a small mountain village. News of the arrival of an archmagus in the village's temple had spread throughout the village a few days ago. Most of the villagers were herb farmers. To them, the temple was an unreachable existence. Banana Leaf Village was too small. The pharmacists who could prescribe medicine and treat illnesses were unwilling to stay. Thus, the sorcerers in the temple took on the role of basic healers. The previous mage who had been stationed at the Xianxia temple had no choice but to retire due to old age. The new great mage had taken over the Xianxia temple. On the day the archmagus arrived, he announced that he was recruiting a herb gatherer. Being a herb gatherer at the temple was a lucrative job. Not only would one be exposed to all kinds of herbs and even knowledge of medicine refinement, but they would also be able to serve the new archmagus. They would also be paid 20 copper coins, which was 2 silver coins, per month. In the eyes of the simple villagers, if their own children were chosen, it would be a blessing to their ancestors. Although Grandpa Village Head had recommended Xianxia, he could not resist the enthusiasm of the villagers. All of them were racking their brains to send their children to the Dharma temple. In the end, the village head had no choice but to discuss with the temple and put up a notice to select a herb gatherer. It was posted under the notice board at the entrance of the village. The notice was as follows: the Banana Leaf Temple is recruiting a herb gatherer. The age range is from 6 to 13 years old. There are no restrictions on gender. The requirement is to have the ability to identify herbs and experience in picking herbs. Children who are interested in participating in the selection must gather outside the Banana Leaf Temple on the day of the assessment. They will be selected by the new archmagus Yang. On the day of the assessment, Xianxia woke up early. After cooking breakfast, she walked over to Xianxia's bed. "Father, I'm going to the temple to participate in the selection of a herb gatherer today." Xianxia was hopeful. This herb gatherer assessment reminded her of the college entrance examination. It was very meaningful. Xianxia didn't seem to hear her and continued to sleep. Although Xianxia already knew that this would be the result, a trace of disappointment still flashed across her eyes. "Then Xianxia will go first. I will definitely become a herbal gathering boy." Hearing Xianxia walk out quietly, the room regained its tranquility. Xianxia suddenly sat up, seeming to be deep in thought. Xianxia arrived in front of the Xianxia temple. It was very lively at the moment, and the scene was not inferior to the annual magic enlightenment. Banana Leaf Village was a medium-sized village with more than 300 households. Today, at least 100 households had gathered in front of the temple. Some of them were here to watch the fun, while most of them had brought their own children to participate in the selection. The reason for this was the new archmage that had arrived in the temple. In the eyes of the villagers, who rarely left the village in their lifetime, the village chief and the old sorcerer in the temple were already very impressive. Now that an archmage had suddenly arrived, there were naturally many onlookers. But what surprised Xianxia was that there were many unfamiliar faces in the line. They were clearly people from the neighboring villages. Why were there outsiders here for the selection of herb gatherers in Banana Leaf Village? The people from the neighboring villages were actually from the Flaming Rock Village. The village chief had also noticed that there were outsiders participating in the selection. When he had put up the notice, he had accidentally forgotten to state that only villagers from the village could participate in the selection. Naturally, the selection of herb gatherers for the selection of herb gatherers in Banana Leaf Temple naturally had to be from the village. Not to mention, Flaming Rock Village was Banana Leaf Village's sworn enemy. Flaming Rock Village was adjacent to Banana Leaf Village, and both villages grew hemostatic flowers for a living. Unlike the simple Banana Leaf Village, Flaming Rock Village's people were valiant and unreasonable. The village chief of Flaming Rock Village was also a sorcerer who was proficient in fire magic. A few years ago, their village had produced a martial arts master who was equivalent to an archmage, so they were even more unbridled and fearless. In the medicine market, they often suppressed Banana Leaf Village's sales of medicinal herbs. "Everyone, the selection of Banana Leaf Village's temple is only open to the children of the village. Please leave." The village chief politely asked the children around the age of 10 to leave. One of the girls was about 7 or 8 years old. She looked quite clever. Beside her were a few other villagers from Flaming Rock Village. She was the granddaughter of the village chief of Flaming Rock Village, Ding Lei. Your notice didn't state that you don't recruit people from other villages. The few of us left early in the morning and crossed 2 mountains before arriving at Banana Leaf Village. Now that you want to chase us away, we won't leave. Although Ding Lei was young, she had been pampered since she was young. Moreover, she was the daughter of the village chief of Flaming Rock Village, so she was even more fearless. What a joke. She had already asked around. This Archmajang of Banana Leaf Temple not only knew magic, but also all kinds of medicine. It was a pity that he had taken the initiative to come to Banana Leaf Village for some reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to bring a group of villagers to Banana Leaf Village. As soon as Ding Lei finished speaking, the villagers and children of Flaming Rock Village beside her started to clamor. Ding Lei took the opportunity to shout, "It must be because you Banana Leaf Village can't afford to lose. My family has been growing medicinal herbs for generations. I'm also a sorcerer's apprentice. If you want to chase me away, find someone to compete with me. If anyone is stronger than me, we will leave. Otherwise, no one can chase us away." Once they heard that Ding Lei's family had been growing medicinal herbs for generations and that she was a sorcerer's apprentice, the villagers of Banana Leaf Village immediately lost their anger. A sorcerer's apprentice who was proficient in medicinal herbs and was only 7 or 8 years old. Even if the two villages added together, there wouldn't be a single child like this in 10 years. Furthermore, the village chief of Flaming Rock Village was famous for holding grudges. If they offended Ding Lei, they would definitely suffer. As a result, no one dared to step forward. When the village chief saw this, he couldn't help but frown. What? No one dares to step forward and compete with me? Banana Leaf Village is only SOSO. They are all cowards. I think there's no need to compete today. The title of herb gatherer belongs to me. Ding Lei arrogantly looked around. Who says there's no one in Banana Leaf Village? It's just a competition of medicinal herbs. I'll compete with you. A crisp child's voice suddenly entered Ding Lei's ears. A plainly dressed 6-year-old girl walked out of the crowd. She wasn't tall and had a delicate and pretty face. She had a pair of black eyes that made her look very lively. It was Xianxia. When the village chief saw this, his old face couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that no one would dare to step forward and compete with Ding Lei. You? Ding Lei sized up the girl in front of her. She saw that she was younger than her and dressed shabbily, but her expression wasn't as timid as other children's. For a moment, Ding Lei couldn't tell who Xianxia was. A villager from Flaming Rock Village immediately leaned over and whispered a few words into Ding Lei's ear. After hearing this, Ding Lei's expression became arrogant. So it's the daughter of a fake sorcerer. A good-for-nothing who can't understand the magical elements. What right does she have to compete with me? Get lost. Today we are recruiting an herb gatherer, not a sorcerer's apprentice. A languid male voice came from the direction of the Dharma Temple. The villagers looked forward and saw that the doors of the Dharma Temple had already opened. A youth in black walked out. The youth who had walked out of the temple had deep-set eyes and wheat-colored skin. Just by standing there, he looked like a treasured sword ready to strike. His sharp edge made people retreat 3 feet away from him. It's him. Xianxia, on the other hand, had a bad feeling. She couldn't help but lower her body. How could she be so unlucky? Wasn't this young man from the temple the same one she had ambushed on the hill a few days ago? In order to avoid this person, Xianxia had not gone to the hill to practice martial arts. She had thought that he was just a passerby passing by the mountain village. Who would have thought that he was actually from the temple? Looking at his age and figure, he definitely wasn't the great magician Yang. Magicians were different from warriors. Most of them had average physiques and looked thin and weak. The youth was tall and straight, like a green pine tree. That meant that the youth must be the great magician's disciple. However, based on his skills yesterday, he was clearly proficient in martial arts. Could it be that he practiced both magic and martial arts? Legend had it that there was a type of person on the mainland with enchanting talent. They were proficient in both martial arts and magic. This type of person was also known as someone who practiced both magic and martial arts. Xianxia wrinkled her delicate brows. She had accidentally offended a young genius who practiced both magic and martial arts. Perhaps he had already forgotten about her. Yunxing comforted herself. After all, he was blind and she had only spoken a few words to him. He couldn't have recognized her. However, when the youth walked out, his misty eyes didn't hesitate at all. It was as if he could see her. They passed through the crowd and landed directly on the petite figure. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a rather seductive and lazy smile. His expression clearly said, "Little wildcat, we meet again." You. Ding Lei had never seen such an unrestrained youth. She felt suffocated and stuttered, unable to speak. "Oh, it's little brother Yi. Did the great magician Yang ask you to come out? Look, these outsiders also want to participate in the selection of herb gatherers. I was just about to send them away." Grandpa Village Chief had his own selfish motives. He knew that Yunxing knew all kinds of herbs, but Ding Lei wasn't easy to bully. Her family had been medicine farmers for several generations, and her father was the first martial grand master in Cinderclast Village 10 years ago. Because of this, the Ding family had even moved out of Fire Cliff Village and opened a medium-sized pharmacy in town. Yunxing was very smart, but she had never systematically studied herbs, so her chances of winning were not high. Let me say something fair. As I said just now, the Banana Leaf Temple is very fair in recruiting herb gatherers. It doesn't require them to know magic, but it also doesn't stipulate that they have to be from Banana Leaf Village. The young man's gaze never left Yunxing. The young man had heard everything that had happened outside the temple. He did not want to meddle in other people's business and was about to leave the temple to wait for the little wildcat when he heard the voice that made his heart itch. Out of his 5 senses, other than his eyesight, his other 4 senses were different from ordinary people. Although Yunxing had only spoken a few words to him, he had engraved her aura and voice into his heart. That damned blind man, he did it on purpose. Yunxing pursed her lips. Just now, the young man had winked at her. She really did not understand how a blind man could make a blinking motion so seductive. The bystanders did not notice the small movements between the two. The village head's face was full of embarrassment. This young man surnamed Ji had come to Banana Leaf Village with great magician Yang. His identity was very mysterious. He was not great magician Yang's disciple, but he was also an illegal temple member. He had a cold temperament, and the village head had met him a few times, but he had never spoken before. He did not expect him to take the initiative to stand up today. Hearing this handsome young man speak up for her, Ding Lei was delighted. She became even more fearless. "How about it, little trash? Do you dare to compete with me? If you win, I'll give you 5 silver coins. I don't think you've ever seen so much money in your life, right? Let's compete. But other than the copper coins, I want to add another condition. If you lose, you have to crawl back to Firerock Village from here." Yunxing's gaze suddenly changed. If people did not offend her, she would not offend them. If people offended her, she would return the favor tenfold. This Ding Lei was arrogant. Just now, she had laughed at her Banana Leaf Village and mocked the village head's grandfather. As a member of Banana Leaf Village, she had to teach her a lesson. You don't know the difference between life and death. I will compete with you. But looking at your appearance, I don't know if you can take out 5 silver coins. Ding Lei did not put Yunxing in her eyes at all. 5 silver coins were equivalent to 50 copper coins. This amount was equivalent to 5 transactions of hemostasis flowers. For any household in Banana Leaf Village, this was not a small amount. Xiaoxing, don't be angry. Your family doesn't have that many copper coins. The village head's grandfather was also worried. The bet of 5 silver coins was too big. I don't have that many copper coins, but I can use it as a bargaining chip. Village head grandpa, help me take a look. Is this moonlight grass worth 5 silver coins? Yunxing took out a small bag of herbs from her little pouch. These moonlight grass were left behind after she had dried them in the sun. The amount of moonlight grass she had picked back was sufficient. After her processing, the quality was absolutely top quality. This is moonlight grass? Wild moonlight grass? The village head's grandfather checked Yunxing's bag of herbs and couldn't help but change his expression. Wild moonlight grass was basically exclusively sold on the market. One stalk of moonlight grass was worth 1 silver coin. In Yunxing's bag of herbs, there were at least 10 stalks, which were worth merely 10 silver coins. Since both sides have come to an agreement, the herb-gathering boy selection for the Jiaoyi temple will officially begin. The two of you, as well as the village chief, will follow me into the temple. When the youth with the surname Yi heard the two people's bet, he did not reveal anything and led them inside. The onlookers were all blocked outside the temple. Yunxing, Ding Lei, and the village head entered the temple together. The temple in Banana Leaf Village was the most spacious house in the entire village. It was made up of 5 or 6 tiled houses in picturesque disorder. Yunxing didn't come to the temple often. She had only come 3 times to participate in the magic enlightenment. Moreover, she had gone directly to the main hall of the temple. Today, Youth Yi led them directly through the main hall and walked to the back of the temple. At the door of the back of the temple stood a middle-aged man. The man was about 50 years old. His body was thin, his nose was like an eagle's hook, and his skin was yellow. He wore a long greenish-gray robe. From afar, he looked like an old tree stump. Master Yang. When the village head saw the middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully. In the boundless land, the strong were respected. Although the village head was old, he was only a sorcerer. Compared to an archmage, he was 1 level lower. Yunxing noticed that this middle-aged archmage's eyes were gloomy, and he exuded a gloomy aura. He glanced at the 2 children indifferently and said unhappily, "Why are there only 2 of you?" What he needed were clever and nimble young children. At first glance, he could tell that these 2 children had ordinary talent. Especially the younger one, who was extremely thin and weak. He didn't even have a bit of magic power around him. A lousy village was indeed a lousy village. They couldn't even find a decent herb-gathering boy. These 2 children were elected by the village. They are the most outstanding candidates. When the village head saw this, he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Whether they are outstanding or not, we will only know after the assessment. Have the 2 of you read the Chi People's Medicine Encyclopedia? Archmage Yang could only choose the tallest of the shorties. He took out a medicine encyclopedia and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Ding Lei's face lit up at the sight of the Chi People Medicinal Codex, while the village chief's old face was filled with anxiety. The Chi People Medicinal Codex was the most widely circulated herbal classic in the boundless land, and it was only sold in first-grade pharmacies in cities. In a small place like Banana Leaf Village, one might not even find a copy of it other than the Dharma Temple. Ever since Yunxing came to the boundless land, she had never left Banana Leaf Village and had never undergone formal medical training, let alone familiarize herself with the Chi People Medicinal Codex. Ding Lei from Firock Village was different. Coincidentally, she had a copy of the Chi People Medicinal Codex at home. Great Magician Yang took in the changes in the 2 children's expressions and cast a sidelong glance at Yunxing. Why? You haven't even read the Chi People Medicinal Codex? Then you don't have to take the test. I don't accept blind people here. Did you hear that? The Great Magician is asking you to leave. You haven't even read the Chi People Medicinal Codex, yet you still want to be a herbalist. Don't you think so, Big Brother Yi? Ding Lei was pleased with herself and even intimately expressed her goodwill to the youth surnamed Ji. The youth surnamed Ji was also somewhat astonished. He had not expected that Yunxing would participate in the herbalist test without even reading the basic herbal classic. I'm not blind. It's just the Chi People Medicinal Codex. Give me 15 minutes. Yunxing returned to normal after being astonished for a moment. She did not fear Great Magician Yang's cold gaze and directly took the Chi People Medicinal Codex. The Chi People Medicinal Codex was much thinner than the Yun family's Medicinal Codex, but it still had a few hundred pages. Everyone, including the youth surnamed Ji, did not know what Yunxing was going to do next. Yunxing took the Medicinal Codex and lowered her eyelashes. Her slender fingers flipped through the pages of the Medicinal Codex, and her pink lips moved slightly. Her movements were not fast at first, but towards the end, her chanting became faster and faster, and the pages between her fingers flipped even faster. Only then did everyone understand that she was going to read the entire Chi People Medicinal Codex in 15 minutes. It's useless even if you read it. You're just cramming at the last minute. You still want to compete with me? Dream on, Ding Lei said disdainfully. It was already difficult for a 6-year-old child who had not received any systematic medical training to understand the pharmacopoeia, let alone memorizing the Chi people's pharmacopoeia in 15 minutes. Just as he was thinking, Yunxing finished reading the medicine encyclopedia. Great Magician Yang, please take the examination. I'm already prepared. Great Magus Yang's eyes flickered. Yunxing's confident tone was convincing. Yuning Ting. Valiant cloud vine, a herbaceous herb with purple leaves and a height of 3 inches. Sweet and cold in nature, it can cure deafness and improve eyesight. Taking it all year round can prolong one's life, Ding Lei hurriedly said. Then, she glanced at Yunxing proudly. You've forgotten its habits. It likes the sun and is wet. It mostly grows in river valleys near water, Yunxing added lightly. When Great Magus Yang heard this, he looked at the medicine encyclopedia again. Sure enough, there was a line recorded at the bottom of the heroic cloud vine's information. She had also noticed such an inconspicuous corner. Great Magus Yang asked about a few more herbs. Every time, Ding Lei rushed to answer. Yunxing didn't say much, but she would fill in 1 or 2 sentences that Ding Lei had missed. As she answered, her words were clear and unhurried. She didn't sound like a child at all. This surprised Great Magus Yang. On the side, the youth surnamed Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This little wildcat really did have some skills. At the end of the examination, Great Magus Yang closed the medicine encyclopedia and said in a low voice, Page 109 of the Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia. Ding Lei was startled. She hadn't thought that Great Magus Yang would suddenly change the examination method. Although she had studied the Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia, she was far from being able to recite it backwards. However, she wasn't worried. She didn't believe that Yunxing would be able to recite it. Blood rhinoceros stone, a medicinal crystal. Its appearance is like a hexagonal diamond. There are traces of blood on the surface of the stone. It's mostly collected from the sea. When refining this stone, it needs to be placed in a smokeless furnace and heated until it turns red. Take it out and make it into powder before consumption. It can absorb qi to reduce phlegm, stop bleeding, and heal sores. Yunxing's voice was like a silver bell. As soon as she finished speaking, a trace of admiration surged onto Great Magus Yang's withered face. He opened the Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia and didn't miss a single word. It really didn't miss a single word. Ding Lei's face twisted. How is this possible? This is impossible. Why you cheated? You can't know the contents of that page. Page 10 of the Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia, page 240 of the turtle's saliva grass, page 321 of the Dendrobium serpentis. Do you still need me to continue reciting it? Ding Lei, remember your promise. Crawl out on your knees. At that moment, 2 small dimples appeared on Yunxing's delicate face. The types of herbs in the Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia were much fewer than in the Yun family's medicine encyclopedia. On the basis of the compendium of 10,000 herbs, she could even recite the entire Chi People Medicine Encyclopedia backwards. The youth surnamed Yi on the side raised his eyebrows beautifully. It was as if he could already see the devilish smile on Yunxing's face. You. Ding Lei's face was red. If she had to crawl out of Banana Leaf Village, not only would she lose her face, it would also affect the reputation of the entire Fire Cliff Village. She definitely couldn't let this little good-for-nothing be so proud of herself. A flame suddenly appeared in her hand. The flame burned brightly as it rushed towards Yunxing's small body. The people present didn't expect that a magic apprentice would be able to use fire magic in an instant without chanting. It was Yunxing's first time fighting against a magician. Even though the other party was only a magic apprentice, his magic was ever-changing and there was almost no pattern to it. Just as the flame was about to burst forth, Yunxing's body felt light as a pair of strong arms picked her up. Remember, you owe me one. The youth surnamed Ye's somewhat languid voice softly fell into her ears. Yunxing only saw the beautiful curve of his face. The youth's lips barely moved. His hazy eyes flickered. The flame that was rushing towards the two of them stopped in midair. A wisp of fire element expanded and turned into a ferocious fire wolf. The fire wolf's body was huge and its red eyes were filled with murderous intent. It drew a sea of fire in the air and swallowed the flame released by Ding Lei. Then, it turned around and pounced on Ding Lei. This was magical imitation, a mid-level fire magic. The village chief's mouth was agape. This youth actually didn't use a magic staff or chanting a spell. He just directly cast a mid-level spell. No! Ding Lei cried out miserably. The flame sprang up and surrounded her body. The village chief only then reacted. Ding Lei couldn't die. He took out his magic staff and waved it. On the magic staff, there were 2 alternating blue and green magic soul stones. The blue one emitted a dazzling light. A cloud of water vapor dispersed and extinguished the fire on Ding Lei's body. However, the fire wolf had already burned Ding Lei beyond recognition. Her body was covered in wounds. A cracked low-level magic artifact fell out of her body. Ding Lei had also come prepared this time. She had brought along a magic tool that could store a magic attack. How could he cause such damage in an instant? Was this magic? Yunxing's heart turned cold as she looked at Ding Lei, who was suffering from burns all over her body. Yunxing didn't sympathize with her, but she wasn't grateful to the youth either. She tried to break free from the youth's arms. However, the youth's arms were as firm as a mountain. He didn't have any intention of letting go of her. Under the medical conditions of the boundless land, if Ding Lei's extensive burns weren't treated properly, only death awaited her. Remember, little wildcat. When facing an enemy, it's foolish to underestimate them. The youth's words were as bone-chilling as ice as he reminded Yunxing. The strong lived, and the weak died. However, in the next moment, his lips curled into a bewitching smile. Welcome to Xianxia Temple. Little wildcat, remember my name, Yi Baiming. When she came out of the temple, Yunxing already had 5 brand new silver coins and a set of herb-gatherer robes on her. Ding Lei's burns were very serious. When the people of Flaming Rock Village found out that it was the people of Xianxia Temple who did it, they didn't dare to do anything and could only take Ding Lei away. What happened in the temple was kept a secret by the village chief. However, the villagers all knew that the little trash of Xianxia Village, Yunxing, had defeated Ding Lei of Flaming Rock Village. The villagers looked at Yunxing in a different light. Under everyone's gaze, Yunxing calmly left the temple. In her mind, the appearance of the magic fire wolf was still flashing. Unlike the gentle water magic and ethereal wind magic of Grandpa Village Chief, fire magic was indeed the most dazzling and the most powerful of the 4 types of magic. Even though Yunxing had inherited her family's secret technique, magic was still difficult to defend against. However, why was she still unable to condense magic elements after consuming the moonlight grass? This made Yunxing feel very helpless. In front of her, there was a commotion of children. What kind of monster is this? Throw stones and smash it to death. A few 3 to 4-year-old children gathered together. Surrounded by the children was an unknown small beast. Its entire body was black and it was impossible to tell what species it was. The reason why the children called it a monster was because it had 2 heads. One of its heads was already deformed by the children throwing stones at it. The other head was also badly mutilated and one could vaguely see the skull. A deformed cub was indeed a monster in the eyes of the children. There were a few barren mountains near Xianxia Village. There were some unknown wild beasts living on them. Perhaps this cub escaped from the mountains. From a doctor's point of view, Yunxing knew that the cub was deformed and malnourished. Coupled with the hunger and cold, it didn't have long to live. If they were in the modern era, this cub might be able to use advanced medical equipment to undergo a separation operation. Unfortunately, the current environment was too crude. Just as Yunxing was about to walk away, her body suddenly shook as if she had bumped into an invisible wall. She felt a strange fluctuation of emotions, as if someone was whispering something into her ear. Yunxing looked over again and her gaze collided with the little beast. The little beast's light brown eyes were filled with pain. That pained expression was not something a wild beast should have, but more like a child's. Stop, don't bully it. Yunxing didn't hesitate. She walked up and chased the children away. When she approached the cub, Yunxing found that even though it was seriously injured, it still stood up shakily the moment she approached it. All the dirty fur on its body stood up, and it roared defensively at Yunxing. Most wild beasts were hostile to humans, not to mention a cub that had just been bullied. "I won't hurt you. Don't be nervous." Yunxing knew that a dying beast was the most dangerous. As she spoke, she slowly approached the two-headed beast. The latter seemed to be thinking about Yunxing's words, and there was a trace of confusion in its eyes. Just as the two-headed beast was thinking, Yunxing raised her hand, and a needle filled with anesthetic silently pierced through the air and pierced the cub's back. The cub swayed and fell to the ground. Yunxing carried the two-headed beast and ran home as fast as she could. On a mountain road outside Banana Leaf Village, a few villagers from Flaming Rock Village were pushing a wheelbarrow. On the wheelbarrow was Ding Lei, whose entire body was wrapped in gauze. Yi Baiming's fire magic was very overbearing. Fortunately, the village chief had acted in time, and great magician Yang didn't want the villagers from Flaming Rock Village to pick a fight, so he simply treated Ding Lei. Ding Lei's life was saved, but her face and skin were all burned. There was no way she could recover her original appearance in this lifetime. "Lei, don't be sad. When we get back to the village, we'll ask the village chief to come forward and work with the pharmacies in the city to reject Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic flower. Let's see how they survive," one of the villagers said hatefully. "There's also that Yunxing. She colluded with that young man from the Dharma Temple to harm me. I must take revenge. I want to kill her." Ding Lei's ugly face was contorted. She was filled with hatred. If it weren't for her, she would have been the herbal gathering boy. "Lei, don't worry. The village chief will help you take revenge," a few of the villagers agreed. "You won't be able to take revenge." A person stood at the intersection in front of them. The person was tall and had the smell of bad wine on him. "Who are you? What right do you have to say that I won't be able to take revenge?" Ding Lei endured the pain and sat up, glaring angrily at the drunkard blocking her way. "You bullied the young, and the old couldn't stand it, so I came to stand up for you." The man's breath reeked of alcohol. As he spoke, a walking stick with 5 soul stones on it slid out of his sleeve. No one could bully Xing. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and the ground strangely burned. Countless tongues of fire were like evil spirits from hell, gathering together and penetrating everywhere. The phantom ghost fire, which could even devour souls, was the most mysterious forbidden fire-type magic on the continent. Sky magic. Before the apprentice Ding Lei could finish her sentence, she had already turned into charcoal. This fire was even more powerful than the mid-level fire-type magic that Yi Baiming had released earlier. The fire was extinguished, and only a few human-shaped ashes were left on the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the ashes drifted away. Cough cough. The drunkard Xianxia kept the magic bone staff in his sleeve and coughed violently. He laughed bitterly and mocked himself, "My magic only has this much power left. Soon, I'm afraid that even alcohol won't be able to suppress the blood curse in my body. With my magic power, I'm afraid. This place is no longer safe. Do I have to send Xing back to that place? It's just that I don't have the face to go back there." He hunched his back like an old man in his twilight years and walked in the direction of Banana Leaf Village. It was close to evening, and the twilight pulled his tall and thin figure into a long oblique shadow, making him look especially bleak. At this time, Yunxing had already settled the two-headed beast in her home. The two-headed beast in her arms had already fallen asleep under the influence of the anesthetic. While the two-headed beast was asleep, Yunxing had already purchased some things needed for the operation. Fortunately, she had just made a small fortune, which was just enough to buy groceries. Due to the limited conditions, she could only temporarily transform her simple bed into a simple operating table. She bought a new oil lamp from the village's grocery store, the inferior wine that Xianxia had left behind, clean linen gauze, new cotton, a few beast tendons of suitable size, the scalpel that she had just bought, and a few bone needles of different diameters. She hung the thin mattress on the window to block out the situation in the room. After everything was prepared, the things needed for the operation were considered ready. Yunxing changed into a clean herbalist's uniform and used it as a white coat. When she washed her hands with the inferior wine, she wanted to take off the orc language ring. Who knew that after trying a few times, she could not take off the ring? In desperation, Yunxing could only wear the ring and directly perform the operation. Yunxing scraped off the dirty fur of the two-headed beast and saw its true appearance. It was a two-headed hound. Canine magical beasts were not rare, but this two-headed hound seemed to be different from ordinary canines. Now was not the time to guess what breed this two-headed hound was. Yunxing collected her thoughts. At the same time, she realized that the difficulty of her first operation in the boundless land was not small. There were no modern medical equipment, no assistance, and no measures to stop the bleeding after the operation. However, she did not lose confidence. At least, the two-headed hound in front of her was not in the worst condition. When the two-headed hound was in its mother's womb, it was not fully developed. Fortunately, its heart and other organs were well developed. This undoubtedly increased the chances of the two-headed hound surviving. The only problem was that the left side of the two-headed hound's head was completely necrotic and had to be removed. Even if it was successfully removed, its head would be a little crooked in the future. The biggest difficulty of the operation was that the left and right sides of the two-headed hound's head were connected. To remove the left side of the head, it was very likely to damage the main artery in its neck. If it was in modern times, the bleeding could still be done through blood transfusion. However, in the boundless land, where could she find a blood source and blood transfusion equipment? In addition, her Xianxia pupil had only broken through the first level. She could only see the blood vessels on the surface of the muscle, but not the small nerves deep in the muscle. The only thing she could do now was to give it a try. Yunxing calculated the time. She could not delay any longer. Otherwise, once the anesthetic wore off, the two-headed hound's situation would be even more dangerous. She decisively cut open the fur on the two-headed hound's neck. The sharp scalpel had just touched the surface of the skin when it quickly cut open a wound like cutting cloth. The scalpel nimbly bypassed the numerous nerves, the bright red veins, and the lymphatic tissue. Under the oil lamp, Yunxing's movements were very smooth. It did not look like she was performing a life-or-death operation at all. Instead, she looked more like a pianist playing freely on a stage. The first level of trillium hand and Xianxia pupil were used to the extreme by Yunxing. She found the connecting cartilage of the two-headed hound's left head. After removing the necrotic muscles, all that was left was to remove the extra deformed dog head. Yunxing's scalpel cut through the last layer of soft membrane. Suddenly, she slit a hidden blood vessel with the scalpel. Blood instantly gushed out. Yunxing did not stop there. She took out the thinnest bone needle and quickly pierced the surrounding area. Miraculously, the bleeding stopped. After stopping the bleeding, Yunxing was still very nervous. The soul-healing needle could only stop the bleeding for a while. She had to complete the operation. After the removal was successful, he used the prepared beast bone needles and beast tendons to stitch them up. After a perfect Yunxing surgical knot was tied, Yunxing felt weak all over. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out in an instant. She leaned against the bed. When it came to performing surgeries, the chief surgeon's psychological and physical qualities were extremely demanding. Although Yunxing was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine in her previous life, she had participated in the medical activities of the United Nations as a Red Cross doctor. Under the extreme conditions of the boundless world, it was easy to imagine the pressure on the body of a 6-year-old girl to complete an extremely simple operation that required a combination of Eastern and Western medicine. Yunxing placed her hand gently on the two-headed hound's chest. After the operation, the two-headed hound's heart was beating vigorously. 2 small dimples appeared on Yunxing's face again. She dragged her tired body and tidied up the surgical equipment in the room. After that, she carried the two-headed hound to the storeroom behind the house and made a hay nest for it. Her father, Xianxia, did not like animals. Yunxing wanted to wait until the two-headed hound recovered slightly before releasing it. When Xianxia returned home, he could not find his daughter, Yunxing's petite figure in the house. Only the sound of boiling water came from the kitchen. When he walked to the kitchen to take a look, Xianxia could not help but stare blankly. The porridge pot in the kitchen was open, and the rice grains in the pot were constantly rolling. His daughter, Yunxing, was lying on the dining table, sleeping soundly. She was still wearing a brand new short herb-gathering robe. "Father, I will definitely become a herb-gathering boy." His daughter's childish words when she left home in the morning were still ringing in his ears. A crack appeared on Yin Songai's calm face. He walked forward and picked up his daughter's small body, the rims of his eyes slightly hot. Yunxing was indeed tired. She accidentally fell asleep while cooking. This sleep, however, was a deep sleep. In a daze, Yunxing only felt that she was in a warm and humid place. A gentle female voice whispered in her ear, "Xing do you blame mother? Mother?" Yunxing's consciousness surged like a tide, and she quickly woke up. She found that her body had become small, and her hands and feet were curled up. She was clearly still in the appearance of a baby. Her body was surrounded by warm amniotic fluid. This was the situation before Yunxing was born. A woman with an unbelievably beautiful face sat on the bed with difficulty. Large beads of sweat continuously hung from her forehead. The woman was in a simple and crude house. She was about to give birth, and her husband, Xianxia, was sent by her to find a midwife. The woman was still wearing a ring on her hand. She gently stroked her belly. Yunxing was certain that this beautiful woman was her mother who had lived a short life. "Although you have not been born yet, mother knows that you must have inherited my talent. It's not that mother is cruel, but they are too strong before you have the ability to protect yourself," the woman muttered. She hesitated for a moment, and then she put her hand on her bulging belly. "Mother can only keep it in the beast language ring. One day, when your own ability awakens, you can wake it up. Yunxing, promise mother that you must live on strong and protect your father. I caused him to be unable to return home, and he became an unfilial son that everyone spurned. I owe him too much." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she left a seal on the ring. After a while, the beast language ring returned to its original state. After the beautiful woman used her magic, her fetus was affected. She was sweating profusely, and the space between her legs was wet. At this time, there was a clamor outside the house. "Hu Jiuxing, so you were hiding here?" the beautiful woman sneered. She took out a bone staff and quickly chanted. With a loud bang, the house exploded. The moment the house exploded, Yunxing woke up with a start from her dream. The sky was already bright. Yunxing wiped her forehead and found that she was covered in cold sweat. She lowered her head and looked at the beast language ring on her hand. The originally dim beast language ring was shining brightly. The seal on the beast language ring was lifted. Although she didn't know the reason why the beast language ring that had been sealed for many years suddenly unsealed itself, a brand new concept appeared in her mind the moment Yunxing unsealed it. That was a beast summoner. It turned out that on the continent, there weren't only two powerful professions, magicians and warriors. Above these two professions, there was a profession that both magicians and warriors kept a secret, and that was a summoner. A summoner was a person who could contract a beast and make it a beast companion. A summoner must be a magician, but not all magicians could become a summoner. According to Hu Jiuxing's memories, on the continent, the ratio of magicians to summoners was an astonishing 1 in 100,000. On the boundless continent, summoners were already rare. In Zhou State, where Banana Leaf Village was located, the number of summoners could be counted on one hand. It was also because of this that the appearance of a new summoner was a huge fortune for any country. Yunxing's mother was at least a scepter summoner, but due to some unknown reasons, she wasn't accepted by the summoners, this group of powerful summoners, and was constantly being hunted down. Even Xianxia was not accepted by the world. In order to protect her daughter who was about to be born, Hu Jiuxing left behind this beast language ring. Only when Yunxing's ability awoke one day, would the seal be unsealed. The unsealing of the seal meant that the beast language ring's function had been reactivated. The beast language ring was a special tool that Hu Jiuxing used to seal Yunxing's ability. At the same time, it was also a storage ring. Inside it was some information related to summoners that Hu Jiuxing had left behind. The method to make the beast language ring recognize its owner was to drip blood. Previously, Yunxing had unintentionally stained the beast language ring with her blood, and the ring had automatically recognized its owner. Yunxing was a natural beast language master, but previously, this part of her talent was sealed in the beast language ring. With the removal of the seal on the ring, Yunxing could feel the emotional fluctuations of the magical beasts. She could even understand the language of the magical beasts. Especially when facing a high-level magical beast, the effect was even more obvious. In the past 6 years, Yunxing's ability had not been awakened. It was only recently that she was able to sense the emotional fluctuations of demons. It seemed that the reason she sensed the two-headed hound's emotional fluctuations for no reason was due to the awakening of her beast speaker ability. As long as a beast speaker reached a certain level of cultivation, they would be able to draw a summoning magic circle and summon beginner-level beasts. Yunxing was eager to give it a try. She immediately drew a basic magic array according to the information left in the ring. Drawing a basic summoning magic array was not difficult. After Yunxing finished, she stood within the magic array. She was really looking forward to what kind of beast her first beast would be. When the psychic power passed through the magic array and spread out, the summoning wave spread out within a radius of dozens of miles. In the mountains near Banana Leaf Village, the low-level magical beasts became restless. Yun Songhai was not at home. In the corner of the utility room, the little puppy, who was still under the effects of the anesthetic, felt the magic summoning power. Although it was weak, it was very alert. Its head, which was still drooping, immediately lifted up. Its light brown eyes showed a trace of alertness. Yunxing felt a strange magic fluctuation. It's a success. Yunxing looked down and was stunned. She saw an egg jump out of the magic array. It was an egg with 2 wings. It was about the size of a chicken egg, and the egg was pink in color. Pop pop, my dear little master, your ability has finally awakened. The egg had not seen the light of day for a long time. When it was summoned today, it jumped up and down excitedly, rolling around in the room. Chicken. Egg. Yunxing was stunned. She did not expect her first beast to be an egg. Pop pop, it's not an egg. Have you seen an egg with wings? Pop pop just hasn't hatched yet. After hatching, Pop Pop is loved by people. Beasts run away when they see it. The winged egg wandered around Yunxing. It turned out to be a magical beast egg. It hasn't hatched yet. Yunxing breathed a sigh of relief. She heard that beast summoners were all awesome. They had all kinds of cool beasts. A beast summoner with an egg, just thinking about it was too horrible to look at. So, Pop Pop. Seeing that the magical beast egg kept popping, Yunxing simply called it Pop Pop. How long will it take for you to hatch? Also, do you know any combat skills or magic? In the information that Hu Jiusheng left for Yunxing, it was written that all magical beasts, even if it was a level 1 magical beast, had combat skills or magic. She just didn't know whether her magical beast was a magic beast or a combat beast. Combat skills or magic, what is that? You can eat it, master. Pop Pop doesn't know anything about those things. Pop likes to bask in the sun, Pop likes to eat magic elements. Pop Pop said and pounced towards Yunxing. Yunxing only felt a strange force coming towards her. Before the egg even got close, her small body flew out and fell on her back. Pop Pop, I didn't do it on purpose, master. That egg was only the size of a chicken's egg, but its strength was amazing. Just now, it actually sent Yunxing flying. Don't come over. Wait, eat magic elements. Don't tell me that the magic elements that I accumulated after eating the moonlight grass couldn't be condensed because of you. Yunxing climbed up in a sorry state, full of grief and indignation. Puff Puff, kiss master. Puff Puff has been in the beast language ring for so long. I was so hungry and accidentally ate too much. Master, are you blaming Puff Puff? The winged puff egg wailed. In an instant, the whole roof seemed like it was going to be overturned. The crying sound came wave after wave, and the cups and bowls in the room immediately broke. Yunxing only felt her scalp go numb. If someone really wanted to cry, she should be the one crying. This was her virgin summon. Turning her grief and indignation into speed, Yunxing covered the puffed egg tightly with lightning speed. It had only held a few times, but the sound was already so shocking. Was this thing really left behind by her own mother? Was she sure it was her own mother? Was it not a gift from a mobile top-up? The most miserable thing was that Yunxing quickly found out that this magical beast egg in the beast language ring was stained with her own blood along with the ring. Unknowingly, it had signed a life contract with Yunxing. There were 3 types of beast contracts. One was the master-servant contract, one was the equal contract, and the last one was the life contract. Among the three, the life contract was the most important and had the greatest connection with the summoner. The equal contract and the master-servant contract had fewer restrictions, and it was also more convenient to cancel the contract. This magical beast egg was specially kept by Hu Jiuxing for his daughter in the early years. He had a good impression of Yunxing, so he only needed to use a drop of blood to form a contract. Yunxing could only accept this fact. Pop was sent back to the beast language ring. Yunxing only felt that all her strength had been sucked out. She thought for a while and decided to check on the situation of the two-headed dog after the operation. Yunxing prepared some porridge and went to the storage room. The two-headed hound had just undergone surgery to separate its body. There were no blood tonics or nutrient solutions in this world. Even though Yunxing handled it well, the two-headed hound was still weak from the massive blood loss. Yunxing thought that it had not woken up yet. Who would have thought that when she entered, she would hear a barking sound? Wasn't that the two-headed dog? The small dog that was missing a head looked very strong. The right side of its head was a little crooked and it had a pair of eyes that looked like glass balls. The hair that had been removed because of the surgery had grown a layer of short hair overnight. Although it was a little thin, it looked like a modern dachshund. "You're awake. What a tenacious little guy." Perhaps it was because Yunxing had saved it, but the small dog was less hostile towards Yunxing. However, when Yunxing put down the porridge, it refused to eat. "You don't like to eat? If you don't eat, your injuries won't heal." Yunxing sighed. Perhaps she would have to go to the hunters in the village and buy some raw meat. "Oh no, I only remembered the summoning and forgot to report to the temple." After becoming a herbalist at the temple, Yunxing had to go to the temple for 4 hours every day to help great magician Yang sort and gather herbs. Yunxing hurriedly left the house. After she left, the small dog looked at the porridge suspiciously. The words that the human had said just now still rang in its ears. If it didn't eat, its injuries wouldn't heal. It hesitated and sniffed the porridge, showing a look of disgust. When Yunxing arrived at the temple, it was already noon. Great magician Yang had a gloomy face as he fiercely reprimanded her. "Go and tidy up the pharmacy. Before the sun sets, gather all the herbs. If you don't do it well, you don't need to get your salary this month. Also, don't go into the innermost storage room, otherwise." The new great magician's face was cold. Just based on his cold aura, normal children wouldn't even want to get close to him. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his gloomy eyes. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat when he stared at her. She quickly pretended to be obedient and nodded her head. "There are nearly 1,000 types of medicine in the pharmacy. Let's see how she can sort them out in 4 hours. She was just a little girl who had just stepped into the world, yet she actually made him, an archmagus, wait for her. She really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After Yang Su left, Yi Baiming walked out from the side. Yunxing looked at the Dharma Temple's pharmacy. There were close to 1,000 types of herbs and she frowned. It was indeed not easy to earn a silver coin a month. Fortunately, Yunxing was quite experienced in the management of medicinal herbs. According to her own common sense, she first carefully identified the types of each herb, and then recorded them in the small booklet. Unknowingly, the sky outside had already darkened, and Yunxing's nose was filled with a fragrance. Her stomach grumbled uncontrollably. Only then did Yunxing remember that she had left in a hurry this morning and didn't even have breakfast. The source of the fragrance was Yi Baiming, who had sat down beside the window without her noticing. In his hand, he was holding a fluffy and soft steamed bun. "Little wildcat, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" "Ah." Yi Baiming winked at Yunxing. His misty eyes had a mischievous smile. Yunxing silently said in her heart, "I would rather die than be humiliated. I won't eat food given to me." After another quarter of an hour, those words had changed. Dignity is precious, freedom is even more valuable. If it's for food, both can be thrown away. Just as she waved her hand and was about to snatch the food in Yi Baiming's hand, the latter elegantly took a bite of the steamed bun. "You." Yunxing was so angry that she almost choked. "You're too slow. With your speed, if you meet that girl from Flaming Rock Village 100 times, you'll die 100 times. You won't be so lucky every time." Yi Baiming conjured up a roasted beast leg in his hand and threw it to Yunxing. Yunxing hesitated for a moment as she looked at the beast leg in her hand. She recognized that it was the leg of a magical beast. The price of one was not cheap. Even the village chief's family could not afford to eat it more than a few times. With your small body, if you don't eat some magical beast meat, your physical strength will not improve. Magical beast meat had the effect of strengthening the body. Yunxing had never eaten magical beast meat before. The fragrance of the food was too tempting. Yunxing did not care about her manners and began to gnaw on the beast leg. Thinking of the little dog at home, Yunxing couldn't help slowing down her eating speed. You have to eat it quickly. I stole this beast leg from great magician Yang. If he finds out, it would be bad. Yi Baiming's voice had just fallen when Yunxing violently coughed. Her black eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't stare at me. If you're worried about being found out, just go up the mountain and hunt a few magical beasts. But I'll say the ugly words first, whoever eats it will be responsible. I won't help you. Yi Baiming said this and then jumped. He had already disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a flustered and exasperated Yunxing. This damn blind man, he's even more cunning than a fox. Yunxing fiercely bit down on the beast leg in her hand as if Yi Baiming was the beast leg in her mouth. But then again, that blind man's culinary skills were pretty good. Yunxing quickly discovered that under the effect of the magical beast meat, she could feel a heat spreading through her limbs. She had heard that magical beast meat could strengthen the body. It seemed like this was true. Yunxing decided that she would go up the mountain tomorrow morning to hunt some magical beasts. When great magician Yang approached the pharmacy around sunset, Yunxing was already respectfully waiting there. A booklet with delicate handwriting was presented. It had all kinds of herbs neatly organized and categorized. Great magician Yang, the temple has a total of 988 kinds of herbs. Among them, there are over 50 that have gone bad and moldy. I've already cleaned them up. The remaining 938 kinds have been placed in different drawers. Each drawer has a corresponding number. You can compare them one by one. Yunxing handed over the booklet. Great magician Yang looked at it and couldn't help being stunned. He had deliberately made things difficult for Yunxing, but who would have thought that she would only use a few hours to tidy up the storehouse? After comparing them one by one, he found that all the herbs were good. Great magician Yang's expression relaxed a bit. He secretly said in his heart, I didn't think that in this small mountain village, there would be a child that is so proficient in medicine. It's a pity that she was born poor and doesn't know magic. Otherwise, if she specialized in magic, she might have been able to inherit my legacy. Great magician Yang pondered for a moment. After comparing the booklet, he couldn't find any flaws, so Yunxing could go back. Great magician Yang, I found that the parsnip in the pharmacy is already gone. This is a commonly used cold medicine. The villagers often use it, and there is a large patch in the back of the mountain. How about I go up the mountain tomorrow and pick some? Yunxing had an obedient look on her face. That's fine too. You're still young and it's inconvenient for you to go up the mountain alone. I'll have Baiming go with you. Magician Yang thought about it and agreed to Yunxing's request. When Yunxing returned home, she found that the bowl of porridge she had left in the morning was still full. She placed the remaining magical beast leg in front of the small dog. The small dog looked at Yunxing and finally couldn't hold back. It bit on the leg of the magical beast and began to gnaw on it. Yunxing's lips curled into a smile. She 11 Sua 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 Sua. A short figure walked through the lush forest. The windbreak root grew on the cliffs of the Thousand Beasts Graveyard Mountain. Yunxing had to pass through a primeval forest to pick herbs in the mountain. As the mountain grew higher, the forest became more and more uninhabited. In some places, the rotten leaves were piled up to half a person's height. If a person accidentally stepped on it, it would be disastrous. Yunxing carried a medicine basket on her back and tied her sleeves and trousers tightly with hemp rope. She held a walking stick in one hand and used the other hand to push away the vegetation in front of her. Xiaohei, don't follow me. Go back. Yunxing walked a few steps before hearing footsteps behind her. She had no choice but to stop. Behind her, the recovered dachshund Xiaohei followed Yunxing. This little dog's recovery was unexpectedly good, especially after eating some magic beast meat. In just 2 nights, it had recovered its strength. Perhaps it was because of the magic beast's leg, but it refused to leave even when Yunxing drove it away several times. This morning, when Yunxing went up the mountain to pick herbs, it followed behind her. Leave immediately. Yunxing pretended to be angry. The mountain was very dangerous and it was just an ordinary dog. It was too dangerous. Seeing that Yunxing was angry, the little dog drooped its head and ran down the mountain with its tail between its legs. Seeing that the little dog had disappeared, Yunxing felt relieved and walked up the mountain. In her previous life, she had followed ginseng farmers into the mountains to pick old ginseng, so she was very familiar with picking herbs in the mountains. Although great magician Yang told her to bring Yi Baiming, Yunxing automatically rejected this suggestion. That brat was young, but he was full of evil tricks. Yunxing thought that she had lived for more than 20 years, and in this life, she was almost 30 years old. Yet, she had been tricked by him twice. She was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. Besides, Yunxing muttered. No matter how good the other party was, he was still blind. She didn't have the mood to take care of another person in the deep mountains. Yunxing obviously didn't know enough about this world. What she didn't know was that when one practiced martial arts to a high level, one's skin, hair, flesh, and even the other 7 orifices would become tens of times more sensitive. It was hard to say who would take care of who. Yunxing picked the windbreak grass. This journey seemed to be surprisingly smooth. Occasionally, they would only encounter some first-order low-level magical beasts. Suddenly, Yunxing heard a commotion behind her. She looked back warily. Along the way, Yunxing put a few animal traps that she asked Uncle Tai to make in the forest, hoping to catch some prey. It was still early. Thinking of the moonlight grass beside the strange tomb, Yunxing followed her memory until she found the abandoned beast tomb. In front of the beast tomb, the moonlight grass was unusually lush. I'll go back to the mountains to take a look. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to give my dog and my family more food tonight. After Yunxing filled the basket with herbs, she turned back the way she came. Not long after she left, a figure quietly stood on top of the beast tomb. It was Yi Baiming. Yunxing didn't know that not long after she left the temple, the bad boy Yi Baiming, whom she called Bad Boy, had been tailing her. He had unknowingly become her bodyguard. Compared to Yunxing, who was fully armed, Yi Baiming was much more relaxed. The rugged mountain road was like flat ground under his feet. He ran faster than a rabbit. Most of the time, he was a few steps ahead of Yunxing. He would stop at a fork in the mountain and clear out the second-order and third-order magical beasts that were a threat. He left a few first-order and second-order magical beasts for Yunxing to practice on. Later on, after Yi Baiming confirmed that there were no threatening magical beasts nearby, he lay down on a tree and rested for a while, waiting for Yunxing to catch up with him. Under Yi Baiming's secret protection, Yunxing's journey was smooth. Moonlight grass? This little wild cat is usually so clever, but this time, she really misjudged. Compared to this abandoned beast lair, the moonlight grass is not even worth mentioning. Yi Baiming walked to the inconspicuous beast lair and smelled the damp wind blowing from the beast lair. Yi Baiming felt around the entrance of the cave for a while. When he found that the magical beast was wet, he thought to himself, there must have been a newborn magical beast here a few days ago. From the looks of it, that magical beast's level isn't low. A green magic array appeared under Yi Baiming's feet. A few green wind elements poured out and entered the beast lair. Wind had the sharpest senses and could allow people to quickly detect the situation in the cave. The dangers of an unknown cave were unknown. It was too dangerous to enter alone. Yi Baiming was young, but it was unknown where he learned to be so cautious. If Yunxing saw this scene, her mouth would have formed the shape of an zero. It turned out that this young man from the temple, Yi Baiming, was not only a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. He was also a multi-elemental sorcerer. It was too unfair. A young man who was not even 10 years old had such shocking talent. What was even more commendable was that his temperament was like that of an adult's. He was calm and collected. He was simply a monster. At this time, Yunxing had already turned back to check on the animal traps she had placed along the way. As a doctor, Yunxing knew very well that diet during puberty was very important. After tasting the magical beast's meat, she wanted to improve her diet and strengthen her body. At this moment, she heard the cry of a young magical beast. The source of the sound was one of the traps that Yunxing had placed earlier. A level 2 magical beast, the golden rhinoceros boar, was caught in the trap. Yunxing's trap had gone through special processing. It was sharper than a normal trap. The most fatal metal spike was even smeared with a small amount of mandrake juice. After Yunxing discovered the small boar, she was not in a hurry to approach it. She first crept beside it and carefully observed it. This small boar was obviously out hunting for food. In a moment of carelessness, it stepped on the trap. Its hind leg was completely pierced by the sharp iron spike. Blood flowed out, and it let out a mournful cry. After struggling for a few times, the anesthetic took effect, and it immediately fell to the ground with a plop, unconscious. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Yunxing could not help but be delighted. The golden rhinoceros boar was not commonly seen. This magical beast liked to appear in pairs. This small boar was very small. It looked like it was a lone boar. If they caught it, it would definitely be a delicacy. Yunxing quickly walked forward and wanted to open the trap. Just as Yunxing was about to crouch down to open the trap, she heard a swoosh sound behind her ear. An arrow flew past her shoulder. Yunxing reacted quickly and rolled away to avoid it. A few strong youths scurried out from the bushes at the side. The one in the lead had a longbow on his back and was dressed like a young hunter. He was an old acquaintance of Yunxing. It was Lei Hu and his group of friends who had an unsuccessful fight with Yunxing on the hillside of the village earlier. Lei Hu had stayed in the martial arts school in the town for a long time. All kinds of hunting activities were popular among martial artists. After he returned to the village, he wanted to go up the mountain to hunt a magical beast so that he could show off at the martial arts school. Lei Hu was also a clever person. He had asked the old hunter and found out that only in the depths of the Thousand Beasts graveyard could one catch a slightly higher level magical beast. Thus, he encouraged the children of the hunters in the village to go up the mountain together. Who knew that not long after they went up the mountain, they would see Yunxing catching the small boar. If it had been someone else, Lei Hu could only be jealous. But when he saw that the person who caught the small boar was that good-for-nothing Yunxing, he was jealous and evil at the same time. There was no one around. Yunxing had come alone. He had heard that she had become a herbalist in the Dharma temple. She must have come into the mountain to gather herbs. In such a deep forest, the little good-for-nothing would not be so lucky. The village chief could not come and save her again. Little good-for-nothing, it's you again. This small boar is mine. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Lei Hu grinned and waved his stone-like fist, threatening Yunxing to hand over the prey. Bah, you're not worthy. According to the rules of the hunters in the mountains, the prey belongs to whoever sets the trap. Look carefully, I set the trap. There's a Xing character on it. Before Yunxing came out, she had asked the experienced hunters about it. In order to avoid disputes, the hunters had an unwritten rule that they could not break. When she asked Uncle Iron to make the trap, she had already been careful and engraved her name on it. The few youths glanced at the trap and saw the Xing character. They immediately stuttered. Little trash, it's mine if I say it's mine. I'm the king of the children in Banana Leaf Village. You disobeyed me time and time again. You're asking for a beating. Lei Hu was not as smart as Yunxing. After being questioned, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not care about the mountain boar anymore. His figure flashed and he wanted to capture Yunxing. Yunxing was already prepared. She spread her legs and ran forward. Several youths followed behind her, running all the way forward. Who knew that after running a few steps, they heard a series of screams. Two of them stepped on the trap one after another. Their flesh was torn open and they held in pain. Along the way, Yunxing had placed 7 to 8 hunting devices. She lured people towards the location of the hunting devices. As expected, these martial arts students who only had physical strength but no brains suffered a hidden disadvantage. When Lei Hu saw this, he was so angry that his face turned red. He did not care about the injuries of his companions behind him and shouted loudly. Just like last time, he doubled his speed in an instant. Yunxing ran all the way and seemed to have run out of energy. She was careless and was pounced on by Lei Hu like a hungry dog and pinned to the ground. The two of them wrestled together. Lei Hu was strong and tall. In a short while, he had twisted Yunxing into a ball. "Little trash, I'll see how you're going to play tricks now." Lei Hu had just said this when he suddenly felt his arm go numb. He lost control of his entire right hand and hung down. "You, what did you do?" Lei Hu looked at his right hand in horror and realized that he couldn't feel it at all. Yunxing kicked Lei Hu away with a rabbit kick. She was still holding a bone needle in her hand. Yunxing knew that she was no match for Lei Hu in terms of physical strength, so she pretended to be ambushed and waited for Lei Hu to get close to her. Then, she looked at the main acupoint on his hand and inserted a needle. "Whose prey is it?" Yunxing straightened her back with a calm expression. She waved the bone needle in her hand in front of Lei Hu. This is sorcery?" Lei Hu couldn't understand how Yunxing was able to turn his arm into cotton with a bone needle the size of an embroidery needle. If this wasn't demonic arts, what was it? "You're the one with sorcery. Your whole family is sorcery. This is medicine." Yunxing didn't use much force. She used the lightest amount of mandala lotus on the bone needle. A youth covered in blood ran over from behind. Lei Hu took a closer look and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. "Ah Meng, what happened?" That youth was one of the youths that entered the mountain with Lei Hu earlier. His entire body was covered in blood and there was a large hole in his left leg. "Brother Hu, it's not good. Magic beast, level 3 magic beast." The youth's face was pale as he shouted as he walked. When he crawled in front of Lei Hu, he lost too much blood and couldn't catch his breath. He immediately fainted. Looking at the wound on his leg, blood flowed out continuously from the large hole as if it was pierced by some sharp weapon. Level 3 magic beast. Yunxing and Lei Hu's minds went blank. They both thought of the level 2 little boar at the same time. The little boar was clearly still a cub. How could there not be adult golden rhino boars guarding a cub? Clearly, the little boar took advantage of the fact that its parents weren't paying attention and sneaked out to look for food. It just happened to meet Yunxing's hunting tool. Golden rhino boars always come in pairs. 2 level 3 magic beasts. Not to mention Lei Hu and Yunxing, even if the village chief came personally, he could only barely fight. Lei Hu woke up with the sound of ripping silk. What are you doing?" After all, Lei Hu was only a youth in his teens. Although he liked to fight, he still lacked actual combat experience with magic beasts. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Seeing Yunxing tear open Ah Meng's trousers, Lei Hu was shocked. He didn't care that his right hand was still numb and couldn't move. He made a move to push Yunxing away. "Shut up. If you don't want him to become a cripple, don't interrupt. He has lost too much blood. If we don't stop the bleeding, even if we save him, his leg will be crippled." Yunxing swiftly tore off a few strips of cloth and tied them tightly around Ah Meng's wound, stopping the blood from gushing out. She then used bone needles to poke a few acupoints around him. The bleeding stopped immediately. She took out a few flowers to stop the bleeding, chewed them and covered the wound. Lei Hu had never seen such a method of treating wounds. Before he could blink his eyes, Ah Meng's wound had stopped bleeding. This was even better than the sorcerers of the deity temple. After a quarter of an hour, loosen his wound. If it's still bleeding, tie it up again. Loosen it up again and again until the bleeding is completely stopped. Remember, every quarter of an hour, do not stop. Otherwise, his meridians will die. Yunxing methodically treated the wound. She got up and ran back to where she came from. What are you doing now?" Lei Hu was tongue-tied. "Go back and save them? Are you going to watch them die? You call yourself the king of the children? What kind of bullshit king of the children are you?" Yunxing glared at him. Her figure flashed, and she disappeared from the other side of the mountain. "Do you want to die? That's a level 3 magic beast." Lei Hu finally reacted, but Yunxing was already gone. After being yelled at by Yunxing, Lei Hu felt even more ashamed. To think that he, a registered martial arts student, could not even match up to a little girl. A level 3 magic beast. She really did not want to live anymore. Only then would she seek death. Lei Hu was extremely anxious, but he could not leave the unconscious Ah Ming behind. Just as he was anxious and did not know what to do, a cold voice came from behind him. You again? Where is she? Lei Hu looked up and saw a handsome young man with a dark face. It had only been half an hour, and that little wild cat had already caused trouble. Lei Hu did not recognize Yi Baiming, but from the way he looked at him, it was obvious that he recognized him. This youth looked even younger than him, but the aura around him made Lei Hu unable to move. Even the martial arts masters in the martial arts hall could not compare to this kind of feeling. You're talking about the little trash. No, you're talking about Yunxing. She went to save people. Level 3 magic beast. Quickly go save her. There are 2 level 3 golden rhino boars over there. Lei Hu realized that the youth in front of him could save them. Level 3 magic beast. Nonsense. When the youth heard Lei Hu's words, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect that there would be level 3 magic beasts nearby. He turned around and sent Lei Hu flying with a flying kick. Lei Hu felt a sharp pain in his chin. He knew that his jaw had been dislocated from the kick. Lei Hu groaned inwardly. Young master, when did I offend you? Remember, the next time you bully her, it won't just be your chin that gets hurt. A light green wind element swept up. Yi Baiming used a levitation technique and flashed into the forest. Yunxing's experience in fighting magical beasts was pitifully little. Before entering the mountains, she had specially asked the old hunters in the village about their experiences in encountering magical beasts. If they encountered a level 1 magical beast, they could use a hunting device to capture it. If they encountered a level 2 magical beast, they could use the hunting device and their own abilities to capture it. If they encountered a level 3 magical beast, unless they had a mage or a martial master, there was no need to think about anything else. 3 words, run for your life. Fortunately, there were not many magical beasts in the mountains, and the golden rhino boar was considered one of the most difficult to deal with. Female golden rhino boars were different from male golden rhino boars. Male golden rhino boars were like human warriors, good at violent collisions. Female golden rhino boars were different from male golden rhino boars. They were smaller in size, but were very good at magic, especially earth magic and shockwaves. Yunxing had always been well prepared when doing things. When she had first gathered information about magical beasts, she had not expected to use this experience to take risks. She had only been prepared for any eventuality. She had never thought that she would be so unlucky as to face 2 level 3 golden rhino boars. She was cautious by nature and was not a reckless person. She had turned around to save the village youths not because she was trying to be brave, but because she knew that the little boar had fallen into her ambush. It must have been the smell of its blood that had attracted the 2 boars. If the village youths died because of this, it would be equivalent to them dying because of her. When Yunxing rushed back, she saw a boar the size of a calf blocking the mountain path. The 2 golden rhino boars, 1 male and 1 female, were about the size of an adult water buffalo in the village. Their bodies were covered in long, shiny black fur, and 2 long tusks protruded from their mouths. Their limbs were thick and powerful, leaving a trail of deep footprints wherever they stepped. These 2 boars were also cunning. They seemed to know that the youths in front of them would not be able to withstand a single blow. The female wild boar was guarding beside the unconscious young boar. The young boar was unconscious for no reason. The female wild boar was very anxious and kept licking the young boar. The boar's fangs were still bleeding. The hole in Ah Ming's leg must have been caused by this boar. These people were only the children of a hunter family, so their skills were not as good as Lei Hu's. Fortunately, there was only 1 wild boar. Although they were no match for it, they could still survive by combining their strength. However, seeing that everyone's strength was exhausted and Lei Hu still hadn't returned after a long time, the few of them were already exhausted. The golden rhino boar deserved to be called the overlord of the mountains. Its strength seemed to be inexhaustible. It aimed at a young man, and its 2 fangs pierced into the young man's abdomen, lifting him up high. Just as the young man was about to land on the ground, an opening appeared in his chest. If he fell, he would definitely be pierced through by the 2 fangs. Bastard! Seeing this, Yunxing gritted her teeth and threw a handful of bone needles at the golden rhino boar. The golden rhino boar was famous for its thick skin. A few bone needles were unable to pierce through its thick skin. However, Yunxing's aim was extremely accurate. Although the needles did not injure the muscles and bones, they caused some pain and successfully attracted the attention of the wild boar. The wild boar did not expect that there would be a fish that escaped the net. Its eyes turned and fiercely glared at the thin and weak Yunxing. Yunxing used the same trick again and led the wild boar towards the mountain path with the hunting devices. But 2 legs were no match for 4 legs. The golden rhino boar appeared in the mountains all year round. As it walked on the rugged mountain path, it was like a tank, crushing everything as it passed. Some small shrubs were even directly crushed by its strong body. Yunxing looked in the right direction and pretended to walk past the 2 hunting devices. Who would have thought that the wild boar would step on the trap and instantly deform it? This was bad. This kind of conventional hunting device was not of any use at all. Yunxing secretly cursed. She knew that there was no way out. Yunxing heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer behind her ear. She did not even dare to turn her head. A steep downhill path appeared in front of her. Seeing that Yunxing was about to rush down, she suddenly changed her pace. Like a little monkey, she climbed up a tree. The wild boar charged forward and directly rolled down the mountain. The wild boar's cumbersome body rolled all the way down and it let out a burst of furious howls. The wild boar that weighed no less than 300 pounds tried to climb out of a withered leaf. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the soil under its body collapsed, and muddy bubbles appeared one after another. At the bottom of the hill, there was actually a bottomless marsh gas pool. In this kind of deep mountain forest, the withered leaves piled up together and did not see the sun all year round. The withered leaves and rotten branches rotted and could easily form a deadly marsh. The hunters of Banana Leaf Village had relied on hundreds of years of hunting to figure out the most dangerous swamps in the Thousand Beast Graveyard Mountain area. Yunxing had kept these places in mind and had to avoid them along the way. The golden rhino boar was also blinded by anger, which was why it followed Yunxing and ran around randomly. The more the wild boar struggled, the faster it sank. In just a short while, the entire wild boar sank down and no longer moved, leaving only a few bubbles. Yunxing waited until the golden rhino boar had completely sunk before she gasped for breath and climbed down from the tree. Fortunately, she was smart and had already discovered that there was a marsh at the bottom of this hill. Even if it was a level 3 magical beast, if it encountered a large marsh without wings, there was only a dead end. After taking care of one, there was still another. Yunxing touched the bone needles on her body. In her panic, she had used many bone needles and there were not many bone needles with anesthetic left. Yunxing was a little regretful. Although the anesthetic had a temporary paralyzing effect, the bone needles were obviously too weak for a huge magical beast like the golden rhino boar. The female golden rhino boar was guarding the little wild boar and could not be lured away. If she wanted to kill it, she could only do it with her wits. Yunxing took out the small scalpel, bit it in her mouth, and quietly dived back. The hunters were lying on the ground and had long lost consciousness. The female golden rhino boar was suspicious and looked in the direction that Yunxing and the male golden rhino boar had disappeared. After a long time, even the female golden rhino boar realized that something was wrong. Could it be that a little girl who looked like a little girl was more difficult to deal with than a few teenage boys? At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the side of the thicket. The female golden rhino boar was alert. It spread out its 4 limbs and a light flashed in its eyes. An earthy yellow magic array appeared under its feet and its 4 limbs stomped. A cloud of dust flew and the hard mountain ground changed in an instant, as if a calm lake was disturbed. The ground instantly became the surface of a lake with wind and waves. A wave of vibration rose and with a whoosh, it attacked the thicket. Just as the female golden rhino boar used its first magic attack, an inconspicuous figure scurried down from the tree like a goshawk crouching to hunt and suddenly landed on the back of the female golden rhino boar. Magic-type magical beasts were the same as mages. They were good at long-range attacks and not good at close combat. Moreover, after launching a magical attack, they needed to accumulate magical elements for a second magical attack. Yunxing had anticipated this point, so she hid in the tree and waited for the female golden rhinoceros boar to launch a shockwave before swooping down. She rode on the female golden rhinoceros boar's back and clamped her legs tightly around the golden rhinoceros boar's waist. Using all the strength in her body, she stabbed the sharp scalpel into the golden rhinoceros boar's right eye. The golden rhinoceros boar's skin was incomparably hard. Only its pair of eyes were extremely weak, which was its most fatal weakness. After stabbing the scalpel, Yunxing turned her wrist and used all her strength to gouge out the golden rhinoceros boar's right eye. The female golden rhinoceros boar let out a deafening howl. It didn't expect that it would be plotted against by a little girl today. Yunxing still underestimated the power of a magical beast when it was in a rage. In pain and anger, the golden rhinoceros boar stood up on its hind legs. Like a person, it fiercely threw Yunxing, who was on its back, out. Yunxing was thrown to the ground. She didn't even have time to feel the pain and jumped up. In front of her, the golden rhinoceros boar was ferociously staring at Yunxing. Its already blinded right eye was bleeding nonstop. Its left eye was scarlet red. Under its feet, an earthy yellow magical formation formed once again. Yunxing's face was pale. She realized that the rank 3 female golden rhinoceros boar was not as simple as the rank 1 willow green snake. It could actually launch 2 consecutive magical attacks in a short period of time while it was heavily injured. Wave-like ripples appeared on the surface of the ground again. Yunxing felt as if she was standing on a small boat riding the wind and breaking the waves. She couldn't stand steadily. The blood-stained scalpel in her hand dripped with sticky blood. Her clothes were ragged and there were many wounds on her hands and feet. When Yi Baiming rushed over, he bumped into that scene. He couldn't see Yunxing's face, but he could hear the intermittent panting of the little wild cat and the smell of human blood in the air. He didn't know if it was Yunxing's. That damned magical beast. His heart tightened for no reason. It actually dared to hurt her. A murderous aura appeared on Yi Baiming's handsome face. A black aura surged around him like a venomous snake. Just as he was about to make a move to kill, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. This feeling? The forest suddenly quieted down. The golden rhinoceros boar that was gathering earth element magic stopped. The beast's remaining eye was filled with fear. A brand new magic array floated up beside Yunxing. Her pale face was as delicate as jade in the magic array. It was a magic array that symbolized summoners. Yi Baiming was keenly aware that there was a magical beast's aura around them. This aura was abnormally active. Beast summoner, Yi Baiming's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the little wildcat was quite black-bellied. She was actually a beast summoner. But why didn't her magical beast come out for a long time? Even Yi Baiming was very curious for a moment. What rank would the summoned beast be? He even wondered what the other party's attribute would be. Inside the summoning array, the magic lines flashed, but the beast didn't appear as expected. Bobo? Yunxing summoned for a long time, but found that the damned Bobo didn't appear. Just as Yunxing was stunned, the golden rhinoceros boar had already accumulated enough magic elements. A terrifying small vibration wave was about to form. Just as the golden rhinoceros boar was about to launch a fatal blow, Yunxing gritted her teeth and ran forward. At this juncture, she had no ability. She could only desperately escape. Beneath her feet, the ground shook like a tide. Yunxing staggered and fell to the ground. She seemed to have felt the golden rhinoceros boar behind her approaching, and the heavy golden rhinoceros boar's hoofs breaking her spine. At this moment, there was a suspicious tremor in the trees in front. A small beast figure came out from the trees. Xiaohei. Yunxing didn't expect that Xiaohei puppy didn't leave and had been following her. The puppy's light brown eyes were a bit blank, as if it didn't understand why Yunxing was lying on the ground. Behind her, the golden rhinoceros boar's cumbersome body was approaching step by step. Go. Yunxing didn't want to see the puppy get involved, so she shouted with all her might. Her trembling voice and face full of wounds were reflected in Xiaohei's pupils. There was a touch of anger in its eyes. As if it understood something, it took a step back. Suddenly, its light brown eyes sparkled. It stuck out its tongue and licked Yunxing's face. Shaking the short black fur on its body, Xiaohei's short limbs kicked hard. Its body was like a sharp arrow leaving the bowstring, and it suddenly pounced behind Yunxing. After a few days of recuperation, Xiaohei's injuries had recovered a lot. Its limbs were indescribably agile. It avoided the vibrations of the golden rhinoceros boar and leaped onto the treetops. Xiaohei shook its short fur in an extremely natural and unrestrained manner. Its eyes shone brightly, and a mysterious force that was like fighting energy, but also like magical elements, was emitted from its body. It raised its head and let out a low growl from its throat. Ah! A howl that sounded like a lone wolf. That howl scraped through the entire forest. In the forest, the wild beasts were restless. Yi Baiming was shocked. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was a battle technique. That howl was like a wolf's, and it was full of vigor that shook the entire forest. The blue sky that was covered by the shade of the trees suddenly darkened. The light in the sky above the forest suddenly disappeared. It was as if someone had used a black cloth to cover all the light within a 1-mile radius. Xiaohei's battle technique awakened, Sky Devourer. The effect lasts for 15 minutes. In this moment, the forest was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. Yunxing witnessed this scene and was shocked. She didn't expect Xiaohei to have such a battle technique. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Yunxing immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to ambush the golden rhinoceros boar. The opportunity couldn't be missed. A golden light flashed in Yunxing's eyes. She aimed at the huge creature that was faintly visible in the darkness. She gathered all the strength in her body and aimed at the golden rhinoceros boar's heart. Using both her hands and feet, she strangely rushed up. The power of the dark needle burst forth from Yunxing's small body. Pain quickly spread in the golden rhinoceros boar's eyes. That strange force in its heart instantly tore its heart apart. A dying magical beast was terrifying. When the golden rhinoceros boar's heart was pierced, Yunxing only felt a huge force coming at her. The next moment, her whole body was flung away. Before she lost consciousness, she felt her body fall into a hard arm. That pair of arms was strangely familiar. Her body felt itchy, as if there were countless little bugs crawling on her body. Slowly, the little bug turned into a warm current that flowed between her limbs. Wherever it passed, it was as comfortable as bathing in the spring breeze, as if a feather was floating on her body. That feather went from her hands, to her feet, to her chest. Yunxing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, and she immediately sobered up. An enlarged handsome face jumped into her eyes. Looking down, Yunxing discovered that Yi Baiming's hand had coincidentally landed on her chest. Damn pervert. Yunxing's face was as red as a tomato. In the next moment, she threw a punch at Yi Baiming's face. The latter didn't even bat an eyelid as he caught her embroidered fist, and said in a neutral tone, "With your figure, I might as well take advantage of a wall." Only then did Yunxing remember that her body was only 6 years old. It belonged to an unrivaled airport that couldn't differentiate between A and B sides. It really didn't have the capital to be taken advantage of. Why did Yi Baiming appear here, and why did he touch her body? Didn't his mother teach him the concept that men and women shouldn't touch each other? In a flash, the last scene of the fight with the golden rhinoceros boar flashed across her mind. The sky-swallowing dog's battle technique had caused the surroundings to be covered in darkness. She had taken the opportunity to sneak attack the golden rhinoceros boar. As the golden rhinoceros boar was dying, she had been thrown out, and then she had been caught by someone. Yunxing secretly circulated her qi, and discovered that the meridians in her body had become much more active. One of her 8 extraordinary meridians, the Yinwei meridian, had actually been opened. Just now, Yi Baiming had circulated his qi to help her open up her meridians? Did this count as dropping a sesame seed and picking up a watermelon? Yunxing couldn't believe it. Why did he help her? You're the stupidest person I've ever met. You knew you weren't strong enough, yet you still fought. Just now, if I was a step slower, you would have died under the golden rhinoceros boar's hooves. Yi Baiming stopped. His expression wasn't good, and his words were filled with anger. Just now, when Yi Baiming massaged Yunxing's blood, he had used up a lot of internal energy. Yi Baiming. When it seemed that Yunxing was about to be swept under the golden rhinoceros boar's feet, Yi Baiming just. Yunxing. It. Yi. Even though Yi Biming was blind, at that moment, a strange power surged in his body. Yunxing pursed her lips. Damn child. What right did he have to lecture her? I'm more than twice your age. But thinking about it, she was a little rash. In the end, it was because she had too little experience fighting magical beasts. Xiaohei. Yunxing looked around and found the little puppy curled up and lying on the side. It looked like the battle technique just now had exhausted it. This magical beast. Yi Biming pursed his lips. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't ask them. Yunxing's body had recovered quite a bit under the influence of his internal energy. After adjusting her breathing on the spot for a while, she could walk normally. The female golden rhinoceros boar's corpse was still lying on the side. Luckily, at the last moment, the hidden needle of the divine needle of medicine had shown its effect. Yunxing had used all her strength in the needle and should have dealt a fatal blow to the golden rhinoceros boar's heart. The effect was not inferior to hitting a cow through a mountain. Yunxing did not forget her duty as a doctor. The first thing she did after waking up was to check on the injured hunters. Luckily, after a round of examination, she found that these people did not have any vital injuries. She simply bandaged their wounds. After a while, Lei Hu also limped over with Meng, who had just woken up. What happened to your chin? Yunxing saw that Lei Hu's chin was dislocated and he could not speak clearly. Without another word, she straightened his chin with a crack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lei Hu rubbed his chin and realized that his chin really didn't hurt anymore. He stuttered and wanted to say something, but under Yi Biming's cold gaze, Lei Hu did not dare to make a sound. This female golden rhinoceros boar is not small. I think it's more than 300 pounds. Yunxing was delighted. Tonight's roasted golden rhinoceros boar was settled again. Don't have any ideas about that golden rhinoceros boar. Yi Biming narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers. A green magic array rose from under the golden rhinoceros boar's heavy body. The magic array suspended the golden rhinoceros boar's body, which weighed several hundred pounds, and easily lifted it up. This golden rhinoceros boar is mine. That small one is yours. Carry it yourself. Yi Biming slipped away and disappeared. He left behind a stunned Yunxing and a group of bitter companions. After a while, an angry roar came from the forest. Yi Biming, you bastard. A few crows that returned at night cawed and flew over. Miss Yun, we'll help you carry it down. Lei Hu saw that Yunxing was on a rampage and had nowhere to vent his anger. He gathered his courage and went forward with a few companions. Miss Yun? Yunxing really wasn't used to such genteel words coming out of the mouth of a boar like Song Lei Hu. Yunxing thought for a moment and decided to dispose of the small golden rhinoceros boar first. A rank 2 golden rhinoceros boar being carried down the mountain was still too eye-catching. Yunxing, Lei Hu, and the others discussed and divided the golden rhinoceros boar according to the rules of the mountain. This mountain disaster turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Even though the biggest piece of meat was snatched away by Yi Biming, this small golden rhinoceros boar was still pretty good. Yunxing took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't dark and hurriedly skinned and deboned the golden rhinoceros boar. After busying herself for half an hour, she successfully divided the golden rhinoceros boar. This entire process caused the nearby Lei Hu and the others to tremble from head to toe. All of them didn't even dare take a deep breath, and they prostrated themselves in admiration towards Yunxing's miraculous skill in splitting the pieces. Anyone who had hunted magic beasts before knew that gathering magic beast meat and skinning magic beast skin was a great skill. If there was even the slightest mistake, it would be a great waste. But this small golden rhinoceros boar that weighed less than 100 caddies was like a ball of flour that could be casually kneaded in Yunxing's hands. It was very smooth. Yunxing's dissecting skills were truly too astonishing. She used all of her surgical skills on the golden rhinoceros boar. Skin was skin, bone was bone. A small scalpel was terrifyingly nimble. She was more skilled than any butcher in the village. Looking at her age, Lei Hu and the others really suspected that she was a butcher in her previous life. Moreover, she was a female butcher who killed without blinking an eye and destroyed the corpses without leaving a trace. Oh my God, they would never dare to offend her again. When evening came, the golden rhinoceros boar was divided up. Yunxing's title had already been promoted from Miss Yun to Big Sister. In just one day's work, Yunxing's status had smoothly changed from Little Trash to Banana Leaf Village's new king of children. After the wild boar incident, Yunxing returned home with a few pieces of high-quality magical beast meat. After explaining the origin of the magical beast meat to her father, Yunxing cut some of the meat into minced meat and carefully fed it to Xiaohei. Today, she was able to successfully escape from the mountain thanks to Xiaohei. After going through such a life-and-death ordeal, the relationship between Yunxing and Xiaohei was obviously much more stable. If she didn't compare, she wouldn't have known. But now that she did, she almost vomited blood. Yunxing quickly thought of her real summoned beast, that damned egg. In the Yun family's small house, the oil lamp was quickly extinguished. Yunxing tiptoed out of the house and came to an open space in the medicinal field. After the magic circle lit up, it took a long time for the winged egg to appear. At this moment, the egg closed its wings and let out a loud flapping sound. Damn, it was actually sleeping. Yunxing saw this and became even angrier. She violently hit the puffed egg. Only then did the latter wake up. His eyes were still drowsy. When he saw that it was Yunxing who was calling him, he immediately became happy. Moi, my dear master, you missed me. Moi, I missed master so much. What kind of beast are you? I almost died during the day. If it wasn't for Xiaohei, you would have lost your master. Yunxing's eyes were almost spitting fire. What was this? Moi, sky-devouring mastiff. When the puffed egg saw Xiaohei lying on the side coolly, its eyes were full of hearts. The egg somersaulted and pounced on Xiaohei. Xiaohei showed a trace of impatience. This egg was too noisy. Mastiffs were a mix of dogs and wolves. They were arrogant and untamed. Other than their own masters, they ignored all other people and magical beasts. Xiaohei raised its meaty paw and slapped it, intending to push the puffed egg away. Who knew that it had seriously underestimated Moi's strength? The egg pressed down on Xiaohei's head and its body was directly pressed into the ground by the puffed egg. Moi, what did you say Xiaohei is? Yunxing had already adopted Xiaohei, but even the most experienced hunter in the village could not recognize Xiaohei's rank. Sky-devouring mastiff, a mutated magical beast with Bahuang bloodline. But master, since you have a sky-devouring mastiff, you don't need Moi. Moi is prettier and stronger than it. The puffed egg pitifully circled around Yunxing. It's not my magical beast, it's my partner. Remember, Moi, in the future, it will be like you, my partner. Yunxing did not contract Xiaohei. With her current strength, she could not contract a second magical beast. She also did not want to enslave Xiaohei. Xiaohei crawled out of the ground and shook off the dust on its body. The disgust towards the puffed egg on its face had already turned into vigilance. If it could speak human language, it would definitely burst out with vulgarities. Damn, what kind of egg was this? Under Yunxing's education, the puffed egg promised that the next time Yunxing summoned it, it would immediately jump out with a whoosh. The night sky was pitch black, as if it had been splashed with ink. The night in the mountain village was quiet and beautiful. In the temple of Jiaoyi village, the female golden rhino boar's belly had already been cut open. Yi Baiming's slender fingers probed into the golden rhino boar's belly. After feeling around for a while, the golden rhino boar's heart was pulled out. The adult golden rhino boar's heart was the size of 2 adult fists and was covered by a large number of fine blood vessels. Yi Baiming exerted force with his fingers and the heart immediately broke into 2 pieces. The inside of the heart was like a broken rice sieve, full of needle-sized holes. This was only the realm of Qi transformation, a realm that even a martial honor would find difficult to achieve. Was it her? Yi Baiming was the last person to make a move. Just as he saved Yunxing, he discovered that the golden rhino boar had already died. Long before Yunxing woke up, he had already examined the golden rhino boar's body. There were no fatal wounds on its body. Generally speaking, if a magical beast died without a fatal wound, it could only be due to a magical attack or the most mysterious Qi transformation of Qi in martial arts. That was to cultivate one's Qi to perfection and be able to kill without leaving a trace, making it impossible for people to guard against. Yi Biming vaguely remembered that the moment he fell into Yunxing's hands last time, a strange power seemed to have entered his body. She could summon magical beasts? Although the summoning wasn't successful. She could use mysterious qi, but she looked too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. Yunxing, who exactly are you? While Yi Biming was deep in thought, the sound of footsteps came from outside his room. When Great Magus Yang pushed open the door and entered, he said in a strange tone, "I haven't seen you all day today. Where did you go?" "I went into the mountains to hunt." "Didn't you say that I didn't have enough soul stones?" Yi Biming waved his hand and a 20-year soul stone fell into Great Magus Yang's hand. He had collected a soul stone from the female golden rhino boar's body. A 20-year soul stone? Are you trying to fool a child? If I want to increase my cultivation, I need a 200-year soul stone. I'm really unlucky. Earlier, I clearly predicted that there would be an abnormally powerful magical beast soul awakening in the banana leaf village area. I asked for help. Who would have thought that there wouldn't even be the slightest bit of a powerful magical beast's aura? Great Magus Yang was dissatisfied. So his goal in coming to Banana Leaf Village wasn't that simple. Although he said that, Great Magus Yang still put away the Earth-type soul stone. He still wasn't satisfied. In a few days, make a trip to the Dark Moon Mountain Range and help me find a 200-year soul stone. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was the closest mountain range to Banana Leaf Village. There were a large number of mid-level magical beasts there. Yi Biming didn't reply. His silence indicated that he wasn't willing to do it. Not going? Don't tell me you don't plan on curing your eyes? In this world, only I can cure your heavenly blindness. Great Magus Yang let out a crow's unpleasant laughter. Heavenly blindness referred to a person who was born blind. There was no way to cure it. Even divine magic was powerless. Although Yi Biming had never mentioned it, he had always wanted to see the light in his heart. In his mind, he was constantly thinking about how he had lost everything that should have belonged to him because he was blind, until Great Magician Yang appeared. He had said that he could cure his eyes. If only he could see. Various memories of the past flashed through his mind. His indifferent royal father, the palace servants who gossiped behind his back, the young girl who had resolutely left, and his mocking royal older brother. Yi Biming knitted his brows and clenched his fists. The expression in his eyes was unclear. After a while, he relaxed his fists and left the temple like a whirlwind without saying a word. This brat seems to be getting stronger and stronger. If this continues one day, I'm afraid I won't be able to control him. I still have to speed up the drawing of that magic array. Like this, my many years of hard work will come true. Great Magus Yang thought to himself. After the wild boar incident, Yunxing's days as a herbalist continued to pass peacefully and orderly. Her accumulation of magical elements did not improve much. Yi Biming had also mysteriously disappeared. According to Great Magician Yang, he had gone out to train. Yunxing was a little surprised. In her impression, Yi Biming almost never practiced martial arts. Every time she saw him, he was either sleeping on a tree or secretly eating. She did not expect him to go out to train. After eating magical beast meat for a while, Xiaohei's body became a lot stronger. However, its size did not change much. Other than Yunxing and the puffed egg, which it could not resist, it looked like a cool black dog to the other villagers, including Yun Songhai. Yunxing found out from the puffed egg that Xiaohei was a mutated magical beast. Although Yunxing did not know much about magical beasts, she knew that mutated magical beasts were very rare on the mainland. Lei Hu and his men also agreed that they would never reveal what happened on the mountain. Lei Hu stayed in the village for a few days before returning to town. Before he left, he didn't forget to wave his fist and warn his friends in the village to listen to Big Sister's words. After the herbs in the temple were sorted out, they began to receive patients one after another. However, Yi Biming still did not return. The villagers who came to the temple were all suffering from headaches, fevers, diarrhea, and other minor ailments. 1 or 2 doses of medicine were enough to cure them. Therefore, Yunxing did not have the chance to see Great Magician Yang use the so-called light magic to treat patients. Days passed like this for a few months. Due to proper care, Yunxing's herbal field welcomed a harvest. Under the bright and beautiful sun, the hemostasis flowers bloomed beautifully in the Yun family's herbal field. Compared to other farmers' fields, the yield per mu was at least 20% higher. According to the village chief's opinion, the hemostasis flowers in the Yun family's herbal field could be rated as first-class herbs. A first-grade medicinal herb was a kind of glory to the entire village. This made Yunxing overjoyed. Coincidentally, on this day, the village head's grandfather came to the village and said that he wanted to enter the city to sell hemostatic flowers. Yunxing thought that it was a good idea to enter the city to buy hemostatic medicine, so she asked the village head's grandfather if he could take her into the city. The village chief thought about it and agreed to Yunxing's request. Yunxing then went to the temple to ask for a leave of absence from great magician Yang. She then followed the village chief's group to town Taishang, which was the closest to Banana Leaf Village. This was Yunxing's first time leaving the village since she was born. Along the way, the carriages and horses rolled and bumped. After about half a day, the carriage finally stopped at the entrance of a small town. Although it was called a town, it was actually only 2 or 3 times bigger than Banana Leaf Village. Due to the fact that the surrounding 10 villages all relied on growing medicinal herbs for a living, the shops in this small town were mainly medicinal shops. Compared to the large cities that Yunxing had seen in her previous life, the simple appearance of the town was simply not worth mentioning. Yunxing couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed, but the village head's grandfather patted her head. Yunxing, when we enter the town, don't wander around. Follow the village head's grandfather to the medicinal shop. Your father told you not to wander around before leaving. Yunxing nodded her head in boredom. She followed the village chief and a few of the village's medicine farmers to the front of a medicine shop. This was a very ordinary medicinal shop. It wasn't very big, but the medicinal herbs in the shop could be considered complete. Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic flowers were all sold in this area. The village head's grandfather ordered several farmers to pick out the hemostatic flowers and began to haggle with the owner of the shop. Yunxing was on the side, looking at the various herbs in the shop. Hemostatic agent. Yunxing found the hemostatic agent she had been looking for a long time in a counter of the shop. The price was 15 copper coins. Yunxing went out this time with the 5 silver coins she won from Ding Lei. It was enough to buy a bottle of hemostatic agent. She was about to ask when the village head's grandfather angrily came forward and pulled Yunxing out. Yunxing had never seen the village head's grandfather so angry. His long beard fluttered in the wind. He was obviously very angry. This is clearly lowering the price. These hemostatic flowers are all of the best quality. You actually said that they are of the lowest quality and are only willing to pay 5 copper coins. I don't believe that the hemostatic flowers in Banana Leaf Village can't be sold after leaving your medicinal shop. Yunxing asked around and found out that the village head's grandfather had excitedly carried the hemostatic flowers into the shop. Who would have thought that the owner of the medicinal shop would haggle the price without saying anything? He cut the original price by half. 5 copper coins for 100 hemostatic flowers. Even the farmer's fertilizer and labor money couldn't be saved. The village head's grandfather came with the mouths of the villagers. As a result, the villagers couldn't even eat. It was no wonder that the village head's grandfather was so angry. Yunxing felt that something was wrong. She looked back and saw the owner of the medicinal shop with a sinister smile on his face. He was not afraid of the village head's threat at all. There was something wrong here. Yunxing was secretly puzzled. Sure enough, the village head went to a few more medicinal shops. Without exception, they either didn't accept the herbs of Banana Leaf Village or tried to haggle the price. Hour later, the villagers still hadn't sold a single hemostatic flower. Grandpa Village Head, there's no need to try anymore. Yunxing tugged on the village head's sleeve. They've already discussed it. Yunxing, do you think that Grandpa Village Head doesn't know that they've already colluded with each other? Needless to say, I also know what's going on. It must be the work of those people from Flaming Rock Village. The village head sighed. He had been the village head for so many years. If he couldn't even see through the tricks in this matter, then he would have lived in vain. But village head, if we can't sell the hemostatic flowers, how are we going to explain it to the villagers? The weather has been hot recently and the humidity is heavy. If we don't quickly deal with the hemostatic flowers and buy new fertilizer, not only won't everyone be able to eat, we won't even have time to plant a new batch of flowers. The villagers were all crying miserably. The villagers of Banana Leaf Village were the most honest villagers. They had never schemed against others in their lives. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Sigh, it's a pity that there's no Medicine Emperor Pavilion here. If there was one in town, I don't believe that these bastards would be able to do so. The village head spat heavily on the ground. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the largest medicinal herb store in the continent. It was said that there were all kinds of strange things in there, and there were also countless doctors and pharmacists. They didn't cheat the old or the young, and they would never carelessly lower the price of the herbs they bought. It was a pity that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was only set up in cities and above. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to travel from Taisheng town to the nearest city. Grandpa Village Head, don't get angry first. We can't sell hemostatic flowers, but we can sell hemostatic agents. Yunxing suddenly said after a moment of contemplation. Hemostatic agent? Yunxing, what are you saying? Hemostatic agent isn't something that we can make. The village head was shocked. He thought that Yunxing was joking. I can make it. I've smelled the hemostatic agent earlier. I can guarantee that with 2 hemostatic flowers, I can make 1 hemostatic agent. Yunxing raised her head confidently. When they heard that Yunxing wanted to make her own medicine, other than the village head, almost all the villagers didn't believe it. During this period of time, Yunxing's reputation in the village had improved a lot due to the fact that she had become a herbal gathering boy and the competition between her and Ding Lei. However, she was still a 6-year-old child. Even if she was talented in herbs, it didn't mean that she could make medicine. Not to mention, she could make medicine just by smelling the hemostatic agent. To make medicine, even if it was just a basic medicine like hemostatic agent, only a pharmacist or a specialized magic pharmacist could successfully make it. On the boundless continent, medicine was divided into herbal medicine and patent medicine. Herbal medicine generally referred to all the unprocessed herbs, while patent medicine referred to ancient medicine and magic medicine. Herbs like hemostatic flower and moonlight grass were the most basic herbs. They needed to be refined before they could be made into magic medicine or ancient medicine. According to the rules of the boundless continent, only pharmacists recognized by the Dharma Temple or the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had the qualifications to make medicine. Yunxing was only the most basic herb gatherer. He wasn't even a medicine man who could decoct and test medicine. It was no wonder that the villagers were suspicious. Even though Yunxing repeatedly promised that she could make hemostatic agents, the villagers didn't believe her. Only the village head remained silent. He sat on the bullock cart and didn't say a word. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Until sunset, the villagers still hadn't sold a single hemostatic flower. Everyone's expression was solemn. The hemostatic flower was the biggest source of income for Banana Leaf Village. If they couldn't sell it, it meant that the village's source of income was cut off. Looking at the carts of hemostatic flowers, none of the villagers were willing to return to the village. This was their hard work over the past few months. No one was willing to see it go to waste. The children and elders at home were all waiting for them to go back. Everyone's heart was heavy. The village head sat at the back of the cart, not saying a word as he smoked his water pipe. Village head, why don't we sell the hemostasis flower at a low price? 5 copper coins it is. At least we can save our money. We are running out of rice at home, one of the villagers couldn't help but complain with bloodshot eyes. Yunxing, who was watching from the side, was also anxious. She decided that even if the other villagers wanted to sell the hemostatic flowers at a cheap price, she would protect her batch of first-class hemostatic flowers. She still had the money from her job as a herbalist, so she could still survive for a while. She had to make the hemostatic agent successfully. The ashes of the hookah in the village head's hand flickered. He suddenly took a deep breath and exhaled the last cloud of smoke. Pull it back. Pull them all back and stop the blood serums. No one was allowed to sell the hemostatic flower cheaply. One had to know that they were not selling it for money, but for the reputation of the entire Banana Leaf Village. If Flaming Rock Village wants to punish us, we will fight back. The people of Banana Leaf Village are never easy to bully. It had been a long time since Grandpa Village Head had made such a big fuss. He was indeed a sorcerer who had once served in the army. Even though he was now enjoying the rest of his life in a small mountain village, today's humiliation had reinvigorated his blood. The village head's words were like thunder exploding in the ears of every villager. It also woke up the villagers who had originally intended to compromise. Even though they still didn't believe Yunxing's words, they believed the village head's words. If the village head said that Yunxing could do it, then she could do it. The villagers suppressed their anger and drove the ox cart back to Banana Leaf Village. That night, the villagers of Banana Leaf Village didn't sleep well. No one knew what the future of Banana Leaf Village would be if they could no longer sell the hemostatic flowers. Early the next morning, Yunxing went to Banana Leaf Village's Dharma Temple and told Great Magician Yang everything that had happened the day before. To make the medicine, Yunxing's simple and crude tools were clearly not enough. The Dharma Temple had the largest variety of herbs in the village. It also had the most suitable tools for making medicine and hygiene. Grandpa Village Chief had also informed Great Magus Yang in advance. Great Magus Yang didn't have much interest in Yunxing saying that she wanted to make a hemostatic medicine. He was a magus. Even if he wanted to refine something, he would mainly use magic medicine. In his eyes, ancient medicine was just some inferior medicine to treat headaches and fevers. Great Magician Yang wouldn't interfere with the village's affairs. The Dharma Temple never interfered with politics or international affairs. With Yunxing's guarantee that she wouldn't delay the Dharma Temple's affairs, Great Magician Yang agreed that Yunxing could use the pharmacy for 2 hours at night. However, the herbs she used had to be deducted from her monthly salary. Yunxing didn't have any objections to this. That night, after finishing her chores, Yunxing walked into the pharmacy wearing her herbalist uniform. As night fell, the bright pine oil lamps in the Dharma Temple illuminated the pharmacy. Yunxing picked more than 10 fresh hemostatic flowers. Recalling the smell of the hemostatic agent she had smelled in the herb shop yesterday, she opened the drawers of the pharmacy. The raw material is hemostatic flower. Other than that, there are also red currant flower, fleeceflower flower, and arcane stone. There seems to be something missing. Yunxing quickly found the smell of the different herbs in the hemostatic agent based on her memory. Yunxing, who was born in the Shinong family, grew up in a pot of herbs. Her tongue and nose were only slightly inferior to her eyes, which had been trained in the Shinong eye. As long as she smelled the herbs, even if she didn't recognize the name, she would be able to identify them clearly the next time she smelled them. However, after grinding the corresponding herbs, she realized that the medicine seemed to be missing something. However, she couldn't remember what it was exactly. The wick of the pine oil lamp was swollen from the suction. 4 hours quickly passed. Yunxing still couldn't find the last herb. The agreed time with Great Magician Yang had arrived. Yunxing could only extinguish the oil lamp and walk out of the Dharma Temple. When she walked out of the Dharma Temple, a small black shadow scurried in front of her. Yunxing didn't even frown. Xiaohei took a big stride and scurried in front of Yunxing. Although it was already a part of the Yun family, Xiaohei seemed to be a little afraid of Yun Songhai. When Yunxing wasn't around, it would spend most of its time outside. When Yunxing was about to return, it would pick her up at the entrance of the Dharma Temple. One dog and one person, 2 hazy shadows, big and small, walked between the fields of Banana Leaf Village. Xiaohei was running happily at the side with the sounds of insects. Suddenly, a field mouse jumped out from the field ridge. Xiaohei didn't say anything and pounced on it. This pounce caused the night dew on the field ridge to splash all over Yunxing's ankle. The fresh and moist smell of the dew assaulted her nose. Yunxing was stimulated by the cold dew and thought of something. She finally knew what her hemostatic medicine was missing. In the dark night, Yunxing's eyes flashed with excitement and joy. Xiaohei's unintentional action gave her a burst of inspiration. She remembered the last ingredient she lacked for the hemostatic agent. She was pleasantly surprised. She picked up Xiaohei and ran towards the Dharma Temple instead of going home. The Dharma Temple sometimes had patients who needed treatment at night, so the doors of the Dharma Temple were always open at night. Hour later, Great Magus Yang should be asleep. Yunxing returned to the pharmacy and turned the pine oil lamp to its dimmest setting. She took out the hemostatic agent paste that she had ground earlier and carefully added the dew that she had collected from the herb field into the paste. The boundless world's herb system advocated the power of nature. A drop of water or a leaf could sometimes have unexpected effects. After the dew was added into the paste, the hemostatic agent's color changed slightly. The smell it emitted was almost exactly the same as what Xianxia had seen in the pharmacy earlier. It's done. Xianxia lowered her voice. However, she immediately realized a problem. The hemostatic agent was a success, but who should she find to test it on? According to Xianxia's medical knowledge, a new drug had to go through clinical trials before it could be used on humans. In the village, only hunters hunting in the mountains could use hemostatic agents. However, the price of hemostatic agents was too high. Most hunters couldn't bear to use hemostatic agents. They would only find the sorcerers in the Dharma temple to treat it for free. Otherwise, they would use the traditional method of applying hemostatic flowers. As a result, no one in Banana Leaf Village had seen the true effect of hemostatic flowers. Therefore, no one knew if the hemostatic agent that Xianxia used was a successful one. Should I go to town and find a warrior to test it on? Xianxia was in a dilemma. Just as she was in a dilemma, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground could be heard from the courtyard. Could it be that someone really came to treat her at this time? Xianxia had sneaked into the Dharma temple. If she was discovered by the eccentric great Magus Yang, it would be terrible. Xianxia quickly blew out the pine oil lamp, held her breath, and tiptoed to the door. The courtyard had regained its tranquility. Xiaohei, who was in Xianxia's arms, suddenly barked outside. Xianxia covered her nose and mouth. Keep a low profile. We are thieves, Xianxia said angrily. Xiaohei howled as if she had been wronged. Then, she let out 2 more low cries. At this time, Xianxia also smelled a faintly discernible scent. The smell was very special, as if it was mixed with the smell of blood. Poison. Xianxia became alert. Someone had been poisoned. She opened the half-closed door and found a black shadow crawling on the ground in the courtyard. Yi Baiming, Xianxia recognized the motionless person in the dark at a glance. It was Yi Baiming, whom she had not seen for many days. Xianxia quickly went forward and tried to flip Yi Baiming over. She was just about to go forward when a biting cold sword light flashed past. Yi Baiming arched his body. His left hand was pressed against his abdomen. Black blood kept flowing out from his fingertips. He was holding a sword in his hand. He was very alert. Even though he was unconscious, his body was still on guard. If anyone came near, he would instinctively attack. Yi, you're scaring me. You're scaring me to death. Xianxia lowered her voice and scolded him fiercely. When he heard Xianxia's flustered and exasperated voice, Yi Baiming's body shook violently. The sword in his hand drooped down and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Little wildcat, it's you. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. He was seriously injured. His clothes were completely covered in blood. Xianxia did not know what kind of willpower he had relied on to make it to the temple. Considering that the pharmacy was not very well hidden, Xianxia joined forces with Xiaohei to drag him back to Yi Baiming's room. Yi Baiming's room was very simple and crude. Aside from a few books, there was only a bed and a table with a kettle on it. Xianxia lit the oil lamp and took out all the medical tools she had on her. Under the light, Yi Baiming's face was filled with a poisonous color. His lips had turned black. The most serious injury on his body was at his waist. Looking at the condition of the wound, he must have been attacked by some kind of highly poisonous magical beast. Didn't he say that he was going to train? From the looks of it, he was going to risk his life. Xianxia cursed under her breath. She took out a scalpel and cut open his blood-stained clothes. Yi Baiming was in pain, but he did not make a sound. You're so stubborn. Let's see how long you can take it. Xianxia glanced at the wound. She decided to first scrape off the rotten flesh on the wound before extracting the poison. She had a wicked thought. Why don't I give this guy an anesthetic? He deserves to die from the pain. She was just thinking about it. Excessive pain could sometimes lead to undesirable consequences. Yunxing took out her acupuncture needles that had been purified with devil's snare juice and inserted them into several important acupoints on Yu Baiming's abdomen. The anesthetic quickly took effect. Not only could it stop the pain, it could also help to slow down the bleeding. Yunxing took out a scalpel and quickly cut off the dead flesh on Yu Baiming's wound. After removing most of the rotten flesh, fresh flesh was finally exposed on Yu Baiming's wound. Next is to remove the poisonous blood. Yunxing bent over and sucked the poisonous blood from Yu Baiming's body. As long as the poisonous blood was removed, he would be almost healed. She had just sucked in a breath when she felt a chill on her neck. She looked up and saw that Yu Baiming had already woken up. His complexion was much better than before. Just now, he felt a numbing itch in his severely injured abdomen. An indescribable strange feeling surged up. He felt that his eyelids were very heavy, and it took a lot of effort. There was a faint fragrance below him. He quickly realized that Yunxing was lying on top of him. Yu Baiming was a few years older than Yunxing. Due to his upbringing, he knew more about the matters between men and women than the average person. Just then, Yunxing lifted her head. Although he couldn't see Yunxing's face, Yu Baiming had already pictured this scene in his mind. Do you want to die? There's poison in your wound. Yu Baiming didn't know what to do for a moment. TSK, he really had a demon-level physique. The devil's snare anesthetic that could paralyze a cow only lasted for a few minutes on him. Yunxing cursed under her breath. She said unhappily, the poison is transmitted through blood. You won't die. After saying this, she bent over and sucked a few more mouthfuls of poisonous blood from Yu Baiming. Blood transmission? What was that? Yu Baiming was stunned. He didn't understand what Yunxing was talking about. After sucking all the blood, Yunxing took out a newly developed hemostatic agent and poured half of it on Yu Baiming's body. Alright, for the next few days, avoid water, avoid spicy food, avoid meat and fish. You can't use force. Calm down, and cook some anti-inflammatory herbs. Yunxing yawned. Looking outside, it was already past the third watch. If she still didn't return, she was afraid that Yun Songhai would come out to look for her. Yu Baiming lowered his head and looked at the almost perfect bandages on his body. His expression was strange. Just as he was about to ask, his expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his arm and pulled Yunxing's body onto the bed. He lifted the quilt and pressed her under his body. Pervert, Yunxing once again ignored the fact that she was only 6 years old. In the next moment, she understood the reason behind Yu Baiming's actions. The sound of the door being pushed open could be heard. Only great magician Yang could walk freely in the temple in the middle of the night. He must have seen the light in Yu Baiming's room. In the middle of the night, a skinny, middle-aged man barged into a little boy's room. Did the old grey wolf meet an injured, proud little fox? Yunxing's mind was filled with fantasies. She didn't realize that she, a 6-year-old lowly, was hiding in a 10-year-old boy's bed in the middle of the night. Yu Baiming's bed wasn't big. It was already very cramped to accommodate 2 people. Yu Baiming had just finished treating his injuries, and his upper body had already been stripped naked by Yunxing. While Yunxing was letting her imagination run wild, she moved slightly, carefully avoiding Yu Baiming's smooth abdominal muscles. When she was sucking the blood, she realized that although Yu Baiming looked slender and handsome, his muscles were very firm. He didn't look like a 10-year-old boy at all. Injured? Demon beast? Great magician Yang looked at the bloody clothes that Yu Baiming had thrown on the ground. Yu Baiming had already gone to Yuwu mountain range many times. Every time, he had entered and exited safely. He had never been in such a sorry state like tonight. Yu Baiming turned his body sideways and tucked the blanket down naturally, covering Yunxing's restless eyes. He pretended to lie on the bed and said casually, I had a conflict with a few hunters. There were summoners and beasts among them. Hunters were professional people in the boundless continent who specialized in all kinds of assassination, hunting, and other kinds of missions. They were mostly made up of a few types of people. Warriors above great martial masters, great magicians, and even summoners. Most of them belonged to different hunting groups. Most of them were martial grandmasters and above. Their skills were extraordinary. For the sake of money, they would do anything. They were a group that made people apprehensive on the continent. It was already a miracle that Yi Baiming could escape with serious injuries under the siege of several adult hunters. The poisonous wound on his abdomen seemed to be caused by the hunter-summoner's beast. Has the wound been treated? Great Magus Yang's tone was cold, without a trace of warmth. The interaction between the two of them didn't seem like the interaction between master and disciple, but more like, Yunxing pondered, unable to discern the relationship between Yi Baiming and Great Magician Yang. I applied some hemostatic flowers. Yi Baiming frowned slightly. The little wildcat under him moved restlessly. He could feel her delicate nose rubbing against his chest. Noticing that something was wrong with Yi Baiming, Great Magician Yang took a step forward and said, "Let me take a look." Seeing that he was about to remove the blanket first, Yunxing, who was hiding under the blanket, felt her heart almost jump out of her throat. "You were the one who sent them?" Yi Baiming suddenly tensed up and pushed Great Magician Yang away with one hand. Yunxing wasn't on guard and the bridge of her nose bumped into his wound. The wound that had just stopped bleeding burst open again. Warm blood flowed down Yunxing's cheek. A hand quickly reached under the blanket and quickly wrote a few words on Yunxing's back, "Don't make a sound." After Great Magician Yang heard these words, his hand that was about to test Yi Baiming paused. He laughed dryly, "How is that possible? You're my disciple. What good would it do me to hurt you? Perhaps you didn't want them to kill me. You just wanted to test me and see how strong I really am. Don't worry, I promise to give you my magic soul as long as you can heal my eyes." Yi Baiming's blood had already soaked the blanket. Yunxing could smell the thick scent of blood. Magic soul? Eyes? Yunxing's eyes suddenly widened. Their conversation was very strange. Why was she so confused when she heard it? She couldn't understand what they were talking about even after a long time. That's right. That was our agreement. As long as I heal your eyes, you will give me your magic soul, your unparalleled magic soul. 5 years have passed, and there's only one step left in my magic array. As long as you can find a 200-year-old magical beast soul stone, I'll be able to heal your eyes. Great Magus Yang couldn't help becoming excited, his eyes filled with excitement. I will abide by our agreement. Find a 200-year-old magic beast soul stone and immediately get out of my room. Yi Baiming already felt a wave of dizziness. He clenched his teeth and held on to his last breath of Do Qi. He knew that Great Magus Yang was an incomparably cruel person. If he couldn't hold on and collapsed, Yunxing, who was hiding under the blankets and had eavesdropped on Great Magus Yang's shocking secret, would definitely die. Then you rest well. I'll wait for your soul stone. Great Magician Yang smiled. He was already used to Yi Baiming's impudence. Geniuses were often arrogant and unruly. Yi Baiming was a genius, but he couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. Under the blanket, Yunxing was startled by the conversation between the two. Using his magic soul in exchange for his eyesight, it wasn't until Great Magician Yang left the room that Yi Baiming finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted for the second time. This time, he didn't wake up until the latter half of the night. His first reaction when he woke up was to touch his pillow out of habit. There was always a sword beside his pillow. His movements were too big and pulled at his wound. He couldn't help but groan. If you don't want to live, then move again and drink this bowl of brown sugar water. Yunxing opened her large eyes and removed the wet cloth from Yi Baiming's forehead. After Great Magician Yang left, Yi Baiming's physical strength couldn't take it anymore and he lost too much blood. He had a high fever that didn't subside. Luckily, Yunxing helped him with heat dissipation treatment in time. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, his brain would have been damaged. What the hell is that? I don't eat sweets. Yi Baiming smelled a trace of sweetness and turned his head away in disgust. But in the next moment, his tall nose was pinched by a pair of soft little hands and the hard edge of the bowl hit his teeth. Yunxing forcefully pinched Yi Baiming's nose and forced the large bowl of brown sugar water into his mouth. Little wildcat, you dare to force medicine into my mouth? You know who I am. Yi Baiming was like an angry wolf cub. He grabbed Yunxing's collar and acted like he was about to explode. I'm saving your life. I don't care what kind of dirty business you have with Great Magician Yang. Under my, Yunxing's, there has never been a patient that I can't save. If you want to have a chance to see your mother again, you'll have to eat whatever I feed you for the next few days. Yunxing wasn't flustered. Her words were clear and pleasant to the ear. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Baiming's hand froze. He mumbled, "How do you know about my mother?" You were talking nonsense when you had a high fever. You called out for your mother for several hours and didn't let go of my hand. You're better than me. My mother died a long time ago. Yunxing curled her lips and said carelessly. There was a moment of silence in the room. Yi Baiming's handsome face had a suspicious expression. He softly said, "I'm sorry. Don't worry. Everything you said last night was nonsense. What I heard was also nonsense. I won't say a single word." Yunxing understood that knowing too much would shorten one's life. She checked Yi Baiming's wound. After confirming that it had healed, she took advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark to quietly sneak back home. After Yunxing left, Yi Baiming sat on the bed as if in meditation. He took out an exquisite ring from his body. It was a storage ring. There were several soul stones stored in the ring. One of them was a 200-year-old magical beast soul stone. By the time Yunxing returned home, the pheasants in the mountains had already crowed 2 or 3 times. She carried the remaining hemostatic agent in her hand as she thought about Yi Baiming and Great Magus Yang's words. Magic soul, vision. Actually, when Yi Baiming's high fever hadn't subsided, she had also secretly checked Yi Baiming's eyes while giving him a cold compress. Yunxing used a dilated pupil examination that didn't require too much medical equipment. She used a small amount of saline water and dripped it into Yi Baiming's eyes. She found that his cornea had been completely necrotic. Looking at the situation, it should have been necrotic for many years. His eyesight was also completely damaged. In this kind of situation, unless he could perform a modern cornea transplant and find a transplantable pair of corneas, it was impossible for his eyes to recover. Although she didn't know what a magic soul was, there was one thing that Yunxing was certain of. Great Magus Yang had deceived Yi Baiming. Magic, could it be that it was so miraculous that it could regenerate the dead flesh and restore the necrotic nerves? Impossible. At least, it was impossible with Great Magus Yang's cultivation. Yunxing was thinking about this and only returned to her senses when she reached the door of her house. Earlier, when she found out that Yi Baiming was injured, she sent Xiaohe home first and hid in her bed, pretending that she had already returned home. The rooster crowed 3 times before the sky turned white. According to common sense, at this time, her father, Yun Songhai, should still be hungover and unconscious. Therefore, Yunxing didn't climb through the window, but directly slipped in through the front door. Just as she stepped into her room, she suddenly heard a pop and the kerosene lamp in the room lit up. Yun Songhai waited by the window, his gaze cold. Yunxing had never seen Yun Songhai like this in her life. On the bed, Xiaohe curled up on the floor and barked at Yunxing pitifully. Yun Songhai shot them a look, and Yunxing and Xiaohe both shuddered. "Father." Yunxing cleared her throat and quickly came up with a believable excuse in her mind. "Shung'er knows that she was wrong. I shouldn't have stayed out all night in the temple to make hemostatic medicine." After saying that, she handed over the hemostatic agent in her hand. "Why are there bloodstains on your body?" Yun Songhai ignored Yunxing's medicine. His sharp eyes saw a small bloodstain on Yunxing's lapel. It was left behind by Yunxing when she was cleaning Yi Baiming's wounds. She was so distracted that she didn't notice the bloodstains on her body. That's... A daughter knew her father best. Yunxing's mind was filled with countless excuses, but they were all overturned by her in an instant. She knew that Yun Songhai was not someone who could be easily fooled. "Someone in the temple was injured, and I helped him treat his wounds." Yunxing gave a rough account of what happened, including the conversation between Yi Baiming and the great magician Yang. She thought that Yun Songhai would be dismissive of her words. After all, who would easily believe that the highly respected great magician of the temple was a bad sorcerer who studied forbidden magic? On the boundless continent, even children knew that magic consisted of the 4 major elements: wind, water, earth, and fire. There were also some secondary magic from the side branches. However, there was one type of magic that, although it was also a secondary magic, had always been the most unorthodox existence in all of magic. Regardless of whether it was the temple or ordinary sorcerers, they all kept it a secret. That was forbidden magic. Forbidden magic was also known as dark magic. It was a type of magic that opposed light magic. Sorcerers who studied dark magic were known as dark sorcerers. The most notorious forbidden magic in the history of the continent was known as the Wrath of 100 Ghosts. Legend had it that it was invented by a dark sorcerer called Lin more than 1,000 years ago. It caused the most powerful empire on the continent, the Jura Empire, to be reduced to a pile of bones in a single night. Because of that magic, Lin himself was hunted down by the various countries on the continent, including the Temple, the Zhao State, and the Hunters Guild. In the end, a few great sorcerers from the temple worked together and used fire magic to burn him alive with the holy flames of all sounds. After Lin's death, the temple issued an edict that anyone who studied forbidden magic was to be killed without mercy. Forbidden magic became a taboo for sorcerers on the continent. However, there were still many sorcerers who secretly studied dark magic in order to pursue powerful magic. Among them, there was no lack of sorcerers working in the temple. A large part of the reason why Great Sorcerer Yang was willing to guard the Jiaya temple was because he wanted to make use of this remote mountain village's temple to carry out a shameful soul transplant. After Yunxing finished speaking, she looked at her father nervously, afraid that he would reprimand her. Yun Songhai was silent for a long time. From today onwards, you don't have to go to the temple anymore. Father? You believe me? Even Yunxing couldn't understand what Great Sorcerer Yang was trying to do. Yun Songhai actually understood? You are my daughter. I have no reason to not believe your words. The sky gradually brightened. In the first rays of dawn, seeing his daughter's careful and tired little face, Yun Songhai firmly said these words. His words were short but powerful. This was a typical reply from the Yun family. Yunxing realized that her father was a little different today. He had changed into clean clothes, and the stubble on his face had been shaved off. He looked clean and fresh, as if he had suddenly become a few years younger. She could vaguely see Yun Songhai's youthful appearance. Sheng, do you really want to learn magic? Yun Songhai suddenly changed the topic. His eyes were burning as he looked at his astonished daughter. Yes. I don't. Yunxing nodded and shook her head. She didn't forget the promise she made to her father, but she didn't want to lie to him. I want to, but I can't gather magical elements. That's because you lack a Dharma soul compared to others. These days, Yun Songhai had seen all of Yunxing's little tricks. She had gone to the mountains to pick moonlight grass and make moonlight herbs in order to become a sorcerer's apprentice. Dharma soul? This was the second time Yunxing had heard this completely unfamiliar term today. Great Sorcerer Yang had mentioned Dharma souls. He wanted to exchange Dharma souls with Yi Baiming. Her father, Yun Songhai, had also mentioned Dharma souls. However, the village chief and the sorcerers in the temple had never mentioned this unfamiliar term to the children in the village. That's right, Dharma soul, also known as the soul of magic. Yun Songhai spread out his hands. It was a pair of typical sorcerer's hands, slender and nimble. It was also a father's hand, strong and steady. Yun Songhai had a magic testing crystal in his hand. The magic testing crystal was used to initiate magic. In the past 3 years, Yunxing had repeatedly tested it in the banana leaf temple. Every time, the crystal was dull. Yunxing did not understand why her father took out the magic testing crystal again. I know what you are thinking. In fact, the magic testing crystal is not used to test magic elements, but to test the magic soul. At this moment, Yun Songhai's expression was solemn. His clear eyes were filled with reverence. Yun Songhai, at this moment, revealed his essence as an outstanding mage. He came from an illustrious background. The information he came into contact with regarding magic and the backward banana leaf temple was simply the difference between heaven and earth. What he said next completely overturned Yunxing's understanding of the world of magic. Strictly speaking, this world did not lack magic elements. In the air, in the water, in the soil, there were magic elements surging everywhere. What made mages different from ordinary people was their ability to use magic elements. Generally speaking, this magic element ability was known as the magic soul. The magic soul was like a generator in Yunxing's modern knowledge. It converted all kinds of natural resources, magic elements, into magic power, stored it in the mage's body, and transformed it into all kinds of powerful magic. There were many factors that determined the strength of the magic soul. Apart from talent, most people's magic souls were inherited. This was also why many ancient mage families would continue to nurture similarly powerful mages. However, there was also a situation called the magic soul mutation. It was a mutation of the magic soul after a mage married a warrior, mage, or summoner. There were good and bad magic soul mutations. A good mutation could nurture an incomparably powerful magic soul. However, a bad mutation could nurture magic blindness. In other words, the descendants of mages who did not have a magic soul. Yunxing was undoubtedly one of those cases where her Dharma soul had mutated. Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing were talented mages. Hu Jiuxing himself was a rare summoner above the scepter level. However, their daughter Yunxing's magic soul had undergone a bad mutation. After listening to Yun Songhai's words, Yunxing was silent. She finally understood why she could not condense the moonlight grass even though she had been using it. It was because she did not have a magic soul. Just like a puppet without a soul, she would never be able to cultivate magic. It is because of this that I have always opposed you learning magic. Yun Songhai stroked Yunxing's head. He felt guilty towards Yunxing. Him and Ninth Sister were a cursed union. Fortunately, you are very talented in medicine. Your hemostatic agent is the best hemostatic agent I have ever seen. I have already decided. In a few days, I will bring you away from Banana Leaf Village. We will go to Zhou State's imperial capital, Yujing City. The villagers of Banana Leaf Village did not recognize the hemostatic agent, but Yun Songhai recognized it at a glance. This was the first time he truly recognized his daughter's talent in medicine. This child should not be covered in dust because of his decadence. She should enter the Medicine Emperor Pavilion through the family's recommendation and undergo more systematic medical studies. Even if she had no fate with magic, she could rely on her talent in medicine to gain the attention of her family and the country. This was also the last thing he could do for her as a father. Yujing City was the imperial capital of Zhou State. In the boundless land, there were many strong countries. There were many duchies and small countries. Among them, the most famous were Zhou State, later Qin, Penglai, Immortal Abode, and Tangyuan. The furthest place the 6-year-old Yunxing had ever been to was Taisheng Town, which was only half a day's journey away. Now that Yun Songhai suddenly said that they were leaving Banana Leaf Village and going to Zhou State's imperial capital, Yujing City, she could not help but be surprised. If it were any other child, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, Yunxing had lived 2 lives and was a doctor with extremely sharp senses. She had already sensed that something was wrong with Yun Songhai. There was no joy in her father's words. Instead, there was a sense of disappointment. Yunxing was very familiar with this tone. In her previous life, her grandfather had called her to his bedside a few days before he passed away. He had used a similar tone and said similar words. An ominous feeling lingered in her heart and did not dissipate for a long time. "Father, why are we going to Yujing City?" Yunxing had never heard Yun Songhai mention her background. She thought that her father was her only family member. Our Yun family is a prominent family in Yujing City. Your grandfather, second uncle, and third aunt are all in Xingjing. They are all famous martial artists in Zhou State. Yun Songhai could obviously see the worry that flashed across his daughter's eyes. Xing'er was very sensible. Even when she received such big news, she was still calm and composed. All these years, he had deliberately been indifferent. Finally, he had helped her develop a good temperament to not be alarmed. With her temperament, even if she returned to Yujing City, she would definitely be able to handle the possible changes in her family. Since Yun Songhai had already made his decision, Yunxing could not find any more excuses. Yunxing could only do as she was told. However, Yunxing still requested Yun Songhai to give her half a month's extension. She had to clearly explain the matter of the hemostatic agent in her hands to the villagers. Yun Songhai remembered that the village chief of Banana Leaf Village had taken care of them over the years, so he agreed to Yunxing's request. Yunxing had mixed feelings as she handed the remaining half-bottle of hemostatic agent to the village chief's grandfather. When the village chief found out that Yunxing and her father were leaving, he was also reluctant to part with them. However, he still decided to send the hemostatic agent to Taishang town the next day to appraise its grade. Even though Yun Songhai forbade Yunxing from going to the temple again, Yunxing still secretly went there. She was still worried about Ji Baiming's injuries. Even though she still felt that the kid had a big mouth, as a competent doctor, she still had to ensure that her patient was full of energy after the surgery. It's actually almost healed? Your physique can be called a cockroach. Yunxing discovered that Yi Baiming's serious injuries had almost healed overnight. His recovery ability was comparable to Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei was a magical beast. A magical beast's physique was originally much better than a human's. Yi Baiming's face was sour. He didn't thank her and casually threw out a set of animal bones. This set of bones from the berserk corpse cow is your consultation fee. He had already discovered that the knife that Yunxing used to cut off the rotten meat was made from the tusks of the golden rhino boar. The corner of Yunxing's mouth twitched. What kind of taste did this person have? He actually gave her this kind of thing as a disguised gift? Yunxing had misunderstood Yi Baiming. Night Fox had been a man for 10 years, but this was the first time he had given a girl something. How would he know what to give? Besides, Yunxing's preferences couldn't be measured by the standards of a normal girl. However, after she touched the set of bones of the berserk corpse cow that was like white jade, her small face immediately rippled like a flower. This thing could definitely be made into a different set of bone needles or even bone knives. It was much better than the tusks of the golden rhino boar. Visually, it should be the bones of a magical beast that was more than 100 years old. How can I accept it? I'll reluctantly accept it. Yunxing said as she nimbly kept the set of animal bones. Even though your physique is good, you still have to be careful in the future. You can't be poisoned by similar poisons. Otherwise, after I leave in a few days, no one will be able to treat you. When he heard that Yunxing was leaving, Yi Baiming's handsome face underwent a subtle change. Even he himself hadn't anticipated this change. You're leaving? Isn't your home in Banana Leaf Village? Yi Baiming suddenly realized that he knew too little about this little wildcat. I'm not from Banana Leaf Village. 6 years ago, when I was still a baby, my father brought me to Banana Leaf Village. Yunxing said as she rebandaged Yi Baiming's wounds. In an instant, Yi Baiming felt as if someone had cast a freezing spell on him. His entire body stiffened, and even speaking became difficult. Unconsciously, she had let down her guard against Yi Baiming. That night, when Yi Baiming had a high fever, the scene of him muddle-headedly calling out for his mother was still vivid in her mind. From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he had suffered a lot when he was young. Father recently decided to bring me back to the main family. It's said that my main family is a very prestigious family. There, I can receive better medical training. Yunxing's movements were very skillful. Yi Baiming almost didn't feel any pain. He could only occasionally feel Yunxing's shallow breathing. Her already warm and delicate fingers inadvertently touched his abdomen. What did she look like in the end? For the first time, Yi Baiming's indifferent heart had this strange feeling. It was a strong desire to see the appearance of the girl in front of him. She must have a pair of intelligent and bright eyes, a small face, and soft hair. After this desire, there was a kind of emptiness that made people feel suffocated. In the end, he couldn't imagine it with his own eyes. He couldn't see the little wildcat's appearance. She would be leaving in a few days. The continent was boundless. He might never have the chance to see her again. Yi Baiming pursed his lips. As he had been blind since he was young, he had learned to hide his emotions early on. But at this moment, he no longer wanted to hide his thoughts. He stretched out his hand hesitantly. Just as he was about to touch Yunxing's face and use his hand to see her silhouette clearly, a commotion that sounded like a broken gong came from the entrance of the temple. Not good, Great Magus Yang. Something has happened. The village chief has been injured by someone. A few villagers from Banana Leaf Village had bruised noses and swollen faces. They spoke in hoarse voices as they hurriedly sent the village chief into the temple. Around noon, the village head took several villagers to Taishang town to find the local drugstore to identify the quality of the hemostatic agent. The village head was very confident in Yunxing's medicine. He found the pharmacies that had refused to accept his hemostatic flowers earlier and invited the owners of those pharmacies over. When the pharmacy owners saw the half bottle of hemostatic agent made by Yunxing, their faces changed on the spot. The villagers of Banana Leaf Village might not know, but how could they, who had been selling hemostatic agents all year round, not know? The hemostatic agent's quality was very good. There were almost no impurities. What was even more valuable was that the effect was almost 50% better than a normal hemostatic agent. If this hemostatic agent was circulated on the market, who would patronize their shop's hemostatic agent? Seeing the pharmacy owners' faces change, the village head felt elated. But who would have thought that at this time, Ding Lei's father, who was a martial grand master, would bring a group of villagers from Flaming Rock Village to barge in? Ding Lei's father immediately accused Banana Leaf Village of buying the hemostatic agent from outside. He even said that they had used the hemostatic agent sold by Medicine Emperor Pavilion to pass it off as Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic agent. The pharmacy owners immediately changed their tune and insisted that the villagers of Banana Leaf Village were faking it. They even smashed the hemostatic agent on the spot. The village head couldn't take it anymore and started fighting with the villagers from Flaming Rock Village. They brought a magus over. He could have escaped safely, but it's all our fault for being useless. We were restrained by the villagers from Flaming Rock Village and the village head was. The villagers wiped the corners of their eyes as they sobbed. The village head's grandfather was a wind and water magus. His strength was equivalent to 2 magi of a single element. Logically speaking, even if the other party was a martial grand master, it would be difficult for them to restrain him. However, the other party had invited a magus. With a martial grand master and a magus, it was difficult for 2 hands to fight against 4 fists. The village head had to help a few villagers and was defeated. News of the village head's accident quickly spread throughout Banana Leaf Village. The few hundred households in the village were all gathered outside the temple. When Grandma Lu rushed over, she saw the village head covered in injuries. No matter how much she shouted, it was useless. She cried miserably. When Yunxing heard everything the villagers had to say, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She clenched her fists, but then she calmed down. The Flaming Rock Village was clearly provoking them. Ding Lei's father had even invited a magus to help. This was clearly premeditated. Revenge must be taken, but the first thing to do was to save the village head. The village head's grandfather's injuries weren't ordinary. They were left behind by Ding Lei's father and the magus. The other party was also a fire magus. Not only did the village head's grandfather have internal injuries caused by battle techniques, but the most troublesome were the burns caused by magic. More than 90% of the injuries on his body were burns. Such a large area of burns was beyond Yunxing's current ability to treat. Yunxing looked at the village head's grandfather and recalled the care he had given her in the past. Her eyes were filled with tears of unwillingness. Great Magus Yang is here. Everyone, make way. Great Magus Yang walked forward and looked at the village head's injuries. He shook his head. The burns are too serious. The internal injuries are also very serious. He can't be saved. Great Magus Yang's words were undoubtedly the same as sentencing the village head's grandfather to death. Even the great magus of the temple couldn't do anything. When Grandma Lu heard this, a buzzing sound came from her chest and she fainted. The villagers' expressions were also gloomy as they looked at the village head. They had always regarded the village head as their backbone. Could they really not save him? Just at this moment, a completely different voice sounded. No, he can be saved. All the villagers looked in the direction of the voice. Great Magus Yang's face sank and he coldly snorted, I said he can't be saved. With such serious burns, even if he can be saved, he will die from dehydration. In addition, he also has internal injuries. Everyone knew that burns were one of the most difficult injuries to treat on the continent. Because the patient was severely dehydrated, they had to be hydrated. But if someone fed them water, it would cause the wounds to fester. He can be saved. I said he can be saved. The burns were caused by fire magic. You can use magic to treat his burns. As for his internal injuries and dehydration, I will treat them. Yunxing said this and puffed out her small chest. At that moment, her eyes were unwavering and her tone didn't leave any room for refutation. You will save him? What right do you have? In the small banana leaf village, no one dared to question Great Magus Xiang's intentions. A little herbalist actually dared to use this kind of tone to speak to him. The veins on Great Magus Xiang's forehead bulged as he angrily glared at Yunxing. The two of them were like two extremely angry magic beasts. Neither of them wanted to back down. Because it's a living life. No one can blaspheme the dignity of life, Yunxing said word by word in a clear voice. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to her previous life. She was that decisive and murderous godly doctor. What a righteous speech. Why don't you take a look at the village chief's appearance? Who is it because of? You're just a mere herb gatherer. How can you treat an injury that even the doctors can't treat? Great Magician Yang mocked. If you try, you might not die. If you don't try, you can only die. Great Magician Yang, if you were the patient's family, which one would you choose? Yunxing didn't argue with Great Magician Yang anymore. She was very experienced in this area. Sometimes, the key to whether a treatment could be successfully carried out was not the patient himself, but the family. Her bright eyes were fixed on Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu had already been saved by the villagers. After hearing Yunxing's words, she hugged Yunxing as if she had seen her savior. Xiaosheng, is what you said true? Can the old man really be saved? In the hearts of the simple villagers, they didn't care about magic or treatment. They only hoped that their village chief could wake up again. Then save him. Xiaosheng, you saved Grandma Lu. I believe you can save the old man too. Great Magician Yang, I beg you. Just do as Xiaosheng says. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, I won't blame anyone. Grandma Lu wiped away her tears. She had lost her sense of propriety just now. In the early years, when the old man was still in the military camp, she had also experienced dangerous times. Every time, her old man had been able to survive. When he retired from the military camp, he had even said that this time, he wouldn't let her worry anymore. He would accompany her until she couldn't walk anymore and live a good life together in their hometown, Banana Leaf Village. The villagers were also infected by Grandma Lu's firm belief. They also begged Great Magician Yang to save the village chief. Great Magician Yang didn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he hated Yunxing very much. To save the village chief, he had to use light magic. For a great magician like him, after using light magic once, his body would be weak for a long time. At this critical juncture when he planned to transplant Yibiming's Dharma's soul, using up his magic power to save a poor villager. Yunxing, I'll settle this score in the future. Great Magus Yang reluctantly agreed with the villagers. He asked all the villagers to leave, leaving only Yunxing and two other villagers as helpers. He had no choice but to leave Yunxing behind. After all, he had to hand over the post-treatment to her. Yang Damo took out his magic scepter. His scepter was embedded with two magic soul stones, symbolizing his magic cultivation as an archmagus. However, the color of the soul stones on his magic staff was not any of the four natural magical elements that Yunxing knew about magic. Instead, they were two oval-shaped soul stones that looked like white marble. Yunxing's basic knowledge of the magic scepter came from her grandfather. Grandpa Village Chief told the children who had participated in the Dharma Temple's initiation that in the Boundless Land, only mages were qualified to possess magic staffs. A magic staff was a symbol of wealth and power. The level of a magic staff was not only related to the bones of the magical beasts used to make it, but also related to the magic soul stones. Only after a sorcerer had passed the test in the Temple of Magic and obtained the certification of a sorcerer could they go to the magic tool shop to customize their personal magic staff. The corresponding sorcerer's scepter would be embedded with magical beast soul stones. The more soul stones there were, the higher the level of the sorcerer, and they would form a complete magic soul chain. From mages to the highest level of gods and magi, the number of magical beast soul stones embedded in the magic staff would be Mage, 1, Great Magus, 2, Great Magus, 3, Great Magus, 4, Sky Magus, 5, Sanctuary Guardian King, 6, Mage Overlord, 7, and God and Magi, 8. Generally speaking, fire mages would embed magical beast soul stones of the fire element. It was the same for the other elements. If it was a dual-element magus like Grandpa Village Head, he could only choose one type of magical beast soul stone to be embedded into his magic staff. Grandpa Village Head personally chose to embed a water-type magical beast soul stone in his magic staff. Since it was the element that a magus majored in, Grandpa Village Head personally chose the water-type magical beast soul stone. This meant that although he was a dual-element mage, when he used a magic staff, his water element magic power would be higher than his wind element magic power. After Great Magus Yang came to Banana Leaf Village, he had never revealed his magic attribute in front of others. This was Yunxing's first time seeing him use magic. As he waved his magic staff, white magic elements continuously streaked out like meteors, forming a magic array that shone with the light of stars. Water was blue, fire was red, wind was green, and earth was yellow. The white color represented the light element magic elements. With Great Magus Yang's chanting, the magic array was completed. Countless tadpole-sized light element magic elements were like a layer of white fog, enveloping Grandpa Village Chief's burned body. This was an incomparably miraculous scene. As a healer, Yunxing had never seen such a scene. The tadpole-sized magical elements were very active. They moved their elemental tails and scrambled to drill into Grandpa Village Chief's body. The charred skin split open, the withered dead flesh fell off, and the dried veins melted. Pink new flesh quickly grew out like bamboo shoots after the spring rain, and the veins and smooth skin that were full of vitality also grew out. Light element magic? This was Yunxing's second time directly facing the power of magic. The first time was when Yi Baiming used the fire wolf to devour Ding Lei of Flaming Rock Village. The second time was this light element healing spell that was known as the most powerful magic in the world. Only, the first time Yunxing felt the cruelty of death. And this time, she felt the joy of a new life. Although the light element was mystical, it was also one of the most stringent types of magic. It had especially high demands on the mage's ability to control it. After this treatment, Great Magus Yang's face looked even more withered, as if he had aged a few years. On the other hand, Grandpa Village Chief's skin that had been burned by the fire magic had basically healed. At least from the outside, he didn't look like a seriously injured person. However, Grandpa Village Chief's condition didn't get much better. He was still unconscious, and his breathing and pulse were getting weaker and weaker. This was like treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Just relying on Great Magus Yang's light element magic wasn't enough to completely heal Grandpa Village Chief's injuries. It's your turn. Great Magus Yang's face was tired, but his face revealed a sick sense of schadenfreude. In just a short month of getting along, including the hemostatic medicine from before, Yunxing had shown that she had astonishing talent as a healer. And this talent was what Great Magus Yang had been chasing after since he was young. He was a narrow-minded person. At this moment, as a mage of the temple, not only did he not want the injured person to live, he even secretly hoped that Grandpa Village Chief would die miserably. That way, he would be able to see this arrogant and ignorant little girl on the verge of collapse. To him, the joy of personally destroying a genius was enormous. During the entire healing process, Yunxing stood to the side and watched without saying a word. When Great Magus Yang taunted her and asked her to take over the next step of the treatment, she didn't back down at all. She ordered the two villagers who were carrying the village chief in, "Uncle Li, prepare a few clean and thin reeds for me, a few bamboo sticks as thick as an arm, and some good liquor. Uncle Zhao, prepare salt and sugar for me, a large amount of warm water, and a few white creek stones." Yunxing's words didn't sound like it had anything to do with the treatment. Great Magus Yang sneered at the side. He wanted to see what Yunxing could do. At this moment, Yi Baiming had also walked out of the house. He had also heard the argument between Yunxing and Great Magus Yang. She clearly knew that Great Magus Yang was a dangerous black magician, but she still wanted to compete with him. That night, she said, "I, Yunxing, have never failed to cure a patient." Where did her confidence and arrogance come from? She was just a 6-year-old girl. The things that Yunxing needed were quickly prepared. Outside the temple, everyone, including Grandma Lu, was anxiously waiting for the results of the village chief's treatment. The few villagers who had sent the village chief back were also full of doubts. When the village chief was injured, they had also looked for the pharmacists in Taisheng town. Almost everyone said the same thing as Great Magus Yang, they couldn't save him. How could they bet the village chief's life on a 6-year-old girl? Would a miracle really happen? In the Dharma temple, Yunxing was already fully equipped. The treatment this time was much more difficult than the treatment with the two-headed hound. What Yunxing was about to do now was beyond the knowledge of the boundless world. Fortunately, there were only 4 people present in the temple. The 2 villagers didn't know anything about medicine. Great Magician Yang only knew about magic healing and magic potions. He didn't know much about ancient medicine. As for Yi Baiming, he was blind. Yunxing had already thought it through. At worst, she would just say that this set of medical skills was passed down by her mother. Yunxing took out a set of bone needles and a uniquely shaped scalpel made of animal bones. Great Magus Yang raised his eyebrows, but didn't pay too much attention to it. Just as Yunxing thought, the difference between ancient medicine and magic treatment was like the difference between mountains. For thousands of years, although the two had been fighting and competing with each other, there had never been a magician or a doctor who really crossed the line to understand each other. Yunxing mixed the salt, sugar, and White Creek stone powder together. White Creek stone is a special fermentation stone used by the commoners of the boundless continent to make various kinds of pasta. It contains a portion of sodium hydrogen phthalate, which is the modern definition of soda powder. Dehydration was an extremely dangerous situation on the boundless continent. Only a magician who was proficient in water magic and above could treat it. However, for a magician of that level, let alone a village like Banana Leaf Village, there were only a few in an entire country. These people had long been conferred the title of Marquis. It was even more impossible for them to come to a remote place like Banana Leaf Village to treat commoners. That was why Great Magus Yang said that the village chief couldn't be saved. What was that? Was there a medicine that could be made with salt, sugar, and stone powder? Was there such a medicine among ancient medicines? Great Magus Yang watched as Yunxing first fed the village chief a few mouthfuls of medicine, but she quickly gave up on feeding him. This was because Yunxing discovered that the village chief's pupils were already showing signs of dilation. His breathing was also becoming disordered. Also, his pulse was gradually weakening. This was a sign of severe dehydration in his body, causing his internal organs to fail. It was too late to only use oral rehydration salt and sugar. Yunxing had already prepared for the worst. She quickly laid the village chief flat. Then, she took out 2 bamboo joints and a very flexible reed rod that had only one hole. She connected the 2 together to form a simple injection device. Severe dehydration required intravenous injection. They could only directly replenish his body fluids. Yunxing's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the syringe. She activated the jade marrow technique in her body and silently injected her internal energy into the flexible reed rod. The reed rod immediately tightened like a metal needle and pierced into the village chief's vein. Under the effect of the jade marrow technique, the salt and sugar in the bamboo joints flowed through the veins and rapidly replenished the village chief's lost body fluid. After the injection, the village head's pulse gradually stabilized. His chest, which was originally faintly rising and falling, started to rise and fall more obviously. His grayish-white lips also started to regain color. When the village chief opened his eyes with difficulty, he let out a weak cry. "Xiaosheng, it's you." Yunxing's hand, which was holding the infusion device, trembled slightly. The most difficult moment had passed. For the remaining internal injuries, she only needed to use the soul-curing divine needle a few more times. 2 dimples appeared on her sweaty cheeks. She bent down and whispered into the village chief's ear, "Welcome back, Grandpa Village Chief." Great Magus Yang was dumbstruck. The 2 villagers in Yi Baiming Temple were instantly overjoyed. One of them went forward to check, while the other hurriedly ran out to report the victory to the other villagers. A moment later, there was a hubbub of voices outside the temple. The villagers rushed in like a tide, squeezing the temple's door until it was on the verge of collapsing. Grandma Lu staggered in with the help of someone. When she saw the village chief, who had already woken up, she couldn't help but cry. Yunxing indicated for the villagers not to disturb the village chief. He still needed to rest. Grandma Lu walked to the village chief's side. The 2 pairs of hands, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, held tightly together. Just as they had promised back then, they would stay in Banana Leaf Village together and grow old together. Yunxing's success meant that Great Magus Yang had failed. Even though he had expended his magic power to save the village chief, in the eyes of the villagers of Banana Leaf Village, the person who had saved the village chief wasn't him, but Yunxing. Great Magus Yang witnessed this scene and was filled with jealousy and hatred. He glanced at Yunxing and only said a few words. Good, very good. Let's wait and see. Yunxing retreated to the side like a bystander. She just watched quietly, as if she wasn't the one who had used her medical skills to save the dying and heal the injured. This operation wasn't completely fruitless for Yunxing. She felt that her jade marrow technique had improved a lot during the treatment. Her other cultivation techniques had also improved to varying degrees. Medical skills and the Yen family's cultivation techniques really complemented each other. Yunxing looked indifferent, but if someone were to look into Yunxing's eyes, they would definitely notice something. Her gaze was deep like a demonic beast that had been accumulating power for a long time. The village chief's injuries wouldn't be in vain. The people of Flaming Rock Village would definitely pay with blood. A few days later, early in the morning, when the first rays of dawn passed through the picturesque tiles and landed in front of Taishang Town's largest medicine shop, the 100 Herb Shop. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door broke the silence of the town's morning. During this hour, the owner of the 100 Herb Shop, Ding Fa, had yet to get up. The shop assistant opened the door reluctantly with sleepy eyes, muttering to himself about who was disturbing his sleep so early in the morning. Outside the door, a few medicine shop owners with disheveled clothes and messy hair had uneasy expressions on their faces. The shop assistant took a closer look. Weren't these the owners of the town's medicine shops? Why had they all rushed over so early in the morning? He could tell at a glance that something big had happened. Quickly call Boss Ding out. The owner of the 100 Herb Shop was Ding Fa, the second son of the village head of Rock Village. Ding Fa's elder brother was the martial grandmaster who had injured the village head last time, Ding Mao. The two brothers relied on the medicinal herb resources of Rock Village and Ding Mao's identity as a martial grandmaster to monopolize the local sales of the hemostatic flower in Taishang Town. The two brothers were the ones who had pushed aside the hemostatic flower of Banana Leaf Village and framed the hemostatic medicine as counterfeit goods. They had united all the medicine shops in Taishang Town with the price of 100 silver coins a month and the threat of force. A few days ago, the village head's grandfather had been seriously injured and was carried back to Banana Leaf Village. The Ding brothers had even booked the town's restaurant to celebrate. They had all thought that Banana Leaf Village would collapse sooner or later without its dual elemental magus. Boss Ding, something bad has happened. Someone is giving out hemostatic medicine for free in the town's largest restaurant. Everyone knew that the hemostatic flower was a raw material used to make hemostatic medicine. Most medicine shops bought hemostatic flowers for the purpose of making hemostatic medicine. The price of hemostatic medicine was several times that of the hemostatic flower. It could be said to be the main source of income for most medicine shops in town. The town's restaurant was the place with the largest flow of people. Merchants from all over the town and some hunters who passed by Taishang Town would all gather in the restaurant. Now, someone was actually giving out hemostatic medicine for free in a place like a restaurant. Moreover, the quality of the hemostatic medicine was much better than the ones in the medicine shops. The hunters and merchants immediately changed their minds. These days, no one was interested in the hemostatic medicine in the various medicine shops. Is there such a thing? Have you found out the origin of the person who distributed the hemostatic agent? Around here, who else can make a large amount of hemostatic agents? Ding Fa was a shrewd businessman. He calmed down a few pharmacy owners and secretly asked the shop assistant to inform his elder brother. There's no need to check. I've already asked the old pharmacist in the pharmacy to take a look. It's a hemostatic agent from Banana Leaf Village, a pharmacy owner reluctantly admitted. His medicine shop was a century-old shop in town, and the pharmacists in the shop were very experienced. The last time Banana Leaf Village sent the hemostatic agent, the old pharmacist praised it on the spot. If he hadn't threatened to fire the old pharmacist, he wouldn't have been able to frame Banana Leaf Village. Several pharmacy owners also secretly asked their shop assistants to disguise themselves as peddlers. They mixed in with the crowd and asked for some hemostatic agents. When he took it back, he immediately recognized that it was Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic agent. Could it be that the old man from Banana Leaf Village isn't dead yet? Ding Fa also found it strange. At this moment, Ding Mao rushed over with the magic caster who helped him. His beloved daughter Ding Lei's whereabouts were still unknown, and Ding Mao put all the blame on Banana Leaf Village. Now that he heard that Banana Leaf Village was selling hemostatic agents in town, he laughed sinisterly. They really don't know what's good for them. They don't know what's good for them. Elder brother, you can't act rashly. After all, this is Zhou State. It's a crime to kill civilians in town. The laws of the boundless world were very special. Using Zhou State as an example, people with magic and combat skills couldn't wantonly attack civilians in town. However, between magic casters and warriors, as long as they didn't implicate ordinary people, they could engage in private fights. The purpose of this was to protect the safety of civilians. However, in the case of magical beasts in the wild, the country's laws wouldn't interfere with casualties caused by private fights. Do you think I'm just a brawny warrior? I know the rules of Zhou State. Younger brother, sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill people. You're running a medicine shop. Don't you know the rules of medicine shops? In the country, it's strictly forbidden to make medicine privately. Only magic casters or pharmacists who have the qualifications of a temple can make medicine and sell it. Those who violate the rules will be detained for light crimes or exiled for serious crimes. Ding Mao was indeed a great martial arts master who had stayed in Xianxia dojo. He was more knowledgeable than ordinary people. The medicine shop owner suddenly understood. What a good move to kill without spilling blood. Banana Leaf Village was doomed this time. In a restaurant in Taisheng Town, Yunxing and a few villagers from Banana Leaf Village rented 2 rooms as a temporary place to give away hemostatic agents. Yunxing's idea was very simple. As the saying went, the eyes of the masses were as clear as snow. The quality of hemostatic agents didn't depend solely on the pharmacists to judge. Only the direct users had the most direct right to speak. She thought of giving away free drugs. Once the formula of hemostatic agents was figured out, it wasn't difficult to make them. Banana Leaf Village also had a large amount of raw materials for hemostatic flowers. In a few days, Yunxing led the villagers to make nearly 1,000 bottles of hemostatic agents. A few days earlier, there were already hunters who received their agents one after another. Those who used them hurriedly rushed over the next day. In just one morning, there were already 50 to 60 peddlers and hunters who had asked for hemostatic agents from her. There were a lot of good reviews. At noon, Yunxing and a few villagers were still busy. A peddler dressed as a traveling merchant came forward and carefully asked, "Excuse me, do you have hemostatic agents for free here?" "Yes, everyone can receive a bottle of hemostatic agent a day." Unexpectedly, the one who replied was a little girl who didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old. The little girl looked delicate and pretty with 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was Yunxing. Yunxing handed over a bottle of hemostatic agent. The traveling merchant took the bottle of hemostatic agent and sniffed it. The doubts that had gathered in his eyes immediately dispersed. The quality of this hemostatic agent was comparable to the hemostatic agent in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but it was actually free. Could it be that there was a powerful pharmacist hidden near this remote mountain town? The traveling merchant thought for a moment and asked loudly, "Little girl, was this hemostatic agent made by your master?" At Yunxing's age, she could only be a herbalist at best. The traveling merchant naturally thought that the hemostatic agent was made by her master. "This medicine is..." Yunxing saw this and was about to open her mouth to explain. Outside the restaurant, there was a flurry of footsteps. A group of local guards in armor rushed in without any explanation. The leader had a fierce look in his eyes and wanted to smash the hemostatic agent. Who knew that just as the captain of the guards was about to smash the medicine bottle, a small hand would reach out. That hand was very nimble. With a flick of the finger, it pressed down on the captain's hand. The captain's hand went numb. His entire body's strength immediately slackened and he bounced away as if he was on fire. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a little girl with 2 buns. Her movements were very fast. He didn't know what evil method she used to resolve his attack. A few villagers of Banana Leaf Village were terrified. They whispered to Yunxing, "Yunxing, that's the town's guards." "Humph, you're the unruly villagers of Banana Leaf Village? We received a report that you're selling fake medicine here and cheating your fellow villagers." The captain of the guards was Ding Mao's fair-weather friend. He fiercely reprimanded the villagers of Banana Leaf Village. Army Lord Yunxing had already guessed that the people of Flaming Rock Village were behind this. "We're giving medicine, not selling medicine. Giving medicine is also not allowed. In Zhou State, one must have the qualifications of a pharmacist to make medicine. Does Banana Leaf Village have a pharmacist? You're just a rundown mountain village, yet you still dare to dream of making medicine. Men, smash all of them." The squad leader chuckled and ordered the soldiers behind him to smash all of the medicine. On the boundless continent, the doctors who were proficient in ancient medicine were also divided into various ranks. There were herb gatherers, herbalists, pharmacists, bell doctors, scattered doctors, imperial doctors, great doctors, medical marquis, and supreme medical kings. Those who had the qualifications to make medicine must be at least a pharmacist. Yunxing had neglected this point. Seeing this group of guards pouncing on the hemostatic medicine that she and the villagers had painstakingly made like hungry wolves, Yunxing's chest was filled with anger. Could it be that she would let this group of people destroy the hope of the entire village? Xiaohei, who was squatting beside Yunxing's feet, had a telepathic connection with her master. She took the lead and pounced on the soldiers. Xiaohei's teeth and claws were sharp, and her movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had scratched the eyes and noses of several soldiers. The soldiers were so frightened that they fled in all directions while screaming for their parents. When the captain of the guards saw this, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His iron fist smashed towards Xiaohei. Although Taisheng town was small, the captain of the local garrison had been specially trained by the country as a warrior. This small captain was a registered warrior, and his skills were a level higher than Wuxing Leihu's. Wherever his fist went, a shadow of a fist flashed past. Little Black was young and did not have much experience in fighting enemies. He was not careful and was hit in the back by him. He staggered to the side. Yunxing's black eyes darkened as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. With Yi Baiming's help, she had opened up her second 8 extraordinary meridians. Her movement skills and stamina had improved. How could she stand by and watch Xiaohei being bullied? She waved her hand. Along with her inner energy, a few bone needles glittering with cold light shot out. The captain only saw a few white lights in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party was also proficient in martial arts. However, there were no experts on the mainland who used needles as weapons. Moreover, the other party was only a 6-year-old girl. He didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and swept the bone needles away as if he was swatting flies. Unexpectedly, the tip of the needle hit his palm. He suddenly felt his hand go numb. "There's poison." Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw that the little girl's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Then, he saw that her hand was swaying below his waist. He felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. A strange coldness flowed down the tube of his pants. The smell below the captain's body filled the entire room. This was urine. In the restaurant, the onlookers roared with laughter and pointed at the squad leader who was covering his lower body and was in a ghastly state. Where did this little girl come from? She learned such evil martial arts at such a young age. A burly man with a tiger's eyes and a bear's waist pushed through the crowd and walked out. Several people followed behind him. Yunxing didn't recognize the leader, but Yunxing recognized the people behind him. These were the medicine shop owners who had tried to bargain for the blood-clotting flour from Banana Leaf Village. The leader's eyes shone brightly. As he walked, there was a gust of wind. Presumably, he was the rumored father of Fire Rock Village's Ding Lei, the great martial arts master Ding Mao. Other people might not have seen Yunxing's movements, but as a great martial arts master, Ding Mao's 5 senses were very sharp. Just now, Yunxing had used the flying needles to distract the captain. Then, she used the bone needles to secretly attack the bladder nerve acupoint below the captain's body, causing him to lose control of his bladder and lose face. Where did this ignorant man come from? He suppressed Banana Leaf Village time and time again. He dares to do it but doesn't dare to admit it. When Yunxing saw Ding Mao's aura, she secretly exclaimed in her heart. As expected of a great martial arts master. Just the aura around him was several times stronger than that of the captain. If she and Xiao He went up against Ding Mao, their chances of winning would not be more than 30%. What a sharp-tongued girl. I, Ding Mao, dare to admit what I have done. Banana Leaf Village killed my beloved daughter, Ding Lei, and 3 other villagers. I'm already being polite by cutting off your income and injuring your village chief. You don't have the right to speak to me. Call that pharmacist out. Ding Mao's tone was still considered polite. He had also seen Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and even tried a bottle. The effect was extremely good. It was a top-notch medicine that could only be refined by a true master pharmacist. It was very likely that Banana Leaf Village had the backing of a pharmacist. It didn't matter if they destroyed Banana Leaf Village, but if they offended a pharmacist, the losses would outweigh the gains. On the boundless continent, pharmacists weren't as popular as magicians, summoners, or even martial artists. However, everyone knew that the most powerful pharmacists came from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For martial artists who relied on doctors for treatment, they couldn't afford to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After all, who didn't die of old age? It was too difficult to ask those high and mighty magicians for help. Getting to know a pharmacist was equivalent to having another chance to save one's life. There's no pharmacist. The blood-clotting medicine was made by the villagers together. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yunxing saw the scheming in Ding Mao's eyes. Among the villagers, there were already a few who wanted to speak the truth, but she stopped them. The blood-clotting medicine was the blood-clotting medicine of Banana Leaf Village. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of people with bad intentions. If you don't speak, you'll all be locked up in jail. I don't believe that you won't speak after being tortured. Ding Mao saw that Yunxing wasn't willing to give in and his expression turned ferocious. Like an eagle pouncing on a chick, he reached out to grab Yunxing. In a place like jail, one might not be able to come out alive even if they had the life to enter. The country's law stated that civilians couldn't be killed, but it didn't state that unruly people couldn't be tortured. As long as they were in jail, Ding Mao would definitely let this sharp-tongued girl suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. How could Yunxing not guess his sinister intentions? At most, she would fight it out. Yunxing secretly gritted her teeth. She madly circulated the jade marrow technique in her body, preparing to use the soul-healing hidden needle. Right at this moment, a hand appeared on Ding Mao's shoulder. That hand was like a goose feather, seemingly unintentionally patting Ding Mao's shoulder. However, Ding Mao felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 pounds of force. His body was like a nail that had been hit by a hammer. His body shrank and he sank into the ground. In an instant, the stone slabs on the floor of the restaurant flew into the air. Amidst a series of exclamations, the martial Grand Master Ding Mao, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, shrank dramatically. It was as if his legs had been sawed off. In an instant, he became a dwarf who was only as tall as Yunxing. Ding Mao's eyeballs protruded out, and his expression suddenly changed. His body was actually nailed to the stone slabs, and he couldn't move at all. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Others might not know, but Ding Mao was very clear that under that slap, his legs were like ice pillars that were shattered by gravity. All the bones below his crotch were suddenly smashed into powder. But what made Ding Mao's eyeballs protrude was the token that was floating in front of him. On the token, the word Imperial was carved. That token was carved out of wood, and there was a cauldron and a bottle of medicine on it. It represented the famous Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the continent. The continent's doctors were divided into different grades. Medicine men had the Medicine Emperor's token that was recognized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Those who had the word Imperial engraved on them were the imperial physicians of the various major countries, the royal family, and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion recognized their medical skills. I wonder if this token is qualified to make hemostatic medicine, and is it qualified to sell medicine in Taisheng Town? Martial Grand Master Ding. The rather leisurely male voice was like a resounding slap on Ding Mao's face. Ding Mao's face twitched as if he was having a cramp. The martial Grand Master Ding Mao who committed crimes in Taishang City didn't even dare to turn his head. Even though the other party's voice sounded very young, like a young teenager. But in a place like the boundless world, those experts with profound cultivation were said to be able to return to their youth. Some people with astonishing strength even had the bad taste of turning into a child. Who knew if the great Buddha behind him was one of them? Astonishing strength, and a doctor with the imperial physician token. With these two added together, not to mention the Fire Cliff Village and Ding Mao, even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be afraid. "Milord, no, great milord, old ancestor, I, Ding Mao, have acted recklessly and offended you." Ding Mao's lower body was in extreme pain. He knew that this injury would definitely leave behind problems in the future. He was afraid that his strength as a martial Grand Master would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, how could he dare to think about such things? He was begging for mercy, and he was just short of kowtowing to the ground. "Not only have you offended me, you've also offended her, the big sister of Banana Leaf Village, little girl Yunxing." The expert's tone was filled with ridicule as he pointed at Yunxing, who was standing not far away with a petrified expression. Calling a 6-year-old girl big sister, if this were to spread out, would he, Ding Mao, still be able to show his face on the continent? Big sister Yun, Ding Mao doesn't know what's good for him and has offended you and this ancestor," Ding Mao stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Yi Baiming calmly looked at Yunxing. When the latter heard him call her big sister, her voice trembled and her eyes returned to normal. For the time being, regardless of what the imperial physician token was, she had to properly deal with Ding Mao first. "Not only have you offended us, but you have also injured the village head grandpa and slandered our Banana Leaf Village in an attempt to monopolize the business of the hemostatic flower in Taishang town. According to the laws of Zhou State, you should." What should she do? Yunxing had only read the pharmacopoeia. She really didn't know any of the laws of Zhou State. If a warrior fights in a town for no reason, he will be sentenced to 3 months in prison and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he slanders the reputation of others, he will be punished with 300 beatings and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he monopolizes the business of medicinal herbs, he will be exiled for 3 years and pay a fine of 100 silver coins. Yi Baiming smoothly read out a series of laws of Zhou State. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the squad leader who had wet his pants. The latter was so scared that he almost peed again. He trembled as he echoed, this lowly one obeys." Quickly detain the unruly Ding Mao. The group of town guards pushed and pulled each other, but they couldn't pull Ding Mao up from the ground. The squad leader scowled miserably and could only ask Yi Baiming for help. "Old ancestor, what do you think?" Yi Baiming narrowed his phoenix eyes and kicked Ding Mao's chin with the tip of his foot. With a flip of his foot, Ding Mao flew up like a weight and smashed into the ground. Looking at his lower body, his legs were like boneless earthworms. The town guards were so scared that their faces were deathly pale. They grabbed Ding Mao and scattered. The shop owners led by Ding Fa were also scared to death. One by one, they knelt in front of Yunxing and Yi Baiming. They kowtowed like they were pounding garlic and called out ancestor and big sister. The old pharmacist in the medicine shop in town has a good reputation. His medical skills are also superb. I made the decision on behalf of the village chief and hired him as the pharmacist of Banana Leaf Village. He is already waiting at the town entrance. He just needs to take care of things here and then we can set off. After Yi Baiming dealt with Ding Mao, he acted as if nothing had happened. He very elegantly called for a pot of wine and pretended to drink. Before he could taste the wine in his mouth, the wine cup in his hand was snatched away. A coquettish voice scolded in his ear, "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Besides, how old are you? How dare you drink wine?" A typical delinquent, Yunxing's tone was full of disappointment. She had long forgotten that it was a certain delinquent who had helped her out. After the commotion was over, the restaurant returned to its usual hustle and bustle. The guests drank wine and tasted tea. Since Ding Mao was no longer hindering Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and the old pharmacist overseeing it, they could start selling it in all the major medicine shops. The crisis of Banana Leaf Village could be considered as over. The villagers, including Yunxing, packed up the hemostatic medicine and prepared to return to Banana Leaf Village. On the way back to the village, Yunxing and Yi Baiming rode on the same ox cart. Yi Baiming was lazily lying on the ox cart with his hands under his head. He was looking at the starry night sky. Below the cart, there was the sound of the wheel rolling. In the grass, the night insects' cries were getting louder and louder. The night wind blew on Yi Baiming's handsome face. It was as beautiful as a landscape painting shrouded in mist. Yunxing was increasingly unable to read Yi Baiming. She thought of the imperial physician token and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that token?" There were only a few imperial physician tokens on the entire continent. "You mean that fake token?" "I bought it from a stall on the left of the restaurant for 3 copper coins." Yi Baiming's eyes were half closed. His face was drowsy. Fake? Yunxing hadn't expected that the imperial physician token that had scared Ding Mao to the point of almost committing suicide was actually a fake. But that made sense. Yi Baiming was only the disciple of an archmagus. How could he have come into contact with an imperial physician? As they spoke, Yi Baiming had already fallen asleep. Beside his closed eyes, his long eyelashes were like fans. Under the starlight, they reflected a beautiful shadow. At this moment, he was completely different from the arrogant youth in the restaurant. For a moment, Yunxing couldn't tell which one was the real Yi Baiming. Whatever. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, the matter in Banana Leaf Village had come to an end. She could leave Banana Leaf Village with her father in peace. Yunxing and Yi Baiming, who were full of worries, headed into the unknown. A cacophony of unpleasant voices drifted into his ears. Yunxing felt that her limbs were bent at a strange angle. At the same time, she felt as if an electric current was immobilizing her limbs. She realized that she had been kidnapped. Yunxing's consciousness suddenly cleared as she recalled something. A few days ago, she had invited the old medicine master from Taisheng town to Banana Leaf Village. The village chief, who had already woken up, was overjoyed. Compared to the hemostatic flower, the hemostatic medicine could greatly improve the villagers' lives. The entire village even celebrated for a few days. The village chief even specially discussed with Grand Magus Yang to set up a room in the temple for the old medicine master to use. Yunxing, on the other hand, planned to use the medicine soul divine needle to treat the village chief's internal injuries before leaving. While treating him, she also told the old pharmacist about the process and steps of making the hemostatic agent without reservation. While the old medicine master was astonished, he also imparted to her a lot about the Boundless Land's medicinal herb system. He also told Yunxing about the relationship between the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Magic Apothecaries Association. The two of them chatted happily. When this old apothecary was young, he was an apothecary who served as a military doctor in the army. He even taught Yunxing some simple potions. Everything was normal at first. But last night, around the time the lamps were lit, Anyo, who lived next door, ran over to tell Yunxing that the old medicine master had something to discuss with her at the temple. He said that he wanted to discuss the hemostatic medicine. Yunxing believed him and rushed to the temple. Who knew that the moment she pushed open the door to the old medicine master's room, she felt an electric current strike the top of her head. Xiaohei, who was beside her, immediately barked. Then, she fell into darkness. When she opened her eyes, it was still pitch black. Her vision was covered by a layer of cloth. At the same time, Yunxing also realized that her body wasn't tied with an ordinary rope. Instead, it was tied with a magic rope that was similar to an electric shock. If she struggled slightly, the magic rope would emit an electric current, making her limbs weak and unable to move. Hearing some movements around her, Yunxing pretended to be unconscious. "Have you thought about it?" As expected, Grand Magus Yang's voice sounded in her ears. This did not seem to be the Dharma temple. Yunxing was sure that her father, Yun Songhai, would definitely search everywhere for her after her bizarre disappearance. Great magician Yang must have expected this, which was why he had transferred her here. The moist air and the occasional smell of rocks in the wind told Yunxing that she should be in an unknown cave. A cold voice rang out. It was Yi Baiming's voice. "Do you think I would make such a sacrifice for her?" "Yang Shua, the Yi Baiming you know has never been a compassionate person." Yi Baiming, Great Mage Yang, Yunxing, and the unconscious Xiaohei. This was also Great Magus Yang's secret magic pharmacy in Banana Leaf Village. Great Magus Yang was currently forcing Yi Biming to perform a magical soul transplant. That's right. I also always thought that Yi Biming was cold-blooded and heartless, and that you were a beast. That's why I was so shocked that you would actually care about a little girl. Great Magus Yang suddenly pulled the blindfold covering Yunxing's eyes. It turned out that Great Magus Yang already knew that Yunxing had woken up. Her eyes brightened. Yunxing could clearly see her surroundings, as well as Yi Biming and Great Magus Yang, who both had grim expressions. Her body was tied with purple magic ropes as thick as a finger. It turned out that Great Magus Yang was also a dual-element magician. He was proficient in lightning and light magic. Yunxing pretended to be scared. Great Magus Yang. Yi Biming, why are you here? Sly girl, no need to pretend. I know you're very smart. Last time, why weren't you afraid when you humiliated me in front of the entire village? The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's hand was still flashing with white light, but his eyes were like a viper waiting to devour a weak frog. They were full of greed and killing intent. I'm not related to him in any way. He won't save me. Yunxing simply stopped pretending. She secretly glanced at Xiaohei beside her and discovered that Xiaohei's ears had already perked up. That's not up to you to decide. We'll know once we try. Great Magus Yang's skinny right hand was like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, grabbing towards Yunxing. Just as he made his move, Yi Biming's feet also moved strangely. It looked like he was about to approach Yunxing and snatch her away. The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's left hand soared into the air, emitting a faint purple light from a soul stone in the dusky cave. Purple lightning shot out from the scepter like fireworks, exploding under Yi Biming's feet with a loud bang, stopping his advance. On the magic scepter, there were actually two magic soul stones of completely different colors, one purple and one white. Only now did Yunxing know that Great Magus Yang had used a special method to conceal the fact that the magic scepter had dual elements. Wasn't it said that a magician, even if he was a dual-element magician, could only embed a magic beast soul stone of one element on his magic scepter? Yunxing was shocked. She felt a tearing pain in her shoulder as her frail body fell under Great Magus Yang's eagle claws like a little chick. Hee, when a martial artist meets a magician, they will always be the ones at a disadvantage. Yi Biming, so what if you have an all-element soul? Back then, when your magic scepter was broken, you had already given up on studying magic. Don't think of using battle techniques to defeat me. You know that my lightning flash can instantly split the little guy's head like a watermelon, smashing it to pieces. Great Magus Yang let out a disgusting laugh. His magic scepter had been broken? The intense pain in Yunxing's body was far less shocking than the news about Yi Biming. What? You haven't thought it through yet? Then I'll test my magic on this little girl. How long do you think she can last? One lightning flash or two? Great Magus Yang's hair-raising gaze fell on Yunxing's body. Yi Biming's tall and straight body suddenly shook. Lightning flash was a type of lightning attribute magic that made people wish they were dead. Even a man with iron bones wouldn't be able to withstand multiple lightning flashes. Let her go and I'll agree to your request. I'll accept the magic soul transplant, but you have to honor the agreement and heal my eyes. After hearing Yi Biming's compromise, Great Magus Yang was wild with joy. His joy had overwhelmed his mind, to the extent that he had forgotten to pay attention to Yi Biming's changes in expression. But Yunxing had noticed that Yi Biming's lips had turned into a smile. That smile made Yunxing's hair stand on end. It was a smile that transcended gender. It was so beautiful that it made people suffocate, like a devil's smile. But at the same time, it made Yunxing feel a strong sense of unease. It was a bloody smile that brought destruction and slaughter. In some sense, Great Magus Yang could be considered a great genius in the world of magic. Even Yin Songhai had never heard of the idea of transplanting a magical soul. But Yunxing was about to personally witness the transplanting of a magical soul. Doctors used surgery to save people, while magicians used magical arrays to carry out a magical soul transplant. After Yi Biming agreed to Great Magus Yang's conditions, Great Magus Yang started to draw the magical array. It was a twin magical array. One was used to restore Yi Biming's sight, and the other was used to carry out the magical soul transplant. The core of the twin magical arrays was the 200-year-old magical beast soul stone that Yi Baiming had unexpectedly obtained in the Yiwu mountain range. That was a magical beast soul stone that had a soft glow similar to moonlight. When it was placed in the twin magical array, when the magic scepter activated the magical array, it was like a bright moon slowly rising from the east in the middle of the night. Magical power unceasingly flowed out of the magical soul stone. Great Magus Yang and Yi Baiming stepped into the magical array. Great Magus Yang chanted a cryptic spell. As the chant continued, magical fluctuations floated out of the two people's bodies, and a cloud-like mist-like substance appeared. That was a magical soul. Yunxing remembered what her father, Yun Sanhai, had said. The density and size of the color of a magician's magical soul determined their magical talent. A red mist-like substance represented a fire magical soul, a green one represented a wind magical soul, a blue one represented a water magical soul, and a yellow one represented an earth magical soul. Generally speaking, the color of a natural magical soul was like that. But for magicians with secondary attributes who had mutated magical souls, the color of their magical souls was different. Great Magus Yang's magical soul quickly appeared in the magical array. Great Magus Yang's magical soul was only the size of a soccer ball. It was divided into two colors, a faint purple and a dark gray-white. This represented his light and lightning magical attributes. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul would take a much longer time to manifest. Just as Yunxing's eyes were about to ache from waiting, she heard a buzzing sound in the cave. Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground, woke up as if someone had stepped on her tail. When Yunxing was brought in earlier, Xiaohei was brought in as well. Pop pop, master, let me out quickly. Even the lazy puffed egg was jumping nonstop in Yunxing's beast language ring like a flea. Inside the cave, neon lights shone as if a rainbow had appeared. Above Yi Baiming's head, 4 colors of light shone. Red, green, yellow, blue, and a pure black. Every color was so rich that there were no other colors. Just like the 5 purest colors of nature. This was a 5-elemental law soul. In front of the enormous power of the Dharma soul, everything seemed incomparably insignificant. In Yunxing's heart, she was incomparably shocked. 5-elemental law soul, a 5-elemental law soul that all magicians in the continent would go crazy for. Every additional element of the law soul meant that a magician's ability to absorb magic elements would double that of an ordinary person. Yi Baiming had a 5-elemental law soul, which meant that his speed of cultivating magic was 5 times that of others. Yunxing finally understood why Yang Shua was willing to pay any price to transplant Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. Ha ha ha, a 5-elemental law soul, a 5-elemental law soul that I have dreamed of. Great Magus Yang looked at the boundless 5-elemental law soul with an infatuated expression. Yang Shua's Dharma soul was just like what Yunxing had seen. It was very ordinary. In a temple filled with talented magicians, it was not even worth mentioning. After he had accidentally discovered Yi Baiming's astonishing talent, he had been infatuated with Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. He had secretly studied the ancient books in the temple, even going as far as to consult the dark magic forbidden book. Finally, he had discovered a magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. He had grasped Yi Baiming's desire to heal his eyes and lured him away from home, bringing him to a remote mountain village. Finally, on the eve of arriving at Banana Leaf Village, he had thoroughly figured out how to draw the magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. Inside the magic array, magic power was constantly moving between the 2 twin magic arrays. Yi Baiming, don't believe him. He can't heal your eyes. Yunxing loudly shouted as she watched the power of Yi Baiming's Dharma soul slowly move towards the magic array where Great Magus Yang was. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming acted as if he hadn't heard her. Damned girl, daring to ruin his plans at such a critical juncture. Great Magus Yang fiercely glared at Yunxing. He pointed the magic scepter in his hand and a thunderclap as thick as an arm shot towards Yunxing. Yunxing rolled her eyes and calculated the distance. She didn't dodge and rolled. That thunderclap struck her bound hands and blisters immediately appeared on her wrists. However, the magic ropes binding her hands were immediately untied. Yi Baiming, he can't save you. Your cornea is necrotic. Unless you replace it with someone else's cornea, you won't have a chance to recover your sight. Yunxing didn't allow any explanation as she rushed towards the magic array. Who would have thought that as soon as she approached, the magic array's powerful magic power would bounce her back? A magic barrier had been set up outside the magic array. Unless it was a magician whose strength was similar to Great Magus Yang's or a magician whose skills were a level higher, there was no way to break it. Without magic power, Yunxing had no way to get close to the magic array. Pop pop, pop pop. The puffed egg, who couldn't wait any longer, jumped out of the magic space. What an enchanting magic element, it's a 5-element magic soul. The puffed egg was extremely excited. Pop pop, can you break through those 2 magic arrays? The people inside are very important to me. Yunxing and Xiaohei had no way to break through the magic array with such a strong magic element. Their only hope was this strange magic beast egg. It's nothing, it's just a small magic array. With a pop-pop sound, it flew high into the air. It could be seen that it had gathered enough strength in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew forward like a bullet and hit the magic barrier with a bang. Inside the magic array, Great Magus Yang looked at the strange magic beast egg with wings in panic. It kept hitting the magic barrier again and again. A crack appeared on the magic barrier. What the hell is that thing? Great Magus Yang looked at the magic array again. Yi Baiming's magic soul had already been transferred to his side. As long as he could hold on for another 15 minutes, he would be able to smoothly absorb Yi Baiming's magic soul into his magic array. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the puffed egg had already opened a large hole in the magic barrier. It looked like the magic barrier was about to be completely destroyed. Great Magus Yang waved his magic scepter, continuously absorbing the magic power from the 200-year-old magical beast soul stone floating in the air, replenishing the magic power he had consumed. At this time, Yi Baiming's magic soul had almost reached Great Magus Yang's magic array. Great Magus Yang had already revealed a crazed expression. He opened his hand, wanting to obtain that multicolored radiant magic soul. You don't deserve to have my magic soul. A bone-chilling voice sounded in a timely manner. Inside the twin magic array, Yi Baiming still had a devilish smile on his face. In the air above the magic array, the 200-year-old demon beast soul stone exploded with a boom. The magic beast soul stone supporting the magic array shattered. The 2 magic arrays were on the verge of collapse. The joy on Great Magus Yang's face quickly faded like snow in the spring of March. How could this be? Magic soul, Yi Baiming. It's you, what did you do? From heaven to hell, it only took a moment. Without the magic array's effect, Yi Baiming's magic soul drifted outside the magic array. Great Magus Yang's efforts were in vain. He questioned Yi Baiming like a crazed beast with red eyes. Great Magus Yang, surely no one told you that pigs die of stupidity? Could it be that you didn't notice that I only gave you a 195-year magic beast soul stone? Yi Baiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. In order to snatch that soul stone of just the right age, he was poisoned by the hunters. Yunxing was thunderstruck by this dramatic scene. Wasn't this too black-hearted, as expected of a night fox? A fox was a fox. Even in front of a bad person, it was still a big fox. Using a 195-year magic beast soul stone to replace a 200-year soul stone? These 2 soul stones looked almost the same from the outside, but from the perspective of magic elements, a small 5-year difference was an entire rank. No wonder Great Magus Yang failed at the moment when he was about to succeed. Yi Baiming, you have a vicious mind. But do you think that without the magic array, I won't be able to obtain your magic soul? Great Magus Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he smiled coldly. He slowly put down the magic scepter in his hand and tore open the magus robe he was wearing. His skin was sickly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. On his chest, there was a magic array that looked like a tattoo. When she saw the magic array, Yunxing felt her scalp go numb. Xianxia chanted and used his sharp nails to cut open his skin. Blood flowed into the magic formation, and the magic formation was activated. A Xianxia evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs drilled out of Xianxia's chest bit by bit. It looked as if another head had grown out of Xianxia's body. It looked too terrifying. With the appearance of the Xianxia, the mana that Xianxia had almost used up gushed out like a flood. Countless purple lightning bolts transformed into purple centipedes that crawled over from all directions. Run forward until you see the exit. Don't look back. Yi Baiming quickly retracted a portion of his Dharma soul power and chanted. Yi Baiming was indeed an all-elemental magic genius. Even without the magic scepter, Yi Baiming quickly formed an emerald lyre bird with the emerald wind element. The bird was so lifelike that it didn't look like it was created by magic at all. It let out a long cry and carried Yunxing under its body. He knew Xianxia's character well. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing that he had been deceived, he would definitely take revenge crazily. What about you? Yunxing witnessed the evil dark magic and her heart shuddered. Yi Baiming didn't answer. Perhaps to him, life and death were no longer important. Yunxing didn't know why he was always so cold to others, but one thing was for sure. Something must have happened to Yi Baiming. If we're leaving, let's leave together. Yunxing pretended to jump off the lyre bird. Yi Baiming was stunned and felt a slight warmth in his heart. Run. Where do you think you're going? A giant purple lightning centipede climbed up the lyre bird's feet. Great magician Yang had already determined that Yunxing would become his best bait to restrain Yi Baiming. How could he allow Yunxing to leave so easily? The purple lightning centipede was nailed to the ground and the magical elements immediately dispersed. A few bone needles appeared in Yunxing's hand and she quickly shot them at Great Magician Yang's hands. Great Magician Yang felt pain in his hands and had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Sly girl, don't underestimate the strength of a magician. Great Magician Yang chanted and a white healing light appeared and the wounds on his hands were healed. Damned light magic, Yunxing cursed. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary battle or a team battle, fighting against a light magician or a team with a light magician was a very troublesome matter. It meant that you had to face the opponent's tenacious vitality. He used forbidden magic and his body will soon be devoured. He won't be able to hold on for long. Let's go. Yi Baiming ordered the magic lyre bird to take Yunxing away. The lyre bird raised its beautiful green wings and rushed to the other side of the cave. Seeing Yunxing leave, Yi Baiming breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia's turbid eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Baiming, you forced me to do this. I originally only wanted to devour your magic soul and let you be an ordinary person. But now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to be an ordinary person. Great Magician Yang walked forward step by step. Yi Baiming calmed down and pulled out the sharp sword at his waist. His gaze was steady as he prepared for the final battle with Great Magician Yang. Your magic soul, which possesses a large amount of dark magic, will be devoured by me and Lord Xianxia. Great Magician Yang's body emitted a creaking sound. He stared at Yi Baiming's lively body and five-colored magic soul, saliva dripping from his mouth. With a deafening roar, Xianxia opened his huge mouth and frantically absorbed the five-colored magic soul that was still drifting in the cave. As Yi Baiming's magic soul was devoured bit by bit, Xianxia King's stomach and body also became inflated bit by bit like an inflated balloon. Just as half of Yi Baiming's magic soul was devoured, an egg with wings fell from the sky and heavily crashed into Xianxia King's stomach with a bang. The force of that crash was astonishing. Even Xianxia King's demonic body couldn't withstand the monstrous force of the puffed egg. Great Magus Yang was knocked back several steps, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Magic soul. Mine. Xianxia's eyes bulged as he looked forward. He waved his hands, yearning for a powerful magic soul that didn't belong to him. Yi Baiming looked at the winged egg with a strange expression. Suddenly, he heard an anxious voice. Yi Baiming, get out of the way. Pop pop, crush it to death. Pop pop, 1,000 gold drop. The puffed egg was extremely excited. It flapped its wings and heavily smashed into Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia's face contorted. With a whoosh, he spat out the five-colored magic soul that he had swallowed. Yi Baiming saw the opportunity. The sharp sword in his hand swept across the Xianxia head on Xianxia's chest. The Xianxia head rolled on the ground. Xianxia's body quickly shriveled up into a withered skeleton. He stopped breathing. Why did you come back? Just now. The cave returned to its peaceful state. Yi Baiming was also exhausted. He was angry that Yunxing didn't listen to him and came back halfway. He was about to reprimand her. Yi Baiming, your magic soul. The five-colored magic soul drifting in the cave had unknowingly enveloped Yunxing and crazily surged into Yunxing's body. Yi Baiming suddenly realized that Xianxia had just swallowed his Dharma soul. Now that Xianxia had been killed, only half of his Dharma soul had returned to his body. What about the remaining half? Not good. Yunxing was in danger. Xiao Hei and Puffed Egg were also stunned as they looked at their master not far away. Just now, when Xianxia spat out his Dharma soul, it was precisely aimed at Yunxing. The Dharma soul was a type of illusory spiritual energy that was like a fog. Logically speaking, when it encountered Yunxing, who had a physique that was useless in magic, it should immediately dissipate. But just as the five-colored Dharma soul enveloped Yunxing, a strange scene occurred. The five-colored Dharma soul surged towards Yunxing like water, from her hair, skin, limbs, mouth, and nose. When the Dharma soul entered her body, Yunxing only felt that her entire body was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Sometimes it expanded violently and sometimes it contracted violently. As the saying goes, even if a pie falls from the sky, you have to have the ability to receive it. Yi Baiming was one of the rare people who was born with a five-elemental Dharma soul. In addition, he had practiced martial arts since young, so his physique was strong. However, Yunxing had never come into contact with a Dharma soul entering her body. For a moment, she only felt that her entire body was engulfed by the Dharma soul. Her body was like an overinflated balloon that could explode at any time. Yi Baiming also knew this point, which was why he wanted to go forward to save Yunxing. But it was already too late. Just when Yunxing thought that her body was going to explode and die, the Shenong medical bracelet on her hand emitted a gentle light. Wherever the light passed, it quickly calmed down the restless Dharma soul in Yunxing's body. Yunxing only felt that a spring breeze blew through her body. The Dharma soul quickly merged into her blood vessels. Her body felt as if it had been cleansed and became much lighter. After a while, when the Dharma soul in Yunxing's body completely calmed down, she stared blankly for a long time before saying, "I ate your Dharma soul." Half of the Dharma soul. After realizing that Yunxing was safe and sound, Yi Baiming finally relaxed and adjusted his breathing. Yunxing realized that she had just openly robbed half of Yi Baiming Dharma soul. The other half of the magic soul that great Magus Yang had spent so much effort to obtain was actually intercepted by her halfway. You took half of my Dharma soul for free. Don't tell me you don't even have the slightest bit of gratitude? You were planning to take advantage of the situation. I didn't expect you to be more shrewd than Xianxia. Yi Baiming's devilish face leaned over and whispered into Yunxing's ear. Nonsense. I won't take your Dharma soul for free. How much do you want? Yunxing was forced to retreat step by step. She hurriedly signaled to her two magical beasts with her eyes. Who would have thought that the two little fellows would only bully the kind and fear the wicked? Seeing that the other party was an all-element magician, they stood to the side without moving. Five-element Dharma soul. How much do you think it's worth? 100,000 Empire purple gold coins? Or? Yi Baiming pretended to be deep in thought. A pair of eyes. Yi Baiming, I took half of your Dharma soul. I'll use a pair of eyes in exchange. Yunxing was forced into a corner. She rolled her eyes and suddenly saw Yangshua's corpse lying on the ground. You can heal my eyes. Little wildcat, I don't believe that you can heal my eyes. You have to know that before Xianxia, even the imperial doctors couldn't heal my eyes. Yi Baiming only wanted to tease Yunxing. Who knew that this little wildcat would actually say that she could heal his eyes? Your eyes were blind since birth. The doctors of the boundless world naturally couldn't save you. Yunxing had already determined that Yi Baiming's eyes must be treated with a cornea transplant. The most important thing for a cornea transplant was to have a pair of living corneas that could be transplanted. With the current medical conditions of the boundless world, it was very difficult to collect a suitable pair of corneas for Yi Baiming. But now, Xianxia, who had just died, was the best donor. How confident are you? Yi Baiming had seen Yunxing's medical skills. Her medical skills were indeed different from the ancient medical skills of the boundless world. Should he believe her? If you believe me, you will be able to see the light of day again. If you don't believe me, you can only be a blind man. You are a genius in both magic and martial arts. But because you are blind, your talents have never been fully unleashed. Yi Baiming, don't you want to take back everything that originally belonged to you? Yunxing questioned sternly. Yunxing was very smart. She remembered what Xianxia said earlier. With Yi Baiming's magnanimity and his knowledge of the country's laws, he definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. He must have his reasons for being reduced to the banana leaf village. The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together. Yunxing had also accidentally stolen half of his Dharma soul. Out of guilt, Yunxing decided to help Yi Baiming with the cornea transplant. If you fail. Yi Baiming's face didn't show any emotions. I won't fail, Yunxing said confidently. This was the little wildcat he knew. At this time, her face must be full of arrogance and her eyes were shining with confidence. Yi Baiming's heart felt like it was being scratched by claws. He really wanted to see the little wildcat's appearance with his own eyes. If you can cure my eyes, not only will I not pursue the matter of you stealing my Dharma soul, I can also give you a big gift. Yi Baiming was half joking and half serious. With the Dharma soul and the ability to summon magical beasts, you will be a true summoner. Every summoner should have their own retinue. Yunxing, if you cure my eyes, I, Yi Baiming, am willing to swear in the name of my mother to become your retinue. My vow will never change. The youth's magnetic voice teased Yunxing's eardrums. Retinue? What was that? Yunxing didn't know that summoners were also in the most danger when they were chanting. Therefore, they often had their own loyal retinue by their side. A retinue wasn't a servant. Their nature was more like a summoner's partner. They advanced and retreated together, were inseparable, and helped each other when needed. Most retinues were warriors, but a summoner didn't necessarily have a retinue. I don't want you to be my retinue. I already have beasts. Yunxing's heart beat violently for no reason. Her face and ears were red. With your two little beasts, I don't know how long it will take for them to grow up. Carry out the treatment you said. If it succeeds, I will follow you even to the ends of the earth. Yi Baiming stopped joking and indicated that Yunxing could start the treatment. Yunxing's little face fell. She glared fiercely at the two little beasts that didn't live up to her expectations. There's not much time left. We have to find a suitable place to do the surgery in 2 hours. There must be enough light there. Don't forget to bring Great Magician Yang's corpse. He is today's protagonist. Yunxing quickly regained her composure. She first let Bo Bo return to the magical beast space. Then, she let Xiao He scout ahead. She and Yi Baiming carried Yang Shua's corpse out of the cave to find a suitable place for the surgery. After going around in circles, Yunxing and Yi Baiming finally returned to the Yun family home. After all, there was no place in the entire village that was suitable for surgery. The Dharma temple was originally a very suitable place, but Yunxing was worried that Great Magus Yang would disappear for no reason. If someone saw her going in and out of the Dharma temple again, it would cause more trouble. Yunxing thought of her own straw hut. She had performed a two-headed dog separation surgery there before. There were basic bronze mirrors, candles, and lighting equipment in the room. In addition to the cornea transplant, they had to ensure that they had time, so they could not find a suitable place. When Yunxing returned home, she did not see her father. She thought that her father had gone out in the middle of the night to look for her. Quick, give me the body. Climb onto the bed and wait for me, Yunxing urged Yi Baiming. After she finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong. Little wildcat, are you a woman or not? Aren't you afraid at all? Yi Baiming's face was full of black lines. What's there to be afraid of? In my eyes, the only difference between him and you is whether or not he's breathing. Yunxing found alcohol and saline to disinfect the body. She took out some datura lotus liquid and fed it to Yi Baiming. What is this? Yi Baiming smelled the medicine and became alert. It's medicine that will make you unconscious temporarily. It won't have any side effects. Yunxing was too lazy to explain further. When dealing with a delinquent youth who refused to take medicine, it was better to use force than to persuade him. She secretly used the needles. Yi Baiming only felt his body go numb. It was almost exactly the same as the time at the hillside. Yunxing! How dare you? He succumbed to Yunxing twice in a row. Yi Baiming only felt his tongue tied. "You're not allowed to." Before Yi Baiming could say the word open, he fainted. Yunxing estimated the time needed for the surgery. In order to prevent Yi Baiming from waking up halfway like last time, she injected a few more needles into Yi Baiming's body. She waited until the general anesthesia took effect. Yunxing began to remove the cornea from Xianxia's body and washed it with the saline solution she had made herself. Then, she removed Yi Baiming's necrotic cornea. Although Xianxia was a vicious person, his corneas were very healthy. When removing Yi Baiming's cornea, Yunxing checked it out of habit. However, after the examination, she suddenly realized that Yi Baiming's cornea was not congenitally damaged as she had expected. Instead, it was because his cornea was covered with a layer of light mist. Yunxing tried to use a scalpel to cut open the layer of glowing mist, but she realized that the scalpel couldn't cut it open. "This is..." Yunxing touched the layer of glowing mist with her hand. The Dharma soul in her body trembled. "This is... magical elements?" Yunxing realized that the layer of glowing mist that caused Yi Baiming to be blind was also a magical element. It looked like it was a light-type magical element. Yunxing was shocked. Actually, she wanted to ask why Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was five-colored. Other than the normal fire, earth, wind, and water elements, what was the black Dharma soul? "Xing'er," a hurried voice came from behind her. When Yin Songhai realized that Yunxing had left home in the middle of the night and hadn't returned, he hurriedly went to the Dharma temple. Unexpectedly, the temple was already empty. Yun Songhai only found an unconscious old pharmacist. He looked around the village but didn't find Yunxing. But when he saw the lights of his house on the hill, he hurriedly rushed back. Fortunately, Yun Songhai came back late. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain Yunxing's surgery. "Father," Yunxing hurriedly hid the two pieces of cornea on her body. But Yi Baiming, who was lying on the bed, and Yang Shua, who was already dead, could no longer be hidden. Yun Songhai's gaze was like an eagle's. He immediately saw Yi Baiming lying on the bed. After clearly seeing Yi Baiming's appearance, a trace of light flashed through Yun Songhai's eyes. "Xing'er, who is he?" "His name is Yi Baiming. He is the disciple of the Dharma Temple Yang." "No, that's not right. Yang Shua wanted to steal his Dharma soul." "His Dharma soul is a five-colored Dharma soul." Yunxing thought for a while and recounted what happened earlier. She even told him about how she accidentally stole the other party's five-elemental Dharma soul. "It's him. Five-elemental Dharma soul. His appearance is almost exactly the same as that person." After hearing the whole story, Yun Songhai's expressionless face finally changed. He looked at Yunxing with a complicated expression. "Since it has already happened, there is no point in blaming you. But Xing'er, do you know that you have caused a big disaster?" Beside Yun Songhai, a huge amount of fire element surged. Affected by the fluctuation of the magic element in Yunxing's body also became restless. A five-colored Dharma soul appeared above her head. After seeing that black Dharma soul, Yun Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air. "Xing'er, promise Father that after today, you will not reveal that you have a five-elemental Dharma soul in front of anyone. Before you become an official magician. You will not reveal the fact that you have multiple Dharma souls. Before you reach the strength of a sky magician, you must not reveal your black Dharma soul in front of anyone." Yunxing had never seen Yun Songhai reveal such a solemn expression. She nodded. "Father, that black Dharma soul, is it a dark Dharma soul?" Yunxing was not an ordinary child. Since it was not one of the four major Dharma soul elements, it must be a secondary Dharma soul element. On the continent, having a mutated secondary Dharma soul element was a joyous thing. But her father did not allow her to casually use it in front of others. There was only one answer, and that was the dark Dharma soul element that was not accepted by the mainstream magicians on the continent. That's right, dark Dharma soul element is also known as the element of destruction. The youth on your bed has an illustrious identity. At that time, because his mother had dark Dharma soul under him, he is also a person with a bitter life. Although he was abandoned by his family, his talent in magic cannot be coveted by others. You stole a part of his Dharma soul. If this matter is spread out, you will definitely be hunted down. Yun Songhai decided to leave with Yunxing tonight. Yunxing did not expect her father to make such a hasty decision. There is no time to lose. Pack up. Before daybreak, we will immediately leave Banana Leaf Village. Before that, I have to go out again. Pack up your belongings and wait for me to come back. Yun Songhai grabbed Yang Shua's corpse and disappeared into the night. Yunxing looked at the still unconscious Yi Baiming, and an indescribable feeling appeared in her heart. It was dawn. The anesthetic effect of the datura juice on Yi Baiming's body had dissipated. It was still dark in front of him. Yi Baiming smiled bitterly. It was indeed wishful thinking to recover his sight. But soon, he realized that there were spots of light in the darkness. This was something that had never happened in the past 10 years. He sat up and stretched out his hand in front of his eyes. He waved it, and there was a blurry light in front of him. Yi Baiming was ecstatic. He ignored his weak body and struggled to get down from the couch. He wanted to settle the score with Yunxing. That little wildcat had plotted against him again. This time, he remembered very clearly that he had fainted after being hit by a strange type of internal energy. There was no one in the house. With his sharp ears, Yi Baiming did not find any traces of living people around. Even Xiao Quan, who had been following Yunxing, was not around. Yi Baiming had an ominous feeling. He touched the couch and realized that there were a few lines of words carved on the wooden board. The handwriting was very messy. It must have been carved in a hurry. Night Fox, I'm leaving. Father and I left with Xiao He. Your eyes have been cured. For the next 2 days, your vision will still be a little blurry. You can only see some shadows at first. That's a good sign. You'll be able to recover completely in about 7 days. Remember, don't be exposed to wind or fire. Don't lose your temper. I took half of your Dharma soul, but I also returned a pair of eyes to you. We don't owe each other anything. Never again. Never again. Yi Baiming could imagine that little wild cat hurriedly packing up and escaping with the money. Although his vision had recovered, he seemed to have lost the most important thing. He ran out of the Yun family like the wind and ran towards the highest hill at the entrance of the village. The wind whistled in his ears, and the morning dew wet his sideburns. After climbing up the hill, Yi Baiming could only see a blurry forest and a winding path. After that, he could no longer see clearly. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that Yunxing had left a long time ago. He didn't even have a chance to see her face clearly. Yi Baiming returned to the Yun family in low spirits. He smashed open the bed and dug out the wooden plank with Yunxing's parting words carved on it. He walked in the direction of the temple in the village. A few villagers walked past him and discussed loudly, last night, there was a big fire in the Dharma temple. I heard that the fire was very big. It burned the great sorcerer and his disciple to death. Only the old pharmacist who was lucky enough to escape death was left. Great Magus Yang's corpse, which had been burned beyond recognition, was also dug up. Among them was the corpse of a youth. Isn't that so? It was really a big fire. The temple was burned to ruins. It was too scary. The villagers were discussing when they suddenly noticed Yi Baiming. They shouted as if they had seen a ghost. You, aren't you Great Magus Yang's disciple? Didn't you die? A cool breeze blew past, and the youth who had been standing in front of the villagers suddenly disappeared. The group of villagers was so scared that they ran away. Within a day, the entire village was spreading the news that the village was haunted. After that day, there was no more temple in Banana Leaf Village. It wasn't until a few months later that people from the temple came to rebuild it. Apart from the village chief's family, no one else noticed that the Yun father and daughter had disappeared. Yunxing and her father left Banana Leaf Village in a hurry. The Yun family didn't have anything valuable. The father and daughter brought a few dozen silver coins and rushed through the night. After arriving at Taisheng town, Yun Songhai spent 2 silver coins to buy an old horse. After buying some dry food and water in town, they headed northwest. On the way, Yun Songhai told Yunxing some things about the Yun family. These were things that Yun Songhai had never mentioned before. Speaking of Yun Songhai's family, Yujing's Yun family could be considered famous in Xinjiang. Yun Songhai's father was called Yunba. He was the famous martial saint of Zhou state. Yunba's wife died in his middle age, and he had one daughter and two sons. Yun Songhai was the oldest in the family and was the eldest son of the first wife. The reason why our Yun family is famous in the great Zhou country is because of our ancestors. There were several powerful martial artists who helped the founding monarch of the great Zhou country and made great contributions on the battlefield. When your grandfather came, he became a martial saint that was rarely seen in 500 years. Your second uncle and I also cultivated martial arts when we were young. Yunxing didn't understand. But father, you are a powerful magician. Yes, I changed my cultivation to magic. It can be said that I let down your grandfather's expectations. He often blamed me for this. Yun Songhai didn't ask how his daughter knew about him. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more precious than gold. As long as father is willing to return to the Yun family, grandfather will definitely forgive you. Yunxing pretended to speak in an innocent tone. In her opinion, there was no overnight hatred between father and son. When they left Banana Leaf Village, the Dharma temple in the village was set ablaze. Yangshua's corpse and a corpse found in a wild grave on the mountain were thrown into the fire. That fire was no ordinary fire. Ordinary water couldn't extinguish it at all. Banana Leaf Village was remote. By the time the people from the Dharma temple arrived, the father and daughter would have already reached the Jade capital. Under the protection of the Yun family, the father and daughter could sleep peacefully. Sheng'er, father has to make something clear to you. This time, you will be returning to the Yun family alone. Father is only sending you back. I don't plan on acknowledging my ancestors, Yun Songhai said firmly. Why? Father, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Even if you had a falling out with grandfather back then, so many years have passed. It's time to bury the hatchet. In the past few days, as the father and daughter got closer to the Jade capital, Yunxing would often wake up in the middle of the night to find her father standing alone under the moon, looking in the direction of the Jade capital. Your grandfather once said that if I married your mother, he would never acknowledge me as his son. Although your mother has already passed away, she will always live in my heart. She will always be my wife. For her, I will never take another step into the Yun family, Yun Songhai said firmly. The father and son of the Yun family were both stubborn. Neither of them would back down. Therefore, the father and son had never contacted each other all these years. Seeing his daughter's dissatisfied face, Yun Songhai said, Sheng'er, do you want to learn magic? The father and daughter only cared about hurrying along. After Yunxing obtained a Dharma soul, it meant that she could use 5 types of magic elements. Apart from the dark element that Yun Songhai had forbidden, she could use at least 4 other types of magic elements. Yes. Yunxing finally revealed a smile. Alright, father will teach you the most basic fire elemental magic, the fireball technique. As Yun Songhai spoke, a bright ball of fire element appeared in his hand. The biggest difference between magic apprentices and sorcerers was that sorcerers could convert magical elements into magical attacks. Yunxing had yet to forge her own magic scepter. Previously, Yunxing had obtained a magic scepter from Xianxia. Unfortunately, that scepter could only be used by archmages, and its magical attributes were not compatible with Yunxing's. Fortunately, when using beginner-level magic, one did not necessarily need a magic scepter. As long as one was proficient enough and chanted properly, one could also launch magical attacks. Yun Songhai was a fire magician, but he also knew a lot about other types of magic. This was something that Yunxing had only found out recently. The higher the level of the magician, the shorter the chanting time, but the faster the recovery of magical elements. Yun Songhai's teaching began with the fire magic that he was most proficient in. At this time, the father and daughter had just arrived outside a secluded forest. There were no villages or residences nearby that they could stay in. Yun Songhai decided to spend the night in the wilderness. Yun Songhai's lips moved slightly, and a beautiful fireball fell onto the fire like a meteor. The fire burned fiercely, and the chill of the night was immediately dispelled. That's amazing. Yunxing clapped and cheered. But in the next moment, Yun Songhai's words made her unable to smile. This fire is mine. If you want to keep warm, go make a fire yourself. Yunxing foolishly picked up a few pieces of dry wood, and tried hard to recall Yun Songhai's chanting. She tried hard to meditate, and read magical elements gathered in her hands. But when she tried to condense the fire magical elements into a ball and shoot it out, the elements immediately collapsed and turned into a wisp of green smoke. As the night deepened, Yun Songhai was roasting dry rations over a bonfire. The aroma of the hot rations wafted into her nose. Yunxing's heart itched unbearably, but as strong as she would not easily beg for mercy from Yun Songhai, even if the other party was her father. He repeated it several times, but there was still no effect. Yunxing was hungry, so she simply sat in the dark and meditated. As night fell, Yunxing's mind kept replaying Yun Songhai's actions. Not far away, the bonfire that was emitting a warm aura was dancing. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxing only felt a ball of heat on her fingertips. Following her consciousness, the fire magical elements turned into a fist-sized fireball and jumped on the pile of firewood with a poof. The fire began to burn. Yun Songhai nodded in satisfaction. Yunxing's ability to comprehend magic was much better than he had expected. Even he, who was known as the genius of the Yun family, took an entire day to comprehend the most basic fireball spell. In the next few days, the father and daughter walked and stopped. Yunxing mastered the fireball technique and also learned the most basic earth element technique, Earth Spike. These two were also the two primary magic that Yunxing could comprehend at this stage without using a magic staff. Qi City is in front of us. It's a medium-sized city, much more prosperous than Taisheng Town. We have been camping outside the city for a few days, and our supplies have long been used up. Let's go into the city to buy some water and food, and rest for a night before leaving. Yun Songhai saw that his daughter had suffered a lot along the way, but she didn't even complain. He was gratified and felt that he had wronged her too much. Yunxing naturally agreed. The father and daughter dismounted from their horses and entered Qi City. The father and daughter rushed all the way and didn't wash up. They looked unkempt, no different from beggars. Fortunately, both of them had an unruly temperament and didn't care about the pointing and whispering of the people in the city. After buying dry food and water, on the way to find an inn to stay, Yunxing and Yun Songhai passed by a magic tool shop. This was the first time that Yunxing had seen a shop related to magic tools. At the door, there were many magic tools hanging, among which various kinds of magic scepters were the most eye-catching. Yunxing had learned to use fire and earth magic, but she had never used a magic scepter to cast magic. When she saw a magic scepter, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. His daughter's small movements fell into Yun Songhai's eyes, and there was a little more affection in his eyes. Sheng'er, you should also have your own magic scepter. However, you will only be qualified to wear a magic scepter after you obtain the title of magician. There is a temple in Qi City. You can go and take the magician's examination first. After passing the examination, father will buy you a magic scepter as a reward. Yun Songhai said and asked the passers-by about the location of the temple in Qi City. As a temple in a medium-sized city, the temple in Qi City was much bigger than the one in a small mountain village like Jiayi village. It occupied more than 3 acres of land. In addition to the magic enlightenment and basic magic treatment functions that ordinary temples had, the temple in Qi City had an additional function compared to the temple in Jiayi village. That was to appraise the level of a magician and give out the corresponding magic allowance. However, the person who received the magic allowance had to be a magician who had joined the temple. Stop, why are you two standing sneakily outside the temple? Don't you know how you are dressed? If you want to see a doctor, go and line up. Yun Songhai had just planned to enter the temple with Yunxing when they were stopped by a magician's apprentice. That person saw that Yunxing and her father's clothes were shabby and their unkempt hair and dirty faces, and his face was full of disdain. He thought that the two of them were beggars who wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the temple to steal tributes. I am here to take the magic examination, Yunxing said and was about to walk into the temple. Bah, magic examination? Which one of you is a magician's apprentice? Him or you? You don't even have hair, and you have shifty eyes. Aren't you afraid of dirtying the ground of the temple? The magician's apprentice spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the father and daughter, wanting to chase them out. Suddenly, a fireball flew out and set his hair on fire. The magician's apprentice was so frightened that he stomped his feet and hit the flames. Xianxia looked at his daughter's mischievous appearance and smiled dotingly. He led Yunxing into the temple. There were more magicians stationed in the temple in Qi City than in Jiayi village. There was a total of 1 archmage and 2 magicians who were in charge of the daily work. Their attitude was much better than that of the unreasonable magician's apprentice. It was said that Yunxing was here to take the magic examination, so the archmage in charge was very rare. How old are you this year? Are you sure you are here to take the magic examination and not a magician's apprentice? Most children of her age were still magician's apprentices. I'm 6 years old. I'm sure I'm here to take the magic examination, Yunxing replied very confidently. The archmage didn't ask any more questions. He took out a magic testing crystal and said, "You should be taking the magic initiation test too. The examination for a magician is roughly the same as that for a magician's apprentice. However, in order to pass the examination for a magician, you must use the power of the elements and light up the magic crystal for at least half a quarter of an hour." With that, the archmage took out an hourglass used to measure time and indicated that Yunxing could start the magic examination. Yunxing had participated in the magic test 3 times when she was in the Jiaya temple. However, it was different from this time. Every time she took a magic test, she would return in defeat. However, things would be different for Yunxing today. Before entering the temple, Xianxia had reminded Yunxing that she only needed to use 1 type of elemental power to light up the magic crystal. Before she returned to the Jade capital and received the protection of her family, Yunxing had to hide her talent well. Even if she hid the dark element, as long as the people in the temple discovered that Yunxing had 4 types of magic souls, they would definitely try to recruit Yunxing. Xianxia did not want his daughter to fall into the control of any organization before she grew up. He wanted to let Yunxing do what she really wanted to do. After learning fire and earth magic for a few days, Yunxing's control over the magic elements had become much stronger. She also gradually got used to having a powerful magic soul in her body. She took the magic crystal from the great magician of Qiqing and injected the fire element in her body into the magic crystal. The moment the fire element was injected, the dim magic crystal turned red like a piece of iron that had been heated up. It flashed with a bright red light. The bright light indicated that the fire element in Yunxing's body was very abundant. As the sand in the hourglass flowed out bit by bit, Yunxing pretended to withdraw some of the fire element. The magic crystal dimmed slightly, but this was enough to make the great magician very satisfied. "Congratulations, young lady. You have officially become a sorcerer." The great magician of Qiqing kindly handed a sorcerer's badge with the symbol of a magic scepter carved on it to Yunxing. The great magician then asked, "Are you interested in joining the temple and becoming a sorcerer in the temple?" On the boundless continent, the temple was a borderless organization that transcended countries. It, the Zhao state, and the Hunters' Union were known as the 3 poles of the continent. Magicians could choose to join the national army or join the temple after being certified by the temple. However, some magicians who preferred freedom would choose to become freelance magicians. In the eyes of the Archmage of Qi City, although Yunxing was only a single-element magician, she was only 6 years old. She was quite talented. If they could recruit her into the temple, she might be able to nurture a future star for the temple. Just as Yunxing was thinking about how to reply, Xianxia, who was standing to the side, had already continued, "Many thanks for this great master's appreciation. Xing'er is still young, so I don't want her to become a full-time magician of the temple. You have to consider this carefully. If you join the temple, you will receive a monthly allowance of 5 silver coins. With this young lady's age, if she works hard, she might become a member of the temple's prodigy battalion in the future. Then, you will have the chance to meet the genius of the temple, our Xiaxia." The great magician did not give up and tried to persuade Yunxing and her father. "I'll listen to my father and join the temple if I have the chance in the future." Yunxing was interested in the free allowance of 5 silver coins. As for the prodigy battalion and Xiaxia, she was not interested in them at all. The father and daughter had spent a lot of money on their journey. Her father still had to buy a magic staff for her later. They did not know if they would have enough money to reach the Jade capital. Xianxia came from a good family. Although he had a rough life, he had a wife who knew how to make money. Later on, he had a stingy daughter. He had never worried about money. Poor little Yunxing. She had to count how much money she had in her pocket every day. Seeing that he could not persuade the father and daughter, the great magician had no choice but to send them out of the temple. One of the sorcerers did not understand. Great magician, she's just a sorcerer of one element. Why do you have to lower yourself and persuade her to join the temple? It was no wonder that the accompanying magicians were dissatisfied. Although it was rare to see a 6-year-old magician, it was not rare to the point of being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For the temple, which was famous and had branches all over the continent, there were all kinds of geniuses. Moreover, in terms of geniuses, Xiao Ximing had become a sorcerer at the age of 4. After that, he would successfully advance every other year. He was a true genius. What do you know? The great magician rolled his eyes. Let me ask you. What do those children who become sorcerers at the age of 6 or 7 have in common? What can they have in common? Isn't it just outstanding talent? The sorcerer was puzzled. Geniuses were born to be worshipped. People like them who could only become sorcerers after decades of hard work could only be envious. What outstanding talent! It should be said that they have outstanding backgrounds. Every genius young sorcerer must have a strong family to rely on. When they were born, they hired the best mentors to be their initiators. When they were a little older, they were sent to the best magic academies in various countries to study. In the process of growing up, they had all kinds of expensive magic potions and magic crystals to replenish their magic elements. It could be said that they had everything they needed. A child born under such conditions, not to mention a human, even a pig could become a magic genius. Look at that girl again. What about her? Her clothes are ragged, and her father is a village man who doesn't know anything about magic. Comparing the two, who is the real genius? The elderly great magician sighed and walked back to the temple in Qi City in disappointment. At this time, the village man that the great magician had mentioned was wandering the streets with his daughter, trying to find a magic scepter for Yunxing. Qi City was indeed a medium-sized city. There were at least 7 or 8 magic tool shops here. Yunxing was dazzled, but when she saw the price of those magic tools, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Those magic tools were all priced in silver coins. It was really expensive. Father, Xing'er doesn't have to have a magic scepter. After all, I don't need a magic scepter to cast beginner and intermediate magic. Yunxing was reluctant to part with the sorcerer's badge that she had just received. However, after she left the temple, she didn't wear the badge on her body. Instead, she put it away. Yun Songhai saw this and was very satisfied. His daughter was very low-key. She was neither arrogant nor discouraged. Perhaps, the past 6 years of living in the mountain village was also a kind of training for her. No, I promised you, so I must do it. There is a special magic scepter shop in front. Yun Songhai and Yunxing walked into a shop called Suolua. There were several magic tool shops in Qi City. This shop called Suolua was inconspicuous among them. It even looked a little shabby. However, for some reason, Yun Songhai took a fancy to it at first glance and insisted on walking in with Yunxing. Welcome to Salo, this adorable young lady. The puppy in your hands is very special. A sharp voice that sounded like a chisel rubbing against a stone floated from the counter. A stern-looking old lady with a bun on her head was sitting behind the counter. She was holding a fat, lazy cat in her arms. The cat's body was huge, while the old lady's body was thin and small. When the two were put together, it was as if the old lady was a cat with a human head. She was lying there lazily, looking at everything around her with her gray eyes. The old lady was looking at Xiaohei and Yunxing's arms with great interest. Xiaohei seemed to dislike the old lady and barked unhappily. Upon hearing the barking, the cat in the old lady's arms also narrowed its eyes and barked at Xiaohei a few times. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the shop. Madam, I would like to buy a magic scepter for my daughter. Yun Songhai asked with a smile. Only then did that old granny raise her eyelids, giving Yun Songhai another glance. But it was only a glance. What attribute do you want the magic scepter? How old is the beast? Do you need the corresponding magical beast soul stone immediately? The old lady's voice was still very harsh. Yunxing did not speak. She believed that her father, Yun Songhai, would choose a suitable magic scepter for her. But she was more worried about whether her father had enough silver coins to buy a magic scepter. A magic scepter made from 50-year-old beast bones. Magic attribute: none. It also doesn't need to be embedded with a magical beast soul stone. Yun Songhai almost blurted out. Presumably, when he walked into this shop, he had already thought of what kind of magic scepter he wanted. It was understandable that no magical beast soul stone would be inlaid. After all, for most poor mages, they could not afford expensive soul stones. Most of them would choose to enter the magical beast gathering area and hunt for magical beasts that matched the attributes of the magic scepter. After obtaining the magical beast soul stone, they would then inlay the scepter. But a magic scepter with the attribute of none was weird. A magic scepter without any attributes and without a soul stone inlaid meant that when a mage used a magic scepter, no matter what kind of magic they used, they would not receive any magic enhancement. Then, what was the difference between using a magic scepter and not using a magic scepter? Even the old lady who raised the cat had never met such a request from a customer. Are you sure you want to buy a magic scepter without any magical attributes? Could it be that this little girl is a multi-elemental magician? The granny looked at Yunxing with her greenish-gray eyes. As expected of the famous scepter maker, Madame Shoro. Only in your shop can I buy a suitable magic scepter for Xing'er, Yun Songhai said loudly. As far as Yunxing knew, a magic scepter could only be embedded with a magic soul stone of one type. But among the high-level magicians, there was a saying that was completely different from the common knowledge. A magic scepter could be inlaid with magic soul stones of different attributes, but the prerequisite was that the bones of the magical beast that made the magic scepter did not have any attributes. This way, when the magic scepter was made, there would not be any magical repulsion due to the different attributes of the magic soul stones. This granny was actually a scepter maker? When Yunxing heard this, her face was also full of shock. Madame Sharo did not expect to meet someone who could recognize her in such an inconspicuous city. She suddenly remembered something, and a glint flashed across her old eyes. I remember now. You are the young man who accompanied that girl to my shop 13 years ago to choose a magic scepter 13 years ago. At that time, Yunxing was not even born yet. The girl who came to Sharo Magic Shop with Yun Songhai should be Yunxing's mother, Hu Jiuxing. Madame Sharo was over 60 years old. She started making magic scepters when she was 10 years old, and it had been 50 years since then. The reason why she did not become one of the most famous weapon makers on the continent was because her magic cultivation was very average. She was also born a commoner, and did not attend any of the famous magic academies on the continent. She was also only a wood elemental great magician. Wood elemental magic was also one of the secondary attributes of magic. It was different from the famous secondary light magic and the taboo dark magic on the continent. Wood elemental magicians did not have strong offensive abilities, and their defensive abilities were also very average. Hence, they were not mainstream in the world of magicians. But, fortune was caused by misfortune. Due to Madame Sharo's early experience, she devoted her life to making magic scepters for commoner magicians. Hence, she did not become a hall scepter master. But, because of this, the magic scepters she made were very popular among commoner magicians because of their good workmanship and reasonable price. Especially those young magicians who had just become magicians. They were willing to travel thousands of miles to buy a magic scepter made by Madame Sharo as their first magic scepter. So, it's the daughter of an old friend. If my memory is not wrong, your wife is also a summoner. Madame Sharo noticed that Yun Songhai's expression changed when he mentioned the incident from 13 years ago. Madame Sharo did not continue speaking, and lowered her head to size up Yunxing. With this look, she realized that although the little girl in front of her was dressed in simple clothes, her face was exquisite, and her pair of bright eyes were especially eye-catching. The little girl was completely focused on the magic scepters, and did not seem to hear the conversation between the two. Yun Songhai had his reasons for choosing 50-year-old magical beast bones. Even if it had been made into a magic scepter, the bones of magical beasts would still have a vicious aura. Especially those magic scepters that had been cruelly killed and stripped of their bones. If used improperly, it could even harm its owner. Usually, a magician's first magic scepter was just a transitional magic scepter. After becoming a more advanced magician, they could choose to replace the magic scepter. With Xianxia's current age, it was impossible for her to control a magic scepter that was over 50 years old. But, considering that she would have to use this magic scepter for the next few years, Xianxia specified that he wanted a magic scepter that was at most 50 years old. Bones of magical beasts without attributes. That will be difficult. Madame Charo's face was also troubled. She glanced at Xiaohei in Yunxing's arms. There is a ready-made one. The magical beast in the little girl's hands seems to have no attributes. Xiaohei's black fur stood up when she heard that. In Madame Charo's arms, the fat cat shook its whiskers provocatively. Xiaohei is my beast. I would rather not have the magic scepter than touch Xiaohei. Yunxing hugged Xiaohei tightly. She looked as if she was really afraid that Madame Charo would reach out her withered hands and grab Xiaohei at any moment. Yunxing found it funny when he saw that. Most of the time, Yunxing was calm to the point that she didn't seem like a normal child. This point even made Yunxing, who was her father, vexed for quite a while. His daughter only seemed like a 6-year-old girl at times like this. While her father, Yunxing, was talking to Madame Charo, Yunxing was sizing up Madame Charo's shop with interest. It was a small shop with a cramped interior and a lot of things. Yunxing's impression was that a pile of things had been stuffed into a matchbox. Unlike other magic tool shops that were exquisite and spacious, this one was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. Yunxing even saw a few brooms. She couldn't help but think of the witches who flew all over the sky on their flying brooms. In the entire shop, there was only a small aisle that allowed one to walk sideways. Yunxing had to walk sideways carefully to avoid knocking over things. Beside the counter, there were dozens of magic scepters inserted into the ground messily. A few of them were covered in dust. But Yunxing also noticed the uniqueness of the shop. On the snow-white walls, there were some diagrams of the structure of the magic scepter. Among them, there was an explanation of the knowledge of the magic scepter. Yunxing's knowledge of the magic scepter was limited. In her impression, there were only 3 people who had a magic scepter. Her father, Yunxing, the sorcerer, Grandpa Village Chief, and the great sorcerer, Yang Shua. As for Yi Baiming, although he was also a sorcerer, it was said that his magic scepter had been broken, so she had never seen him use any magic scepter. The diagrams of the magic scepter on the wall answered Yunxing's doubts very well. According to the diagrams, a sorcerer's magic scepter was very important. Not only could it help the sorcerer use magic more smoothly, some magic scepters that were embedded with soul stones of special attributes could also enhance magic to a certain extent. Moreover, the higher the level of the magic scepter, the better the enhancement and acceleration of magic. A magic scepter was mainly made up of 2 parts. One was the magical beast bone used to make the body of the scepter. The older the magical beast bone, the stronger and more compatible it was with magic, but the difficulty of making it was also higher. Apart from the magical beast bone, the other important part of the magic scepter was the magical beast soul stone. Yunxing had heard that the magical beast soul stone was the most important part of a magical beast. It was even more precious than the magical beast bone. Take a high-level magical beast as an example. If it was a large magical beast, it might have several bones that could be used to make the body of a magic staff. However, there could only be one magical beast soul stone. A magic scepter could be embedded with a maximum of 8 soul stones to form a complete soul stone chain. According to the order of the soul stones, there were 10-year soul stones, 50-year soul stones, 100-year soul stones, 500-year soul stones, 1,000-year soul stones, 5,000-year soul stones, 10,000-year soul stones, and above 10,000-year soul stones. In an ordinary magic scepter shop, the magic scepters that could be purchased were usually soul stones below 500 years old. Magic scepters that were embedded with magical beast soul stones of around 1,000 years old could only be obtained in some large auctions. Putting aside the value of a magic scepter, whether a magic scepter could be fully unleashed had a lot to do with the magician himself. Normally, a fire-type magician would buy a magic scepter embedded with fire-type magical beast bones or a magic scepter embedded with a fire-type magical beast soul stone. Only then could they maximize the effect of their fire-type spells. However, this logic did not apply to Yunxing. Because of her 5 elemental magic souls, she was already a rare all-elemental magician. As such, the magic scepter that Yunxing was looking for had even more stringent requirements in terms of attributes. From Madame Sualuo's words, it was not difficult for Yunxing to realize that a non-elemental magic scepter was not easy to find. Yun Songhai had also considered this point, which was why he had chosen Madame Sualuo's shop. He knew that if even Madame Sualuo did not have such a magic scepter, other shops would definitely not have one. Just like magicians, most magical beasts had attributes. Magical beasts without attributes were really hard to find. You don't have such a magic scepter? If you don't have one that is 50 years old, 40 years old will do too. Yun Songhai settled for the next best thing. As a magician, he knew how rare magical beasts with non-elemental attributes were. The known non-elemental magical beasts on the continent, such as the Mirage Beast and Nebula Beast, as well as the top magical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes, were all hard to come by. I don't have one that is 40 years old either. However, I do have a non-elemental enigmatic scepter with an unknown age. It has been in my shop for decades. Because I don't know its age, I have never sold it. If you are brave enough, you can try to see if it is compatible with this magic scepter. Madame Sualuo thought of something. The so-called enigmatic scepter was a magical beast bone scepter that could not be identified due to some unknown reasons, such as the type of beast unknown. On the boundless continent, the age of a magical beast bone was mostly determined by measuring the amount of magical elements in the bone. However, for a non-elemental magical beast, there was no magical element in its bone. This meant that it was very difficult to determine the age of the bone. Yunxing's eyes lit up when she heard this. The Flame Emperor of Shenong not only tasted all kinds of herbs in the ancient times, he also treated many domestic animals and animals. Their Yan family had also inherited the legacy of the Flame Emperor of Shenong. They were proficient in all kinds of animal diseases. They could determine the age of a beast by touching the bone, the density of the bone, and the length of the bone. This. Xing'er, do you want to choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it first? Yun Songhai hesitated. He was unwilling to let Yunxing take this risk. He was considering if he should let Yunxing choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it for a while. After all, Yunxing was the most outstanding at using fire elemental offensive magic. A magic scepter was not something that could be used casually. If the age of a magic scepter was not fixed, Xing'er would not be able to use it after 1 or 2 years. However, if the age of the beast was high, not only would Xing'er not be able to control it, she might even be devoured by the magic scepter. A magic scepter of unknown origin was too dangerous. Father, Xing'er wants to try that enigmatic bone wand. Even if the magic scepter is not suitable, we can make up for it with magical beast soul stones in the future. Yunxing did not hesitate at all. She would rather go without than have something substandard. What she wanted was an all-elemental magic scepter. Madame Sualuo nodded in satisfaction. She was a determined child. At her age, this was rare. Yunxing's fearless attitude was very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Yun Songhai sighed inwardly. Back then, when Hu Jiuxing was choosing a magic scepter, she was also determined to choose the most suitable one. For this, the two of them traveled almost half of Zhou State before finally finding a suitable magic scepter in Madame Sualuo's shop in Qi City. Madame Sualuo scratched the neck of the fat cat on her body. The fat cat wobbled as it stood up, dragging its fat on the ground. Although the fat cat was very fat, it was very agile. With a whoosh, it jumped onto the shelf and took down a scepter-shaped jade box from the highest point. If a magic scepter was not used for a long time, it had to be stored in a jade box. Otherwise, the magical elements in the scepter would be lost. Actually, this magic scepter wasn't made by me personally. It's also the only magic scepter in the entire shop that wasn't made by me. It was sold to me by a destitute mage, and the soul stone on it had already been removed. Little girl, you can try and see if you can control this magic scepter. If you can't, you can choose another one. Madame Sualuo opened the jade box. The moment the jade box was opened, Yunxing and her father's gazes immediately focused on the magic scepter in the box. After seeing the magic scepter, the left side of the father and daughter's mouth twitched unconsciously. The father and daughter's actions were exactly the same. Xiaohei glanced at it and rolled her eyes. She continued to lie in Yunxing's arms and stare at that fat cat. Cat fur. Inside the exquisite jade box was a magic scepter that was the length of an arm and covered in cat fur. Haha, it's my fault. No one asked about this thing in the shop, so I left it on the top shelf. I just had to clean it up. Madame Sualuo laughed awkwardly. She quickly chanted a cleaning spell, and the cat fur on the surface of the magic scepter disappeared immediately. The true appearance of the magic scepter was finally revealed. It was a slender magic scepter. Compared to the magic scepters that were half the height of a person that great magician Yang and Grandpa Village Chief used, this one was more like a small wooden stick that children used to play house. Looking at the appearance of the magic scepter, it was only as thick as the bone of a 10-year-old magical beast. However, the person who sold it was a mage with a high level of cultivation. It was no wonder that even a famous scepter maker like Madame Sualuo could not identify it. Yunxing took the magic scepter. The moment she touched it, she felt that it was a little heavy. It looks like the bone of a small magical beast. Why is it so heavy? Yunxing thought to herself confidently. From the structure, it was almost exactly the same as the leg bone of a cat. Based on the weight of the magic scepter in her hand, Yunxing estimated that this magic scepter should be over 50 years old. The correct age should be between 80 to 99 years old. Logically speaking, this magic scepter had already exceeded the maximum age of a magical beast that Yunxing could control. However, Yunxing did not intend to give up on this bewitching bone scepter. She intended to give it a try. Madame Sualuo, father, Xing'er wants to try. Yunxing looked earnestly at her father, Yun Songhai, and Madame Sualuo. She did not tell the two elders the true age of this bewitching bone. Then let's give it a try. But remember, if you are unable to control it, when I tell you to withdraw your hand, you must immediately withdraw your hand. There are still many well-made magic scepters here, there will definitely be one that is suitable for you. Yun Songhai was very clear about his daughter's personality. She was the kind of person who would not give up until she hit a wall. Yunxing nodded. The process of taming a magic scepter was very similar to taking part in the magic assessment. All one had to do was to inject their own magical elements into the magic scepter. If the magic scepter was able to respond, it would mean success. However, if the magic scepter did not accept the magician's response and emitted a repulsive force, it would mean failure. The failure of the magic scepter's sensing could be serious or minor. The most serious consequence would be the damage to one's magic soul, which would affect one's future magic cultivation. That was why Yun Songhai planned to stop Yunxing immediately if the sensing failed. Yunxing held the magic scepter. Just like in Qi City, she first injected the fire magical elements into the magic scepter. That's it? Yunxing felt that as soon as her magical elements entered the magic scepter, they were all swallowed up like a whirlwind. Could it be that the fire magical elements were not working? Yunxing thought for a moment, then injected the earth magical elements in her body into the magic scepter. Still, there was nothing. It was like a small stone thrown into an ancient well of unknown depth. It only caused a ripple and then disappeared. Yunxing's expression became serious. She tried the wind magical elements again. She also injected the light green wind magical elements into the magic scepter. The situation did not improve at all. Water magical elements. It was the same. All four magical elements were used once, but none of them could resonate with the magic scepter. Yunxing's hand that was holding the magic scepter was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Madame Sualuo also noticed the change in Yunxing's expression, but she did not find it strange. In fact, when this scepter was first sold, there were a few mages who tried to sense this magic scepter. A magic scepter with the Nun attribute could be said to be the most special existence among all the magic scepters. It could be used by multi-elemental mages, but it could also be used by single-elemental mages. But after those mages tried to sense this enigmatic bone scepter, they all had the same thought. No matter which element they used, they could not sense it. It was obviously a tough bone that could not be swayed by force or persuasion. Xing'er, if you can't, don't force yourself. Yun Songhai saw that Yunxing was struggling and could not help but persuade her. Yunxing had only become an all-elemental mage a few days ago. Her ability to use magical elements still needed to be strengthened. Father, I want to try again. Yunxing was not discouraged. She could survive 3 failed attempts at magic initiation. She could even do something as unbelievable as a magical soul transplant. What else could she not do? Yunxing closed her eyes. The 5-elemental magical soul in her body was like a 5-colored cloud, quietly exuding magical elements. What would happen if all 5 types of magical elements were to be included in it? A bold idea popped up in Yunxing's mind. She was someone who would do as she said. With a thought, the red, green, yellow, blue, and the mysterious black dark magic elements all flowed towards the magic element like flowing water. Suddenly, the magic scepter started to vibrate. It was like a struggling magical beast, desperately trying to break free from Yunxing's hand. Magic rejection. Yun Songhai was shocked and quickly stopped her. Sheng'er, let go. Little girl, let go of the enigmatic bone scepter immediately. Madame Sua Luo also ordered Yunxing to let go immediately. Although they did not know what had happened, the consequences of magic rejection were too serious. But Yunxing did not listen to the two of them and immediately let go. Even though the magic scepter in her hand was violently rejecting her, causing her hand to feel pain as if it was about to be torn off. Very quickly, the repulsive force in all directions caused wounds to appear on her hand. Blood flowed out and it was a ghastly sight. Yun Songhai's eyes were fierce. His hand slowly reached into his robes, wanting to pull out his magic scepter. Just as the magical elements in Yunxing's body were going berserk. Ding, that restless magic scepter suddenly calmed down. In the Sua Luo shop, in a sea of colorful light, the most beautiful magic movement was played. That was, Yun Songhai took out his hand again, and a smile appeared on his face. Madame Sua Luo's eyes widened. Fat Cat in her hand and Xiaohei in Yunxing's arms were also stunned by the scene. After being a scepter for so long, she had never seen such a situation. Amidst the colorful light, heavenly music floated in the air. A magic fairy the size of a butterfly appeared. It had a shiny body, pointed ears, and an unimaginably beautiful face. It had a pair of wings on its back. Magic fairies were as magical beasts in the boundless continent. Legend had it that they were open-minded and loved freedom. They lived by absorbing moonlight and dew. They were the most intelligent creatures and lived in all kinds of forests and lakes. But if they heard beautiful music or the purest magic, they would appear. Their appearance meant blessings and luck. Yunxing was also attracted by this beautiful and passionate little creature. The beautiful little fellow whose age and gender could not be determined kept turning around Yunxing. It had wavy hair, crystal-like eyes, and butterfly-like wings. After the music on the magic scepter disappeared, it left a fairy's kiss on Yunxing's magic scepter. Then, it disappeared along with the colorful light. At the same time, Yunxing also felt that the magic scepter in her hand had become lighter and lighter. With a slight movement of her consciousness, a fireball shot out. Oh my god, it's a fairy's blessing. Little girl, not only did you tame the enigmatic scepter, you also received a fairy's blessing. Let me see what kind of blessing this magic scepter received. Madame Charo smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into a line. It should be known that very few people could form a magic movement or even summon a magic fairy when they sensed a magic scepter. The fact that this was happening in her magic grocery store was an honor in itself. He recalled that someone had once asked the most revered mage of the boundless continent. For some reason, that mage had offended the Law Temple, and in the process of being hunted down, he had managed to defeat the 7 most powerful law overlords of the Law Temple at the time. After that, someone asked this magician how he had defeated so many powerful magicians. That magician just smiled and said, "Fairy's blessing." Because that magician had received 3 fairy blessings. For a mage, the maximum number of magic scepters that could be embedded into a magic scepter was no more than 8 soul stones. But a magic scepter blessed by an elf was equivalent to having an extra magical beast soul stone. As for how many times a magic scepter could receive elven blessings, no one knew yet. The elven blessing was more flexible than the magical beast soul stone. It had almost no restrictions on the mage's level. However, the elf's blessings were much harsher than the magical beast soul stones. After all, the elves were not friendly to humans. Only a magician with a magic scepter with a magic compatibility of more than 90% would have a chance of attracting an elf. In all these years, Madame Charo had only seen the elven blessing twice. After inspecting the magic scepter, Madame Charo was pleasantly surprised to find a light green elven brand on Xianxia's magic scepter. It was a wind blessing, which meant that the magic scepter had received the blessing of the wind spirit. Congratulations, little girl. This blessing of the wind spirit can increase your magic by 30%. Madame Sualuo patted Yunxing's head. She liked this strong little girl from the bottom of her heart. Just now, in such a critical situation, even an experienced mage would find it difficult to resist the repulsion of magic. However, Yunxing had managed to endure it. This little girl would definitely become someone great in the future. 30% magic increase? Yunxing did not seem to be very satisfied with this effect. Haha, Xing, you are indeed the daughter of your mother, and I, Yun Songhai, was also very excited. He was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out. But in just an instant, the dramatic change made him go from hell to heaven. He spread out his big hands and carried his daughter up, raising her high above his head. Yunxing almost vomited blood. She was a female miracle doctor who had lived for more than 20 years in her previous life. But now, she was being carried and played like a child. What a disgrace. Seeing that his daughter's smile was about to freeze, Yun Songhai put Yunxing down. He said happily, Xing, don't be greedy. The blessing of the wind spirit is the rarest among all the blessings of the elves. This is because the wind spirit is more erratic and unpredictable compared to other elves. A 30% increase in magic speed meant that in the future, when you used magic, you would be able to use any kind of magic 30% faster than others. Not only that, when you learn group magic, you can also use the corresponding magic increase on your companions. Yunxing instantly had a feeling that when a person achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Now that he put it that way, she seemed to have picked up a huge bargain. Unfortunately, even though she had received the acknowledgement of this magic scepter, Yunxing still could not confirm which magical beast this enchanting bone scepter belonged to. That's great. This magic scepter has finally found a suitable owner. Madame Sorrow smiled. Since the little girl and the enchanting bone scepter are so fated, and you and your father are both my regular customers, I will give you a discount. 8 gold coins. Gold coins. Yunxing almost smashed the magic scepter in her hand. This was already a discount. This was too much. 8 gold coins meant 80 silver coins and 800 copper coins. If it was in the past, it would be enough for Yunxing and her father to sell hemostasis flowers for many months. Yunxing's heart was bleeding. She knew very well that Yun Songhai did not have 8 gold coins in his wallet. Looking at Yun Songhai's expression, he did not seem to realize how high the price was. No, if this went on, she and her father would have to stay in sorrow to serve the old lady and that fat cat. Madame Sorrow, can this magic scepter be cheaper? Look at how old it is, and it has a moldy smell. There is not even a single soul stone on it. Yunxing gritted her teeth. It was indeed important to have a woman who could take care of the family. Little girl, Madame Sorrow is famous for being honest with her prices. I did not charge you a single cent more for this enchanting bone scepter. There was a soul stone on it, but the magician who sold it was too poor. He dug out all the soul stones on it and sold them. When I bought it, it was already 8 gold coins. Madame Sorrow was also anxious. Although she was a commoner staff maker, she could not lose money. But we don't have that much money. Yunxing could only be honest. Xing, we have money, Yun Songhai interrupted from the side. Father, men shouldn't interrupt when women are speaking. Yunxing was nearly angered to the point of fainting by her father, Yun Songhai. At such an important moment of bargaining, how could he say he had money? No, they had money? Where did they get the money? Yunxing was puzzled. Yun Songhai took out some bottles and jars. Madame Sorrow, take a look. How many silver coins can these magic potions be sold for? Yunxing carried the enigmatic bone scepter out of the magic provision store as she wished. As for the problem of the 8 gold coins, it had already been solved with dozens of bottles of magic potions. Yunxing did not expect her father to be a big bad wolf who looked harmless on the outside but was actually a scheming person on the inside. He actually did not tell her beforehand that when he left Banana Leaf Village, he did not forget to take away all the valuable magic potions in the temple when he burned it down. In Yin Songhai's words, Yang Shua was not a good person no matter what. It would be a waste not to take his things. Other than the 8 gold coins used to buy the enigmatic bone scepter, the father and daughter had an additional 3 gold coins in their pouches. This was not a small windfall. With these gold coins, they would be able to reach the Jade Capital successfully. Yunxing's face was full of smiles. She was so happy that she even forgot that Yun Songhai had entered a restaurant and ordered a table of dishes. Seeing his daughter's happy face, Yun Songhai was also amused. His daughter was good at everything, and she was also smart. It was just that she was too calculative when it came to money. Let's not go to the Jade Capital first. Your enigmatic bone scepter still lacks a magic soul stone. Before going to the Jade Capital, let's go to the Yuwu mountain range to find you a magical beast soul stone that is between 20 to 50 years old. Unlike purchasing an enigmatic bone scepter, a magical beast soul stone could only be used after obtaining it. Otherwise, if the soul stone was not properly preserved, it would lose its effectiveness and become a useless stone. On the boundless land, most of the mages would hunt for soul stones by themselves. However, there were also some aristocratic family members who relied on their family's power to hunt some high-level magical beasts to obtain soul stones. Yun Songhai's plan was to buy an enigmatic bone scepter for Yunxing. However, since Yunxing had already chosen to become a mage, she had to rely on her own abilities to obtain her first magical beast soul stone. Yunxing did not reveal much surprise when she learned that she had to kill a magical beast with her own hands. After all, when she was in Banana Leaf Village, she had also hunted magical beasts like the willow-green snake and even the golden rhinoceros boar in the forest. But Yunxing had greatly underestimated the magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. What she didn't know was that the lowest level magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range were about the same level as the golden rhino boar. Low-level magical beasts like the willow snake would not be able to survive in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. The father and daughter stayed in Qi City for the night. Then, they left Qi City at the crack of dawn the next day. Then, they headed for the Crow Moon Mountain Range, which was more than 30 miles away from Qi City. The Yuwu Mountain Range was the closest magical beast mountain range to Qi City. It was also a famous magical beast mountain range in the Zhou state. Since ancient times, human magicians and warriors had constantly hunted magical beasts in order to obtain greater strength. During this period of time, the slaughtered demonic beasts rose up in revolt. They were led by the powerful 100,000-year-old demonic beast king and launched an attack on the greedy humans. In order to survive, the strong humans were forced to unite. They opened up cities, territories, and built countries. After countless bloody battles, the strong humans sealed the 8 most powerful demonic beast kings and killed countless demonic generals and demonic soldiers. The surviving demonic beasts fled into the deep mountains, forests, lakes, valleys, and even other unknown spaces. In order to protect the safety of the common people, every country and city would station troops near the gathering places of the magical beasts. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was one such gathering place of the magical beasts. Only human magicians, warriors, and summoners could enter the gathering places of the magical beasts with a warrant from the Zhou State, Temple, or even the Hunters' Guild. After walking for about a day and a night, Yunxing finally saw a crescent-shaped mountain range. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was an ancient forest that covered an area of thousands of acres. There were all kinds of herbs and some mid-level magical beasts growing here. Before they got close to the mountain range, Yunxing saw a market. She did not expect that there would be a market in such a desolate forest. This is the Dark Moon Market. It is a place for hunters, magicians, and some doctors to gather herbs in the forest to sell and collect all kinds of resources. Before we enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range, we have to buy some things. After we enter the forest, we have to stay in the forest until we find a suitable soul stone for you. Yun Songhai bought some antidotes, insect repellent, a few flints, and about 20 caddies of wine. When she saw the wine, Yunxing pursed her lips. She was implying that her father was still thinking about wine even at a time like this. Yun Songhai smiled helplessly, as if he was mocking himself and explaining, you know, father can't live without wine. Yunxing made up her mind. Once she killed the magical beasts and obtained a suitable magical soul stone, she would return to the Jade Capital and help her father kick his alcohol addiction so that he could become an outstanding sorcerer again. Yun Songhai also had a storage ring on him. He put the wine into the storage ring, then brought Yunxing to the entrance of the Dark Moon Mountain Range. On the way, a group of hunters happened to pass by Yunxing and her father. It was a group of 7 to 8 male martial artists and 2 female magicians. These people were dressed differently from the hunters that came and went. Every one of them was fully equipped, so they were probably not from the hunting team. What caught Yunxing's attention was that one of the 2 female magicians was about the same age, about 8 or 9 years old. In her hand, she was wearing a magician's medal on her luxurious robe, and she was showing off a 30-year-old magic scepter. The magic scepter was not embedded with any magical soul stone. It seemed like she was also here to find her first magical soul stone. The other people in the group were all martial grandmasters, and the leader was actually a martial supremacy. As for the middle-aged female magician in the group, she was wearing an eye-catching archmage's medal. Her magic scepter was embedded with 2 blue magical soul stones. She was probably an archmage who was proficient in water magic. Such a group might not be much in a place like the Jade Capital, but suddenly appearing in a place like the Dark Moon Mountain Range was already considered a luxurious group. Needless to say, they must be a trial team from a small family to help hunt the magical beasts. Along the way, the hunters all avoided them from afar, afraid that they would provoke them. Yun Songhai did not have any reaction. He was chatting and laughing with his daughter, Yunxing, along the way. Yunxing had been in the Boundless Land for more than 6 years, and this was the first time she was so quiet with Yun Songhai. The father and daughter were so harmonious that the female magician could not help but look over. She took a few glances at Yunxing and her father. Seeing their shabby appearance, she pinched her nose coquettishly and said in disgust, "Stinky, stinky. Uncle Chi Wu, didn't you say that the Dark Moon Mountain Range is the place with the most magical beasts? How can even beggars enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range? Young miss, we agreed not to cause any trouble along the way. Quickly apologize to the 2 of you." The revered martial artist in the lead nodded at Yun Songhai to express his goodwill. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that although the father and daughter were dressed simply, they weren't ordinary people. The little girl was very rude and unreasonable. She didn't pay any attention to them and pulled the female great magician forward. The revered martial artist could only helplessly shake his head and walk towards Yun Songhai. "Big brother, I'm sorry. Our young miss is a bit unruly, but her nature is still good. You also want to go to Yiwu Mountain Range? I see that you have a child with you. Why don't you come with us?" It could be seen that the little girl had an unruly temperament. These martial artists must have suffered a lot along the way. However, for a 7 or 8-year-old girl to be able to become a magician, her talent was pretty good. It was no wonder that she was unruly by nature. Yunxing didn't want to travel with that kind of girl. Unexpectedly, Yun Songhai unexpectedly agreed to his invitation. Yunxing was flabbergasted. She didn't know what Yun Songhai's intentions were. "Uncle Ji, I don't want to travel with her. Look at her, she doesn't even have a decent magic staff." When she heard that she had to travel with Yunxing and the others, the little girl stomped her feet in anger. The female great magician also had a worried expression. She invited the revered martial artist to the side and respectfully said, "Senior Ji, why did you invite an unidentified person to travel with us? You also know that young Mrs. Identity is sensitive. It wouldn't be good if she was targeted by someone." Maid Mu, when this official came out, I received her ladyship's instructions. This time, the search for magical beast soul stones is secondary and the main goal is to train young Mississippi. Otherwise, with young Miss's temperament, if she enters the Magic Academy in the future, she will definitely be ostracized. The revered martial artist sighed. Along the way, his deputy generals had a lot of complaints about young Mississippi. If it wasn't for her identity, they would have already quit. He had only reluctantly accepted this escort mission because the Empress had once saved his life. This Wuzun had put in a lot of effort. He saw that Yunxing was similar to the little miss. She looked smart and quick-witted, and they were both new magicians. Perhaps the little miss could change her domineering temper by getting along with her. The female official surnamed Mu could only nod and go over to explain to the little girl. The little girl glared fiercely at Xianxia and went to the side alone to get angry. The female official seemed to have a good temper. She walked in front of Xianxia and Xianxia and said, "The two of you, I am Mu Shuiyue. This is my family's young miss, Huang Linger. How should I address the two of you? I'm Xianxia, and this is my daughter, Xianxia. Please take care of us along the way." Xianxia adopted an indifferent attitude towards outsiders. After the two of them joined Huang Linger's team, the group quickly passed through the tree-lined path. A checkpoint appeared in front of them. Qi Wuzun took out a token and waved it in front of several guards. The guards hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Lord. I have received orders from the eastern capital to bring people into the Yiwu mountain range for training." Lord Qi pointed to several people behind him. Yunxing finally understood that her father must have known that there was a checkpoint outside the Yiwu mountain range. That was why he had mixed into this team. With Lord Qi's token, the group smoothly entered the Yiwu mountain range. Yunxing and the others entered the Yiwu mountain range. About an hour later, a fast horse galloped over. A guard of Qi City jumped off the horse and said while panting, "Quickly close the Yiwu mountain range and prohibit anyone from entering." Last night, a vicious murder occurred in the outskirts of Qi City. A magical beast ranked 45th on the sea-level wanted list broke into the Yiwu mountain range. Wanted magical beast. As soon as they heard the name of the wanted magical beast, the faces of several guards suddenly changed. They immediately closed the entrance of the Yiwu mountain range and set up a notice board outside the Yiwu mountain range. After the notice board was posted, the city guards also posted a reward for the sea-level wanted magical beast. In a short period of time, the hunters and magicians near the Yiwu mountain range all received the news. However, those who entered the Yiwu mountain range a few days earlier were unaware of it. The sea-level wanted magical beast was too frightening. The guards of Qi City did not dare to enter the Yiwu mountain range. Wanted magical beast was a special name for those ferocious beasts in the boundless continent. Magical beasts were divided into good and evil. For example, magical beasts that lived in the Yiwu mountain range all year round would not take the initiative to leave the mountain range. Generally, before they were frightened, they would not take the initiative to attack humans. However, wanted magical beasts were different. Most of them were powerful and ruthless. Moreover, they were bloodthirsty. They would break into towns and villages and take the initiative to attack domestic animals and even residents. Therefore, there was a special magical beast wanted list in the boundless continent. It listed all kinds of magical beasts that escaped after committing crimes. According to the magical beasts level, the magical beast wanted list was divided into 5 lists from S level to D level. Each list had 1 to 100 magical beasts. The magical beasts that could be on the list either had amazing combat skills or were proficient in magic. The magical beasts on the sea-level list were at least rank 5 or 6 magical beasts. They were equivalent to the existence of martial venerables and master magicians. If there was a wanted list, there would naturally be a reward. The original bounty for a C-class monster ranked 45th was as high as 100 gold coins. Last night, the passerby it killed happened to be a rich man in Qi City. The family of the rich man offered an additional 50 gold coins as a reward for killing it. With the two added together, the bounty for this sea-level magical beast was as high as 150 gold coins. With such a great reward, there would be brave men. Although the officials strictly prohibited people from entering the Yiwu mountain range, later that day, some local hunters sneaked into the Yiwu mountain range one after another to search for the whereabouts of the sea-level magical beast. At this time, Yunxing and her father had followed Huang Linger and the rest into the middle of the Yiwu mountain range. The sky gradually darkened. Huang Linger had walked for a day. She was also a magician, so her physical strength was weak. She loved to rest very much. After Qi Wuzun and Xianxia discussed, they decided to set up camp beside a small river and rest for the night. When distributing the tents, Qi Wuzun considered the difference between safety and gender, so he let Yunxing and Huang Linger stay in the same tent. "What? You want me to sleep in the same tent with this dirty girl?" When Huang Ling heard this, she immediately exploded. Who are you calling a dirty girl? Apologize to Xianxia. When Yin Songhai heard this, his face darkened. He looked at Huang Ling with a fierce and terrifying gaze. Huang Ling was so scared that she shivered. She immediately pulled back the female great magician surnamed Mu. That female archmagus surnamed Mu could only mediate the situation, wanting to settle the matter peacefully. Who would have thought that Yin Songhai wouldn't budge? He said word by word, apologize. The female great magician surnamed Mu was also a little unhappy. She had a noble status. This martial artist was neither a magician nor a man. What right did he have to threaten her and her little miss? She humped and pulled out her magic staff. The magic staff was covered with a faint blue light of water magic. Stupid, people who stayed in the palace for a long time didn't even know how to read people's expressions. This was the Yuwu mountain range, not the eastern capital. When Chiwu saw this, he didn't step forward to stop them. He wanted to teach Huang Ling and the others a lesson. Mu Shuiyue had been practicing water magic since she was young. She thought that Yin Songhai was just a brute and that she could use magic to intimidate him. The magic scepter in her hand was an 80-year-old whalebone. The magic she released was fast and stable. With a flash of blue light, a whale rose from the water. This conflict was all because of Huang Ling but she didn't show any signs of repentance. Instead, she kept shouting, Aunt Mu, teach him a lesson. Ungrateful lowly commoner. Yun Songhai's body didn't move. Suddenly, a lump of fire ignited on the surface of the river. The entire surface of the water instantly became a pot of boiling hot water. Before that water whale even began its attack, it was already thoroughly burned into steam. Mu Shuiyue's expression turned pale. A magician, the other party was also a magician, and his strength was at least one level higher than hers. Water could subdue fire. That was nature, but the other party's fire didn't fear her water at all. What a domineering fire. Yun Songhai didn't even make a move. She didn't even see the other party pull out the magic scepter and her whale was destroyed. Although Huang Ling was young, she still knew how to read people's faces. When the whale was suddenly destroyed, Aunt Mu was even more shocked. She suddenly understood that the down-and-out father and daughter weren't simple. I'm sorry. I won't say it next time. Huang Ling bit her lip and reluctantly apologized to Yunxing. Father, you're awesome. Yunxing flew over and hugged Yun Songhai in satisfaction. As expected of her father, she gave him a compliment. But when she hugged Yun Songhai, Yunxing found that his body was cold, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Father. Yunxing was surprised. Yun Songhai patted his daughter's head and took out a bottle of wine. After drinking it, his body warmed up a little. After this small conflict, Yunxing, Huang Ling and Mu Shuiyue stayed in the same tent. The two girls didn't like each other. At night in the Yuwu mountain range, there were magical beasts roaming around from time to time. Chiwu and Yin Songhai discussed and exchanged patrols at night. At night, when it was time to sleep, Yunxing fell asleep first. Huang Ling thought that she had fallen asleep and quietly said to Mu Shuiyue, Aunt Mu, these two people are really annoying. Why don't we secretly ditch them and go on our own? There weren't many magical beasts in the outer regions of the Dark Moon Mountain Range, but after entering the middle regions, magical beasts of the third rank appeared one after another. Huang Ling's goal was to find magical beast soulstones. On the Boundless Continent, there was no lack of magical beast mountain ranges that were of a higher level than the Raven Moon Mountain Range. However, for a newbie who had just become a spellcaster, the magical beasts in the Raven Moon Mountain Range were the most suitable place to obtain their first magical soul stone. Little miss, don't worry. If you really meet with danger, Lord Qi will definitely help. Although Yunxing's father is powerful, his body doesn't seem to be in good condition. He can't use magic often. After Mu Shuiyue suffered during the day, she secretly paid attention to Yun Songhai and found that something was wrong with him. After Yunxing heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable. Outside the tent, the bonfire had already been extinguished. Magical beasts were different from ordinary wild beasts. Although some magical beasts were afraid of open fire, to fire-type magical beasts, fire was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, Yun Songhai and company kept watch outside the tent and didn't light a fire. After midnight, it was Yun Songhai's turn to keep watch outside. The night in the mountains was especially cold. Yun Songhai's physique was even colder than the average person's stomach. He took out a wine jug, and just as he was about to pour a mouthful of wine into his mouth, a hand reached over and snatched the wine jug away. "Big brother Yun Songhai, you don't mind asking for some wine, right?" Chi Wu, who was supposed to be resting in the tent, casually sat down and threw a thick animal skin blanket to Yun Songhai. When he was young, he had stayed in the military camp and kept watch outside many times. He knew that on such a cold night, a jug of wine and an animal skin blanket were the most effective. Seeing that Yun Songhai didn't object, Chi Wu readily drank a mouthful. "I say, big brother Yun, I want to ask you about someone. I heard that there is a genius spellcaster in the Yun mansion of Zhou State. His surname is also Yun. Do you know him?" In the darkness, with a whoosh, a five-colored magic scepter was aimed at Chi Wu. If he said one more word, a fatal flame that could melt metal and destroy bones would emerge from the magic scepter and burn a big hole in his chest. Chi Wu was already prepared. He wasn't frightened and took another sip of wine. "Don't panic. I don't mean any harm. Whether you are the real Yun Songhai or not is not important to me. I'm just curious. Why did the man who once made the four great vassal states of the mainland change their expressions and made the Zhou state rise again become like this today? He even has to use wine to maintain his magic power." Chi Wu sighed. A beauty in his twilight years and a hero at the end of his life. This was a pity of the world. Chi Wu and Yun Songhai were about the same age, but Yun Songhai and he served different masters. It was all because Yun Songhai's reputation was too prominent. Even though he disappeared without a trace afterwards, after Chi Wu recalled, he remembered him. After Chi Wu learned of Yun Songhai's strength, he was also very surprised. Why would he endure the humiliation of the young miss and travel with them? But after watching the battle between Yun Songhai and Mu Shueyue, and after Yun Songhai kept drinking along the way, he also discovered that Yun Songhai's body was very weak, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. His magic power couldn't be used for a long time. The more powerful magic he used, the more his magic power dissipated. This is not something you should be asking about. I also did not ask why the eastern capital's little princess would appear here. Yun Songhai restrained his hostility and rudely took back the wine in Chi Wu's hand. Chi Wu shrugged. "If you don't want to say, then forget it. I have something to discuss with you. It's about the magical beast soul stone." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yunxing woke up early. For a magician, the morning and evening were the best time to meditate. In the Yuwu mountain range, all kinds of magic power were very lush. Yunxing chose a secluded place not far from the tent and sat down to meditate. After she obtained a 5-elemental magic spirit, her magic power absorption increased by leaps and bounds. In just half an hour, she felt that her tiredness was swept away and she was full of energy. When she came back from her meditation, the others had already woken up. After eating some dry rations, Chi Wu called Huang Linger over. Yun Songhai also called Yunxing over. "Young miss, this subordinate has something to announce. We have already entered the central region of the Yuwu mountain range. This subordinate thinks that young miss can enter the central region with Miss Yunxing and hunt suitable magical beasts." Chi Wu didn't forget the Empress's instructions before they left. Everything had to be done to train Huang Linger. On the other side, Yun Songhai also informed Yunxing of this matter. This was what Chi Wu had discussed with Yun Songhai last night. He planned to let Yunxing and Huang Linger help each other find suitable magical beasts. After hearing this news, the two girls' reactions were poles apart. Huang Linger was dumbfounded. Hunting magical beasts? From birth until now, the magical beasts she had seen were at most pet magical beasts kept in the royal cage. When had she ever killed a magical beast alone, without the protection of Uncle Ling and Aunt Mu? How could she possibly hunt a magical beast? When Huang Linger came back to her senses, she immediately threw a tantrum and sat on the ground, crying incessantly. "Aunt Mu, I don't want to enter the mountain range alone. There are so many magical beasts here. I will be eaten." "Little miss, I have already discussed this matter with Maid Mu. You have to go even if you don't want to." Otherwise, I will directly throw you into the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. Chiwu glared, scaring Huang Ling so much that she immediately stopped crying. Although she was unruly, she was not stupid at all. On the contrary, Huang Ling was very clever. No matter how she threw a tantrum along the way, once she really angered Chiwu, she immediately became like a little white rabbit and did not move at all. On the other hand, Yunxing's reaction was calm. The two girls stood together unwillingly. Both of you are sorcerers. In order to cooperate more tacitly, introduce yourselves first, including your magic attributes and corresponding skills. In terms of age, Yunxing was younger than Huang Ling. Logically speaking, Huang Ling should take care of Yunxing. But according to the current situation, it was hard to say who would take care of who. I'll go first. Huang Ling was unwilling to let this dirty-looking girl steal her limelight. She raised her head like a proud little peacock. Sorcerer, Huang Ling 7.5 years old this year. I am a wind and thunder dual-element sorcerer. She was actually a dual-element sorcerer? And a rare dual-element sorcerer of wind and thunder. No wonder she was so proud. The attributes of a mage were mainly divided into 4 main attributes, but there were also various secondary magic attributes. The main magic attribute and the magic attribute in this life also had the so-called contradictory attribute and auxiliary attribute. For example, the water and fire attributes were the typical contradictory attributes. When cultivating them, the result would be twice the effort for half the result. Huang Ling's magic attribute was wind, and her secondary attribute was thunder. With wind and thunder combined, the two complemented each other. Cultivating could be considered to be twice the result with half the effort. Magician, Yunxing, 6 years old this year. My major is fire, and I know some ancient medical skills. Yunxing only reported one attribute, just as Xianxia had said. She wasn't familiar with Huang Ling, so there was no need for her to reveal all of her trump cards. How unsophisticated. You're a sorcerer, yet you still use ancient medical skills. Huang Ling pursed her lips, looking down on Yunxing. You're so young, but you actually know ancient medical skills. How amazing. Chiwu's face was full of praise. He was a warrior. Compared to those arrogant potion masters, he believed in healers more. With Yunxing's age, the magical elements that she could control were very limited. Using healing magic would only weaken her magical powers. The Yuwu mountain range they were in was rich in all kinds of herbs. It was a good place to use ancient medical skills. Seeing that Uncle Chi, who rarely praised others, was actually praising this unsophisticated girl, Huang Ling's face was full of dissatisfaction. Mu Shueiyue was afraid that the two of them would get into a conflict again, so she hurriedly urged them to enter the Yuwu mountain range. Before leaving, Mu Shueiyue repeatedly reminded them that they were only allowed to move within a radius of 30 miles. They were not to enter the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. It's getting late. There are 2 fire arrows here. Remember, you can only fire them when you're in a critical situation. We will reach you within a quarter of an hour. For the next 3 days, you must eat and sleep together. The 2 of you must advance and retreat together. Little miss, you can't throw a tantrum. Listen to Yunxing for everything. Chiwu's words made Huang Ling so angry that her face turned red. She snorted and walked forward, ignoring Yunxing. Yunxing bid farewell to Yunxia. Father, I want to bring Xiaohei into the mountain. Yunxia did not object. Yunxing carried Xiaohei and disappeared into the lush vegetation with Huang Ling. Mu Shueiyue was still a little worried. Lord Qi, why don't we follow behind them? They're still young. If they encounter a powerful magical beast, they won't be able to fire the fire arrows in time. Qi Wu, on the other hand, wasn't worried. He felt that Mu Shueiyue was making a fuss over nothing. That won't happen. Both of them are offensive-type mages. Their combined magic power is enough to repel a 4th-rank magical beast. Only a 5th-rank magical beast would pose a threat to them. I've asked around. There are usually 3rd and 4th-rank magical beasts living in the middle of the Yuwu mountain range. They want a 50-year-old magical beast's soul stone. If they can get their first soul stone, it will be very beneficial for their future. After Yunxing walked for a while, Huang Ling'er was already standing in front of her, angrily waiting for her. When she saw her approaching, Huang Ling'er put her hands on her hips and acted like a big sister. You're called Yunxing, right? I don't care what Uncle Qi said just now. I'm older than you and have more magic attributes than you. You must listen to me. Yunxing did not even have the strength to roll her eyes. She carried Xiaohei and walked forward. Huang Ling'er saw that she was being treated like air and was annoyed. She pulled out her magic staff. Stop right there. I wanted to teach you a lesson last time. Now that your lowly father is not here, see how I'll deal with you. I'll return those words to you. Yunxing grinned. A bone needle shot out from her hand and hit Huang Ling'er's wrist. Huang Ling'er felt her wrist go numb. Before she knew it, the magic staff in her hand had already fallen to the ground. She reached out to pick it up. Who knew that Xiaohei, who was in Yunxing's arms, was very clever and took her magic staff with its mouth. Yunxing's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. Her fist was already aimed at Huang Ling's stomach. Yunxing was different from ordinary magicians. She had opened 2 mysterious meridians. In addition, she had eaten some magical beast meat earlier, so her physique was much better. Although she looked thin and weak, her fists were not weak at all. Her fists smashed down like raindrops. She did not use a trace of magic and threw Huang Ling'er to the ground. Yunxing had already tossed aside the fire beacon arrow that was meant to ask for help. With a shout, Xiaohei did not hesitate and rushed forward. The woman and the beast fought. Yunxing was still shouting, Xiaohei, there's no need to talk. Hit her. Hit her body, don't hit her face. Who asked you to call my father a lowly commoner? Who asked you to call me a dirty girl? How dare you ask me to call you big sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? When I was fighting in kindergarten, you were still an egg. After the fight, Huang Ling'er was beaten up by Yunxing from head to toe, except for her face, which was still fine. She had never been beaten up like this before. When she was in the palace, her mother and brother could not even bear to slap her. Who knew that she would be bullied by a commoner and a dog today, and Yunxing hit her very cleverly. Just by looking at her skin, one would not be able to tell that she was beaten up. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Huang Ling'er glared at Yunxing hatefully. She was also a tough person. After being beaten up by Yunxing, she refused to cry out in pain or run back to complain. Even if she hated Yunxing to death, with her proud personality, she was not willing to turn back. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Even if you are the Queen Mother of the Jade Emperor, I will still beat you up. Next time, if you don't take care of your stinky mouth, I will sew it shut too. Yunxing waved the bone needle in her hand threateningly and made Xiaohei throw the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow back to her. After being beaten up by Yunxing, Huang Ling'er knew that she was no match for her and was even more unwilling to follow her. Yunxing's fierce beating just now made Huang Ling'er mistakenly think that she was a cultivator of both magic and martial arts. She did not dare to rashly take revenge and ran away after taking back the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow. The two of them did not even listen to Qi Wu's words about advancing and retreating together. Yunxing did not plan to follow Huang Ling'er. Huang Ling'er's unruly behavior reminded Yunxing of her scumbag boyfriend's girlfriend in her previous life. She hated people who used their power to bully others. After venting her anger, Yunxing was in a good mood. Because she was with the group earlier, her hands were tied and she could not perform. Now that she was alone, she was not in a hurry to find magical beasts. Instead, she looked for all kinds of herbs in the forest. When she followed Yun Songhai into Yiwu Market, Yunxing also noticed that there were more types of herbs and ancient medicines here than in Banana Leaf Village. Not only were there hemostatic agents, but there were also some qi-gathering elixirs, to help warriors recover their fighting aura, and meditation water, to improve the effects of magical meditation. Not only were these medicines much more expensive than hemostatic agents, but they were also relatively simple to make. As for Yunxing, she did not practice any battle techniques, so the qi-gathering elixir was not suitable for her. However, the meditation water was rather tempting to her. Everyone knew that the source of magic for mages was meditation. Take Yunxing as an example. With her current magic power, she could use up to 5 fireballs and 4 earth spikes. After using it, her magic power would be depleted. She would need about 2 hours of meditation to recover all her magic power. This was already considered fast, thanks to the high concentration that Xianxia had practiced when she was a doctor. For other mages of the same level, it would take at least an entire day to recover their mana. But with the meditation water, the recovery time could be reduced by at least 50%, and one could recover their magic power within an hour. This was very useful for the mages in the Yuwu Mountains. Xianxia had heard that the ingredients for the meditation water, the withered butterfly vine and the Yuwu fruit, were mainly produced in the Yuwu Mountains. She planned to use the local ingredients so that she could have some extra harvest when she left the Yuwu Mountains. Not long after entering the central region of the mountains, Xianxia discovered one of the medicinal plants she was looking for, the withered butterfly vine. The color of this vine was almost exactly the same as the withered leaves, but it was not easy to harvest this vine, because it was the favorite food of a magical beast in the Yuwu Mountains called the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was a second-level magical beast of the secondary wood class. It was considered the lowest level of existence in the Yuwu Mountains, but there was a reason why it could survive and reproduce in large numbers. They were agile and liked to move around in groups. The appearance of a withered butterfly would often attract hundreds of its companions. The withered butterfly had a large amount of poisonous powder on its body. Once it touched a wound, its entire body would fester. When Xianxia found the withered butterfly vine, a large group of withered butterflies were resting on a small section of the vine. Xianxia pulled out her magic staff and softly chanted. A bright fireball hit the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was afraid of fire, so when it was hit by Xianxia's fireball, it was sent flying. Xianxia took the opportunity to order Xiaohei to bring the withered butterfly vine over. The woman and the beast did the same thing in the Yuwu Mountains, and they successfully harvested a dozen withered butterfly vines. We have enough withered butterfly vines. Next is the Yuwu fruit. According to the farmers in the market, the Yuwu fruit should grow in the northeast of the mountains, near the depths of the forest. Xianxia still remembered that Mu Shuiyue had warned them not to go too deep into the mountains. She also understood her own strength and decided not to go too deep after harvesting the Yuwu fruit. Along the way, Xianxia also met a few magical beasts, but she didn't find a magical beast soul stone that suited her. Xianxia had an all-elemental magic soul, and her magic staff didn't have any attributes. This meant that she could choose her first magical beast soul stone. According to Yun Songhai, it would be best for Xianxia to choose a fire elemental or earth elemental magical beast soul stone. This way, when she used these two types of magic, the effects would be doubled. I heard that the meditation water needs to be refined with fire in the later stages. Since that's the case, I'll choose a fire elemental magical beast soul stone. Xianxia made her choice in her heart. Next, she would go find her first fire elemental magical beast soul stone. After parting ways with Xianxia, Huang Ling also began to look for magical beast soul stones. Damn Xianxia, I must find a magical beast soul stone first. When I have one, the first thing I'll do is teach you a lesson. Huang Ling was a wind and thunder elemental sorcerer. Logically speaking, she only needed to find a magical beast with either wind or thunder elemental attributes. Originally, such a magical beast wasn't difficult to find, but the problem was that Huang Ling had a little secret in her heart. She had heard the chief lecturer in the palace say that there was a type of magical beast on the mainland. They were like human dual elemental sorcerers, having dual or even multiple magical attributes. That type of magical beast was called a mutant magical beast. If she could have a mutant magical beast soul stone, it would be an extremely eye-catching thing. But after searching for a day, Huang Ling still didn't find a suitable magical beast with both wind and thunder elemental attributes. ZZ. With a flash of lightning, Huang Ling killed another lightning fox rat. It's still only thunder elemental. Huang Ling was depressed as she kicked the palm-sized magical beast soul stone away. Looking at the sky, the moon was already above the treetops. She rubbed her stomach. She was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to it. Coincidentally, there was a flickering fire in front of her. From time to time, there would be a burst of food aroma drifting over. In the Crow-Moon mountain range, there were also some hunters. At night, they would camp in the mountain range. Dong Huanglinger thought for a while. She was alone now, and she didn't know how to cook or set up a tent. She might as well go and take a look. Maybe she could stay in the other party's camp for the night. Thinking of this, Huanglinger walked towards the direction of the fire. Huanglinger's luck was not bad. She really did encounter a group of 5 or 6 hunters. However, these hunters were not ordinary hunters. They were a group of bounty hunters. There were many types of hunters. There were hunters who specialized in taking on missions from the Hunters Guild. There were also bounty hunters who only recognized money and not people. There were also hunters who were only loyal to the royal family or aristocratic families. The news that a magical beast on the C-rank wanted list had broken into the Yiwu mountain range had spread throughout the surrounding counties within a few days. Among them, the most active were the bounty hunters. There were already 8 or 9 bounty hunters in the vicinity that had entered the Yiwu mountain range. When Huanglinger walked over, several people were discussing the matter of encircling and suppressing the magical beast. That magical beast seems to be very difficult to deal with. The latest news says that it might be a peak rank 5 mutated dual attribute magical beast. The one who spoke was the leader of the bounty hunters called Green Wolf, a bald, brawny man. Big Brother, a peak rank 5 magical beast, and a mutated one at that. Its strength is too strong. With just the few of us, we are no match for it. I also heard that the people from Scorpion Tail encountered that magical beast early this morning. In the end, more than half of the people in the first team were killed or injured. In the end, the magical beast even escaped into the depths of the mountain range. The only female warrior in the team revealed a worried expression. This bounty hunter team had been making a living in the vicinity of Chi City. In their team, they were all warriors, 4 men and 1 woman. Most of them were martial grandmasters. Scorpion Tail was a bounty hunter of the same rank as them. However, there was a medical warrior in Scorpion Tail who was good at using poison. Even Scorpion Tail had suffered heavy losses. How much better could Green Wolf be? The information you received is incomplete. I spent 5 silver coins to obtain first-hand information. Scorpion Tail's people did not kill that magical beast, but that beast was also defeated. It was poisoned and was forced into a corner. Only then did it escape into the depths of the mountain range. The bald hunter's eyes shone with a dark light. Due to the deaths of several hunting teams, the bounty for this magical beast had risen to 200 gold coins. This was not even including the value of the magical beast itself. Magical beasts at the peak of the 5th rank were considered mid-tier among the magical beasts on the continent. Its flesh and fur, as well as the rarest mutated magical beast soul stone, could be sold for a lot of money. Mutant magical beast, when Huanglinger heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Who is it? The bald hunter was alerted. Excuse me, are the mutated magical beasts you're talking about wind and lightning magical beasts? Huanglinger couldn't wait to jump out. She really didn't waste any effort. A mutated magical beast. She actually encountered a mutated magical beast. She had finally found her first magical beast soul stone. The few hunters thought that there were magic beasts lying in ambush around them. They were shocked when they saw a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade walking out from the dark forest. This little girl was actually all alone in this remote forest. She was still holding a magic scepter in her hand. However, the magic scepter had yet to be inlaid with a magical beast soul stone. Little girl, what are you doing here alone? The only female hunter among the hunters walked over. They were all people who made a living on the continent all year round. They still had the basic eyesight. Although Huanglinger's clothes were stained with dust, they were all made of high-quality materials. The magic scepter in her hand was also the bone of a magical beast that was more than 50 years old. There was also a noble air in her actions and speech. She must be from an extraordinary family. However, since her family background was not bad, why did she go out alone without any guards? This didn't make sense. However, since she was a descendant of an aristocratic family, the bounty hunters were still very willing to make friends with her. Who knew if she would be their employer in the future? I'm here for a trial. I need a wind and lightning magical beast soul stone. The mutated magical beast you were talking about just now is what I'm looking for. If I'm not wrong, you should be bounty hunters. If you can help me catch that magical beast, I'll give you 500, no, 1,000 gold coins. Huang Linger was very generous. She quoted a sky-high price at once. Wow, I didn't expect Huang Linger to be so rich. Not far away, Yunxing, who had climbed up a tree and was looking in all directions, clicked her tongue and sighed. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. She was still worrying about the travel expenses to the Jade capital, and Huang Linger actually directly offered a sky-high reward. It turned out that after the sky turned dark, Yunxing thought that there were many magical beasts in the forest, and it was not convenient for her to light a bonfire directly. Thus, she simply climbed up the tree. After scattering some beast repellent powder nearby, she prepared to make do with spending the night on the tree. Unexpectedly, just as she climbed up the tree, she saw Huang Linger sneakily walking in the direction of the bonfire in front. Stupidity is really incurable. Yunxing cursed in her heart. She really doesn't know what's good for her. What kind of people are bounty hunters? They are all people who recognize money and not fate. Was there a need to guess the result of exposing a huge sum of money in front of such people? On the other side, Huang Linger had no idea that when she dropped 1,000 gold coins, the eyes of the 5 hunters lit up. They looked at Huang Linger as if they had seen a little white rabbit. The 5 of them looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Regardless of whether they could catch the magical beast or not, as long as they caught her and threatened her to write a letter to her family for a large sum of money, the magical beast would belong to them, and the ransom would also belong to them. Such a thing that fell from the sky was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Huang Linger was also very pleased with herself. Since Uncle Ji did not help her hunt for the soul stone, she would find someone to hunt for it herself. Anyway, he would not know how she got the soul stone. Little girl, I see that you are hungry. Come and eat something first to warm yourself up. Are you a sorcerer? What's your name? Where do you live? Since we are going into the mountain to hunt, we will bring you along. That female mercenary put on a kind expression and coaxed Huang Linger to come forward, passing her some food. Huang Linger took the food and ate it. That night, Huang Linger stayed with that female mercenary. The next morning, the bounty hunters cleaned up the traces of camping and brought Huang Linger into the depths of the mountain. After the bounty hunters left, Yunxing also slid down from the tree. Should we follow or not? Looking at the bottomless depths of the mountain, Yunxing had an ominous feeling. Xiaohei, should we follow or not? Yunxing could not make up her mind and pulled Xiaohei to be her shield. If you follow, say yes. If you don't, say no. Xiaohei tilted her head and did not respond for a long time. Xiaohei cried =0 I don't know how to say yes at all. Since silence means approval, then we will reluctantly follow and take a look. Yunxing and Xiaohei followed the bounty hunters and entered the depths of the mountain. Once again, Yunxing and Huang Linger forgot Qi Wu and the others' instructions. In the depths of the Yiwu mountain range, there were all kinds of tall trees. Under the shade of the trees, there was a smell of rotting leaves. We've been walking for a long time. Why haven't we seen the mutant magical beast yet? Huang Linger and the bounty hunters walked all the way. As they gradually entered the depths of the mountain range, the sun gradually disappeared and the surroundings were gloomy. The more Huang Linger walked, the more she felt that something was wrong. Soon. That mutant magical beast is very cunning. It must be hiding in the deepest part of the mountain range. Little girl, you said you came from the eastern capital? The hunters had been trying to get information from Huang Linger along the way. This little girl looked innocent, but when they asked about her family background, her mouth was tightly shut like a clam. Gradually, the hunters lost their patience. They took Huang Linger to a secluded place and stopped. What are you doing? Huang Linger was alert. She pulled out her magic scepter. What are we doing? Little girl, you want to hunt a mutant magical beast? Stop dreaming. Besides, that mutant magical beast is not a wind or thunder type mutant magical beast. I think you'd better obediently hand over your belongings and listen to us. Write a letter to your family. The bald hunter revealed his true colors. The few of them sneered and pounced on Huang Linger like eagles catching chicks. A purple lightning bolt struck down and struck the bald hunter's feet. Damn sorcerer. The bald hunter was a great martial master. He was good at fighting and dodged the purple lightning bolt. Who would have thought that Huang Ling would seize the opportunity and cast a wind-light body technique on herself? She took a step forward like an agile little beast and quickly entered the forest. They were now in the depths of the Yuwu mountain range. The terrain was uneven and the branches, leaves, and roots of the ancient trees were all over the ground. It was easy to get caught. This terrain was a good place to hide. Huang Ling relied on her light body and the help of wind magic. For a while, the 5 hunters could not catch up with her. "Damned girl, you're courting death," the female warrior shouted. She took off the longbow on her body, her eyes filled with hostility. The bowstring in her hand was pulled taut, and the arrow flashed with a cold light as it pierced through the forest. Huang Ling heard the sound of arrows behind her. In a moment of desperation, she used wind magic to dodge the arrows. However, she had used her magic repeatedly and didn't have enough energy. She only managed to push the arrows away by a few inches. The sharp arrowhead drilled into her shoulder. She cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The magic scepter in her hand also rolled out. Several martial artists nimbly leaped over the thicket and landed in front of her. Huang Ling grabbed her magic scepter with all her might. The bald martial artist stepped on her wrist and spat on her body. "Who asked you to run, little brat? Why haven't you spoken yet? Which family are you from?" That bald martial artist was no less than 100 kilograms. When he stepped on Huang Ling's wrist, she felt as if her hand was about to break. Huang Ling whimpered. She gritted her teeth and refused to answer. "You're still stubborn. Let's chop off one of her hands first. When the time comes, we'll send her hand and the letter back. Then, your family will send money over," the hunter said with a sinister smile. Yunxing and Xiaohei were hiding in the bushes not far away. Seeing that Huang Ling refused to beg for mercy, Yunxing had a whole new level of respect for her. Although this person was a little unruly, she was also a tough person. There were 5 opponents. Among them, the woman with the longbow was the weakest. The bald hunter was the strongest. He should be around the peak of martial grandmaster. Yunxing estimated in her heart that she had a chance of saving Huang Ling. At this moment, Xiaohei, who was in Yunxing's arms, moved. Its black fur stood on end. Its short legs arched, and it bared its teeth in the distance. "Boss, did you hear something?" A few martial artists were about to chop off Huang Ling's hand when there was a shuffling sound behind them. The 5 of them looked back. What they saw was terrible. 100 meters away from them stood a bulky bull beast with electricity all over its body. Its size was twice as big as the golden rhino boar that Yunxing had seen before. It looked like a small moving fortress. It had the head of a bull, but the body of a lion. Under its back, there was a poisonous spot. The spot emitted an unpleasant smell, and the injury was still spreading. It seemed that the spot was where the other bounty hunters had poisoned it earlier. "It's a wanted demonic beast." It turned out that the bounty hunters had unknowingly entered the range of this wanted demonic beast's activities. A few days ago, this big guy named Fire Lion was injured by the scorpion-tailed poison. It had been hiding in the depths of the mountains. Demonic beasts were bloodthirsty. When Huang Ling was shot, the smell of blood had attracted it out. "Don't panic, it's seriously injured. Old 5, stay behind and look after this little girl. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, let's go together." The bald hunter immediately decided to kill this wanted demonic beast. This was a rare opportunity. If they were lucky, their green wolf hunters could become famous in one battle. The few martial masters all released their douqi. The bald hunter took the lead. He jumped high, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. The other 3 hunters also took out their weapons. The 4 of them surrounded the injured demonic beast in 4 directions. The fire lion bull roared and spat out a flame from its mouth. Even if a 5th-level demonic beast was seriously injured, its fighting power was not to be underestimated. Huang Ling was injured. Blood flowed from her back. As time passed, she felt her body turn cold. Suddenly, the huntress beside her let out a short cry and fell straight to the ground. Then, Huang Ling felt a chill on her back. It seemed that someone had poured a hemostatic agent on her. The hemostatic agent was surprisingly effective. As soon as the agent was applied, the blood on her back stopped. Luckily, it didn't hit the heart. Count yourself lucky. Yunxing's voice hovered behind her. It's you. I don't want you to save me. Huang Linger did not expect that the person who saved her would be Yunxing. Help, boss, save me. The shrill cry for help made the two of them look forward. In front of them was a sea of blood. Yunxing and Huang Linger saw with their own eyes that a hunter was torn into two by the fire lion bull. When the other three hunters saw this, they were all terrified. They did not expect that the fire lion bull, who was seriously injured, could release fighting energy that was more ferocious than usual. Go quickly. Yunxing did not dare to look anymore. She helped Huang Linger, who was scared silly, up and planned to escape. Behind them, there were two more screams. Needless to say, another two hunters were killed. The sea-level wanted demonic beast was indeed worthy of its reputation. You too. Don't think about escaping. The bald hunter, who was the only one alive, saw that the fire lion bull was extremely fierce and knew that he was no match for it. He looked around and found Yunxing and Huang Linger, who were preparing to escape. They were using these two girls as cushions. The bald hunter's eyes shone brightly as he caught up with the two girls. He grabbed Yunxing with one hand and Huang Linger with the other. Trying to use them as scapegoats? Wishful thinking, Yunxing flipped her hand, and without looking at the bone needles, she threw them behind her. Almost at the same time, she chanted the fireball spell. Huang Linger saw her chanting at a high speed, and it was twice as fast as when she used magic. She was secretly surprised that Yunxing's magic recitation was so fast. The bone needles were already flying towards the bald soldier. The soldier did not take the bone needles seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he used his Do energy to block the bone needles in front of him. At this moment, a fireball flew out and hit the bald soldier in the face. The latter screamed and held his face. Coincidentally, the fire lion bull had caught up with them. The bull's hoof kicked the soldier's chest, and there was a terrible sound of bones breaking. In a short while, the soldier was trampled into a meat paste. Let's go. Yunxing saw that the fire lion bull was coming at her aggressively, so she pulled Huang Linger and wanted to run. Huang Linger's face was pale, and she could not move. Seeing that the fire lion bull had caught up with them, Huang Linger suddenly raised her magic wand and pointed it at Yunxing. A green light flashed and landed on Yunxing. Yunxing only felt that her body suddenly became lighter. Light body spell. Huang Linger actually used her precious wind magic on Yunxing at the moment of life and death. Go. I'm the one who dragged you down. Run. Huang Linger knew that she was injured, and she also knew that Yunxing's chances of survival were even slimmer with her. Today's disaster was caused by her. If she had not been greedy and wanted the mutated magical beast's soul stone, she would not have been tricked by the bounty hunters, and would not have bumped into the fire lion bull. Moo, just as the two girls were on the verge of death, the fire lion bull roared angrily, and its huge body went over their heads, blocking their way. Both of them could not escape. The fire lion bull was a ferocious beast. It had killed 4 hunters in a row, so its body and head were filled with hostility. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with murderous intent. Compared to its fortress-like body, the thin and small Yunxing and Huang Linger seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, the strange thing was that after the fire lion bull blocked their path, it did not charge head-on, nor did it launch an even fiercer battle skill attack. Its gaze moved back and forth between Yunxing and Huang Linger before finally landing on Huang Linger's shoulder socket that had healed. On Huang Linger's shoulder, the wound caused by the arrow had quickly stopped bleeding after being treated by Yunxing's hemostatic agent. A layer of scar had formed over it. The fire lion bull was a wanted magical beast. It was much more cunning than ordinary magical beasts. It had been poisoned for the past few days and was unable to heal itself. It was tormented by the poison day and night. Earlier, when Yunxing went forward to treat Huang Linger and pulled out the arrow to stop the bleeding, the fire lion bull had seen everything. It naturally thought that Yunxing knew how to heal. Seeing that the fire lion bull did not make a move for a long time, Yunxing and Huang Linger gradually calmed down. The fire lion bull suddenly raised its hooves and waved at Yunxing. You want me to go over? Yunxing was a summoner and had the beast language ring. She was especially sensitive to the emotional fluctuations of magical beasts. She and Huang Linger looked at each other. The fire lion bull pointed at its belly and then pointed at Huang Linger. The two girls were both exceptionally intelligent people. They immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the fire lion bull wanted to ask Yunxing to heal its poison. Yunxing thought for a moment and walked towards the fire lion bull. Are you crazy? Heal it? That's a wanted magical beast. Huang Linger was frightened. If we don't heal it, we will all die. Why don't we try? Yunxing comforted. Did they really think that she was willing to heal a wanted magical beast? If she didn't heal it, they would definitely be trampled into meat paste like those hunters. They would never be able to leave the Yuwu mountain range alive. Yunxing walked towards the fire lion bull. The fire lion bull had a vigilant expression. She slowly squatted down. Just as Yunxing squatted down, one of the fire lion bull's hooves stepped on her back. Needless to say, if she did anything wrong, the fire lion bull's hooves, which could crush a martial grandmaster's sternum, would not hesitate to step on her. Yunxing did not want to become a meat patty. Yunxing was under a lot of pressure. She adjusted her breathing and told herself to calm down. After seeing the fire lion bull's wound, Yunxing's attention was fully focused. What a powerful poison. Yunxing sniffed the rotten flesh around the fire lion bull's wound and identified the poison. It was a corrosive neurotoxin. Just a small amount was enough to kill an adult bull. Luckily, the fire lion bull was a magical beast and had a strong constitution. That was why it could suppress the poison for so long. Yunxing took out her bone needle and pricked it. Bang! She felt a heavy blow on her shoulder. Huang Linger screamed from the side. Yunxing's entire body sank to the ground, and her face was pressed hard into the soil. Greetings to your 18 generations of ancestors, Yunxing felt as if her sternum had been crushed. The Shenong medical bracelet in her hand quickly repaired her broken shoulder bone, barely preventing her from fainting. After hearing Yunxing's angry roar, the fire lion bull seemed to have realized that Yunxing did not have any ill intentions. After she pricked it with the needle, the pain that had troubled it for many days seemed to have eased a lot. It retracted its hooves, but its eyes were still fixed on Yunxing's every move. Yunxing endured the pain in her body and took out the scalpel. Unfortunately, she had used up most of the mandala juice she had extracted. The needle just now was unable to completely anesthetize the fire lion bull. With the bone needle on it, the fire lion bull was a little more accepting of Yunxing's strange medical tools. Yunxing helped it cut off a few pieces of rotten flesh around it. The fire lion bull gradually let down its guard. Huang Linger also looked at the current environment. She realized that the ancient medical skills Yunxing used were very special. It was different from the doctors she had seen before. Just as she was wondering what kind of medical skills Yunxing had, she suddenly realized that Yunxing was winking at her. Huang Linger's heart skipped a beat. She quietly raised the magic scepter in her hand. Xiaohei! Yunxing suddenly shouted. The scalpel in her hand that was originally cutting off the poisonous flesh was aimed at the fire lion bull's heart. She stabbed it fiercely, and the handle of the scalpel completely sank into the fire lion bull's body. Almost at the same time, Xiaohei looked up to the sky and roared. The surroundings immediately darkened. The fire lion bull roared in pain. Its surroundings were pitch black, and it could not see anything. It ran around crazily, trying to find the two sinister girls. In the pitch-black darkness, several fireballs and lightning flashes shot out like a storm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The smell of burnt flesh filled the forest. In the darkness, Huang Linger trembled. She secretly prayed in her heart, "You must be fine. Yunxing, you must be fine." It was not until the surroundings returned to normal and the sky gradually brightened that Huang Linger opened her eyes in fear. Not far away, the evil fire lion bull had already died of blood loss. Yunxing leaned against a tree not far away. Her face was pale. It was really dangerous just now. Thinking about it now, she was still a little scared. Huang Linger stood up shakily. She walked in front of Yunxing and suddenly hugged her, crying loudly. Why did you save me? You clearly hate me. Huang Ling wiped her eyes after she felt better from crying. Yunxing really wanted to reply that it was because she was rich. She actually wanted to ask if the bounty that Huang Ling had promised to those bounty hunters still counted. However, seeing the little girl crying like a red-eyed rabbit, she couldn't bring herself to ask, so she simply smiled. Huang Ling who was infected by Yunxing's smile, also smiled embarrassedly. The two of them could be considered to have forgotten their enmity with a smile. That fire lion bull was already dead. The two of them actually worked together, and by a freak combination of factors, they managed to kill a wanted magical beast. After experiencing this life and death calamity, the two girls could be considered to have established a revolutionary friendship. That fire lion bull is a mutated beast. Let's go and take a look to see what attribute the spirit stone in its body is. We are here to look for spirit stones. Yunxing rested for a while and recovered some of her strength. Only then did the two of them remember the purpose of entering the Yuwu mountain range. Unexpectedly, when they went to look for the fire lion bull again, they found that the huge fire lion bull was actually circling around Xiaohei, secretly nibbling on it from time to time. They found that Xiaohei's stomach was so round that it almost touched the ground. That fire lion bull's body was at least 10 times bigger than Xiaohei. This is your little dog? It's so powerful, it actually dared to eat the fire lion bull. Huang Ling had also noticed the little dog that Yunxing had been holding in her hands. Because Xiaohei's appearance was really worlds apart from an ordinary fierce beast, Huang Ling didn't associate Xiaohei with a beast at all. She remembered the scene when the sky suddenly turned dark. In her memory, that little dog let out a wolf-like howl. A little dog that could make the sky change color in an instant and plunge the surroundings into darkness. Without Yunxing's words, Huang Ling also knew that this was a beast, and an extremely rare one at that. Are you a summoner? Finding out that Yunxing was a summoner was much more shocking than finding out that Yunxing's medical skills were brilliant. Huang Ling stammered. She suddenly realized that she had always thought that she was a genius because she had dual magic powers. However, compared to the girl in front of her who was 1 year younger than her, she was simply too weak. Yunxing's expression changed slightly. She didn't want to tell anyone that she was a summoner, but now Huang Ling knew. She frowned inwardly. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that you have such a powerful beast. Huang Ling had long heard that summoners were a special existence among magicians. Yunxing had such a powerful beast, but she was still young. If someone found out, it was very likely that someone would snatch her beast. As if to prove that she wouldn't tell Yunxing's secret, Huang Ling tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she patted her chest and pretended to speak like an adult. I'll also tell you a secret. Actually, my name is not Huang Ling I'm Dong Huang Ling The current king of Dongdu is my elder brother. She originally thought that after revealing her identity, Yunxing would hurriedly kneel down and kowtow like the others, but Yunxing didn't have any reaction at all. She only replied with an "Oh." What Eastern Emperor and Western Emperor? To her, it wasn't as important as the soul stone on the fire lion bull in front of her. Since Dong Huang Ling had promised that she wouldn't tell anyone that she was a summoner, she didn't intend to pursue the matter. Just when the two of them were talking, Xiaohei had already jumped down from Yunxing's arms. It used its chubby dog legs to dig under the fire lion bull's body. A stone-like thing fell out from the fire lion bull's body. Soul stone. Yunxing grabbed onto Xiaohei's neck and moved its chubby body away. Xiaohei let out a howl in dissatisfaction. Its pair of black eyes were filled with greed. It obviously knew that the soul stone was the essence of a demonic beast. Yunxing felt that it was funny. She scolded with a smile, "When did you become so greedy? Don't worry, the demonic beast meat on its body is enough for you to eat." Yunxing gave Xiaohei a warning look. Xiaohei could only tuck its tail between its legs and gnaw on a piece of demonic beast bone. Yunxing inspected the magical beast soul stone and discovered that it was a lightning-type magical beast soul stone. It was a pity that it wasn't suitable for her. Yunxing didn't mind it and threw the soul stone to Dong Huang Ling. Meditate immediately and let the magic scepter absorb the soul stone. Yunxing didn't hide anything. You're giving the soul stone to me? This is a 5th level soul stone. If you give it to me, what will happen to your soul stone? Dong Huangling had a surprised look on her face. This was a 5th-level demonic beast's soul stone, something that could only be found by chance. It's not suitable for me. I'd rather go without than have something substandard. Hurry up. If you're late, the soul stone's magic power will be depleted. Once the soul stone left the body, if one didn't have a special preservation tool, the magic power stored in the soul stone would disappear very quickly. This was the first time Yunxing hunted a demonic beast by herself, and she wasn't fully prepared. Thus, she could only give the soul stone to Dong Huangling. Yunxing continued to search the stomach of the fire lion bull. Not only did demonic beasts have flesh and blood, their internal organs were also good stuff. Compared to the soul stones bought from the magic equipment store, the soul stone that just left the body had the strongest magic power. After being absorbed by the magic scepter, the soul stone would also have the highest magic compatibility. Dong Huangling naturally knew this point. Thus, she didn't stand on ceremony. She placed the soul stone in front of her and placed the magic scepter on her lap. Then, she sat down cross-legged and chanted softly. Yunxing searched the body of the fire lion bull for a while and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She took out another item from the stomach of the fire lion bull. One of the items was actually a soul stone. This was really strange. It was already very good for a demonic beast to have one soul stone. She didn't expect that this fire lion bull would actually have 2 soul stones. No wonder the hunters called this fire lion bull a mutated demonic beast. It turned out that its mutation wasn't because of its mutated soul stone. Instead, compared to other demonic beasts, it had an extra soul stone. From Yunxing's point of view, this was still understandable. After all, Yunxing was a doctor. She had also seen some patients who had 2 hearts. After carefully inspecting the attributes of the soul stone, Yunxing was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a fire attribute soul stone. And this soul stone that she just took out was slightly bigger than the one that Dong Huangling had. The soul stone was filled with violent fire attribute magic power. On top of the soul stone, there was also a trace of radiance. Just by holding it in her hand, Yunxing felt as if the soul stone was alive. It was trembling non-stop, just like a heart. There seems to be something special about the soul stone. Without further ado, I will also start fusing with the soul stone. Yunxing ordered Xiao He to guard the surroundings. Ever since the fire lion bull started living in this area, the demonic beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range didn't dare to casually come close to this area. This also provided an excellent environment for Yunxing and Dong Huangling to fuse with the soul stone. It has been 3 days since Yunxing and Dong Huangling entered the mountain range. Around dusk, the sun was slowly setting. Qi Wu and the others were still waiting for Yunxing and Dong Huangling to return. Mu Shuiyue was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. Why isn't she out yet? It has already been 3 days and 3 nights. With their speed, they should have already traversed through the entire central region of the mountain range. Why isn't Little Miss back yet? Don't worry, we haven't seen any signal from the fire beacon arrow for the past 3 days. It seems that the 2 of them didn't encounter any danger. It might also be possible that the 2 of them have already found a suitable demonic beast and started to fuse with the soul stone. Qi Wu was much calmer than Mu Shuiyue. Yun Songhai, who was at the side, also had a calm expression. Oh no. It would have been fine if Mu Shuiyue didn't mention the fusion of soul stones. The moment Mu Shuiyue mentioned the fusion of soul stones, she jumped up as if she was electrocuted. Great Magus Mu, can you not be so flustered? A warrior grumbled. This is really bad. When Little Miss entered the forest, I only reminded her to pay attention to her safety. I forgot to tell her that with her strength, she can only fuse with a soul stone that is 60 years old and below. Mu Shuiyue was worried that Little Miss would randomly fuse with a soul stone after killing a demonic beast. Fusing with a soul stone is also very particular. However, most of the newbies who had just become a mage didn't notice this point. They only knew that fusing with a soul stone of a demonic beast of the same attribute is enough. However, they didn't know that fusing with a soul stone is very particular. To a newbie mage, a soul stone of a suitable age means a stronger magic power. If they were to fuse with a soul stone of a lower age, it would affect their magic cultivation in the future. However, if they were to fuse with a soul stone of the highest age, then the mage's magic soul might be broken by the powerful demonic beast's magic power. The more attributes a mage possesses, the more magic power they can fuse with. For example, a mage can only fuse with a soul stone that is 50 years old at most. Dong Huanglinger is a dual elemental mage. Thus, she can fuse with a soul stone of a demonic beast by 10 years, and so on. As long as it was a magical beast of 3 or 4 elements, most of them could fulfill this requirement. Sigh, you women just love to worry for nothing. Chiwu was unconcerned. If it's more than 60 years old, then it's at least a level 4 or level 5 magical beast. Do you think that 2 new mages who just learned magic can hunt a level 5 magical beast? Besides, there might not be any level 5 magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range. What do you think, Brother Yun? Yun Songhai did not answer. The sun had already reached the other side of the mountain. Based on his understanding of his daughter, Yun Xing, she should have returned on time as promised. Could it be that something had really happened to him since he hadn't returned yet? At this moment, Yun Xing and Dong Huanglinger were still fusing with the fiery lion bull soul stone that they had just obtained. The two of them did not realize that they were currently facing the most urgent crisis in their short lives. The 2 soul stones of the fiery lion bull were indeed not ordinary. In terms of age, the lightning elemental soul stone, as the secondary soul stone of the fiery lion bull, was close to 90 years old. As for Yunxing's fire elemental soul stone, it was even more terrifying. As the primary soul stone, it was close to 130 years old. No matter if it was Mu Shueiyue or Yun Songhai, neither of them had warned them beforehand that they could not fuse with the soul stones beyond the age limit. After all, they had all taken it for granted that Yun Xing and Dong Huanglinger would not be able to kill a level 4 magical beast with their abilities. Fire and lightning were the 2 major attributes that were extremely strong and fierce. When Yun Xing and Dong Huanglinger were chanting, the magical power of the soul stones was drawn out. They turned into 2 magic pythons that coiled around the empty magic scepters. One was red and the other was purple. Xiao He, who was lying at the side, opened her eyes wide as she looked at the 2 streams of magical power that were sucking in and out of the magic scepters. They left the magic scepters behind and coiled around Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were completely wrapped up by the red and purple magic snakes. The 2 girls felt suffocated. A majestic magical power was continuously tearing their bodies apart. At this very moment, the 2 of them had already discovered that the age of the 2 soul stones might have exceeded the limit that the 2 of them could endure. However, they were already in a difficult situation. If they were to stop meditating now, the 2 magic pythons would definitely devour their magical souls without any hesitation. If that were to happen, even if the 2 of them were to successfully escape, they would become cripples when they woke up. Becoming a magical trash? This thought only stayed in the minds of the 2 girls for a short moment before it was firmly rejected by the 2 of them. At the same time, they sped up their chanting. In their small bodies, the magical souls that were suppressed to death were once again active. A green and purple light flickered. Above Dong Huanglinger's head, a magical soul appeared. However, her magical soul wasn't like the cloud-shaped one that Yunxing saw earlier. Dong Huanglinger's magical soul had a strange shape. It was like an ancient musical instrument. As Dong Huanglinger's chanting sped up, the musical instrument let out a loud boom, releasing a majestic demonic sound. The spirit snake immediately dissipated. The ancient bell gradually shrunk and finally disappeared into Dong Huanglinger's body. On Dong Huanglinger's magic scepter, a purple light flashed. That was the sign that the fusion of the magical beast soul stone was about to be completed. Looking at Yunxing's side, her situation was even more critical than Dong Huanglinger's. After all, the age of her fire-type magical beast soul stone was much higher. At the moment when the 5-colored magical soul appeared, the crimson magic spirit snake opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the multicolored magic soul cloud in one gulp. However, when it saw the cold black color within the 5-colored magical soul cloud, fear appeared in the eyes of the magic spirit snake, which didn't have human intelligence. As if it had seen the most terrifying thing, the magic spirit snake dodged and drilled into Yunxing's magic scepter. On the surface of the magic scepter, a fiery red color appeared. Magic fusion, complete. Almost at the same time, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger opened their eyes. The two of them looked at each other and blurted out at the same time, "I succeeded." The two of them leaped up and held on to their magic scepters. Dong Huanglinger chanted a wind-type magic spell. Below her, a gentle breeze swept over. Dong Huanglinger's clothes fluttered in the wind, and like a leaf, her body was immediately lifted up. Levitation technique. Yunxing did not show any signs of weakness. She slid the magic scepter in her hand, and a few extremely fierce flames danced in the air like cannonballs. With a boom, the surrounding trees were instantly destroyed, and turned into a raging sea of fire. A 90-year-old lightning-type soul stone. A 130-year-old fire-type soul stone. After successfully fusing with a soul stone that had exceeded the maximum age that they could fuse with, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's strength both achieved a breakthrough. However, when Yunxing fused with the magic soul stone, she also comprehended a new type of fire-type magic from the soul stone, flame burst. Just as Xianxia and the others who were waiting in the middle of Yuwu mountain range were burning with anxiety and were planning to enter the mountain range to look for Yunxing and Luo Shuiyue, two long-awaited figures walked out under the moonlight. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound and only looked a little tired, Mu Shuiyue heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're back. It doesn't matter if you didn't find the soul stone. Actually, not many magicians get their first soul stone by themselves." Mu Shuiyue was a little resentful towards Qi Wu. "What training, little miss?" Little miss was covered in blood and she had lost a lot of weight. These 3 days were probably the toughest days of her life. Yun Songhai also saw his daughter, but unlike Mu Shuiyue, he noticed something in his daughter's eyes. Compared to 3 days ago when they entered Yuwu mountain range, his daughter seemed to have grown a little. As for Qi Wu, he was dumbfounded. "The two of you, his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, right?" The little miss was actually holding hands with Yunxing as they walked out. Moreover, when Mu Shuiyue handed the water and rations to the little miss, she actually gave them to Yunxing first. Heavens, is this still the unruly and willful little miss that I know? Who said that we didn't find the soul stone? Look at our magic scepter. Dong Huanglinger proudly showed her magic scepter. On top of the magic scepter, there was an additional purple soul stone. When they saw the purple soul stone, Qi Wu and Mu Shuiyue were shocked. That was a lightning-type soul stone. Furthermore, it was a soul stone that was at least 80 to 90 years old. "Little miss. How can you fuse with such an old soul stone? It's too dangerous." Mu Shuiyue was so shocked that she almost stopped breathing. Even if she wanted to fuse with such an old soul stone, she would need the help of a magician of a higher rank. Thinking of how little miss managed to fuse with such an old soul stone, Mu Shuiyue was so scared that her hands and feet turned cold. "So what?" Dong Huanglinger was unconvinced. She pointed at Yunxing and said, "Yunxing is more powerful than me. She fused with a fire-type soul stone. That soul stone is at least 100 years old and she is still fine." "What? 100 years old soul stone? What kind of little monsters were they?" Ordinary magicians would fuse with 10 or 20-year-old soul stones for their first magic soul stone. After becoming an archmagus, they would start fusing with 50 to 100-year-old soul stones. They actually jumped over it on the first try. Mu Shuiyue suddenly felt that she was half a head shorter. It had to be known that her first soul stone was 20 years old. Even her second soul stone was only 85 years old. All the warriors present, including Mu Shuiyue, and even Yun Songhai, who had always been incomparably calm, could not help but change their expressions. Yun Songhai grabbed Yunxing and looked at her daughter from head to toe. "Father, I'm fine. Actually, the magic fusion isn't as dangerous as you make it out to be. Ling and I are fine, aren't we?" Yunxing took out her magic scepter for him to inspect upon seeing the worry on her father's face. Fire magic scepter. Magic compatibility, 80%. Lightning magic scepter, magic compatibility, 70%. After Yun Songhai inspected the two magic scepters, he discovered that the fusion rate between the two magic scepters and the soul stones was very good. Generally speaking, as long as the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone exceeded 50%, it would be considered good. The higher the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone, the smoother it would be when fusing with the second magic soul stone. Furthermore, what was even more gratifying was that after the two children obtained such old soul stones, their ability to use magic had increased. Without any external interference, the two of them were able to fuse with the soul stones so perfectly just by relying on their own magic power. No matter if it was because the two of them were lucky or because the two of them were really talented, it was already very commendable. Even so, Yunxing and Dong Huangling were still taught a lesson by their respective elders. After the lesson, Yunxing and Dong Huangling glanced at each other. That gaze, in the eyes of the elders, was extremely strange. Mu Shueiyue was a woman, and her thoughts were more meticulous. She suddenly thought of a question. Where did the two of you get your soul stones from? A 130-year soul stone and a 90-year soul stone, didn't that mean? We were just about to talk about this. We encountered a rank 5 mutated demonic beast, and it seemed to be a wanted demonic beast. When we found it, it was already dying. There were a few hunters beside it, and it looked like both sides were injured. That demonic beast was poisoned, and the two of us waited beside it for 2 days and 2 nights before it finally died. We took the opportunity to dig out the soul stone from its body. The two girls recounted vividly. The two of them had already practiced this speech 8 to 10 times on the way back, and it was very vivid. Wanted demonic beast, Mu Shueiyue only felt her vision turn white, and in the next second, she fainted from the shock. In the end, the Fire Lion Bull was still carried out by Qi Wu and a few other warriors. The Fire Lion Bull's enormous body and sturdy bones made Qi Wu and the others gasp in shock. This rank 5 wanted demonic beast was very strong, but its body was poisoned, and it even suffered a fatal blow at its chest. There were indeed a few hunters around it who had already died. In addition to what Yunxing and Mu Shueiyue said, it was reasonable. The lords believed the two men's words. When Qi Wu and the others carried the demonic beast's bones out, they found out that this demonic beast was indeed a wanted demonic beast, and a C-class one at that. The few of them handed the demonic beast's bones to the local guards and received a considerable reward. Yun Songhai and Qi Wu each received half of the reward. This Maojiwu trial could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did the two of them become great magicians, Yunxing and Dong Huangling also became good friends. The moment of separation still came. After Dong Huangling obtained her first demonic beast soul stone, she was about to return to the eastern capital. Yunxing, you are my first friend. Dong Huangling looked at Yunxing reluctantly. Linger, you are also my first friend. Although the two of them didn't get along well in the beginning, after experiencing life and death and knowing each other's secrets, they were already honest with each other. In the carriage, Mu Shueiyue was already urging Dong Huangling. Who said that only men's friendship was forged with fists? Women's friendship could also be forged with fists. Will we have a chance to meet again? Dong Huangling wiped the corner of her eyes. She really couldn't bear to part with Yunxing. If fate allows, we will meet again. Yunxing waved her hand as she watched Dong Huangling get on the carriage. The carriage moved forward, and when they turned into a fork, Dong Huangling suddenly popped her head out. Yunxing, I will be going to the Magic Academy in the Eastern Capital. If there is a chance, let's meet again in the Eastern Capital. Seeing that Yunxing was watching Dong Huangling and the others leave, Yun Songhai's gaze turned slightly heavy. Sheng you are already 6 years old. In another 2 years, you will be entering the Magic Academy. Dong Huangling's words reminded Yun Songhai that Yunxing couldn't stay by his side all the time. She had to learn magic systematically. When Yun Songhai initially planned to bring Yunxing out of Banana Leaf Village, he only wanted to send Yunxing back to the Yun family so that she could learn medicine. But now, Yunxing already possessed the rarely seen 5-colored magic soul. She also obtained her first type of fire elemental magic. With such talent, it would be a waste for her to only learn medicine. Father, what is a magic academy? If I must enter a magic academy, why don't I go to the East Capital Magic Academy that Linger mentioned? Through Dong Huangling, Yunxing opened up a whole new world. That world was something that Yunxing had never come into contact with when she was in Banana Leaf Village. Through Yun Songhai's explanation, Yunxing knew what a magic academy was. In the boundless world, Children who could sense the elements of magic could choose to enter the elementary magic academy in the country once they reached the age of 6. Of course, the children could also directly join the local temple and enter the magic training system that was directly under the temple. In the Magic Academy, the magic apprentices would be systematically taught all kinds of magic knowledge. According to their ranks, the magic academies in the continent were divided into elementary magic academies, intermediate magic academies, and advanced magic academies. The elementary magic academies only accepted magic apprentices. The intermediate magic academies only accepted magic apprentices and above. As for the advanced magic academies, they were also known as the continent's magic elite camp. Only the magicians recommended by the various magic academies and temples could enter. There is a magic academy in Jade Capital. As for the magic academy in the East Capital. Xianxia, you are very sensible. Father thinks that there are some things that I should tell you earlier. Dong Huanglinger's identity isn't simple. You two can be friends now, but in the future, if you were to join the Magic Academy and become a member of Zhou State's Magic Academy, your relationship with her would most likely become hostile. With regards to Dong Huanglinger's identity, Yun Songhai somewhat knew about it. He was from the Eastern Capital and had several experts protecting him. Dong Huang'er was young but had a noble aura. He must be from the Imperial Palace. I already know. Ling'er said that her brother is the Emperor of Dongdu. Yunxing was not surprised. She came from modern times. In her opinion, status was not important. Most importantly, she and Dong Huangling were each other's first friends. She is indeed someone from the Dong Huang clan. Xianxia, do you still remember what father told you about the few powerful countries in the boundless continent? Yun Songhai hugged his daughter and placed her on his lap. Like a true loving father, he began to talk about the stormy past of the boundless world. The 5 powerful countries are later Qin, Penglai, Immortal Abode, Zhou State, and Tangyuan. Yunxing had a photographic memory. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, she did not know much about the history of the continent. However, she still heard about it from Yun Songhai. Through Yun Songhai's narration, Yunxing knew that the 5 powerful countries were once 1,000 years ago. They were all part of the Donghuang dynasty. At that time, the Donghuang dynasty was powerful and unparalleled in the boundless continent. However, since the death of the greatest monarch in the history of the continent, Donghuang Liming, 1,000 years ago, the Donghuang dynasty declined day by day. Finally, more than 900 years ago, the 5 great countries led the way and split up. In the Donghuang dynasty, the most powerful forces were the magicians, warriors, and a summoner. They split up and formed the new structure of the continent. Because the 5 powerful countries were similar in strength, they secretly discussed to keep the Donghuang dynasty as a puppet in the eastern capital. In the past few hundred years, the direct descendants of the royal family had been assassinated and poisoned. The previous emperor of the Donghuang dynasty only lived to 35 years old and passed away early. Furthermore, the rulers of the various countries also restricted the direct descendants of the Donghuang dynasty from learning magic and combat skills. This is also why Huangling, as a noble princess, only dared to bring a few bodyguards and maids with average strength to secretly come to such an unremarkable place like the Moon Crow Mountain Range to search for Devil Beast Soul Stones. Yun Songhai didn't want to restrict Yunxing's circle of friends. Dong Huangling was still young, and she still retained the pride of the royal family. She also did not know that the royal power would become the heaviest shackle on her in the future. She also did not know that it was impossible to learn powerful magic in the Eastern Capital's Magic Academy. Yun Songhai also knew that as a citizen of Zhou State, if Yunxing returned to the Yun family, she might one day stand on the opposite side of Dong Huangling. Yunxing lowered her head and thought seriously, "Father, even if this is the case, she is still my friend. I will never stand on the opposite side of my friends." Yun Songhai looked at his daughter's determined eyes, as if he saw his ex-wife in her. "Silly child, you'll know when you grow up a bit. You must be tired these days. Now that we're a bit more well off, I'll go rent a carriage in the city and head to Jade Capital." Yun Songhai rented a carriage in the city. He didn't hire a coachman, and instead drove the carriage himself. The carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Yunxing took out the moon crow fruit and withered butterfly vine that she collected from the moon crow mountain range and started to concoct meditation water. Before Yunxing learned how to use magic, she did not know the importance of meditation water. But now that she learned the flame critical strike, she realized that she did not have enough magic power. With my current physical strength, using the flame critical strike once will almost deplete all the magic power in my body. Under the state of meditation, my recovery is too slow. No wonder I need meditation water. Yunxing then started to concoct meditation water. The concoction of meditation water required the use of magic flames. Yunxing took out a moon crow fruit and pinched it in her hand. The outer shell of the moon crow fruit was very similar to that of a pine nut. It had a hard outer shell, and only fire could melt its outer shell. The fruit juice wrapped in the hard outer shell could be used to concoct meditation water. Yunxing circulated the fire magic power in her body. After fusing with a soul stone, her control over magic became more acute. Blazing fire elements enveloped the fruit. After the hard outer shell melted, a white fruit ore was revealed. Yunxing also refined the withered butterfly vine. Yunxing realized that by using fire elements to process medicine, the medicinal properties of the herbs were better preserved. A bottle of meditation water was successfully concocted. The father and daughter continued forward, getting closer and closer to Yujing City. But in the unknown front, there was a restless danger waiting for the father and daughter. None of them could imagine what kind of changes this danger would bring to Yunxing. Unknowingly, Yunxing and Yun Songhai had already entered the central region of Zhou State. In the central region of Zhou State, there was a vast and soft sandstone plain. This region lacked the lush vegetation of Banana Leaf Village. It was windy but not rainy, and the weather was very dry. On windy days, the sand and stones would hit the carriage's frame, making a creaking sound. On this day, Yun Songhai stopped the horse and looked up at the sky, frowning without saying a word. Yunxing noticed that the carriage had stopped and lifted the curtain. For some reason, the sunlight in this area was very dim and weak. Looking at the sky, it was dim and gloomy. It was very similar to the smoggy city in the north where Yunxing had lived in her previous life. It was very difficult to see the color of the sky. Father? Yunxing keenly noticed that Yun Songhai's expression was very serious. In the wasteland in front of them, there was a small group of people that looked like a centipede moving forward. Father, who are those people? Yunxing's eyesight was very good. She even saw the true appearance of the centipede before Yun Songhai. It was a group of refugees made up of the old, weak, women, and children. Everyone's face was yellow and thin, and their clothes were shabby. It's refugees. Yun Songhai also saw the appearance of the group. Yun Songhai had been to the central region of Zhou State in his early years. In his memory, this place was not so desolate. Why would such a large group of refugees suddenly appear? The group of refugees had already reached the front of the carriage. Sister, do you have water? A 4 or 5-year-old child walked over and pitifully grabbed the curtain of the carriage. His lips were already cracked like the bark of an old tree. The Yun father and daughter had not brought enough water and dry food along the way. If they took it out rashly, it would only lead to a fight. The few men in the group had an ominous look in their eyes and rushed out like vicious dogs. They looked like they wanted to snatch the luggage of Yunxing and the others. Almost in an instant, a wall of fire rose from the ground. The wall of fire was indestructible and shot out fierce flames. The men who intended to commit murder were frightened. They were all inexplicably terrified. A magician, it was a magician. Sir Magician. The men fell to their knees with a few thuds. Honorable Sir Magician, please save us. Yun Songhai hid the magic scepter in his hand under his clothes. His face was full of vigilance. He was not a kind man. To him, his daughter's safety was more important than anything else. Yun Songhai's fire wall was fierce and scorching, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by a lot in an instant. The men saw that Yun Songhai was indifferent and stood up in disappointment. They pulled the begging children and helped the dying old man and slowly moved forward. They had long been accustomed to the indifference of passers-by. Along the way, they had begged countless passers-by, but when they heard that name, their expressions changed greatly. Wait a minute, Yun Songhai suddenly said. He caught a glimpse of the family emblem embroidered on the luggage of an old man at the front of the group. The emblem was a symbol in the shape of an auspicious cloud. The villagers still had some misgivings about Xianxia. Xianxia removed the wall of fire. At this time, at the back of the group, a young and weak child could not bear the fatigue of the journey and fainted. No matter how his relatives beside him called out, there was no response. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly stepped forward. "Father, he has a heat stroke. If he is not treated in time, he will die," Xianxia said, and ordered the men to carry the child to the carriage. The area within a radius of a few miles was barren. Only the carriage could serve as a temporary shelter. Xianxia immediately opened a bag of water for the child, sprinkled some salt in the water and fed the child a few mouthfuls. Heatstroke could be serious or minor. If it was not treated in time, people would die, especially the weak children and the elderly. Xianxia took out a bone needle and poked a few needles on the child's forehead. After some black blood was removed, the child's complexion became slightly better. While Xianxia was treating the child, Xianxia had already started chatting with an elder in the group. "Sir, if I am not wrong, this area is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's residence. You should be the general's subordinates. Leaving your territory without permission is a capital offense. Why did you leave your territory for no reason?" In the boundless land, meritorious officials and the royal family would be rewarded after achieving military merits. The land that was given was the territory, and the people who lived in the territory for generations were the subordinates. The subordinates were equivalent to the private property of the lord. Without the lord's orders, they could not leave without permission, nor could they move their family. "Honorable Sir Magician, it is not that we are not afraid of death, but we have a home that we cannot return to. Our village originally had more than 2,000 people. Ever since that strange cloud came to our village, only these people are left." The elder who was talking to Xianxia was the village chief of the village. He sighed and told Xianxia that he was indeed a subordinate of the Marshal Saint General's residence. Their village had been living well nearby. About half a month ago, a red cloud floated over the village. The villagers did not pay attention to it at first and only thought that it was a strange cloud. However, as the days passed, strange things happened in the village ever since that cloud appeared. First, the livestock in the village died one after another. Then, the well water dried up. Finally, even the crops in the village died. The scariest thing was that the cloud in the sky kept getting bigger. At this moment, our entire village was shrouded by that cloud. Every once in a while, a strange gust of wind would rise from the cloud and suck in dozens of villagers. By the time the villagers realized that something was wrong, more than half of the villagers had already been sucked in by the strange cloud. A strange cloud that could suck people in, Xianxia's expression was grave. "Something like this happened? You didn't report it to the general's residence?" The territory was equivalent to the personal property of the lord. Therefore, any incident that happened must be reported to the lord first. The lord would then send the experts of the family to inspect. "We did. We sent them 10 days ago. The villagers who sent the letter have not returned yet. Seeing that the villagers are getting fewer and fewer day by day, I could only risk the death penalty and bring the villagers to a nearby village." The village chief could not help but cry. "Xianxia, you stay here with the villagers. I will go ahead and take a look." Xianxia told Xianxia to stay where she was. He left the carriage for Xianxia and went ahead to explore the village. The Marshal Saint General's residence? Xianxia could not help but look at the villagers. Xianxia realized that these people were most likely the subordinates of the Yun family. No wonder her father acted abnormally and intervened in this matter. A strange cloud that could suck people in? Was it a monster or an unknown magical beast? What kind of monster was it? She was worried about her father and wanted to go and take a look. They heard the neighing of horses and the screams of women. Everyone looked back and saw a moon-white carriage rushing over at lightning speed. Pulling the carriage were 2 exceptionally beautiful Gaul horses. Their necks were tall and their hair was dense. Their entire body was white, and not a single strand of hair could be found from head to toe. Driving the carriage were 2 twins. They were dressed in gorgeous magic robes and looked very delicate. At first glance, one could tell that they were of extraordinary birth. A pregnant village woman was frightened and fell in front of the carriage. The woman fell to the ground. Her body was wet, and her amniotic fluid had broken. However, it turned red again after a while. That woman was the mother of the child who suffered from heatstroke earlier. Her husband was sucked into the strange cloud 10 days ago, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The woman endured the pain and fled with the villagers with her young child. Earlier, her child had fainted for no reason. Although Xianxia had saved him, she had been frightened and her fetus had been affected. Xiaohei, follow them and find father. If there is any situation, tell me immediately. Xianxia had no choice but to let Xiaohei go to find Songhai first. Water. Village chief, order people to find some clean water from the nearest water source and thicker blankets. No, we have to find a place where she can give birth and order people to boil a pot of water. Xianxia looked at the horse carriage. Although they were not the ones who hit the person, the horse carriage was frightened after all. The two twins in the horse carriage looked indifferent and also got down from the carriage to greet them. The person in the horse carriage was also silent. It was covered tightly with the best quality snow mist silk satin, and they could not tell whether it was a man or a woman sitting inside. Everyone, stop the horse carriage. Xianxia saw that the woman was sweating profusely and was in a hurry to give birth. The woman could not be exposed to the wind and could only give birth in a horse carriage. That horse carriage was suitable. It was a matter of life and death. When the villagers heard this, they all mustered up their courage and rushed forward, wanting to stop the horse carriage. Unruly people. You don't know what's good for you. The one on the left of the two twins in the horse carriage saw a group of refugees in shabby clothes suddenly appear in front of them, and his delicate little face was filled with disgust. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a green light, and a biting cold wind blade rose from the ground and slashed at the refugees who were blocking the road. The one on the right waved his whip and urged the horse carriage to leave. Bang! The dust in front of them surged, and a sharp spike rose from the ground and collided with the wind blade. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Xianxia did not back down and immediately drank a bottle of meditation potion. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a sharpshooter shooting bullets, a series of spikes rose from the ground. The two horses pulling the carriage were frightened and neighed, and had no choice but to stop. Who? How dare you obstruct the Dharma Temple's carriage? When the boy on the left saw that his wind magic had been countered, he was so angry that he jumped down from the carriage. The boy on the right had a cautious expression as he scanned the crowd. The villagers gathered around them, and the village chief walked forward. Little brothers, are you from the Dharma Temple? There's a woman in our village who is about to give birth. I hope that your carriage can shelter her from the wind and sand. When he heard that he had to borrow a carriage to give birth, the little magician from the temple was shocked. What? No. The one in the carriage is our Lord Siming. We have urgent matters to attend to, so please move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The other little magician looked much colder, but he also stood in front of the carriage. He quickly waved the magic scepter in his hand, and several icicles blocked the villagers who were swarming over. In the carriage, a white-robed young man sitting cross-legged in meditation heard the commotion outside. He opened his eyes. Outside the carriage window, there was an argument going on. A bloody hand pulled open the curtains. Hey! Who are you? The little magician driving the carriage only just realized that a reckless girl had gone around the back of the carriage and climbed into it. The girl was young, but she was very agile. In just a few moments, she had climbed into the carriage, which was more than twice her height. Get down, your carriage has been requisitioned. Xianxia did not care about the threat. She climbed into the carriage. This person must be obsessed with cleanliness, there was not a speck of dust on the carriage. The table and the tea set were all wiped clean. This was Xianxia's first reaction when she entered the carriage. This person must be obsessed with white, the entire carriage was a world of white. It was whiter than any hospital Xianxia had visited in her previous life. This was Xianxia's second reaction when she entered the carriage. This person, Xianxia's third reaction was. It was too unfair. How could someone look like this? The carriage was not big, but it was still spacious. Under the weak sunlight, a near-perfect face was reflected in Xianxa's eyes. The creator was so amazing. He had actually put the world's most standard and beautiful accessories on the same jade-like flawless face. "This is my carriage." Not only the face, but even the voice was as pleasant as spring water. However, the owner of the voice had a strange expression. His amber eyes were a little mischievous. Outside the carriage, the pregnant woman's cries could be heard again. She must not be seduced by a man. Xianxia pulled open the curtains and kicked the young man sitting in the carriage out. In their eyes, the high and mighty lord was kicked out like a ball. "Lord Siming." The two children's faces changed in shock as they rushed forward. The young man in the carriage did not expect that a little girl would have such strength. The moment he was kicked out of the carriage, his body swayed and he stood up steadily. God knew that their Lord Siming was born with mysophobia. Not only did that dirty refugee sneak into the carriage, but he also dared to treat their lord like this. The young man brushed off the dust on his body. His handsome eyes fell on the pregnant woman and the little girl in the carriage. The pregnant woman was already exhausted. Because of the delay just now, her body was covered in blood. She was already exhausted and on the verge of death. The little girl who snatched the carriage stood on the carriage and pulled open the curtains. She instructed the villagers to carry the pregnant woman into the carriage. She nimbly chose two strong village women to get into the carriage. After a while, the curtains of the carriage were pulled down. The young man shook his head, as if he did not agree with the little girl's actions. Although it was just a quick glance, he could see that there was something wrong with the position of the woman's fetus. She probably would not be able to give birth. "Lord Siming, there's the aura of the beast blood cloud nearby," the less talkative of the two children said in a low voice. In the carriage, a woman got out anxiously. "Village chief, it's not good. I'm afraid we can't keep it. The child is stuck and can't be born." When the village chief heard this, his old face turned ashen. He did not know what to do. The more talkative of the two children curled his lips. "Humph, who told you to snatch our carriage? Now, 2 lives are lost." The other child glanced at the young man. The young man did not speak. He wanted to see how that domineering little girl would solve this thorny problem. Miss, you can't do this. You'll kill someone." The other village woman in the carriage cried out in shock. The young man could not help but step forward and pull open the curtains. The young man had just pulled open the curtains when another person was kicked out of the carriage. It was the village woman who had cried out in alarm just now. "You, come up and help." Xianxia saw that the woman was making a ruckus and simply chased her out. She couldn't help with the delivery alone. The young man didn't speak much and was from the Dharma temple. He must be proficient in treatment and should be able to help by the side. Seeing that the young man was still hesitating, Xianxia ignored the blood on her hand and pulled him up. "Hey, Lord." The talkative one of the two children almost fainted from anxiety. How could they, the Siming, see such filthy things? Oh my God, that damned refugee. Once the young man got on the carriage, he saw Xianxia put her hand under the pregnant woman's body as if she was searching for something. "Don't just stand there. Hold her hands and feet down and don't let her struggle." Xianxia was already covered in sweat. Her little hand kept searching for the place where the child was stuck. Based on her touch, she could feel that the child's neck was entangled by the umbilical cord. The young man could only brace himself and bear with the stench on his body as he held the pregnant woman's hands and feet down. After a while, the child was finally pulled out. However, the child's face was already pale. It was obvious that he had been suffocating for too long and had stopped breathing. "Child, my child." The pregnant woman weakly called out from the side. "It's too late," the young man said regretfully. He shook his head and couldn't help but take another look at the girl. Only then did he realize that she was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. However, what was with her serious gaze and her skillful hand gestures just now? Xianxia carried the baby and placed her hand on the baby's naked body. The baby's wet skin was cold and smooth, and his body temperature was dropping bit by bit. There was no breathing and no heartbeat. According to the standards of the boundless land, he was already a dead baby. She fell into silence. "He will come back to life." Xianxia suddenly looked up and glared at the young man. Xianxia didn't hesitate. Using her index and middle fingers, she pried open the baby's mouth. Then, she pressed her hand gently on the baby's forehead and held his chin. She gently blew twice and then pressed on his chest in an orderly manner. Come to life. With every pulse, Yunxing's crisp voice accompanied her movements as she pressed the baby's chest again and again. Come to life. Your mother is waiting for you. Her hands were red from the pressure, but her eyes were firm and resolute. After a quarter of an hour, the baby's discolored body gradually regained its red color. His curled-up limbs also slowly softened. Yunxing picked up the baby and slapped its butt twice. Finally, wah-wah, cries could be heard from inside the carriage. Outside the car, the villagers all wept with joy when they heard the cries. A new life added a glimmer of hope to this village that had suffered so much. It also added a glimmer of hope to a broken family. Outside the carriage, the two boys were surprised. Could it be that Ximing had helped them? But before the great Ximing left, he had clearly warned the young Ximing that no matter what, he couldn't help anyone to change their fate. The two boys had been with the young man for 5 to 6 years now, so they knew a thing or two about physiognomy. The woman just now had a deathly aura on her face and her forehead was dark. She looked like she was about to die. If it wasn't for Ximing's help, she wouldn't have been able to come back to life. Don't just look. Take off your coat. The girl in the carriage and Ximing alighted together. What made the two boys' eyes almost pop out of the window was that the domineering girl actually shamelessly asked Ximing to take off his coat to use as a bandage for the baby. A trace of struggle flashed across Ximing's handsome face, but he eventually took off his coat and handed it to the girl. When she handed over the coat, the girl's fingers touched the young man's fingers gently. Surprise flashed across the young man's eyes for a moment, but it was only for a moment. He quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes. Village chief, here are some red ginseng, guayao, and rock sugar. After you find a place to settle down, cook them for the pregnant woman to drink. She's bleeding a little. The children and the pregnant woman shouldn't be exposed to the wind these few days. Take the carriage and rush to the front. After half a day, you should be able to see other villages. Yunxing reeked of sweat. She didn't ask who the real owner of the carriage was, but directly arranged for the village chief to lead the villagers to the next village. Hey, do you have any shame? This is our carriage? Did our Ximing agree to lend you the carriage? Seeing Yunxing acting so matter-of-factly, the talkative boy couldn't stand it any longer. With his hands on his hips, he pointed at Yunxing and scolded. How much is my face worth? Is it more important than my life? You want me to sell it to you? Yunxing glared. Besides, are you still willing to take the carriage? The two boys were speechless at the same time. The carriage that the pregnant woman had stayed in was stained with blood and sweat. With their Ximing's mysophobia, they would definitely not want it. The young man in white shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't want the carriage anymore. I knew it. Yunxing had a knowing look. She packed her luggage and walked forward. Xiaohei had already left for a while, but there was still no news. She didn't know how her father was doing. Wait a minute. The talkative boy magician couldn't help but call out to Yunxing. There's a beast blood cloud in front. Do you want to die? Beast blood cloud, are you talking about the strange cloud that eats people? My father has already gone ahead to check it out. Yunxing didn't care and continued to walk forward. Several icicles suddenly appeared in front of her. Among the boy magicians, the taciturn boy made a move. Don't be reckless. Your father is going to check it out. How can something like a beast blood cloud be checked by third-rate magicians like you? At this moment, I'm afraid he has already become a meal for the beast blood cloud. The talkative boy magician gloated. He saw that Yunxing was dressed simply. Although she knew magic, she didn't even have a basic magician's badge. He guessed that she was just a magician's apprentice who had just learned beginner magic not long ago. Miss, the beast blood cloud is giving birth to a high-level magical beast demon fetus. It's extremely dangerous. It's better if you don't go further. The young man in white suddenly opened his mouth and said. The two boys were stunned. Ximing actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone. Ximing was famous for being warm on the outside but cold on the inside. They had followed him for 5 to 6 years, and the number of times they had heard him speak could be counted with 2 hands. But today, he actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with this girl. Yunxing could also see that these people were not ordinary. She suddenly realized that her father might really be in danger. "Who are you people?" At this moment, a loud beast roar came from the front. The ground in front of them shook and a huge magical beast energy rose from the ground like a tornado. The whole ground shook as if it had experienced a tsunami earthquake. "Father!" An ominous premonition arose in Yunxing's heart. She didn't ask any more questions. With a stomp of her feet, she shot forward like an arrow. The young man ordered. He and the 2 other magicians followed closely behind Yunxing and rushed to the village in front of them. 2 hours ago, Yun Songhai left Yunxing behind and rushed to Jade Boat Village. Why didn't the residents of Yun send anyone over? 10 days was enough for them to bring the news to the Jade capital. Yunxing did not know what the strange cloud that the villagers were talking about was, but Yun Songhai knew. Dutian Beast Blood Cloud. Only the beast blood cloud that floated out of the Dutian blood world would devour all life around it. The beast blood cloud was a terrifying existence that made all the powerful people in the boundless land tremble in fear for the past 1,000 years. Legend had it that at the easternmost part of the boundless land, at the peak of the East Sea, there was a man-made seal of the Cloud Sea. Sealed within the seal was a beast blood cloud sea. That beast blood cloud sea was known as the Dutian beast blood cloud world. That cloud sea was formed from the blood, flesh, evil spirits, and souls of countless demonic beasts that were slaughtered in the boundless land. Although the seal existed, a crack would appear in the seal every 10 years. The blood cloud in the Dutian beast blood cloud sea would take the opportunity to enter the boundless land through the crack. After the blood cloud entered the land, it would absorb the magical elements and devour living beings. Over time, it would gain spiritual energy and turn into a demonic fetus. Once the fetus matured, it would break out of the clouds and become a high-level demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred in the beast blood cloud were different from the normal demonic beasts in the land. They were gifted and some could even use terrifying sorcery. The village that the villagers were in had encountered the beast blood cloud. When the various countries in the land discovered the existence of the beast blood cloud, they would usually kill it before it hatched and broke out of the clouds. However, Jade Boat Village was remote and the villagers could not get the news to the Jade capital in time. If this dragged on, the beast blood cloud might break out of the clouds when it matured. By then, even the nearby cities would be in trouble, let alone the villagers who were fleeing for their lives. Yun Songhai was a member of the Yun family. Although he betrayed the family for his wife, he could not bear to see the people of the family become homeless. In front of them, a huge blood cloud was crawling on the sand like a ferocious beast with red eyes. That was where the village used to be. The color is as beautiful as blood, and the sound of heartbeats and fetuses can be heard from far away. This beast blood cloud will break through the clouds in at most half a day. Yun Songhai saw the lump of blood cloud expand and completely cover the entire village, and his face sunk like water. Before he could get close to the blood cloud, a small tornado rolled out from the cloud. Yun Songhai quickly chanted, and a dazzling fire arrow hit the hurricane. The hurricane dissipated, and the fire arrow disappeared with it. The sky was completely red. The beast blood cloud looked like a cloud. However, Yun Songhai knew that the blood cloud was protected by powerful magical elements. If he wanted to split the cloud and kill the demon fetus in the blood cloud, he would have to use at least high-level magic. From the wind attack and the description of the villagers, although the beast blood cloud has not hatched, but in the beast blood cloud, there must be a powerful magical beast with wind attributes. Yun Songhai clenched his magic staff, a bone-chilling chill once again surged through his body. If he used high-level magic again, the poison in his body would most likely. His daughter's young face constantly hovered in his mind. Yun Songhai slowly put down the magic staff in his hand. Woo, a sound like the sound of the wind came from the beast blood cloud. The magical beast in the beast blood cloud is about to hatch. Yun Songhai no longer hesitated, his tall and thin body, like a javelin, plunged into the blood cloud. Not far away, Xiaohei rushed over. Seeing Yun Songhai plunging into the beast blood cloud, she also followed closely behind, leaping into the beast blood cloud. 2 hours later, on the barren plains, Yunxing, the young man in white and the other two hurried over. On the horizon, a blood-red mushroom cloud rose. From afar, it looked like a blood-red Ganoderma. A crack constantly grew in the cloud, and in the cloud, there was a ferocious magical beast that looked like a worm or maggot. Half of the magical beast's body had already left the beast blood cloud, its body was covered with incubation fluid, and looked as tall as a small building. Around it, there were no villages, plants, or any living creatures. It's a wind maggot. After seeing the appearance of the magical beast, the two young magicians said in unison. They looked at the girl with pity in their eyes. Wind maggot beast, a magical beast of the 8th rank. It has the wind magic of the wind vortex, and its swallowing power is astonishing. The girl's father must have been swallowed by this magical beast. Father. Yunxing looked around, but there was no sign of Xianxia. Don't be rash. The young man grabbed Yunxing, and the two young magicians were shocked again. Young Master Ming actually ignored her mysophobia and grabbed the dirty girl? Get out of my way. Yunxing shook off the young man. Who knew that although the young man looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. His hand was like an iron bar, firmly holding Yunxing in place. A huge fireball rose from the blood cloud, like an eye-catching firework in the dark night. Upon closer inspection, it was not a fireball, but a person. In the middle of the beast blood cloud, there was a person floating in the air. That person stood in the air, and a pair of fire elemental wings condensed behind him. He was covered in blood, but the magic scepter in his hand was still flashing with a dazzling light. 5 top-grade fire elemental soul stones. Heavens, it's a sky magician. The two young magicians were shocked again. They did not expect that there would be a sky magician in the middle of this remote country. Who said that Zhou State's power was declining day by day, and that it had fallen to the bottom of the 5 countries? Then what was the sky magician all about? Yunxing stared blankly at Xianxia, her father, who was in the sky. She seemed to have returned to the night when she transmigrated. That man covered in blood had single-handedly killed dozens of black-cloaked men. The beast blood cloud was restless, ready to surge over at any time. Next to Yunxing, the young man in white was shocked. He held a magic scepter in his hand, and there were also 5 fire elemental soul stones on it. In the name of holiness, protect my body, holy shield. As if the sun had suddenly risen from the horizon, Yunxing only felt a pure white and transparent magic element flowing around her body, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped shield of light was erected in front of the 4 of them. Light magic? He was a light magician, that was true light magic, and in just a few seconds of chanting, he cast an almost perfect shield of light. Are you shocked? You stupid magician, this is the famous young arbiter of fate, Lord Xiaowenxiu, the young magician said proudly. Arbiter of fate, she seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She did not have time to think about where she had heard this name before. Outside the holy shield of light, there was a violent fluctuation. Xianxia raised his magic scepter high. In the beast blood cloud, half of the wind magot's body had already crawled out. Boom, 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 a series of flames, like heavenly lightning and earthly fire, lit up the entire sky. In an instant, countless fireballs flapped their wings like locusts, like a meteor shower, lighting up the entire sky. Fire esoteric spell, sea of netherworld flames. At that moment, even the holy shield was shaken. After a buzzing sound, a few cracks appeared on the shield. Everyone present was a mage, and there were a few mages from the temple. But from their expressions, they had never seen such a powerful fire spell. In other words, they had never seen anyone who could release so many powerful fire spells in one breath. Generally speaking, the more powerful a mage was, the more powerful their spells would be. But even so, it was difficult for them to release so many fireballs at once like the sky mage in front of them. It was truly rare. Sea of Netherworld Flames was a type of spell that could destroy the world by activating the magical elements in an instant. It was 100 times more powerful than a normal fire spell, and it consumed a lot more mana. Under its effect, the beast blood cloud was roasted dry, and the wind maggot beast was cut into several pieces by the powerful fire spell and thrown to the ground. Too powerful. The young magician was dumbfounded, his mouth unable to close. Hey, I say, is he your father? Are you sure you're not adopted? They had seen the girl's magic before, and it seemed to be the most common earth-spike magic. This kind of magic was something that all the apprentices in the temple knew. They had only been careless earlier, which was why they had fallen for her trick. But her father was actually a powerful sky magician. The twin mages did not know that Xianxia had only been practicing magic for a short period of 10 days. Xianxia, who was floating in the air, kept his fire element wings. He turned around and saw his daughter Xianxia, and smiled. Xianxia did not smile. Her gaze fell on the winged maggot beast's body, and she suddenly shouted, "Father, be careful." When the voice sounded, the winged maggot beast's body that had been severed into several pieces began to tremble. It suddenly came to life and flew up, shooting towards Xianxia's chest like several sharp arrows. No. Xianxia didn't even think about it as she instantly shot out a fiery explosion. Whoosh, an arrow that was radiating light flew through the air. Almost at the same time, an agile shadow moved even faster than the arrow. It bit down on the winged maggot beast's body that was still alive even though it was dead. 3 different directions. A holy light arrow, the nimble Xiaohei, and a shockingly powerful blazing explosion. Dual elemental magician? His reaction speed was actually faster than everyone else's. The white-robed youth looked at Xianxia, but she had already flown towards Xianxia. Xianxia's chest was pierced by the broken body of the last rank winged maggot beast, and blood flowed out. Father. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He could feel the life force in his body slipping away bit by bit. Father, don't speak. Xianxia will help you stop the bleeding. Xianxia trembled as she took out the bone needle. However, her fingers couldn't hold the needle as they trembled uncontrollably. The winged maggot beast's last attack was infused with its last bit of strength. Xianxia's lungs and even his heart had been pierced. There was no other way. Even if she stopped the bleeding, there was no way to save her father. There were footsteps behind her. Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. However, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to steady her trembling hands, not letting her tears fall. At that moment, the girl's strong and forbearing look pierced the youth's eyes. The white-robed youth watched from the side and felt a slight pain in his heart. He couldn't explain why, but he felt an inexplicable pain. Leave him to me. Master Siming. The twin magicians stopped her at the same time. Could it be that Master Siming wanted to use that spell? Xianxia hesitated. Through her tears, she saw the honesty on the youth's face. It didn't seem like he was lying to her. A light elemental magician. He was a light elemental magician from the temple. Perhaps he really had a way to save her father. Xianxia stepped aside, half believing and half doubting. On his deathbed, Xianxia's consciousness was already blurry. He didn't even have time to see the youth take out his magic scepter before he fainted. The white-robed youth took out a magic scepter. On the scepter, 5 magical beast soul stones flickered. A sky magician, Xianxia's pupil shrank. A sky magician who was only in his teens. Such a person had actually appeared on the continent. Goddess of light, grant me the power of divine recovery. Heal the pain of all living things, pity the suffering of the world. The chant was like flowing water, beautiful and moving. As if someone was playing a song of praise by her ear, a gentle curtain of light descended from the sky. That light had a miraculous healing power. Under the light's illumination, Xianxia's damaged organs recovered as if they had been overturned by water. The broken organs were repaired and the festering flesh and blood quickly regenerated. Even the bones grew back. That was true light elemental magic. It was completely different from the light elemental magic that Xianxia had seen great magician Yang use in the Jiaya temple. When the healing light disappeared, the wound on Xianxia's chest had already disappeared. Xianxia could even see that his chest was gradually rising and falling again. However, Xianxia didn't wake up. Xianxia took Xianxia's pulse and found that his heartbeat and breathing were normal, but he was still unconscious. What's going on? My father? Xianxia couldn't find any other problems with Xianxia's body. The white-robed youth was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, any wound would be healed under the light's healing. After he checked, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that Xianxia's body had been poisoned. Did your father have a habit of drinking in the past few years? If I didn't guess wrongly, he had been using alcohol to suppress a kind of poison in his body all these years. However, that was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Light magic could regenerate the body, but it couldn't really heal the weak body. Yun Songhai's body was like an old machine that had been completely corroded by the poison. This kind of poison could be suppressed with alcohol for a short period of time, but under the condition of drinking, once magic was used, the poison would spread even more violently. Father has never mentioned what kind of poison it is? Could it be that even light magic can't cure it? Yunxing didn't expect that the truth behind Yun Songhai's drinking was actually like this. This kind of poison, its power is that it can corrode the brain. With my current light elemental magic, I can't cure it. Being unable to cure the poison meant that Yun Songhai would be in a coma forever. The current Yun Songhai, in modern medicine, was equivalent to being in a vegetative state. In the eyes of the people in the boundless continent, a person who was poisoned by this kind of poison was basically equivalent to a dead person. However, the white-robed youth didn't say this truth in the end. He thought that after Yunxing knew this news, she would be dejected and depressed. Who knew that after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled brightly, "Many thanks. At least father is still alive. I believe that one day, I will be able to find a way to cure him. I am Yunxing, may I know your name?" The talkative male magician rushed to say, "Bah, you think a thank you is enough? Do you know that in order to save your father, young Master Siming will have to lose at least? Yuji, don't talk too much." The white-clothed youth nodded slightly. He was a person of few words, and his facial expression was poor. He was definitely expressionless. It was really a waste of his good looks. Fortunately, his words were concise and powerful, which was very compatible with his immortal-like temperament. "I am Xiao Wenqiu, from the Dharma Temple. Saving him is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to be polite." As the white-clothed youth spoke, his gaze landed on the remains of the wind maggot beast not far away. Xiao Siming. No wonder she felt that she had heard of his name before. The Xiao Siming that the great magician of Qi City's Dharma Temple mentioned was actually him. The teenage sky magician, Xiao Wenqiu. She remembered this name. "Miss Yun, can you give me the remains of this wind maggot beast?" Xiao Wenqiu's face was slightly red. Although there were many branch Dharma temples on the mainland, such as Jiaoyi Temple and Qi City's Dharma Temple, there was only one true Dharma Temple. Although Yunxing did not know the status of Siming in the Dharma Temple for the time being, there was no doubt that Xiao Wenqiu's status was very honorable. It was already a great honor for him to be willing to ask for it. This time, he was here for the beast blood cloud. The magical beasts bred in the beast blood cloud were extraordinary. All these years, the Dharma Temple had been working hard to kill the beast blood cloud and collect the magical beasts in the beast blood cloud. This wind maggot beast was killed by Yun Songhai. According to the practice of the boundless land, the masterless magical beasts belonged to the killer. Yun Songhai was unconscious, and the wind maggot beast should be under Yunxing's control. That was why Xiao Wenqiu asked Yunxing to give up the wind maggot beast. At this moment, Xiaohei was sneakily holding a piece of the wind maggot beast's broken limb in its mouth. The magician called Yuji and Xiaohei were confronting each other. A human and a dog. It was a funny sight. Yunxing also noticed Xiaohei's sneaky actions. Xiaohei seemed to be particularly interested in high-level magical beast meat. This wind maggot beast was a high-level magical beast, and its meat was rich in magical elements. Unfortunately, Xiao Wenqiu had already asked for it. The people from the Dharma Temple had traveled thousands of miles just to reach this barren village. They would definitely not give up the remains of the wind maggot beast so easily. "Xiao Siming, you're too polite. You saved my father, so I'll give this wind maggot beast to you as a reward." Yunxing helped Yun Songhai up. Her small body helped the tall Yun Songhai up. Xiao Wenqiu's eyes flashed slightly, and a certain part of his heart was touched. He suddenly asked, "Where does Miss Yun want to go?" The father and daughter's carriage was still parked not far behind. "Let's settle father first, then think of a way to cure the poison." Yunxing called out to Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei had the magical beast meat snatched from its mouth, it was not angry. It followed Yunxing and helped to support Yun Songhai's body, sharing some of its little master's weight. There's no cure for this poison. Xiao Wenqu wanted Yunxing to give up on this idea. It can't be cured now, but it doesn't mean it can't be cured in the future. I've seen people with similar symptoms wake up. Besides, there's no disease in the world that can't be cured. As a doctor, Yunxing had seen countless people grow old and die, but she had also seen many miracles in life. And those miracles required patience and perseverance. Supporting her father and leading Xiaohei, Yunxing walked forward resolutely. Young Master Ming, why didn't you tell them the truth about the poison in that person's body? The twin sorcerers beside Xiao Wenqiu, the talkative one was called Yu Ji, and the quiet one was called Umo. The one who spoke was the usually quiet Umo. You can see that it's not poison, but the beast blood curse of the Zhao state. Yunxing's figure had already disappeared into the distance, and Xiao Wenqiu felt a sense of loss. If she knows the truth, I'm afraid she won't let it go. That was why he chose to hide it. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma were inextricably linked, and he could not break the balance between the two for the time being. Young Master Ming, you're too kind. Her father must be an extremely evil person. Otherwise, the Zhao state wouldn't have placed a beast blood curse on him. She can't possibly fight against the entire Zhao state alone. Yu Ji pursed his lips. Their young Master Ming was too kind. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma had always prided themselves on punishing evil and promoting good. If they weren't evil people, they wouldn't use a curse as vicious as the beast blood curse. Life is unpredictable. I can't see through her fate, Xiao Wenqiu said calmly. What? There's a fate that even you can't see through? Xiao Wenqiu had the gift of the all-seeing eye since birth. He could see through a person's past and future with just simple physical contact. However, seeing through a person's fate was like saving their life. If he revealed too much, he would be punished by the heavens. Hence, Xiao Wenqiu's master, the Temple of Dharma's elder, had ordered him not to use light healing magic or the all-seeing eye unless absolutely necessary. However, just now, when he came into contact with Yunxing, he unintentionally used his heaven's eye. All he saw was a cloud of fog. A fate that even young Master Ming can't see through? That's really rare, Yu Ji said curiously. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that other than young Master Ming's own fate, there's another person's fate that young Master Ming can't see through? Yu Ji thought of someone. Wasn't the blind former crown prince of Zhou state someone that young Master Ming couldn't see through as well? Speaking of which, I heard a piece of news from the Dharma temple. A few days ago, the former crown prince who was confined in the cold palace was released. Yu Ji had a lively personality and loved to gossip. He was especially knowledgeable about the royal families of various countries. What's even more bizarre is that his eyes have recovered. What? You're saying that Yi Baiming, who even great Master Ming couldn't cure, has regained his sight? Even Yu Ji, who usually didn't care about such news, couldn't help but be curious after hearing this news. Xiao Wenqu was also shocked. Could it be that there was a higher level of healing magic than the light magic that the Dharma temple had? Presumably, after hearing this news, Master would also be very shocked. Tidy up the remains of the wind maggot beast. We have to return to the Dharma temple as soon as possible. Xiao Wenqiu ordered the twin magicians to tidy up the broken limbs of the wind maggot beast before leaving. Not long after Xiao Wenqiu and the others left, a horse carriage rumbled along. A Xiaohei dog jumped out of the carriage. Xiaohei dog searched the ground and dug for a while before finding a small piece of wind maggot beast meat. Xiaohei, you're smart enough to hide a piece of meat. I'll make it into jerky on the way. You and Puffed Egg will benefit from it then. Yunxing patted Xiaohei's head. The wind maggot beast's body was very long. After being blasted by Yun Songhai's magic, pieces of it were scattered all over the place. Even if one piece was missing, the Dharma temple wouldn't know. Xiaohei was very clever. While the people in the Dharma temple weren't paying attention, she secretly buried a piece of meat under the ground. Let's go. I'll definitely bring father to the Jade capital. I believe that with the help of the Yun family, father will definitely wake up. Yunxing whipped the horse and the horse carriage rushed forward. Yujing City, the capital of Zhou State, is the largest city in the southwest region of the boundless continent. A few days ago, in the Imperial Firmament Hall of Zhou State, close to 100 civil and military officials were attending morning court. 1,000 years ago, the Great Zhou Empire was founded on martial arts, and martial arts had always been the foundation of the Great Zhou Empire. Therefore, in the morning court, there should be many military officials. However, in the past few years, because the number of martial artists in the Great Zhou Empire had withered, in the court, there was a situation where the civil and military officials each occupied half the sky. The civil officials were led by the newly risen Elder Chen and Scholar Zhao, while the military officials were led by Marquis Jie Yuan and the Marshal Saint General's estate. Reporting to Your Majesty, there are many waves of refugees in Zhou State and we don't know how to settle them. The head of the civil officials, Elder Chen, stepped forward. The atmosphere in today's morning court was a little unusual. Order all the officials to settle the refugees in the vicinity and not to drive them away. Have you found out the cause of the waves of refugees? The ruler of Zhou State, Xianxia, was in his prime and had a dignified appearance. This subject has already ordered people to investigate. It is caused by the beast blood clouds that have been very active in various countries in recent years. Wherever the beast blood clouds appear, it is difficult for humans and animals to survive. The area where the beast blood clouds appeared recently is Jade Boat Village in the central region, which is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's estate. This subject believes that the Marshal Saint General himself has an undeniable responsibility for the attack on his territory. Elder Chen pointed his finger at the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, who had been resting with his eyes closed. What he meant was that the Marshal Saint General didn't have enough supervision and couldn't even take care of his own territory. Elder Chen had a lot of prestige among the civil officials. The moment he finished speaking, a few civil officials stepped forward and started denouncing him. Yi Qingtian had a helpless expression. It's starting again. He glanced at the calm and composed Marquis of Jieyuan, as well as Scholar Zhao, who rejoiced in his misfortune. Marshal Saint General. Marshal Saint General. The civil officials spoke until their mouths were dry. However, they didn't expect that it was like punching cotton. After a long time, the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, didn't react. Only a light snoring sound could be heard. The snoring sound came from an old man in his 70s. The old man was tall, had a lion-like nose, tiger-like eyes, and a full face of white beard. He didn't look young at all. He was the famous Marshal Saint General of Zhou State, Yun Ba. In the entire Zhou State, old General Yun was probably the only person who dared to openly sleep in the imperial court. The Emperor of Zhou, Yi Qingtian, coughed heavily. Only then did Yun Ba's white beard tremble as if he had just woken up from a dream. He said loudly, "If there's something to report, if there's nothing to report, court is dismissed. This official is old and cannot stand for too long. This official requests that this official withdraw from court early. May Your Majesty investigate this matter." With that, Yun Ba withdrew from the court. He left behind a group of civil officials, who could only stare at him helplessly. "Yun Ba, you old fool." Elder Chen was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. However, all he could do was feel annoyed. After all, the Marshal Saint Old General was the martial arts master of several generations of emperors of Zhou State. Even the current princes of Zhou State were all personally taught by the old general. Although this old fellow had aged over the years, his prestige still remained. However, the Marshal Saint Old General's manor had been without a successor for many years. There was only a crippled son and a widowed daughter left in the manor. The Marquis of Jieyuan could only stand up. "Your Majesty, this official believes that we still need to send someone to capture the beast blood cloud. I heard that not only the temple, but even some bounty hunters have joined in the hunt for the beast blood cloud. It's rumored that the other countries are also searching for the beast blood cloud's whereabouts. This official believes that we should not fall behind in this matter." As the Dutian beast blood cloud became increasingly active, a rumor began to spread throughout the continent. It was said that the demonic beasts within the beast blood cloud had extraordinary magical powers. Its flesh and even soul stones had become rare items that martial artists and magicians would fight over. When the civil officials heard this, they sneered coldly. "Capture? You make it sound nice. The beast blood cloud appears and its whereabouts are unpredictable. It's said that even the temple has only killed a small portion of the beast blood cloud. If the Marquis of Jieyuan and the Marshal Saint Old General have the ability to do so, you can send someone to capture it. The Marquis of Jiayuan fell silent. Needless to say, the beast blood cloud was a very dangerous demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred within it were all extremely powerful. It was said that the temple had only managed to kill them after sending out a sky-rank magician. Although the Zhou state did not lack martial artists who could compete with the beast blood cloud, most of them were outsiders who did not take orders from the imperial court. There were indeed a few hidden experts in the imperial court, but they were only responsible for protecting the imperial family and would never leave the imperial capital. Only a few military officials were left who could go on expeditions. The Marquis of Jiayuan only had one daughter and no son. As the commander of the imperial guards, he could not leave the capital. The Marshal Saint-Old general was old and could not go on expeditions. For a moment, there was no one in the imperial court to send. Someone suddenly said, "It would be great if young General Yun was still here." Hearing this, Emperor Zhou and the Marquis of Jiayuan's expressions changed. The Marshal Saint-Old general originally had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Young General Yun was referring to the Yun family's second young master, Yun Songlong. Everyone knew that the Yun family had 2 sons. One was a magician and the other was a martial artist. Due to tradition, the Zhou state had always had very few magicians. Yun Songhai was the youngest sky magician in the history of the Zhou state. Unfortunately, because of a woman, he cut off his relationship with old General Yun and was chased out of the Jade capital. Some people said that he died outside, while others said that he lived in seclusion. A talented sky magician would be a great help to the great Zhou country's national fortune. It was hard for people to estimate. After Yun Songhai left, the Yun family's second son had his arms crippled by the enemy on the battlefield and became a cripple. The Marshal Saint-Old general's manor, which was originally known as the Empire's twin paragons, declined. Old General Yun also seemed to have aged 10 years and a day and could no longer be seen in the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Even Emperor Zhou did not dare to mention Yun's matter in front of the Marshal Saint-Old general. Reporting to the emperor, Wuxuan Limitless Martial School's vice schoolmaster Zhonli requests an audience outside the hall. A eunuch walked in and broke the silence in the imperial court. "Summon him." Wuxuan Limitless Martial School was the #1 martial school in the Zhou state. Vice schoolmaster Zhonli must have come personally for the blood cloud beast. A middle-aged man with broad eyebrows strode into the hall. Behind him stood a person. When he saw that person, Emperor Yun Qingtian of the Zhou state's hand, which was resting on the dragon throne, trembled. The officials in the imperial court were also shocked. It was him, what was he doing here? Emperor Yun of the Zhou state looked a little uncomfortable. He did not like this son of his ever since he was born, especially after he heard the prediction made by Elder Siming of the Dharma Temple. "It's grand." "No, it's Duke Baiming." The officials discussed. Dressed in black, the former crown prince of the Zhou state, Yi Baiming, walked into the Emperor Shao Palace. He was young and handsome, with a pair of gray eyes that looked disdainfully at the officials. As soon as he appeared, the officials were in an uproar. Even the Marquis of Jiayuan could not help but look at him. This was the blind prince who was rumored to have been confined in the cold palace and was the least favored. After Crown Prince Yi Baiming was dethroned, he was given the title of Duke Baiming. He had been confined in the cold palace in the name of recuperating from his blindness. His eyes? This was the first time the emperor and officials of the Zhou state saw Yi Baiming after so many years. His blind eyes were now shining brightly. Gray. After Yi Baiming regained his sight, the layer of fog that covered his eyes was also dispelled. His eyes, the eyes that had regained their sight after losing sight, were the color between black and white, between good and evil, gray. The former crown prince of the Zhou state, the current crown prince Yi Baiming, knelt on the ground and said in a voice like broken jade, "Father, please send me to various places to hunt down the blood cloud beast." Jade capital was the most prosperous city in the western part of the boundless continent. It was close to Zhou River and had convenient transportation. There was a Dharma temple, Hunter's Guild, Sky Beast Harbor, and Sea Dock. It was also the place where doctors and scholars from all over the country gathered. The local agricultural and commercial industries were flourishing. Every day, tens of thousands of foreigners would come here. This was also the capital of the strong. magicians, warriors, and even summoners, which were rare on the continent, would appear in this area. Yunxing and Xiaohe brought the unconscious Yun Songhai to Jade Capital 7 or 8 days later. She didn't know that a few days before she reached Jade Capital, Yi Baiming was ordered to head to various places in Zhou State to begin his journey to capture the beast Blood Cloud. Yunxing and Yi Baiming had unfortunately brushed past each other. It was also from then onwards that Yi Baiming, who had regained his sight, became known as War God Zhou Wu. Yunxing, on the other hand, rose rapidly with multiple identities. The love and hate between the two of them had just begun, but that was a story for another time. To enter Jade Capital, one had to pay a silver coin to enter the city. Seeing that Yunxing, who was only a little girl, was actually driving a carriage into the city, a few city guards couldn't help but go forward to check. Just as they lifted the curtain, a black dog scuttled out. That black dog had short black fur, and its neck was tilted to the right comically. However, none of the city guards dared to underestimate this black dog. The black dog seemed to have a part of the wolf mastiff's bloodline. Its skin was shiny, as if it had been waxed. Its body was about the size of a lamb, and its limbs were strong and powerful. Once it saw a stranger, it revealed its sharp teeth and looked rather ferocious. That was Xiaohe. After Xiaohe grew a piece of the wind maggot beast's meat, its body shape changed. Yunxing still couldn't tell its rank, but Xiaohe was much stronger than before. It looked like it could compete with a hunting dog or even a mastiff. "Brothers, my father is in the carriage. He's from the Jade Capital, but because he contracted a terrible disease, he can't be exposed to the wind." Yunxing looked worried. Along the way, she had put in a lot of effort to take care of Yun Songhai. The most troublesome thing about a vegetative state was not the daily management, but the inability to eat. If this continued, even a strong elephant would gradually weaken. Since the boundless world didn't have the modern equipment to deliver nutrient fluids, Yunxing could only rely on a straw to feed Yun Songhai some expensive ginseng soup. She had spent more than half of the gold coins she obtained from the bounty of the magical beasts. Even so, Yun Songhai was still losing weight day by day. It had only been 7 or 8 days, but Yun Songhai was already skin and bones. Yunxing couldn't help but feel sad when she saw it. She rushed to the Jade Capital without rest, hoping to reach the general's residence as soon as possible to find a way to save her father. "He's a patient. What kind of disease did he contract? If it's a contagious disease, he's not allowed to enter the city." A few soldiers were in a difficult position. The Jade Capital was a big city and also the capital of a country. Countless people came and went every day. To prevent epidemics from entering the city, there were special rules in the city. Anyone with a contagious disease was not allowed to enter. "My father's disease isn't contagious. It's a rare coma. We're here to seek refuge with our relatives. Brothers, please do us a favor and let us in?" Yunxing was a little anxious. She didn't expect the Jade Capital to have such rules. "Young lady, it's not that we don't want to accommodate, but if the higher-ups blame us, we'll lose our heads. How about this, one of us will go in first and leave the carriage at the city gate. When you find your relative in the city, ask him to bring the certificate of a doctor or above in the city before coming to pick up your father." The city guard saw that Yunxing was young and her clothes were old and tattered. When he saw that she was taking care of her relative alone, he couldn't help but feel pity for her and pointed out the right path for her. Yunxing thanked the city guard. After settling the carriage, she ordered Xiaohe to watch over the carriage. She then asked the passers-by for the location of the Marshal Saint General's residence and sprinted over. The Jade Capital was huge. Yunxing heard that the general's residence was located in Waning Alley. That area was also where the residences of military officials of rank 5 and above were concentrated. Yunxing only knew that Yun Songhai was from the general's residence, but she didn't know anything about the Marshal Saint General's residence. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, Yunxing roughly knew about martial artists because she became the village's big sister later on. Martial artists were the same as magicians and were divided into different ranks. For example, Lei Hu of Banana Leaf Village was only a beginner martial artist. As for Ding Mao of Fire Cliff Village, he was a martial master. From beginner to higher ranks, martial artists were martial artist, 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 martial artist. The Yun family was called the Martial Saint General's residence because there were two martial saints in the Yun family. Besides that, Yun Songhai's father, who was also Yunxing's grandfather, was also a martial saint. A martial saint was equivalent to a saint-level guardian king among magicians. In the entire Zhou state, there were no more than 3 martial saints. Among them, old General Yun had been a martial saint for the longest time. Therefore, to the citizens of Zhou state, the martial saint general was like the Big Dipper. Yunxing had never seen this legendary grandfather of hers before. But just by standing outside the martial saint general's residence, she could feel a sinister aura. Outside the martial saint general's residence, there were 2 majestic stone lions made of red iron standing on both sides of the gate. 2 dignified guards were guarding the gate. Just the guards were 2 martial artists. Only the general's residence would use a martial master as a guard. One had to know that in other cities, martial masters could also independently become instructors in their dojos. Yunxing was just about to step forward when she suddenly heard the door open. A luxuriously dressed boy walked out of the general's residence with a few ferocious blood-claw wolves. The great Zhou dynasty revered martial arts, and in the manners of the 5th-rank officials, besides having guards, some of the nobles and officials even had their own magical beast breeding grounds, which were used to raise various ferocious magical beasts. In addition to allowing the disciples of the clan to practice martial arts, during the annual spring and autumn hunt, they could also bring the magical beasts to hunt. The Jade capital at the end of the 5th month already had the scorching heat of early summer. The boy who came out was about 2 to 3 years older than Yunxing. His facial features were not bad and his posture was agile. It was obvious that he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. "Good morning, young master. Where are you going with the magical beasts?" The guards bowed respectfully. The boy who came out was old General Yun's widowed 3rd daughter, Yun Songshua's late husband, Tang Yu. Yun Songshua's husband was originally Yun Ba's right-hand man. Who would have thought that he would unfortunately lose his life in the chaos at the border? Yun Songshua was also known for her crafty temper. She did not get along well with her mother-in-law, so she brought her only son, Tang Yu, back to the general's residence. Yun Songhai did not have any grandchildren. Tang Yu was also very clever. At a young age, he had already passed the martial arts examination and was very much favored by Yun Songhai. We saw that the 2 blood-claw wolf pups we just bought were bored, so we brought them out for a walk. Tang Yu chased the wolf pups out after he finished speaking. Who would have thought that the wolf pups had just entered the residence and were still wild? Just as they walked out of the residence, they saw Yunxing standing not far from the entrance. They opened their mouths and pounced towards Yunxing. Tang Yu, who grew up in the martial saint general's residence, had a domineering temper. When the 2 blood-claw wolves pounced out, he was shocked. However, when he saw that the wolf cubs were pouncing towards a little girl who was covered in dust and looked like a beggar, Tang Yu did not stop them. Instead, he clapped his hands and cheered, "Wolf Fong, Wolf Hammer, bite her to death." She was just a little beggar. Biting her to death was just a matter of a straw mat and a few stacks of paper money. Blood-claw wolves were magical beasts of the wolf clan that lived in tropical forests. They were born at the 3rd level. Even though they were just cubs, their claws and teeth were very lethal. Civilians who were attacked by them would die. For people who were not summoners, there was only one way to get close to magical beasts. That was to raise magical beast cubs since they were young. This way, when the magical beast grew up, it would become a battle pet. The difference between a battle pet and a summoner's battle beast was huge. Most of the battle pets could not evolve. However, in the Jade capital, there were still many officials who liked to buy some baby beasts for the safety of their descendants. This also caused the practice of raising battle pets in the Jade capital. It had become a popular and status symbol. Tang Yu's 2 blood-claw wolves were bought by his mother, Yun Songshue, after he passed the martial master examination. The 2 blood-claw wolves had red fur and looked like balls of fire. They looked very adorable. Tang Yu took care of them daily and loved them very much. In Tang Yu's eyes, a trash-like beggar appearing in a place like Waning Alley was a kind of stain. When the guards saw this, they wanted to stop them. However, this little ancestor threatened, "Don't go up. Those are wolf fangs, hammers, snacks. Whoever wants to save her will get out of the Marshal Saint General's residence immediately." The Marshal Saint General was getting older and no longer cared about the matters in the residence. Since the second young general was crippled, he was also depressed. Unknowingly, all the affairs in the residence fell into the hands of Xianxia. Although the guards knew that it was wrong for battle pets to hurt people, they did not dare to go up when they thought of being chased out of the Marshal Saint General's residence and losing their jobs. Faced with this unexpected disaster, Yunxing was thinking about how to go up and ask when she suddenly felt her eyelids twitching. She looked up and saw two hungry wolves pouncing towards her. Not far away, the well-dressed boy was cheering nonstop. Yunxing felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized that the child must be the young master of the general's estate. At such a young age, he was already so vicious. What a domineering general's residence. The eyes of the two Tier 3 wolf cubs were filled with greed, as if they had already tasted fresh human flesh. But just as they were about to taste the fat meat in their mouths, the short figure in front of them suddenly disappeared. Yunxing slipped and dodged the two wolf pups. She grabbed the bone needle and quickly rubbed it on the wolf pup's waist. The two young wolves howled and fell to the ground. There was not a single wound on their bodies, but upon inspection, one would find a needle hole in their spine. Legend has it that wolves have copper heads, iron tails, and soft waists. Yunxing had just pierced the two bone needles into the wolf pups' waists. She had opened up her second strange tendon, and with her current jade marrow skill, she could use it freely. The hidden needles were invisible, but one needle was fatal. The two Tier 3 wolf pups were instantly killed by her. But in the eyes of others, after she staggered and dodged, the two wolves suddenly fell to the ground dead. Outside the general's estate, Tang Yu was still clapping his hands as if he had been petrified. The guards were also very surprised. When they went up to take a look, the two wolf pups were already dead. "Damn beggar, you killed our wolves." Tang Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not care that he was in front of the general's estate and jumped in front of the little beggar with a fierce look on his face. "Ridiculous, it was your wolves that attacked me first. Besides, which eye of yours saw me kill them?" Yunxing did not even look at Tang Yu, as if he was a pile of mud that was not worth her attention. "It was you. You lowly beggar, do you know how much my wolves are worth? One wolf is worth 10 gold coins, even 10 of your lowly lives are not worth it." Tang Yu saw that Yunxing was young, but when she confronted him, she did not have the slightest intention to back down. He could not help but become even angrier. In their eyes, a dirty beggar was worthless. "Lowly lives? You can't afford my life," Yunxing said as she took out her magician's badge and hung it in front of her lapel. Seeing the magician's badge, the guards of the general's estate immediately stopped the little young master who was about to explode. The little ancestor had really gotten into trouble this time. In recent years, Zhou State's talents had withered. Especially magicians, who were very rare in Zhou State. In order to attract magicians from other countries and the periphery, Emperor Zhou not only established a magic academy, but also issued a law that all registered magicians and summoners were protected by the state's law. Those who hurt others without permission would be fined 50 gold coins and given 30 lashes. If the other party was a little beggar, the little ancestor could have just hit him and spent some money to settle the matter. But the other party was a magician, and only 6 years old. A magician of this age was rare in Zhou State. If the temple investigated, the old general would definitely be furious. Yunxing's sorcerer badge looked real at first glance. It didn't look fake. The guards explained the severity of the matter, especially when he heard that she would be whipped. Tang Yu's face also changed. He was not old, but after all, he was a descendant of a general, so he was most familiar with military law. What should I do? Who knows she's a magician? Don't all magicians wear their badges on their chests and swagger through the streets like peacocks? Tang Yu secretly muttered in his heart. But on second thought, what was there to be afraid of? At most, he could just use money to get rid of her. Tang Yu took out his money bag, who knew that just as he was about to take out some money, his vision turned black. Slap slap slap, like a string of firecrackers exploding, Yunxing slapped him 3 times in a row. Tang Yu's face, which could still be considered pretty, was now like an inflated balloon, swollen and red. It was a tragic sight. He was stunned by the beating. Even his own mother had never hit him like this before. Yunxing's movements were extremely fast. After she was done, Tang Yu finally reacted. The guards were also dumbfounded. "Little bastard. You dare to hit me, I'll kill you." Tang Yu pulled out a dagger from his waist and thrust it towards Yunxing. "Little bastard, who are you calling a bastard? My name is Yunxing, I have a name and a surname. I'm Yun Songhai's daughter. You scolded me as a little bastard, that's equivalent to scolding the entire general's household, including your 18 generations of ancestors." Yunxing's face was full of arrogance, her black jade-like eyes emitting an intimidating dark light at that moment. At this time, a well-dressed woman accompanied by 2 well-dressed servant girls came out, just in time to witness the scene of Yunxing teaching Tang Yu a lesson. After hearing Yunxing's words, the well-dressed woman's expression suddenly changed, and the servant girls beside her were also astonished. Yun Songhai's daughter? After hearing Yunxing's identity, not only was the woman not happy, a trace of resentment flashed through her eyes. That person was actually still alive. She didn't expect that after 10 years, his bastard had already grown so big. However, she immediately returned to her normal state. Tang Yu was already scared silly. When he saw the woman, he shouted, "Mother, this little bastard hit me. She even said that she was grandfather's granddaughter. I don't have such an ugly cousin." Yunxing couldn't help but feel angry when she was described as an ugly girl by a pig. However, she also guessed the identity of this woman and Tang Yu. The daughter of the Marshal Saint General's estate, Yun Xianxia, who temporarily lived in the general's estate as a widow after marriage. She could be considered Yunxing's third aunt. However, Yunxing didn't have a good impression of Yun Xianxia at first glance. Yun Xianxia didn't have any resemblance to her father, Yun Songhai. Her appearance wasn't bad and her figure was elegant. However, her slightly upturned eyes made her look a bit mean. Yun Xianxia looked at Yunxing with disgust, then looked at her son's face with heartache. "Damn bastard, how dare you hit her precious eggs." She was also Yun Songhai's daughter. They did look similar, but she would never let Yun Songhai's daughter take half a step into the general's estate. Everything in the general's estate belonged to her. You just said that you were Songhai's daughter? What proof do you have and where is Yun Songhai? Yun Xianxia raised her eyelids slightly and only glanced at Yunxing from the corner of her eyes. She clearly didn't put her in her eyes. "Father is sick and is still outside the city. I want to invite." Although Yunxing didn't like Yun Xianxia, considering Yun Songhai's condition, they couldn't delay, so they could only reply. "Impudent. He actually dares to return to the general's estate. Men, do you still remember what the old general said? If we meet Yun Songhai and his bastards, what should we do?" Yun Xianxia was a ferocious woman from a family of generals. When she spoke, she had the aura of the old general Yun Ba, a martial saint. She was already a martial ancestor. The guards looked at each other. Under Yun Xianxia's forceful gaze, one of them had no choice but to step forward. The old general said that if Yun Songhai brings his son back to the Fu, he must bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. He must bow and apologize to the ancestors of the General Fu before he can kneel and enter the Fu. What else? What if Yun Songhai and his bastard son don't keep their word? Yun Xianxia comforted his son, Tang Yu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. If they don't obey, they will be beaten to death. Even if they die, they won't be allowed to take a single step into the general's estate. After the guard finished speaking, he looked at Yunxing with pity. This girl was young, but she had reacted quickly when facing the blood-clawed wolves. She was also a sorcerer. It was very likely that she really was the daughter of the young General Yun who had left home. Bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, beat to death, these words were deeply engraved in Yunxing's mind. She remembered her father's increasingly thin body and the humiliation of the mother and son in front of her. "Alright, Yunxing. Today you refuse to enter the Fu. In the future, when I, Yunxing, am successful, I will let you have a taste of what it means to be beaten to death and bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Yunxing didn't have much affection for the general's estate. She also didn't covet the glory and wealth of the general's estate. Since the general's estate couldn't tolerate them, she definitely wouldn't seek humiliation. Yunxing turned around and left Wanning Alley without looking back. Yun Sanxue only felt that Yunxing's words had a hidden sharpness. Being stared at by her pitch-black eyes, she felt a chill down her spine. Yun Sanxue secretly gave a look to the maidservant behind her, and that maidservant quietly followed her. I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Yun Sanxue warned the two guards. The guards could only nod their heads in agreement. After Yunxing left Wanning Alley, she heard a series of footsteps behind her. She didn't need to turn around to know that Yun Sanxue must have secretly asked someone to follow her. Yun Sanxue didn't seem to be a kind person. She definitely couldn't reveal her and her father's whereabouts. Yunxing quickened her steps. She had a 5-elemental Dharma spirit in her body. She secretly circulated the wind elemental magic and shuttled through the streets and alleys of the Jade Capital, shaking off the maidservant who was tailing her. However, it was Yunxing's first time in the Jade Capital, and she unknowingly took a detour to a dilapidated street. This street was like a completely different world from the Marshal Saint General's residence. Although they were both located in the Jade Capital, there was a huge disparity between the rich and the poor. This street was narrow and dilapidated, and the shops on both sides were completely deserted. Yunxing suspected that the people from Wanning Alley would never come to such a place in their entire lives. There's actually a clinic nearby? Yunxing couldn't obtain the recognition of the general's residence, which also meant that her idea of getting a doctor from the general's residence to prove that her father wasn't infected with the plague had failed. She had no choice but to find a local doctor in the Jade Capital to issue a certificate before she could bring her father into the city to seek treatment. After taking a few steps, Yunxing saw the words "miraculous hands, guaranteed to cure all diseases" hanging in front of her. However, there was another board hanging at the entrance of the clinic. There were a few lines of crooked words written on it. As she continued reading, Yunxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the small board, there were words, issued on behalf of all kinds of certificates, including the treatment of infertility and all kinds of gynecological diseases. This was almost exactly the same as the unlicensed Xiaohe clinics in the modern world. She wondered if the doctor who issued on behalf of the clinic had the qualifications to be a doctor. With a doubtful heart, Yunxing turned into the clinic. It was an extremely simple and crude clinic. There were only a few medicine cabinets and a table of uneven height. A lean man was sitting in the medicine cabinet, half asleep. He must be the owner of this clinic. May I ask if you can help me issue a certificate for the plague? One of my relatives wants to enter the city. But because he's severely infected, the city guards won't allow him to enter. After Yunxing finished speaking, the man at the counter didn't respond for a long time. May I ask? Yunxing walked forward and took a closer look. She realized that the man had fainted. Not good, Yunxing hurriedly helped the man up. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. How was this person sick? He clearly hadn't eaten for many days and had fainted from hunger. Yunxing had no choice but to take out the dry food she carried with her. She also took out some water to feed the unconscious doctor. Unexpectedly, just as she took out the dry food, the lean man at the counter smelled the fragrance of the food. He immediately jumped up and wolfed down the dry food in her hands. He said while eating, "Finally, someone came. I'm starving to death. What kind of certificate do you want?" "A certificate to enter the city, right? Tell me your name, age, and illness." 5 silver coins for a certificate. It will take effect on the same day. Since she had come to the Jade Capital and this was also the hometown of her father, Yun Songhai, Yunxing planned to settle down first. However, if she wanted to settle down first, she would need to obtain a doctor's certificate. However, this doctor in front of her almost starved her to death. This kind of person was definitely unreliable. Furthermore, a certificate required 5 silver coins? This was too much of a scam. Yunxing didn't say anything else and turned to leave. "Hey, young lady, don't go. How about I give you a discount? 4.5 silver coins?" The lean man saw that the meal ticket that he had painstakingly delivered to his door flew away and became anxious. This is considered the lowest price in the entire city. If you go to other medical centers, you won't even be able to enter. Yunxing stopped in her tracks. The jade capital was under the feet of the emperor, and every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Those who could open medical centers in the city weren't ordinary people, and the price of treatment was even more imaginable. Yunxing's clothes were tattered, and the money she had on her was mostly spent because of Yun Songhai's coma. She could still take out 5 silver coins, but if it was other medical centers, she would probably be immediately chased out of the door. Don't doubt me. I dare to guarantee with my qualifications as Dr. Ling that once you step out of this door, there won't be such a shop anymore. Afraid that Yunxing wouldn't believe him, the man took out a token and handed it to Yunxing. That token was similar to the imperial physician token that Yunxing had seen in Taisheng town. However, it wasn't golden in color. Instead, it was made of purple iron and had a bell engraved on it. Dr. Ling referred to those who had obtained the primary certification of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and had the qualifications to practice medicine and refine medicine. They were doctors who could practice medicine in a town and help the world. The ranks of doctors in the boundless continent: herb-gathering boy, medicine man, medicine master, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling. This doctor in front of her was actually a famous doctor? 4.5 silver coins is still too expensive. Yunxing frowned and bargained. It's not expensive. What if I tell you that for 4.5 silver coins, not only can I issue a certificate, I can also help you keep your unconscious relative alive without using any medicine? As soon as the man's voice fell, Yunxing suddenly turned around and looked at him with a guarded expression. How did you know that I have a family member who is unconscious and needs to be kept alive with ginseng medicine? Yunxing was a cautious person. Moreover, she had been ridiculed by the general's mansion. After entering the medical center, she did not mention a word about her father's condition. I can smell at least 3 or 4 different kinds of herbs on your body, all of which are precious herbs. But you're dressed simply. You don't come from a wealthy family. Since that's the case, you must have a family member who is seriously ill and unconscious. That's why you have no choice but to use precious herbs to save your life. Am I right? The man's face was full of confidence. With his nose, he could distinguish the different smells of various herbs even in the imperial palace's medicine storehouse. 4.5 silver coins, deal. But you have to tell me first. What method can replace herbs? Yunxing had just arrived in the Jade capital. If she wanted to settle down and rent a house, she would definitely need to spend a lot of money. She was already out of money and had to think of a way to earn money quickly. Water element magic formation, cloud dream ice slumber. After the man finished speaking, a magic scepter the size of a chopstick appeared in his hand as he chanted. A blue magic formation flowed with blue clouds and mist. The clouds and mist were incomparably cold and instantly froze a table and chair at the side. A person who was in the state of cloud dream ice slumber would have all of their bodily functions reduced to the lowest level. Correspondingly, the loss of life would also be reduced to the lowest level. It was equivalent to 1% of the time when they were unconscious. As such, they would naturally be rid of their dependence on herbs. You're also a magician? Then how did you become one? What made Yunxing even more astonished was that this Ling doctor was actually a magician. Since he was both a healer and a magician, how did he end up in such dire straits that he almost starved to death in his own medical center? It's precisely because I'm both a magician and a healer that I ended up in such a state. Ancient medicine and magic apothecaries have been incompatible all these years. People like me can't stand on either side. There's no time to lose. I'll go with you to the city gate to take a look. The man revealed a helpless expression. He found his medicine box and walked towards the city gate with Yunxing. When Yunxing returned, it was already close to dusk. Xiaohei was still waiting beside the carriage. It's you again, Dr. Fan. The city guards were clearly very familiar with this man. In fact, most of the commoners who needed to obtain a certificate to enter the Jade capital were issued by Dr. Fan because of the price. Thus, the city guards recognized him at a glance. Little girl, be careful. This person isn't honest and has even killed someone before. He's known as the Ghost Doctor. If you're looking for a certificate from him, don't let him treat you. A kind city guard reminded Yunxing. Dr. Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He pulled open the curtain of the carriage and looked inside. Although he guessed that Yunxing had an unconscious relative, he didn't know what illness the other party had. Before he could issue a certificate, he had to look at the condition first. After looking inside, Dr. Fan frowned. "What's wrong? Is it an epidemic?" A city guard at the side asked. "No, let him in." Dr. Fan looked at Yunxing thoughtfully. He took out a certificate that he had written long ago and signed it before handing it to the city guard. Once he received the certificate, the city guard let Yunxing and the carriage enter the city. As dusk approached, the ground was covered in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yunxing held onto the reins of the horse and stood on the street with Xiaohei, looking very lonely. "Little girl, find a place to stay first. If you want to cast Dream Cloud Eye Sleep for your father, you have to give me 5 silver coins. But let me tell you, one Dream Cloud Eye Sleep can only last for half a month." Dr. Fan was very calculative. He had already calculated that Yunxing didn't know water magic. If she wanted to find someone to cast Dream Cloud Eye Sleep, she could only look for him. "I have nowhere to go. The inns in the city are very expensive. We can't afford to stay there." Yunxing looked at the jade capital in the dusk and frowned. The capital was bustling, but in the bustling crowd, everyone's face was cold. Only she could protect her father. "Behind my medical center, there are 2 empty rooms, but the rent is 10 silver coins a month." Dr. Fan could see that Yunxing didn't have much money, but he wasn't a good person. He wouldn't do something that would cost him money. "I owe you a total of 20 silver coins. I can be a herbalist in the medical center and use my salary to pay for the rent and the cost of Dream Cloud Eye Sleep," Yunxing immediately said. Although the city guard didn't have a high evaluation of Dr. Fan, a doctor who could guess her father's condition just by seeing him once was definitely not as useless as the rumors said. "A herbalist's salary is only 5 silver coins at most." Dr. Fan shook his head. "In your medical center, do you have fresh hemostatic flowers, mooncrow fruit, or withered butterfly vines? As long as I have these 3 herbs, I will definitely be able to raise the remaining 15 silver coins before the end of this month." Although Yunxing was young, her words had a natural deterrent force. Dr. Fan couldn't help but believe her words. "Okay, 1 month. If you can't raise the money in 1 month, don't blame me for kicking you, your father, and your dog out of the door." Dr. Fan nodded and led Yunxing to the medical center. After returning to the medical center, Yunxing noticed that there was a courtyard behind the small medical center. The courtyard wasn't big. There was a well, a few acres of barren medicinal fields, and a few rooms. One of them was Dr. Fan's own room, one was the pharmacy, and one was the kitchen. The remaining 2 rooms were empty. Yunxing tidied up and settled her father, Yun Songhai, in Chaoyang's room. The remaining room was her and Xiaohei's nest. Including the cost of sleeping with Yunmeng twice, the total is 20 silver coins. "This is the IOU. Remember to hand over the money at the end of the month. Also, the herb gatherers here will take care of your 3 meals, but the money for your dog's meals isn't included. You get up at 6 o'clock every day, tidy up the medicinal herbs in the medical center, cut the herbs, and dry them. You have half an hour of rest at noon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the medical center closes. You can't be lazy. If I catch you, I will deduct your money." Dr. Fan is a very cost-effective person. He won't let Yunxing take advantage of him. Yunxing saw that the medical center didn't have much business, but to her surprise, she found that the medical center's pharmacy was very complete. There were even a lot of seeds. After asking, she found out that Dr. Fan usually went out to pick herbs when he had nothing to do. Some of the seeds he collected were casually thrown in the pharmacy. "Dr. Fan, when I was in my hometown, my family also had a few acres of medicinal fields. Can you lend me some of the seeds in the storehouse? I will plant them in the medicinal field. If the herbs mature, we will split the harvest 50-50. Yunxing saw that the medicinal field was abandoned and felt that it was a pity. She simply suggested that she take care of the medicinal field. Dr. Fan was skeptical. He thought that the seeds in the pharmacy would become moldy. If Yunxing could really grow something, it would be good. The next morning, when the rooster crowed at 4 o'clock, Yunxing got up and meditated. For a magician, the best time to meditate was at dawn and dusk. After meditating for a while, Yunxing felt refreshed. She went out of the room and went to Yun Songhai's room to take a look. A blue magic array flickered with an icy blue light. Inside the magic array, his father, Yun Songhai, was covered in a layer of icy blue ice. "Father, Xing'er will find a way to save you one day," Yunxing swore in her heart. She prepared breakfast as usual. Then, he loosened the soil of the medicinal field and planted the selected seeds before daybreak. Not to mention Dr. Fan's medical skills, but his eyesight for herbs was very good. The seeds of the herbs he collected were all middle-grade herbs. On the boundless continent, medicinal herbs were divided into the most common types: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. For example, the hemostasis flower from Banana Leaf Village was the most common type. It was cheap and could only be made into ordinary low-grade medicine. Middle-grade herbs were much more expensive than ordinary herbs. They could also be made into mid-grade medicine. After making the hemostasis medicine and meditation water, Yunxing already had a certain level of ability to make medicine. She planned to wait until the mid-grade herbs were successfully planted before starting to develop them. In her previous life, Yunxing's parents died early and her grandfather was busy with the small clinic all year round, so her ability to take care of herself had always been good. She stayed in Yujing partly because of Yun Songhai's illness. Another reason was that she wanted to enter the Magic Academy in Yujing City. Although Yunxing had a 5-elemental spirit, Yun Songhai didn't have time to teach her basic magic before he became a vegetable. She wanted to enter the Magic Academy to obtain more opportunities to learn basic magic and become a real magician. That would require a lot of tuition fees and living expenses, so Yunxing had to earn more money. Dr. Fan woke up early in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he smelled the aroma of food. Looking at the courtyard, he saw that it was neat and tidy. Some cut herbs were neatly placed under the sun. This little girl is very nimble. Unfortunately, no matter how nimble she is, she won't be able to save her father. The beast blood curse of the Zhao state. Dr. Fan walked into the clinic with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. On this day, not a single patient came. Dr. Fan spent most of his time napping on the counter. Around noon, Yunxing had half an hour of free time. She notified Dr. Fan and left the clinic. She ran towards the busiest street in the city and shuttled through the streets of Yujing City. The sun was shining brightly. Yunxing ran all the way here, her face bright red from the sun. These hemostasis medicine were made by Yunxing when she was in Banana Leaf Village. The 3 bottles of qi-gathering elixir and meditation water were also made on the way here. Yunxing planned to sell these finished medicines to raise some money. Seeing that there was not much time left, Yunxing could only pick up the medicine bottles and choose a clinic on the northernmost side of the street. Sell medicine? Are you qualified to be a medicine man? The doctor at the clinic saw that Yunxing was just a little girl and couldn't help but be suspicious. I was a herbalist at the Dharma temple. These medicines were all taught to me by the local pharmacists. Yunxing presented a bottle of hemostasis medicine expectantly. The pharmacist took the bottle and sniffed it. His expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it on his face. This hemostasis medicine is too inferior. I can accept it, but it's at most 5 copper coins. Yunxing's face turned red. She took back the bottles of medicine. I'm not selling. She would rather not sell it than allow others to trample on her medicine. Her lunch break was only half an hour, and she had spent some time rushing over. She really didn't have much time left. Yunxing hugged the medicine bottles and walked on the street. She noticed a few rouge and powder scouts in the corner of the street, and the peddlers were shouting from time to time. She had initially wanted to sell the medicine to the clinic, but now it seemed that the bigger the shop, the more unscrupulous it was. Yunxing no longer trusted clinics and pharmacies. She might as well set up a mobile medicine stall and sell it for as much money as she could. After making up her mind, Yunxing picked a clean and cool piece of land and took out the hemostasis medicine and the 3 bottles of meditation water. Yunxing's hemostasis medicine was priced at 9 copper coins, the qi-gathering elixir at 15 copper coins, and the meditation water at 20 copper coins. These prices were much cheaper than the market price. This street was the busiest in the Jade capital. There were many people passing by, and there was no lack of practitioners and magicians. Yunxing was young and not a physician. Occasionally, a few passers-by would pass by, but when they heard that she was selling medicine, they would shake their heads and walk away. After waiting for about 15 minutes, an unusually slender woman walked in front of him. "Sister, do you want to buy medicine?" Yunxing stopped the woman. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. She turned around and scolded, "Who said I'm a woman? Which eye of yours saw that I'm a woman?" All the hunters in Jade Capital knew that the C-grade bounty hunter Wenren hated being mistaken for a woman the most. He was a real man, however, he had an oval face that was more attractive than a woman's. His facial features were as clear as a painting, and his skin was fair and transparent as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. It was said that it was because he was too beautiful that he once went to the largest brothel in the city to have fun with a few hunting soldiers. He was treated as the top courtesan of the brothel by a third-rank official who was so drunk that his eyes were bleary. That third-grade official was also drunk and superstitious, and he shouted that he wanted to redeem his freedom. When Wenren heard that, he went berserk on the spot. He skinned that third-grade official and hung him at the entrance of the brothel. He even cut off all the protruding parts of his body. This matter was blown out of proportion, and the whole Jade capital knew about it. That third-grade official's family wanted to take revenge, but after asking around, they found out that Wenren was the younger brother of imperial concubine Wenren, who was favored by the emperor of Zhou State. He was also a C-grade bounty hunter of Zhou State's Hunters Guild, so the matter was left unsettled. Since then, no one in Jade Capital dared to say that he looked like a woman in front of Wenren. People called him Wenren behind his back. Who knew that Wenren would be stopped by Yunxing when she was walking on the street? Yunxing was also shocked. When she looked carefully, she saw an obvious Adam's apple on the person's neck. She complained in her heart that the sun was too strong. It was all Yunxing's fault. It was really a big misunderstanding. Wenren was about to chop the guy who called him sister into pieces when he saw a little girl standing not far away. The little girl was small and had a pair of black eyes. She was looking at him pitifully. "Little thing, were you calling me just now?" Wenren looked like a pretty little girl, and she was very likable. When she smiled, there were 2 little dimples on her cheeks. The little girl squatted at the corner of the street. Under the sun, she looked very pitiful. Wenren expression softened, and he put away his Xianxia face. "Little thing, damn it, I used to be called a little wildcat, and now you're calling me a little thing. I'm older than you, alright." Yunxing's heart exploded, but she still looked harmless and obedient on the surface. "Good-looking big brother, from your appearance, you must be a very powerful hunter, right? Do you want to take a look at my hemostatic agent? It's very affordable, only 9 copper coins." Yunxing's words made Wenren feel very comfortable. Wasn't she referring to him when she said that he was a very powerful hunter? "Little girl, your mouth is really sweet. However, your big brother only uses high-grade goods. The hemostatic agents that I usually use are specially provided by the Imperial Medicine Pavilion. As for your hemostatic agent..." Wenren saw Yunxing's face fall and couldn't bear to see her like this. He casually picked up a bottle of hemostatic agent. As soon as the smell of the hemostat wafted out, Wenren let out a soft cry of surprise. The quality of this hemostatic medicine wasn't bad, and it wasn't too far off from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Hemostatic Emperor. A bottle of Hemostasis Emperor cost 3 silver coins. His name was Wenren not Wendatu. "Wait a minute, are these bottles of meditation water? I'll buy them all. How much are they?" "You calculate." Wenren was very casual and didn't pay attention to the production of medicine like the average person. He felt that Yunxing's hemostatic agent was good, so her other medicines must be good as well. He might as well buy them all at once. Yunxing's hemostatic agent, meditation water, and chi-gathering elixir were sold for a total of 6 silver coins. Seeing that Yunxing was about to leave, Wenren stopped her. "My name is Wenren. In the future, you don't have to sell your medicine on the streets. There are too many people around here. In the future, if you have medicine, send it to the Wenren residence in Chonglin Alley. If I'm not around, just give my name and give the medicine to the housekeeper. Yunxing hurriedly nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, she hurriedly ran to the medical hall. Wenrenxiu took the meditation water and walked into a restaurant not far away. He had invited a few hunters to drink in the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he heard a high-pitched voice call out, "Big sister, do you want to buy medicine?" When Wenrenxiu heard that, he clenched his fists without hesitation. Crackling sounds like beans popping could be heard from his fists. "Honorable hunters, please do us a favor and don't fight in the restaurant." When the restaurant's manager heard that, he was so frightened that he hurriedly lay on the ground. Wenrenxiu didn't become a C-rank mercenary by relying on his looks. His own strength was not a problem, and he was already a martial venerable. He threw a punch at the person who had spoken. That person was already prepared, and the snake-shaped magic scepter in his hand buzzed. Mid-level magic, marsh technique. The ground under Wenrenxiu's feet immediately turned into a muddy marsh. Pairs of muddy hands reached out from the marsh and grabbed Wenrenxiu's legs. Wenrenxiu's beautiful face was full of disgust as she shouted at the female magician opposite her, "Tomboy, is your brain soaked in water? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're old enough to be my great-grandmother. How dare you imitate a little girl and call me big sister? Disgusting." Unlike Wenrenxiu, the female magician was uncouth and roughly the same height as Wenrenxiu. When she heard Wenrenxiu's words, she was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. "Wenrenxiu, I'm only a month older than you. What do you mean by old enough to be your great-grandmother? Enough. Wenrenxiu, Nan Yen, the two of you have to fight every time you meet. We're all in the same hunting team. Sit down and discuss the assessment of the hunting team." With a roar, several purple lightning flashes drilled out from the ceiling of the restaurant. With two rumbling sounds, the lightning flashes exploded in front of Wenrenxiu and the magician one after another. The two of them stepped back and glared at each other in dissatisfaction. The one who spoke was a big man with a dignified appearance. He was 2 meters tall and his whole body was covered with muscles. The most terrifying thing was that he had a magic scepter on his waist. Fengqua, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, a C-rank hunter. He was a warrior at the peak of revered martial artist and a magician at the level of lightning master magician. He was also the captain of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team. He picked up Wenrenxiu and Mu Nanyan and threw them on their seats. The two of them looked like obedient babies as they sat there without uttering a word. Wenrenxiu smiled. "Boss, don't be angry. Look, I bought a few bottles of good stuff. I can guarantee that compared to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water, the effect is much better. Keep bragging. Who doesn't know that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water is the best quality in the continent? You dare to buy medicine from a 6 or 7-year-old girl? Wenrenxiu, your brain must have been kicked by a mule." Mu Nanyan couldn't help but mock. She snatched the bottle of meditation water and drank it in one gulp. The magic spell just now had consumed a portion of her magic power. She could use the meditation water to replenish her magic power. Fengqua, Wenrenxiu, and Mu Nanyan were members of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team, which was rather famous in the Jade Capital's bounty industry. The three of them were cultivators of both magic and martial arts, martial artists, and magicians. Wenrenxiu was good at attacking, Mu Baiyan's earth element magic was good at defending, and Fengqua was good at both attacking and defending. The three of them had been in the team for 5 years, but Wenrenxiu and Mu Baiyan had always disliked each other. If it wasn't for Fengqua's suppression, the two of them would have fought to the death. Mu Nanyan drank a mouthful of the meditation water and raised her eyebrows. "You tomboy, don't drink it all in one gulp. Letting you drink it is like a cow eating peonies. It's a reckless waste of natural resources," Wenrenxiu scolded. "Boss, this meditation water." Mu Nanyan smacked her lips and felt a vigorous surge of magic power in her stomach. It was like a raging wave that spread out in an instant. She couldn't help but be stunned. "Is there a problem with the potion?" Wenrenxiu was also a little uncertain. She was a martial artist and didn't know much about meditation water. Fengqua, who was about to teach the two of them a lesson, also took a bottle of meditation water and drank a mouthful. To a magician, meditation water was sometimes a lifesaver. For example, bounty hunters who lived on the edge of a knife's edge would sometimes lose their lives if they recovered 10% of their mana in the face of magical beasts. After Fengque tried it, his eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, an improved version of meditation water. Yes, boss, you've noticed it too. The taste is similar to the one in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but the effect is very shocking. It should be some kind of improved meditation water. Mu Beiyan no longer had the mood to argue with Wenren Xiao. She was an earth element magician, and when she drank the meditation water, her earth element recovered 50% faster than usual. That meant that when facing a magician of the same level, as long as she had this meditation water, she would be invincible. Where did that little girl come from? How much improved meditation water does she have? We'll buy all of it. Fengque realized that the maker of this meditation water did not know the value of the potion itself. Wenren Xiao bought all of the finished products in one go, so Yunxing gave her the best price. After conversion, a bottle of meditation water was only worth 1.5 silver coins. One had to know that in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a bottle of ordinary meditation water cost 5 silver coins. In Fengque and Mu Nanyan's eyes, this kind of improved meditation water was even sold for 1 gold coin. I don't know. Wenren Xiao was confused by the two of them. He had only done a good deed that day and bought that little thing's medicine. Who would have thought that her medicine would be so good? We'll continue to wait here tomorrow. If she comes out to buy medicine, we'll buy all of it. It's best to inquire about who made the medicine. Whether it was Mu Nanyan or Fengque, they all took it for granted that Yunxing was helping her elders set up a stall to sell medicine. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Wenren Xiao's forehead. He said weakly, I saw that she was still young, so I told her not to set up a stall in the future. 2 hostile gazes immediately swept over. However, I also told her to send the finished products to my house as soon as she has them. What if she doesn't send them? Mu Nanyan wanted to strangle Wenren Xiao. She should send them, she definitely will. The more Wenren Xiao said, the more guilty he felt. He was not very sure. If that little thing did not know the way, or if she found other sellers, then this improved meditation water would be gone. It was just that in such a big jade capital, finding a nameless little girl was a bit too difficult. Fine, we'll wait. I called you here today for the bounty hunter assessment. We've been stuck at the C rank bounty hunter level for a long time. According to our experience and the total amount of bounty we've accumulated over the years, we should have been promoted to B rank long ago. Fengque, Wenren Xiao, and Mu Nanyan were all from Jade Capital. Although the 3 of them were bounty hunters, each of their families was famous in Jade Capital. The 3 of them were from the same generation. Because of their ancestors, they had been playmates since they were young. 5 years ago, because of Fengque's suggestion, they formed Huangting. The 3 of them were quite strong, and with their tacit cooperation, they could be considered to have a little reputation in the bounty hunting world. However, the bounty mercenary level had been stuck at C rank. For the 3 of them who were proud and arrogant, this had always been a sore point. After all, only bounty hunters above B rank could accept cross-country bounty missions. Our strength has been enough for B rank for a long time, but we haven't found a suitable summoner. Wenren Xiao drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. Unlike those insignificant hunters, there had to be at least 1 warrior, 1 mage, and 1 summoner in order to become a B-level bounty hunter team. That was, there had to be at least 1 warrior, 1 mage, and 1 summoner in the team. This hard condition was set by the 3 SSS rank hunters who had founded the Hunters Guild. At the same time, it was also set by the legendary Divine Edge Hunter team on the mainland. All the hunters on the mainland had to abide by it. Moreover, the hunter team that met the condition had to challenge a B-rank hunter team. If the challenge was successful, then they could be promoted. It's easier said than done to find a summoner. Look, in the past few years, the summoners who passed the assessment at the Jade Capital Summoning Center were snatched away before they could leave the summoning center. In 10 years, there were no more than 20 summoners from the Jade Capital Summoning Center. Those people lived like princes. Who would be willing to be a bounty hunter? Zhou State's national fate has withered. Among the warriors, there were no more warriors like old General Yun. The other 4 countries have many talents. Among them, Punlai has the most summoners. So now, among the big countries, Punlai has the most B-rank hunter teams. Munanyan couldn't help but sigh. They became bounty hunters not because they were greedy for money, but because they wanted to pursue the adventure missions that only bounty hunters could come in contact with. However, the members of a bounty hunter team must be absolutely trustworthy. Otherwise, in the face of a life and death crisis, the betrayal of a member was enough to cause the collapse of the whole team. Summoners could summon beasts, and the consumption of magic elements was less than magic. Under the same conditions, having a summoner was equivalent to having 2 members. Therefore, even if the B-rank hunter team's assessment condition was removed, their chances of winning against a B-rank hunter team were almost zero. In the past 10 years, there was not a single C-rank hunter team that successfully challenged a B-rank hunter team. Let's wait and see. Let's search for a while more. In the next 1 or 2 years, we should also pay attention to the improvement of our own cultivation. Fenghua's words were met with the unanimous agreement of Wenren Xiao and Munanyan. Just as Huang Teng was anxious to find a summoner, Yunxing was still repeating the work of a herbalist in the medical hall every day. The herb field that she planted finally sprouted after a few days of careful care, including a batch of moonlight grass that she brought from Banana Leaf Village. Yunxing also refined more than 10 bottles of qi-gathering elixir and 5 bottles of meditation water in her 1 month of free time. She planned to visit Wenren Xiao to sell the elixir, but she didn't expect that something would suddenly happen and interrupt her plan. The ins and outs of the matter had to be explained from the medical center. After 10 days, Yunxing also discovered the main source of income for the little rejuvenation clinic. In this clinic, other than issuing all kinds of fraudulent certificates, another important source of income was to help the neighbors grab and decoct medicine to treat some minor ailments such as headaches, fevers, and diarrhea. They didn't even come across a single difficult and complicated illness. There was once when Dr. Fan accidentally discovered that Yunxing could treat patients, and he handed all these matters over to Yunxing. Very quickly, the neighbors became familiar with Yunxing. They all liked this young girl who was very knowledgeable about medicine. Dr. Fan even encouraged Yunxing to participate in the examination of medicine men. The so-called medicine men were high-grade herb gatherers who were in charge of tasting, decocting, and dispensing medicine. Generally, in a medium-sized clinic, there would be a medicine man. On the boundless continent, being a doctor was also a very popular occupation. However, in order to become a doctor or a doctor like Dr. Fan, one had to pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. This wasn't the first time Yunxing heard the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She remembered that during the hemostatic medicine incident in Banana Leaf Village, the village head's grandfather had mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Hearing Yunxing asking about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Dr. Fan couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. After a long time, he replied, "Those who study the ancient medical arts would all know of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For the magician examination, there's a Dharma temple. For the martial artist examination, there's a summoner examination. For the summoner examination, there's a summoner examination." The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the continent's largest ancient medicine organization. Its branches were like a huge tree that reached the sky, and its branches, leaves, and veins covered the entire continent. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was outstanding because not only was it the most authoritative organization for doctors in the continent, it also controlled the continent's most precious medicinal herbs and the most outstanding doctors. Some people say that the most powerful people in the continent are magicians, some say martial artists, and some even say summoners. However, I believe that the most powerful people in the continent are doctors because they can control the life and death of others. Yunxing, if you want to find a way to cure your father's illness, there's a place you have to go no matter what. That place is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Dr. Fan mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. Yunxing decided to participate in the Medicine Man examination. With her medical foundation from her previous life, as well as the medicine encyclopedia left behind by the Yun family and the Qimin medicine encyclopedia that she had memorized, Yunxing believed that it wouldn't be difficult for her to pass the Medicine Man examination. After observing Yunxing for a period of time, Dr. Fan also had a good foundation of Yunxing's herbal medicine. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided that Dr. Fan would bring Yunxing to Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Jade Capital the next day to take the test. The next morning, Yunxing planned to change into the herb-picking clothes she wore in Banana Leaf Village, but she found that she had grown taller in the past few months. Seeing this, Dr. Fan took out a set of clean herb-picking clothes and said, "This is the herb-picking clothes that my daughter wore in her early years. It's about the same size as yours, so you can change into it." Only then did Yunxing know that Dr. Fan was someone who had been married before. Now that he was all alone, she didn't know where his family had gone. After changing into the clothes, Yunxing followed Dr. Fan to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was indeed worthy of being the continent's largest medical institution. Looking from afar, one could only see a majestic pavilion standing on the street. From time to time, there would be farmers and patients entering and leaving the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The entire Medicine Emperor Pavilion was divided into 7 floors, and each floor was 10 times the size of a small clinic. As soon as Yunxing and Dr. Fan entered the door, they smelled a faint fragrance. At the main entrance, there was a pure gold cauldron that was emitting a fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Yunxing's mind unconsciously cleared up. A person who looked like a pharmacist came forward and inquired about the purpose of their visit. After hearing that Dr. Fan had brought Yunxing to participate in the herb-picking test, the pharmacist led Yunxing into the pavilion. The first floor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion sold all kinds of herbs, the second floor sold finished medicines, the third floor was for those below the rank of pharmacist, and the fourth floor was for those above the rank of pharmacist. Before Dr. Fan left, he had already told Yunxing that the herb-picking test was divided into 3 steps. If there were no accidents, the test would be divided into 3 steps: picking up herbs, decocting herbs, and identifying herbs. These steps were also the main procedures to test whether a herb-picking test was qualified or not. Walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, they saw that in the spacious examination room on the 3rd floor, there were already several herb-picking apprentices and doctors waiting. One of them saw Dr. Fan at a glance. With a mocking smile, he blocked Dr. Fan and Yunxing's path. Dr. Fan seemed to have already known this person. Without any expression, he said, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Fan Ji, you have big guts, you actually dare to insult this doctor. Let me tell you, just last month, this doctor passed the test of the 4 directions scattered doctor. Soon, I will receive the appointment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and head to the southern city to take up the position of Pavilion Master. Do you think you are still the Imperial Physician Fan from back then? Right now, you are just a Ling doctor who has problems making a living." After being scolded by Dr. Fan, that person's face turned red and he pushed Dr. Fan away. Imperial Physician, Dr. Fan was originally an Imperial Physician. Yunxing found it hard to imagine that a dignified Imperial Physician would be cooped up in a small clinic. Dr. Fan's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but grip his magic wand. "Fan Ji. Xianxia. Do you want to cause trouble here? Noise is not allowed in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion." At this time, a woman gracefully walked over. The woman's appearance was elegant and beautiful. She was dressed in a doctor's robe. There was a waist token hanging from her waist. Yunxing recognized that the jade token was the same as the fake Imperial Physician token that Night Fox had taken out when she was in Taisheng Town. This elegant woman was an Imperial Physician. As soon as she appeared, Xianxia, who had just provoked her, immediately showed an infatuated expression. The medical apprentices present also immediately felt deep veneration. They respectfully shouted together with the pharmacists present, "Imperial Physician Yao." Dr. Fan's hand that was holding the magic wand loosened. His expression was gloomy. "Yao Rong, I am not here to cause trouble. I am here to bring this child to participate in the examination." Dr. Fan did not look directly at the woman. "Examination? Haha, Fan Ji, with your shabby clinic, you still need an Imperial Physician?" The scattered doctor looked at Yunxing with disdain. He saw that Yunxing's age was at most 6 or 7 years old. At this age, if she did not practice medicine since elementary school, how could she pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? This scattered doctor was called Xianxia. He was originally from the same school as Fan Ji and Yao Rong, but his talent was much worse than the two. For many years, he had been in love with Yao Rong and had always been jealous of Fan Ji. Today, his nephew, who was also one of his apprentices, came to participate in the examination. Therefore, he bumped into Dr. Fan. Imperial physician Rong did not say a word. She looked at Yunxing's clothes and her eyes darkened. She sternly said, "Bring this child up." "Fan Ji, Dr. Qing, you are not allowed to enter." "Dr. Fan, I can go up by myself. I will definitely become an imperial physician," Yunxing deliberately said loudly. At the same time, she glared at the scattered doctor. Qing Sihai secretly said in his heart, "To become an imperial physician, humph, it is not that simple." The Medicine Emperor Pavilion lived up to its reputation as the medical examiner of the boundless continent. When Yunxing entered the examination room with the other herb gatherers, she discovered that there were already several dozen herb gatherers standing in the examination room. Some of them had already participated in the examination multiple times. Yunxing's sharp eyes noticed that although they were all herb gatherers, at a glance, she could see that they were divided into different grades and ranks. Some people's clothes were obviously more exquisite, and most of the people here seemed to know each other. Qing Sihai's herb gatherer, Qing, knew quite a few of them. The moment he entered the examination room, he greeted the few people he was familiar with and even discussed the contents of today's examination. It seemed that most of the herb gatherers here were acquainted with each other. "She's the herb gatherer of that magic Dr. Fan Ji." Qing pointed at Yunxing maliciously. He thought that Yunxing couldn't hear what he was saying. But ever since Yunxing unblocked her second extraordinary tendon, her 5 senses had become more sensitive. Everything that these people said behind her back all fell into her ears. "Isn't Fan Ji that doctor who once killed someone? I heard that he actually tore open a person's chest." A few herb gatherers who were on good terms with Fan Ji clicked their tongues when they heard his name. Everyone spontaneously distanced themselves from Yunxing, as if Yunxing was some kind of filth. Yunxing didn't mind. She couldn't be bothered to bicker with this bunch of kids. A herb gatherer walked in. He was the chief examiner of today's examination in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. "Silence, I'm your chief examiner today. You can call me herb gatherer Kong. Most of you here are herb gatherers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, so I believe that you're not unfamiliar with the examination. Today, there are a total of 43 people participating in the examination. I hope that all of you will be able to become qualified herb gatherers. Our first round of examination is to grab medicinal herbs. Everyone, follow me to the first floor." Herb gatherer Kong led dozens of herb gatherers to the medicine storehouse on the first floor. "So big." Yunxing followed the herb-gathering boys to the storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The medicinal storehouse of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion was like a gigantic underground parking lot. There were over 10,000 types of medicinal herbs here, and they were all neatly separated into different areas. For example, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade medicinal herbs. Yunxing's shocked expression fell into the eyes of the other herb gatherers, and they couldn't help but laugh at her. When you entered the storehouse, each of you received a prescription. There were a total of 18 types of herbs in the prescription. In the first round of the assessment, you are not allowed to use the scale to grab 18 different types of herbs. Those who accurately grasped 18 to 15 types of herbs will be considered excellent. Those who accurately grasped 14 to 10 types of herbs will be considered average. Those who accurately grasped 9 to 6 types of herbs will be considered qualified. Those who accurately grasped less than 6 types of herbs will be considered unqualified. After hearing the content of the test, the herb-gathering boys immediately looked at the prescription in their hands. Medicine men were different from herb gatherers. Gathering herbs was one of their main jobs. In the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, there were hundreds of thousands of prescriptions coming in and out every day. Qualified medicine men didn't have the time to use the scale to grab the herbs. They were usually able to estimate the correct amount of herbs in one go. Only then would they be able to properly decoct the herbs later on. Qing quickly grabbed the 18 types of herbs and passed them to the pharmacist proudly. After the pharmacist checked the prescription, he announced, "Qing, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 16 types of herbs. In the first round, you scored excellent." Out of the 18 types of herbs, Qing was actually able to accurately grasp 16 types of herbs without using the scale. The other herb gatherers were incomparably shocked. They praised Qing for being the herb-gathering boy of the scattered physician Xianxia. A few more herb gatherers passed the assessment. Among them, there were 2 who didn't reach the minimum requirement of 6 types of herbs and were eliminated in the first round. Yunxing passed the prescription she had grabbed over. Pharmacist Kong glanced at her and realized that she was an unfamiliar face. Yunxing, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 18 types of herbs. Test results, excellent. Even pharmacist Kong himself could not believe his own eyes when he announced the results. Needless to say, the others, including those who mocked Yunxing earlier, were all stunned. 18 types. Did you all hear that? That herb-gathering boy actually grasped the correct amount of herbs for 18 types of herbs. There were many types of herbs. In the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Not only were there fresh herbs that hadn't been dried, there were also semi-finished medicinal stones that had been ground into powder. There were also some herbs that were even in liquid form. However, Yunxing grasped all of the herbs accurately. Yunxing was secretly amused. What a joke. In her previous life, when she had just learned how to walk, she had been forced by her grandfather with a ruler every day to learn how to grasp herbs. With more than 20 years of experience, how could she lose to this group of young herb gatherers? When she grasped the herbs, she didn't lack in weight. She was as accurate as a universal scale. At the side, Qing's expression was very ugly. He stared at Yunxing's back view as he pulled one of the herb gatherers aside and the 2 of them started to whisper. In the first round, there were a total of 10 people who failed. Out of the 43 people, only 33 were left. The second round of assessment was to decoct the herbs. The location of the assessment was also on the first floor of the herb storehouse. However, this time, the herb gatherers had to decoct the herbs according to the prescription they were given. When the herbs were brought up, Yunxing frowned. There was something wrong with these herbs. The herbs used to decoct the herbs had been changed. Yunxing looked at the others' herbs and realized that compared to the others, not only were her herbs lesser, even the age of the herbs was wrong. Among them, the most important herb, Lu Wei Su, which was 5 years old, had been replaced by Lu Wei Su, which was 3 years old. Since the herbs were of the wrong age, the decoction was naturally wrong as well. Qing and the other herb gatherers looked over sneakily. Yunxing immediately guessed that they were the culprits. When they saw that Yunxing didn't say a word and continued to decoct the herbs, the herb gatherers all smiled as if they had succeeded in their scheme. They would let her come out on top in the first round of assessment. Let's see how she would be able to decoct the decoction with the missing herbs. About half an hour later, all 33 herb gatherers had finished decocting their respective herbs. Qing sneaked a look at Yunxing's bowl. There was only half a bowl of herbs left in her bowl. The amount of herbs was obviously not enough. Needless to say, she would be eliminated. Just as pharmacist Kong was about to check everyone's herbs, a young girl of about 13 or 14 years old walked in. Miss Chi, why are you here? Pharmacist Kong asked politely. The young girl had a graceful appearance and a sign with the words medicine man hung on her body. Logically speaking, pharmacist Kong's status was higher than that medicine man Chi and he shouldn't be so respectful towards her. However, pharmacist Kong and the other herb gatherers all looked at her with reverence. This was because this young girl was the personal medicine man of the only national master in the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in the Jade Capital. The Grand National Physician was a legendary physician who was a level higher than the Imperial Physician. That Grand National Physician who no longer made house calls had taught many Imperial physicians in his early years and his status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. In his later years, he only brought along one herbalist to serve him. That herbalist was the female herbalist named Qi Fangfei in front of him. Therefore, even though Qi Fangfei was young and her status was only a herbalist, her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. Even in front of Yao Rong and the others, she could still speak a few words. No wonder Medicine Master Kong had to be respectful when he saw her. Are these the herbalists who came to participate in today's examination? I heard that you're going through the second round of examination. Let me see, how are the herbs you brewed? Qi Fangfei came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today to look for a medicinal herb and coincidentally heard that a new batch of herbalists had come to participate in the examination. Although her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wasn't low, she was still a teenage girl with an innocent personality. Thinking of the examination that she had a headache over in her early years, she secretly snuck over. "Miss Ji, please take a look. These are all the herbs that have been brewed." Medicine Master Kong simply handed over the right to judge today to Qi Fengfei. Qi Fengfei looked at the bowl of herbs placed at the front. Just by looking at the color, she curled her lips. Not up to standard. It's obvious that it's not mature enough. That herbalist's expression changed and he left dejectedly. Qi Fengfei looked at a few more bowls of herbs and actually found problems with all of them. At this time, she walked to a bowl of herbs and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single drop of herbs in it. "Hey! This is really rare. Why didn't you brew the herbs?" Qi Fengfei suddenly saw the empty bowl. Looking again, the owner of the empty bowl was still a little girl. "Could it be that you don't know how to brew herbs?" "It's not that I don't know how to brew herbs, but my herbs are wrong. The quantity is too little and the age is too young. If I were to do it half-heartedly, not only would the herbs not be able to save people, it might even harm them." Yunxing said unhurriedly as she presented her portion of herbs to Qi Fengfei and Medicine Master Kong. Yunxing's action scared Xianxia and the few troublemakers into lowering their heads, not daring to make a sound. Qi Fengfei was taken aback. She couldn't help but recall the time when she had just become a medicine man. Once, due to the negligence of the medicine storehouse, she had mistakenly concocted a 10-year-old herb into an 8-year-old one. Although she had discovered it, she had thought that it was only a difference of 2 years. She believed that it wouldn't affect the efficacy of the medicine much, so she had carelessly concocted it. Who would have thought that when de Guichot checked the medicine, he flew into a rage and reprimanded, "You knew that the medicine was wrong, but you still decocted it. How can you be considered a qualified medicine man?" After Medicine Master Kong examined the herbs, he found that the age of the herbs was indeed wrong. Qi Fengfei cast a glance at Qing and the others who had a guilty conscience. Her voice abruptly changed and carried a warning tone. "Listen up, I don't care what happened today, but you must remember, as medicine men, you must not secretly switch the herbs. If any of you dare to harm your colleagues in the future, you will be removed from the medical profession forever." Those few medicine boys were so frightened that they trembled like sieves. Qing's face was also covered in dirt. After this round of assessment, there were another 13 medicine boys who failed. Although Yunxing didn't concoct the medicine, she had relied on her quick wits to successfully pass the assessment. However, Qi Fengfei didn't leave. The assessment just now made her interested in Yunxing. She also found out from Medicine Master Kong that Yunxing had accurately picked out 18 different herbs in the first round of assessment. She wanted to see how Yunxing would perform in the third round of assessment. The third round of assessment is to identify the herbs. When it came to the third round of assessment, the medicine boys' expressions were much more relaxed than before. Identifying the herbs may be difficult for ordinary people, but to these medicine boys, most of them had followed their respective medicine masters since young and often went in and out of the medicine storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Other than a few rare and precious herbs, they could recognize most of the herbs. Medicine Master Kong naturally saw the changes in the medicine boys' expressions. He couldn't help but shake his head. However, the identification of the herbs this time is different from the previous years. The location of your assessment is not in the medicine storehouse. Follow me. If the identification of the herbs wasn't in the medicine storehouse, then where was it? Not only the herb gatherers, but even Qi Fengfei had a baffled look on her face. A group of people filed out and arrived at the main entrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At this time, including Fan Zhi and Xianxia, there were also some commoners who came to buy medicine and see a doctor at the main entrance. When they saw the group of medicine boys coming out, they all revealed an expression of watching a show. When Qi Fengfei walked past and saw Fan Zhi, she couldn't help but be startled. After hesitating for a moment, she still called out, "Eldest senior brother." It turned out that Fan Zhi, Yao Rong and Xianxia had all been under the tutelage of that secluded national master. They could be considered as Qi Fengfei's senior brother. When Fan Zhi saw Qi Fengfei, he nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I'm no longer your senior brother." "AI, senior brother. Dr. Fan, why did you come to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today?" Qi Fengfei sighed, recalling that Fan Zhi had long been expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Little junior sister, he brought his own medicine boy to participate in the assessment. It's that little girl. Humph, I didn't expect that she would be able to last until the last round. Qing Sihai went up to greet Qi Fengfei enthusiastically, but Qi Fengfei revealed an indifferent attitude. So that little girl was eldest senior brother's medicine boy. No wonder her temperament was so similar to eldest senior brother. At this time, Yunxing and the other 20 medicine boys were already standing at the entrance in confusion. Medicine Master Kong chuckled. Your third round of assessment will now begin. You have an incense stick's worth of time to distinguish which herbs are used to refine the incense in this golden cauldron. Remember, you have to guess all the herbs correctly in order to pass the assessment. Otherwise, you will be considered a failure. They actually had to distinguish the herbs in the cauldron. None of the 20 herb gatherers had expected that the third round of the examination would be like this. Isn't this making things difficult for us? The cauldron at the entrance changes to a new type of incense every day. How can we guess what kind of incense is used today? The medicine boys all frowned. A few of them even circled around the golden cauldron, continuously inhaling the fragrance from the cauldron like a dog. In the field, only Yunxing and Qingqing did not immediately move. The two of them stared at the golden cauldron, trying to distinguish how many herbs were mixed in with the incense. The incense stick's worth of time was about to end. Nearly half of the medicine boys gave up halfway. One after another, people began to report the composition of the incense, but no one could guess all the herbs. There were only 2 herb gatherers left on the field, Yunxing and Qingqing. There's still one more. Qingqing was extremely anxious. He had been trying for a long time, but there was still one more herb that he could not identify. He looked at Yunxing and saw that Yunxing had no reaction. It seemed that she was the same as him, unable to guess what the last herb was. There's only 15 minutes left. Between the two of you, who will answer first? Medicine Master Kong finally reminded. Me. Qingqing walked out first. Qingqing was also cautious. He was afraid that Yunxing would eavesdrop on him, so he wrote down his answer and passed it to Apothecary Kong. The latter took the paper and glanced at it. Then, he shook his head regretfully. You guessed 11 herbs correctly, but you're still missing one. So, you're still not qualified for the herbalist assessment this time. Not qualified. Kong Fong, are you purposely looking for trouble? When has the examination ever tested the composition of incense? In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there are more than 3,000 different incense formulas. Not to mention these herb gatherers, even we might not be able to distinguish every single one of them. Who would be able to pass such an examination? Qing Sihai, who was watching from the side, shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw that his nephew was not qualified. Relying on his status as a scattered physician, he didn't put those lower-ranked apothecaries in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in his eyes. The Kong Fong in front of him was someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions. Today, he actually made his nephew fail. He didn't believe that there would be anyone here who could distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron with just 1 or 2 chances. I think the one who's looking for trouble is you. Your own herb gatherers are inferior to others, and you're blaming the examination for being too difficult. What a joke. Who said that there aren't any herb gatherers here who can distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron? I can. A pleasant child's voice sounded in the ears of everyone present. Yunxing, who had been immersed in her thoughts, walked out. She quickly wrote down the names of a few herbs. Qing Sihai looked at it and couldn't help but sneer. I thought that you were incredible, but you only wrote down 11 herbs. Compared to Qingqing, how can you be better? You're still a failure. I didn't say that this was my final answer. Yunxing walked to the crimson gold cauldron under everyone's watchful eyes. She pushed on the crimson gold cauldron with her small white hand, opening a corner of the cauldron. He then rubbed a handful of the medicine inside the cauldron and tasted it in his mouth. Rolling his eyes, he leisurely said, "The taste is sweet, the color is golden red, and it's powdery. If I'm not mistaken, the last ingredient is poisonous dragon bile powder. Alchemist Kong, please judge." Wow. After seeing Yunxing's actions, the herb-gathering boys who were judged to be unqualified all boiled up and began to mock Yunxing. Among them, Qingqing was the most aggressive. After tasting it, we can guess what it is. What's so strange about it? We all know that it's poisonous dragon bile powder. It's just that it's mixed in the incense, so we can't tell it apart. Apothecary Kong only told us to identify the medicinal ingredients in the incense, but he didn't say how we should do it. To distinguish herbs, we have to start from many aspects such as color, fragrance, and taste. If we can't see it with the naked eye and smell it with the nose, then we have to taste it. As a doctor, if we can't use our body ingeniously to distinguish the properties of herbs, then what kind of doctor are we? Yunxing had just finished speaking when she heard a round of applause. As it turned out, Yao Rong had been standing at the side since long ago. She had also heard Yunxing's words. Well said. You don't need to question the topic of this test. I came up with the idea of using a few herbs in the incense as the last test. Although this young lady isn't a member of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, what she said is the mission of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The first Medicine Emperor of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, who is also the founder of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, also relied on tasting the medicinal properties and toxicity of various herbs to identify the types of medicinal ingredients. Yao Rong couldn't help but feel envious of Fan Ji. He had accepted an outstanding herb-gathering boy. No, she should be a herb man now. After passing the third test, it meant that Yunxing had already become a qualified herb man. At the same time, she also became the only one who passed the test of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today. Congratulations, you are called Yunxing, right? This is the Herbman medical tablet issued by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong bestowed a delicately carved medical tablet to Yunxing. When Yunxing received the medical tablet, Fan Ji couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Yunxing, are you willing to join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? As a potential doctor, you will be able to receive the most comprehensive medical training in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I am willing to accept you as my medicine man, and personally guide you in your studies of ancient medicine. Yao Rong's words at the same time as he bestowed the medical token to Yunxing had caused everyone to be shocked. Yao Rong's words meant that she wanted to accept Yunxing as her disciple, to be accepted as a disciple by an imperial physician. This was truly a heavenly fortune. Everyone was filled with envy. Only Fan Ji's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yunxing with a complicated expression. Yunxing was also somewhat astonished. She didn't expect that Yao Rong would directly propose to accept her as a disciple. Being chosen by an imperial physician and having the backing of a colossus like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she could even use this opportunity to find a way to awaken her father. As if he had already guessed Yunxing's answer, Fan Ji quietly turned around, intending to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Just at this moment, someone hurriedly carried a child covered in blood and rushed in. Doctor, quickly save this child. He was trampled by a runaway horse outside and suffered serious injuries. Yao Rong and a group of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hurriedly rushed forward to check on the child. Yunxing also squeezed into the crowd. The child was about 8 or 9 years old. His injuries were very serious and his clothes were simple. With one look, one could tell that he was a commoner's child. His limbs and chest were all bruised and scratched, but the most serious injury was his head. His head was already swollen to a large extent, more than twice the size of a normal child's head. He had already fainted. Yao Rong took the boy's pulse and listened to his heartbeat. Subconsciously, she shook her head. Even she didn't have the confidence to save this child. This child's injuries are very serious. Unless we send him to the imperial physician and use the wandering dragon needle technique to treat him, he won't be able to survive. It won't work. The imperial physician went out to visit a friend a few days ago and is not in the Jade capital. Qi Fengfei became anxious when she heard this. Yao Rong hesitated. If it was any other part of the body, she would have some confidence. However, the injury was on the head. If the acupuncture was not done properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if this dragged on, the child's situation would be even worse. Let me do it. A low voice broke the silence in the room. The one who spoke was Fan Ji, who was about to leave. He anxiously looked at the unconscious boy, wanting to go forward and carry him away. This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even Imperial Physician Rome can't do anything. Don't tell me that a mere Imperial Physician like you can do something. Xianxia led a group of physicians from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to surround Dr. Fan. Fan Ji, put him down. This is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. You can't touch the patients here. Yao Rong's face was also somewhat embarrassed. Can't touch him. Don't tell me you have a way to save him? Have you forgotten how our daughter died? Fan Ji's originally gentle face suddenly changed like a violent storm. His face was filled with hatred. Yao Rong's body stiffened as though she was struck by lightning. A look of grief flashed across her beautiful face. It turned out that Yao Rong and Dr. Fan were husband and wife in their early years. Both of them were obsessed with the study of ancient medicine and even raised a lively and adorable daughter. At that time, the Fan couple were both studying medicine under the great country's hand. Both of them were talented and Fan Ji was even more talented than Yao Rong. Both of them held important positions in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, due to an accident, their daughter was seriously injured. Her condition was even more serious than the boy in front of him. All the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, were helpless. At that time, Fan Ji heard that there might be a way to save his daughter. However, when he was about to send his daughter to the temple for treatment, everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, objected. They believed that if they sent his daughter to the temple, it would be equivalent to admitting that magical treatment was better than ancient medicine. Despite Fan Ji's pleas, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion refused to send his daughter to the temple. They even imprisoned Fan Ji. In the end, when Fan Ji was released, his daughter had already died in Yao Rong's arms. It was also because of that incident that Fan Ji completely gave up on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He announced that he would leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and study magic. He would use the method of combining ancient medicine and magic to treat illnesses. However, he was too old when he started learning magic. In terms of understanding magic, he was far behind. Furthermore, because he used to be a doctor, it led to his awkward situation in the Jade capital. After knowing what happened, Yunxing only had one thought in her mind. Foolish, this was really foolish and laughable. At that moment, Yunxing only felt that the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were too pedantic. The battle between ancient medicine and magical treatment was just like the battle between Chinese medicine and Western medicine in the early years. In the Yan clan's environment, Yunxing had always thought that there was no real difference between Chinese and Western medicine. On the contrary, taking the strong points to make up for the weak points and combining the two was the true way to save a person. Yao Rong, do you still want this child's parents to experience the pain that you and I went through back then? Fan Ji questioned as he snatched the boy away. The doctors from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to step up and make things difficult for Fan Ji, but they were stopped by Yao Rong. Yao Rong's face was pale as she spoke. Fan Ji, do you know what the consequences will be if you take this child away and fail to save him? In Zhou State, if a doctor's actions caused the death of a patient, they would be punished. Before this incident, Fan Ji had used a combination of magic and ancient medical skills to treat some patients. However, there were still two major mistakes in the process, causing one of the patients to be disabled and the other to be retarded. Because of this, Fan Ji was demoted by 2 ranks, from Imperial Physician to Dr. Ling. This time, the little boy was so heavily injured that if Fan Ji made another mistake and killed him, what awaited him would not only be a demotion, but also his qualification as a doctor would be revoked and he would be thrown into prison. Yao Rong's reminder did not make Fan Ji back off. He only wanted to save the severely injured boy. The boy did not seem to be from Jade Capital. No one stopped Fan Ji when he left with the boy. When she saw Fan Ji leave, Yunxing immediately followed. Yao Rong wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Xianxia saw Fan Ji and Yunxing leaving one after the other and revealed a sinister smile. He quietly called his nephew Qingqing. Go and report to the government immediately. Say that a doctor has killed a patient in the small rejuvenation clinic in the west of the city. Fan Ji carried the boy and quickly ran back to the clinic. In just a little more than 15 minutes, the heavily injured boy's face had turned purple like an eggplant. His nostrils flared, and it became difficult for him to move. Dr. Fan. Yunxing followed closely behind Fan Ji with her short legs. It's you, Yunxing. Why did you come back? That's good too. Follow me back to the clinic, pack your luggage, and leave with your father. I can teach you the method of your father's cloud dream ice sleep. You can find a water element magician in the city to help you carry it out. Fan Ji had seen Yunxing's performance in the medicine man examination today. He was sure that Yunxing would be a promising talent in the future. It was too much of a waste for such a child to follow him in the small rejuvenation clinic. Since Yao Rong had proposed to take her in as a disciple, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the world of ancient medicine. No, Dr. Fan. I'm not going back to pack my luggage. I'm also not leaving the small rejuvenation clinic. I want to be like you, fusing magic and ancient medicine to become a magic doctor. Yunxing raised her small face. Her face rippled with calmness and intelligence that did not match her age. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? My path isn't for everyone. Moreover, you've seen my current situation. If I don't have a way to cure this boy, I may be locked up in prison tomorrow. I can't even protect myself, so I can't implicate you. You'd better leave quickly. Fan Ji was shocked. He was moved, but he was even more reluctant to take Yunxing in. At first, he took Yunxing in because he coveted the child's rent. After getting along with her for a while, he found that Yunxing was a rare good child. Every time he saw her, Fan Ji would think of his daughter who died young. He must not be a burden to this child. She had her own path to walk. Seeing that Yunxing had followed him all the way to the clinic, Fan Ji simply closed the door of the clinic and locked Yunxing outside. He was about to enter the courtyard with the boy in his arms to carry out treatment when Yunxing's voice came from outside the door. Dr. Fan, are you going to carry out the treatment on the boy's head? That treatment can't be completed by you alone. Fan Ji had planned to not let Yunxing participate in the treatment no matter what, but after hearing this sentence, his whole body stiffened. How did she know what he was planning to do? Dr. Fan, let me in. I'm the only one who can help you with this treatment. It can't be delayed any longer. If the blood clot in the boy's brain is not cleaned up in time, even if you save his life, he may be paralyzed in the lower half of his body or suffer from dementia for the rest of his life. Yunxing was still not discouraged. She stood outside the door and spoke again. The door opened with a creak. Fan Ji looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Yunxing. After a long while, he choked out a sentence. How do you know the after effects of a failed operation? In short, I just know. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, he will really die. Yunxing pushed Fan Ji into the room. She did not care about how many doubts he had in his heart. She immediately began the life and death treatment. In just half an hour, the boy's head had swelled up quite a bit. His entire head looked like a balloon that had been blown up. Dr. Fan had examined his other injuries, but none of them were fatal. The boy's most serious injury was his head that had been kicked by the horse. He believed that there must be a blood clot in the child's brain. And the only way to remove the blood clot was to open the child's skull. Such a method was almost unheard of in the boundless continent. However, Yunxing, who had modern medical knowledge, had the same opinion as him. However, Yunxing also realized the danger of having the skull pierced. Even in modern times, the head was the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if the craniotomy was assisted by modern sophisticated medical equipment, even if it was successful, it would still leave a lot of sequelae. That was why Yunxing could speak of the side effects of the craniotomy. In fact, Dr. Fan had a similar experience before. That craniotomy treatment caused the patient's lower body to be paralyzed, and he was still lying in the hospital bed. However, even if half of the body was paralyzed, it was still better than dying. That was why Dr. Fan did not hesitate to choose to have the boy's head pierced. Although she had lived in the medical center for a while, Yunxing had never entered Dr. Fan's room. She found that Dr. Fan's residence was somewhat similar to the residence of modern Western medicine doctors. There was actually a complete human skeleton here. No wonder the outside world thought that Dr. Fan was a ghost doctor who killed people. Dr. Fan was also paying attention to Yunxing's reaction. He thought that after Yunxing saw the human skeleton, she would show a frightened expression. Who would have thought that she would just casually glance at it and no longer have any reaction? According to what you said just now, you should have seen the craniotomy. Later, when I perform the craniotomy, if there is anything wrong, you can directly tell me. In front of Yunxing's calm performance, Dr. Fan had already ignored the fact that she was a 6-year-old child. He even treated her as an experienced doctor like himself. Okay, the room is too dark. Do you have a bigger mirror? It would be best if it could reach the floor. Yunxing measured Dr. Fan's room from the perspective of a modern doctor. The room was too narrow, and the inside was a little messy. The most important thing was that there was not enough light. He also needed to prepare alcohol for disinfection, hemostatic agents, and beast tendons for stitching. Dr. Fan seemed to be ill-prepared for these. After being reminded by Yunxing, Dr. Fan found a mirror and the alcohol and beast tendons that Yunxing requested. However, he did not prepare hemostatic agents. Why don't you have hemostatic agents? The most dangerous part of craniotomy is cerebral hemorrhage. If you don't have hemostatic agents, what if the patient bleeds? Yunxing could not help but be surprised. Hemostatic agents are required by ancient medical skills. You forgot that I also learned magic. When I stop bleeding, I don't use hemostatic agents. I have other methods to stop bleeding. After saying that, Dr. Fan began his craniotomy. There was no X-ray machine in the boundless world, nor was there any equipment for taking films. Yunxing should know I was only at the microscopic level, so she could not see the location of the blood clots in the child's brain. But in this aspect, Dr. Fan's experience came into play. His hand felt around the child's swollen head for a moment, and soon landed on the back of the child's head. Judging from the wound, the horse must have kicked the back of the child's head directly, so there was a dent in the horse's hoof. This should be the place where the blood clots had accumulated the most. After confirming the location of the blood clots, Dr. Fan's hand emitted a bone-chilling cold air. Yunxing saw that in his hand, water magic elements quickly condensed to form a blade that was not inferior to her own beast bone knife. Using magic elements to condense into a knife that could heal, witnessing this scene, Yunxing could not help but be speechless. Although this ice blade was formed from the water element, its hardness was not inferior to that of the beast bone blade. Furthermore, its shape could be changed according to the magician's own wishes. This was the perfect fusion of magic and ancient medical skills. Yunxing seemed to have entered a brand new realm. The combination of magic and ancient medical skills might be able to make up for the lack of modern medical equipment in the boundless world. Yunxing could not help but feel her heartbeat quicken. She was looking forward to this craniotomy that still needed to be carried out. Under the refraction of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, the light in the room was much brighter. This was also more beneficial for Dr. Fan to carry out his craniotomy treatment. The magic ice knife cut through the skin at the back of the boy's head, quickly revealing the skull that was covered with nerves and small blood vessels. Blood also flowed out in an instant. But the miraculous thing was, at the place where the magic ice knife cut, the blood that was about to spurt out was immediately frozen by the cold magic elements. Perfect, this way, the so-called symptoms of excessive bleeding would not appear. In fact, in modern medical treatment, there were also methods of using freezing to treat some diseased tissues. But compared to modern medical equipment, the magic elements were more gentle. It could temporarily freeze the blood, but it would not harm the internal tissues of the person. This method was even faster than Yunxing directly using gold needles to stop the bleeding. No wonder Dr. Fan said just now that he did not need a hemostatic agent. At this point, the surgery was already half done. Yunxing could already see a sticky blood clot with the naked eye. It was this large blood clot that caused the boy's brain to swell and become unconscious. The next step was to break the blood clot in the boy's brain and release it. The ice knife in Dr. Fan's hand slowly became thinner as he cleared out the blood clot in the boy's brain little by little. In a small basin on the ground, there was soon a small basin of blood clot. Just when the blood clot was almost cleared out, Dr. Fan's pupils violently shrank. He realized that his magic elements were not enough to maintain the operation. Due to his late initiation, he was only a sorcerer, and a very simple water sorcerer at that. It was completely impossible for him to complete a craniotomy. Last time, he did not persist at the last moment, which led to the patient's lifelong regret. Dr. Fan, leave the next step to me. Yunxing took a step forward and a shiny knife appeared in her hand. Her fingers moved nimbly, and at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye, the remaining blood clot in the boy's brain was cleaned out. Yunxing's expression was dignified. After cleaning out the blood clot in the boy's head, she quickly began to suture the wound on the boy's head. She threaded the tendons, and the needle was like a swimming dragon. The boy's skin was perfectly sewn together under her needle technique, and only a few of the smallest stitches could be seen. The whole process only took a moment. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Dr. Fan would never believe that someone could complete such a difficult suture in such a short time. Yunxing, who is she? End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.